Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Welcome back. I miscalculated the time zone, so we're doing today's stream on Saturday morning instead of Sunday morning. Yeah, I got things mixed up. But how the hell are you guys doing? Noble, I see you there, you fucking dog. Welcome in. Welcome in all the new people who have never caught the beginning of a stream before, or a stream period. Because, yeah, you know, my time schedule, my zone, my whatever, it's all over the place. Sleeping patterns all over the place. But it's alright. It's alright, chat. We got a couple of mad YouTube videos to be recorded today. It's gonna be fun. Exactly, Excalibur. I remade my stream schedule. Mute, thank you very much for the 7 months on Sebi Webs. And Netfly, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome in. Welcome in. How the fuck are you guys? Heidi, how are ya? Haikira, Patio, Bingo, Casabella, Eliminator, the Herosaurus, Gnome Licking Gamer, you alright? Well, God, welcome in. Sorry. I had had an enormous breakfast today. Instead of eating my usual steaks, I just, oh God, cooked up beef tortellini, chopped in like 2 onions, an unholy amount of garlic, every herb in the history of Italy, and then doused it with olive oil, and then cracked 2 eggs into it and microwaved it. So yeah, no, that's it's a lot of food in me right now, but it's all right. I think one more coffee might help the old digestion when we get down to recording these videos. So, yeah, so here's what we're doing today. Welcome in Turvan, Stormcutter, Pablo Joel, welcome in, Ink's Guardian, Mr. Haku, Dark Red Rose, welcome in, Raven. How the fuck are you guys? So here's what we're gonna be doing today. There's a couple shot-by-shots with the real FF7 and the fake one. One will be a very short scene. Trust me, it's worth it. It's so bad. If I have the energy, we might do Gongaga. We might do that because that, oh my God, those two areas could not be more different. We are also going to do some non-FF7 content today, believe it or not. We'll be looking at a couple of death battles. We'll be looking at Dio-sama versus ALUCARD from Helsing, which I think is going to be a cool fight. Personally, I think if Dio uses his time stop intelligently, ALUCARD shouldn't be able to touch him, but I don't think Dio has the DPS. I don't think he can do enough damage to kill ALUCARD. I think ALUCARD is like... ALUCARD's extremely powerful, so I think ALUCARD's gonna win. We will also watch Jotaro versus Kenshiro Omayomo Shinderu. That's gonna be fun, because I love both those shows. Fist of the North Star is one of my favorite things. If we have time, we will also watch some Warhammer 40K videos. Believe it or not, there's 2 that I recommend people for getting into Lutane09's channel because they're quite short and they're just accessible and they're fun ideas. The top 10 best orc jobs and the top 10 worst Imperium jobs. Only half an hour each. Warhammer 40K is something that I know enough about it to be able to have a conversation about it, to talk about it, but I don't think anyone knows all of Warhammer 40K. That is a very, very deep rabbit hole. You know, some people say there's like, some things are an ocean wide, but what is it? An ocean wide, but an inch deep? Or like, you know, it's a small pond, but it's super deep. Warhammer 40K is both. It's an ocean wide and an ocean deep. Like, they got the Mariana Trench in that. You could spend a lot of your life studying 40K. It's so interesting. Without even actually playing the game either. A lot of people don't even play the game, they just like the lore. Pork Choppery, thank you very much for that 13 months. Love your content, man. Hey, you alright. Thank you, thank you. Lucas, thank you for the 2 months. Greetings from Prague Zoo trip. You're in the Prague Zoo? Fuck, that sounds sick. That sounds mad. God damn it, I need to go to the zoo. Floppy Chessballs, thank you for the 9 months. As of this month, you are my longest ever Twitch subscription. Keep up the good work. Oh, you stop. Get out of here. Get out of here. Thank you. Ariel Alexa, welcome in. Max Solid Snake, thank you very much for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Space Marine 2 stream, I would be totally down. A few things I want to do first. But yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. Daubmaster, welcome in. Wolfen, welcome in. Inferno Homer, how you doing? Delta Wolf, Kenshiro's God. I actually think Kenshiro would beat Jotaro. Yes, Jotaro can stop time, but that's really the only thing I think he's got on Kenshiro. I think Ken is faster, or as fast. I think Ken is much stronger. Ken can heal himself. Like, I think you can even, like, you can, like, give Ken, like, a deep wound, and he'll just go pew, pew, in his pressure points, and the bleeding will stop and the wound will close. Like, Ken is fucking nuts. Ken is so strong that I remember there's a movie where he fights a guy who's like a fake Fist of the North Star, like he's learned an inferior style, and as the guy hits Ken, Ken blocks all his moves, and then the guy starts dying and exploding from the inside. Why? Because the real Fist of the North Star is so strong that even when he's blocking your attacks, his blocks are hitting your pressure points and causing you to explode and die from the inside. Like, Ken is fucking nuts, man. Ken is so strong. So I think Ken will beat Jotaro, as much as I love Jojo. Devereaux, thank you very much for the 200 months. Sabby Webbs, can't stay too long. Love your work. You're an Oz, and you have to work in the morning. You're probably still going to be going when you wake up. Yeah, I mean, look, I woke up at 8 p.m. today. Don't want to talk about it, mate. I feel a bit strange, to be perfectly honest, but it's all right. It's all right. That's why we're on a YouTube recording session today. That's where the power of editing comes in. I may flub a line or two. I need to retake a thing I say, but that's where the power of editing comes in. So, yeah. Isn't Josuke better than Jotaro? No. Jotaro would kick the shit out of Josuke. Josuke can heal other people, which is quite interesting. He can't heal himself, though. Yeah. Moo, thank you for the 700 months. Oh, sorry, 700 bits. God, I'm tired. But anyway, Sayun, thank you for the 3 months. I just finished your FF12 stream. Hilarious fun watching you play, but terrible game. It's so bad. FF12 is so bad. And it's funny because I was going to leave FF12. I feel like I've done enough damage to that game. I feel like I've set the record straight on that. Everyone who witnessed my streams can see beyond a shadow of a doubt that FF12 is dog shit. You might have enjoyed it when you were a kid and had absolutely no standards, you know, and you came home from school like the age of 13 or something and just auto-battled for a bit, but it has not stood the test of time at all. It is, it's shockingly bad. If you recommend anyone play FF12 in this day and age, they will never trust your opinion ever again. Most boring story, characters, music, visuals, and gameplay in the entire series. But yeah, I made a bunch of shorts showing how terrible the gameplay is, setting the record straight on that, but it seems like a few people are still crashing out. I've heard that every now and again someone crashes out in public about my 12 playthrough. So you know what? Since they asked so kindly, I was going to put it to rest, but since they asked so kindly, maybe I should make another 12 video. I've got an idea for that in the future. It won't be today. I can't be fucked. But yeah, you hated 12 back in... Well, I mean, the people who hated 12 back in the day and felt weirdly gaslit by modern fans, and Famitsu's 40 out of 40 score, my god, I think a lot of them felt vindicated from my stream. Because, like, if it does anything well, I'll compliment it, which it did like 3 times in 60 hours, but I'm not gonna force myself to like something I don't like and that I don't respect or trust or believe in, you know? I hate this whole argument that, like, you didn't try hard enough to have fun. You went in expecting not to enjoy it. Okay, you know why that's a bullshit argument? Expedition 33. So many people wanted to hate that game because it was popular. And there's that meme where so many people, you see them posting this on YouTube, on Twitter all the time. They're like, I finally tried it. I thought I'd hate it. I fucking loved it. Couldn't believe how good it was. I was wrong. I misjudged this thing. And I'd recommend this to everyone. Like, that's the thing. People, Modern FF is bad even if you try to have fun with it. Whereas E33 was played by a bunch of people who didn't want to enjoy it, and they ended up loving it. That's the difference. Real fun is... whether you want to enjoy something or not is irrelevant if the thing is actually fun. All right? That's how real fun works. It's fun whether you want it to be or not. Also, Kimochi Kimchi, thank you for the 3 months. Grats to the only male streamer who can take my primes from the babes. Oh my god. I'm sorry, e-girls. I'm sorry, you girls, that I stole Kimchi's primes, but you know what? I accept. Thank you. Reigns! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Sebi Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you, Reigns. I appreciate that. You all right. So, thank you, Reigns. Huge. If anyone got a sub from Reigns, please say thank you. All right, let's talk about the news. Just finished my FF8 and 9 playthroughs. My Jordan Peterson voice for General Caraway was hilarious. Whenever I voice act a Final Fantasy, there's always a character with a couple of lines who I can sneak Jordan Peterson into, and it's always fun. I always do like Mayor Domino from OG FF7 as him. Just like, up yours, woke Shinra. We'll see who cancels who. So stupid. Shin Super Saiyajin, thank you for the $4 super chat. Fist of the North Star is that one boomer anime that you will always recommend because the story is really good. No, Fist of the North Star is one of those animes where, yes, everyone's heaps jacked and it's full of terrible people and heaps of violence, but it's not just that. That story, especially the OG movie from 1986, has real heart. It's got real deep philosophy going on in there. It actually, believe it or not, it actually has a very positive pro-life environmental message. And I also don't think that having respect for nature is political. I don't think it is. I think that's been hijacked, and I think it's bullshit. So I think you know what I mean? Like if I'm enjoying like a beautiful sunset, or if I'm looking at a beautiful rainforest, is that right wing or left wing? It's neither. You know, like, neither of those thoughts enter my head at all. It's just like, I think respect for nature goes much deeper than politics. So, also, Devereaux, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on Sebi Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you, Devereaux. You fucking dog. I appreciate that. Thank you for that 5-pack. Loves to Grind, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $20. Absolutely huge. Loves to Grind. I legit found a TikTok yesterday saying how you are a non-fan because of your criticisms. You had to respond saying, it's your right. I played the games. I have the right to an opinion. FF needs a course correction. Well, here's the thing. Like, they'll say that, like, it's the usual gaslights, right? Like, you can't have an opinion on the game unless you played it. But if you played the game and didn't like it, well, then you didn't play it. That's what they say. Or they'll say, oh my god, well, why did you keep playing it if you hated it? It's like, well, you can't win. Basically, they'll just say whatever it takes to get you to stop talking. It's just a number of tricks. It's just word games. It's just manipulation tactics to get you to stop talking. Let me put it this way, Loves to Grind. A lot of modern FF fans are so unconfident and so insecure about their games that they can only like them if no one else is criticizing them. If other people, if any sizable voices out there are criticizing these games and saying they're not that great, that actually affects their ability to enjoy the game, because their enjoyment is based on group consensus. Their enjoyment is based on public opinion. They're not actually thinking for themselves, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, there's plenty of movies and things that I've liked that had like a 50-50 split, or like got 60% positive reviews. Didn't matter. I thought they were the best things. They were super influential to me. It didn't matter what other people thought. But a lot of modern FF fans can't think like that. They need the group on their side, and that's why they try to shut me down and silence me. So, but it's all right. It's also, TikTok is a quarantine zone of the internet. TikTok is a bizarro world where the truth on many things is reversed, especially on Final Fantasy. But it's all right. TikTok is a cult. No one like, people will hate Reddit and they'll hate Twitter, but they'll still use Reddit and Twitter. They won't even have TikTok on their phone. They won't even go there. Like, for all the criticisms of Reddit and Twitter, those are still more normal, sociable places than TikTok. If the only place in the world where people agree with you is TikTok, you are wrong. Doesn't matter what we're talking about, you're wrong. Deku! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on Sebi Webs. Deku, you all right? Also, loved your work in My Hero Academia, and I didn't think the ending was as bad as people said. All right, I thought it was all right. But thank you, Deku, for that 5-pack. You all right? You all right? How the hell are you doing? Do not ever stream a game you've never played on TikTok because chat will spoil everything. Really? I don't stream on TikTok. Yeah. You said your opinion shouldn't ruin his personal enjoyment. Well, that's the thing. As I say, like, the hatred for Expedition 33 was more... there was more hate for that than any other game I've ever seen. Didn't affect my enjoyment of it at all. Because I'm thinking for myself. I enjoy it for me. I don't care what some people say about it, so... if they lie about it, or lie about their fans, then by golly, I'll be there to debunk and challenge some of those, you know? But like, them just saying it sucks doesn't make me like it less. Whereas that's not the case with many modern FF fans. So, because as we all know, many modern FF fans, it's almost like they're not so much fans of the games themselves. It's like they're fans of being Final Fantasy fans. That's their source of identity, community, it's their religion, and they see Square Enix as like their priests or even like their gods. And that's why they react like, if you told someone that their religious texts or their gods were false, they would get very angry, all right? It's like a religious reaction, and that's how a lot of people behave around, like, video games, which is really weird to me. It's really weird. Holy Etch, welcome in. Andy, welcome in. Scissors, that group consensus think extends to modern anime fans too? That's so interesting, because I don't really engage in any anime conversation ever. Like, I watch a lot of anime. I just finished rewatching Overlord, which is fantastic. And my god, we need season 5. Like, I'm sorry, that entire story is only halfway done. Like, I don't know why they stopped it. I'll tell you what, whatever reason they gave for discontinuing Overlord anime, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. I didn't see any problems that were like, well, this sucks and they have to stop it. It's like, no, this just kept getting more and more interesting and better. You can't, whatever the excuse is, it's not good enough. But I think they're doing, I've looked it up, apparently they're doing season 5 for Overlord either late this year or early next year. Karuzik Sodova, thank you for the 14 months. You're only here for Billy Webs. Keep up the awesome shenanigans. Your sleep schedule is as bad as yours. No, my sleep schedule's really bad. It's really bad, man. Like, I woke up feeling a bit weird, and I thought, should I put off this stream till tomorrow? And I thought, no. I said I was doing it. It's got to be done. It's got to be fucking done. So, Jit Geek, welcome in. Cyrus, eat your slop and be happy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see why so many people defend billionaire companies as if they're their friends and family. But the thing is, it makes no sense from a normal person's perspective. But if you think of them as like their priests and their gods, then you understand it. You know what I mean? If someone's highly religious and you insult their priests or their gods, they're going to react. They're not going to respond positively. It's just, and that's when you look at modern fans through that lens, you see that behavior. Xenoblade fans with Gaslight? I don't know anything about that. Yeah. Though I have interacted with their fandoms at some point during the E33 wars. The one named Khan, thank you for the $5 super chat. This 7 remake makes no sense. I mean, do they not want our money? We told you what we want. Honestly, what is the problem? Well, the thing is, I'll tell you what, I don't think money or income is actually a problem for Square Enix, because I think they've got 2 infinite money printing machines. One is FF14, one of the most successful MMOs in the world. MMOs print money. They print it, and they've got one of the most successful ones in the world. And FF11 was immensely successful for its time period too. And I think the Magic the Gathering cards are extremely low effort and low cost to make, and they make staggering amounts of money. I mean, the number of people in my own community who hate modern Final Fantasy or are immensely critical of that, in the same breath, you'll still buy all the Magic the Gathering FF cards, including the Titus Laugh one, all right? And if there was a Wooklamart card, you would buy it too, all right? You have absolutely no self-control. So, yeah. And I wonder how many people in my chats feel immediately called out when I say that. But it's true. It's true. There's a number of people I know who hate 7 Remake or hate FF16 or 15, and then they just buy all the Magic cards of that. You can't help yourselves. Okay, so Square, I don't think Square actually has a money income problem. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know the ins and outs of that company. But I think because of that infinite income, I think that they are willing to spend flaming dump trucks of money to prove to the world that modern Final Fantasy can work just as well in action, if not even better, than the Golden Age. And it will never work. It will never work. And E33 has made it even more impossible for that to succeed. But I think that they would rather, I kind of wonder if they would rather the company just go bankrupt or go under than than making turn-based FFs. Again, and by that I mean mainline numbered ones. I don't mean like Resonance, I don't mean like 2D pixel ones. I mean like the mainline AAA big budget ones. I don't think they, I think they'd rather, I don't think they want to do that, which is fine, you know. If that's the case, I don't know, maybe give the Final Fantasy IP to a company that does want to do that, because most people want that. Most FF fans want that, and everyone knows it. Revised Plum, thank you for the tier, thank you for the 3 months. Final Fantasy X-2 is the best game ever made. How can you sleep at night? I apologize, even I can't say that. It made me vomit a bit. Ah, there you go, Revised Plum. See, yeah, I mean, it blows my mind the amount of revisionism as people trying to argue that that was actually a great game. No, it wasn't. The gameplay wasn't the worst thing in the world, but, like, bad story, bad characters, and what the hell was even the artistic vision for that? Devereaux, thank you for the 100 bits. Have I seen Book of Mormon? No, I have not. I have not. I'm not really a musical guy these days, but I got to see the new what is it? The new South Park episodes before that. Saiyan's King, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Senshi, welcome in. Inked Guardian, they don't want to admit they were wrong. Yeah, I just think their strategy is just to double down forever. Yeah. But that's okay, because as I say, like, I think many of us have been fooled enough times with, say, like, FF15 and 16 and FF7R. I'm personally, I think I'm just kind of done with Square Enix games, period, after Revelation drops. The only thing that could remotely pique my interest would be FF17. And only because we don't know what it's going to be. We don't know. We don't know if it's going to be turn-based or whether it will be like a bad FF15 or like Devil May Cry. We don't know if it's going to just be a shit copy of E33. We don't know if it's going to be medieval, set in contemporary times, or in space. We don't know if the main character is going to be a man or a woman. We don't know anything about it. And that's a very odd thing, because good game series do not have this problem. All right, GTA 6, we know how it's going to play. It's not going to be turn-based. It's not going to be an FPS. Devil May Cry 6, we know how that's going to play. Won't be turn-based, won't be an RTS, won't be first-person. You know, I could go on. But 17, we don't know. We don't even know what genre it's going to be. Like, we don't even know what its gameplay is. That's very unusual for a big series, and that's a serious problem. Resident Evil 10, it's either going to be FPS or it's going to be over the shoulder, third person. And it seems like 9 did both. One character was first person, the other was over the shoulder, which is an interesting idea. I don't know if 9 is any good. I know 9 had a lot of hype at the time, but I don't know if people still like it now the hype has worn off. But again, here's a very interesting thing, right? Resident Evil course corrected after one bad game, really, which was like Resident Evil 6, and then it kept reinventing itself. Like Ethan, what's his name for 7 and 8, has never showed. He's not in the whole Chris Redfield, Leon, Claire sort of sphere. Ethan's his own guy, but his games I thought were quite fun. I thought 7 was simple and clean. 8 was bizarre, but I still enjoyed streaming it. Resident Evil, for example, it just keeps evolving along its same formula. Notice how, like, people liked Resident Evil 7, but Resident Evil 7 wasn't... What do they say? Resident Evil 7 is a good example of what people want from mainline numbered Final Fantasies. Like when people say, oh, you just want the same game made a million times. No. Would you say Resident Evil was the same game as the previous 6 made a million times? No, it was something fresh and new, but it felt Resident Evil. It felt within that universe. It felt that style of game. Astrovo, welcome in. And here's the difference, like as we all know, FF16 came out in 2023, 3 years ago. Rebirth 2024, 2 years ago, and there's been no 5 million sales announcement for either game after years. Resident Evil 9 sold 5 million in the first 5 days. Like, that's really, let that sink in. The difference between a game series that keeps evolving along its lines and reinventing itself along those specific parameters, and a game series that just reinvents the wheel poorly every single game, no matter what its fan base says. Like, they're just like, please, for God's sake, can you just make it like this again? And they'll do anything about that. The reviews are good. Oh yeah. I mean, by that logic, Mixtape is better than all of them. I mean, Mixtape got 10 out of 10 across the board from all major reviewers. It's basically, in a way, it's better reviewed than 7 Rebirth and 16, which is hilarious. Also, Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. We all know FF17 will be the Chronicles of Crying Net. Oh, God help me. Kicklol, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you very much. Would I play Resident Evil 1 Remake? Yeah, I do want to do a Resident Evil binge at some point. I don't... man... I know I'm the remake guy, but would it really be the best idea to do, like, RE1 OG, then RE1 Remake, then Resident Evil 2 OG, then Resident Evil 2 Remake, and so on and so forth? I mean, like... oh, God... that's gonna take so long! Man, I don't know if you guys would enjoy that, but I feel like for, like, RE3, maybe that's necessary, because they're so radically different. I think it might just be better to do RE1 Remake. And... yeah, maybe 2... I could actually do 2 and 3. Because 2 and 3 are radically different, the OG and the Remake. Maybe even Resident Evil 4. I mean, by that time, you just done it all already. The only one, I tell you what, the only one I really don't want to do, guys, is RE1 OG and Remake back to back. Like, I kind of just want to do one or the other, and I think I'm going to do one. I should just do the Remake. I think the original Remake is good enough for RE1. All the others take a few liberties that have been somewhat controversial. Yeah, I don't know if would I stream Resident... You know what? If I'm on that journey, I may as well stream Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6, the best one in the series. I don't know if I would restream 7 or 8 though. I feel like I've done my time with them, and I think we all know them. They're all fresh in our minds. I mean, my review of 7, I think 7 was very fun, very interesting, very good. But I think that whole ship level at the end of the game where you have to play as his wife, because the game, for whatever reason, wanted to prove that she's a badass too. I thought that was some of the worst game design I've ever seen. I thought that went way too long. It was completely unnecessary. Her whole segment should have just been a 2-minute cutscene. It killed the pacing of it. And I think the entire thing was extremely forced. I thought the entire thing, it was almost like a political thing. They just wanted to show that, like, she wasn't some defenseless lady, that she also was a badass. It almost felt like agenda pushed in that. 8, I think, is a bit of a mixed bag. I think Lady D's awesome. She's a lot of fun, but from the trailers, we would have assumed Lady D was like the final boss. She's not. She's like the first 20% of the game. I didn't like the Magneto guy. I thought this guy's not even Resident Evil. What the fuck is this guy doing here? The fish guy was okay. I just kind of found him very unpleasant. The big fish dude. I guess he sort of belongs there more than the other guy though, the Magneto guy. I really thought the best parts of 8 were Lady D and where you're walking around inside that house and there's like this horrible baby coming at you and the baby's trying to eat you alive. That was actually fucked. That was cool. That was sick. So, all right, thank you very much, Simply Adriel. Thank you for the $5 super chat. The RE1 remake, more or less, completely supplants the OG, kind of like Dead Space remake. I would love to do Dead Space remake as well. I've got it. It looks fucking brutal, man. Growfile, welcome in. Simply, thank you for that $5. Shmeni, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shmeni, for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you for the 3 months. You all right. Also, Spicy Mango, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How the fuck are you, boys and girls? What is going on? You just beat RE8 for the first time, then you beat it 6 more times afterwards. Yeah, RE8 wasn't scary to me, but it was fun. I don't think Lady D's scary at all. I mean, it's hard to be afraid when you rock hard. Sorry, but like, I thought the baby trying to eat you was probably the scariest part of the entire thing. Lady D was just too hot to be scary. I'm sorry. But you know what? I actually think Lady D. I think that she was rather good for the body positivity movement. All right. You know, she showed you how popular tall, curvaceous MILFs were in this day and age, all right? You know, it's not only one thing. I thought diversity was our strength, and Lady D has proved that. So, yeah, she was fantastic PR for all the tall and curvy ladies all over the world. All the older ladies, too. Yeah. God, there's this woman who keeps showing up on my Instagram timeline, and she's like 7 foot tall. And super hot, and just like mogging heaps of 6 foot men who are just shorter than her. It's great stuff. She's awesome. Can't take my eyes off it. You probably have her too. You prefer the goth daughters? I didn't like Lady D's goth daughters. I thought they were just heaps annoying. It was a bit campy, a bit overly theatrical. But again, I'm a Resident Evil tourist in a lot of ways, so don't let me come in and tell you how the series should be. I always thought Resident Evil was like quite a serious series, but a lot of OG fans are saying that like it wasn't always that way. And so like Resident Evil 4, for example, I think the OG had a campier tone maybe, and still worked, but the remake apparently made it much more intense. I don't know. So I do know about Jill. You nearly became a Jill sandwich there. As the master of unlocking, you should take this key. Like, I know about that. So, Pie Diddley, thank you for the Sebi Soys. Thank you for the 13 months. And Patrick, thank you for the $2 super chat. Go RE Director, Cot OG, the VA is hilarious, especially the Chris campaign. I feel like before I do Resident Evil 1 Remake, maybe I should actually like, listen to the funniest voice lines from OG RE1. Because I need to hear these, man. They're so fucking funny. They're so stupid. Like, you almost became a Jill sandwich might be one of the stupidest lines I've ever heard in all of gaming, and yet it's iconic for that reason. And it's interesting how there's a lot of, it's interesting with video games how there's a lot of there's voice acting and there's dialogue that only works because it was in the 90s, from that time period, and in a way to update it or fix it feels wrong. One of my best examples of that is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. You know, this is one of the first voice acted games many of us played on the PS1, and it's just atrocious. You know, Richter sounds like he has no energy at all, and Dracula sounds like he's out of a children's pantomime. It's so funny. Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. It was not by my hand that I am once again given flesh. I was brought here by humans who wish to pay me tribute. Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. Perhaps the same can be said of all religions. Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you. What is a man? Psh, a miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you? That's fucking gold, man. The fact that, like, not only are all those lines engraved in my head forever, and yours, but all the inflections, all the exact deliveries of both Richter and Dracula are seared into our brains permanently. And if you play Castlevania Symphony of the Night on PS4 today, they've redone the English voices, and technically it's better, but it's not. You know what I mean? It's lost all the original charm and magic, and I think that the re-releases of Symphony of the Night should actually include the original voices as an option. Like, have the ones for like new people who don't understand, who didn't live through the 90s and don't know why the fuck it sounds like that. But for us boomers, give us the 90s version, please. Please, please, please. It's so good. It's so fucking funny. It's so iconic. And it's a joke that persists. Let me put it this way. That joke was in like 1997. That line persists to this day. Like 30 years later, people are still joking about, what is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Because it's such a fucking bizarre line. It's such a weird line. Like, you sort of get what it means, but you're also like, what does that mean? Why did he word it that way? I think it's like some weird translation issue, but I think it works. It's like a happy accident. So, but the thing is, in this day and age, you wouldn't do dialogue like that unless it was deliberate, unless it was intentional. Hannah, welcome in. Silly little video game fan. Playing Symphony of the Night without voice lines and just liking the game? Nah, I need that. I need what is a man? So, Patrick, thank you for the $2. Your favorite is Chris laughing at Wesker at the end. Wesker says, Chris, stop it. I see, I don't even know who Wesker is. Like, I don't think I've played any of the games where he shows up. Because he's not in 7 or 8. I don't remember if he's in Resident Evil 2 Remake either. Yeah, this guy are sick. Yeah, and the tough ring, spelt with a P, the tooth ring. I had that back in the day. You know what I think they should have kept with FF7's original translation? Is that whenever they talk about diamond weapon, ruby weapon, weapon is in all caps. And I actually thought that was quite smart because it shows you're not talking about like a weapon you equip. This is something else. This is spelt differently for a reason. Or capitalized for a reason. Arrett Parrot, thank you for the Subaru. The OG RE games are camp as hell, but the remakes move towards a serious tone. See, I'm gonna sound like a Resident Evil tourist when I say this, but I'm actually okay with that. I feel like the aesthetic of Resident Evil from what I've seen is fucking horrific, man. It's terrifying, man. I got RE2 on PS1 when I was 13. Gave me nightmares. I couldn't finish it. You know, I found it really scary, and I thought the faces of characters like Leon in the CGI cutscenes looked really eerie. Like, you know what I'm talking about. Their eyes look really weird. The zombies look really fucked. I think a serious tone can work for Resident Evil, but I'm gonna need to play some of the OGs to see what the original tone was like and then decide through that. So, James Dean, welcome in. My 600 hours must have gone to waste on Remake Rebirth. I played a whole lot of nothing. Well, isn't it interesting, right? When we do these shot by shots, you know, of 7 Remake and Rebirth, so many times, like, I'm blown away by how much I don't remember from it. And it's not just me, it's you guys as well. Remember when we did that whole Leslie thing? The entire Leslie story from Remake, Don Corneo's Doorman. I just turned to the camera at one point, I'm like, you probably don't remember any of this, do you? And everyone was like, no, I don't remember. I do not remember going through this sewers with Leslie for like an hour while he tells us his backstory. And then Barrett, Cloud, and Tifa all stop to listen to this guy's story. Like, why? It's so forgettable. And Leslie has more screen time than most main characters in the original FF7. Like, he's got more screen time than, say, like Scarlet or Heidegger or Rufus in OG FF7. That's fucking crazy, man. These are big characters. Yeah, I think he's got more screen time than maybe the Turks, more screen time than like Hojo. That's nuts, bro. And he's still forgettable, completely forgotten. Sega, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sebi, do I think OG FF7 would be ruined if it had voice acting in the 90s, or would it add to the charm? I'm not British, but cheers, mate. Thank you, Sega. I'm sorry if I assumed you were British. What I was gonna say is, I tell you what, guys, when I look at Octopath and I hear his voice acting, it actually feels wrong. And the same with Dragon Quest like HD remake. I looked at a bit of that, it looked kind of good, and then the characters started talking and it felt wrong. And I don't think voice acting actually works or belongs in these sort of Chrono Trigger FF6 looking games or Octopath looking games. It feels wrong. And even Tactics, man. I know that people like the voice acting Tactics, but there's a reason I didn't play with it on. It didn't feel right to me. No, but the thing is, I don't know if it's the same with, say, 3D pre-rendered fixed angle games. I don't know, because I don't think we've ever seen it. I can't think of a single game that looks like FF7, 8, 9, Legend Dragoon, or Chrono Cross that has voice acting. Nothing comes to mind. So, in fact, chat, maybe the best way to run that experiment is Resident Evil 1 Remake, because that is a fixed-angled, pre-rendered background game that looks like excellent in this day and age, and you have voice acting on the field, I think. I think characters walk around and talk in that mode. So if it works there, then maybe it can work in an FF7, 8, 9 type game, but I don't think it works. I'm sorry, I really don't think it works for the Octopath looking games. Yeah, that's a tough one. And also, Sega, it's the quality of the voice acting is extremely important. Massively important. There is a gigantic difference between, say, the voice acting of a shitty English dub for some generic anime game, and the voice acting for a game like Disco Elysium. Do you see what I mean? Like Disco Elysium, from what I've seen, it almost looks like a Western sort of fixed angled game, but the writing and the voice acting is superb. It's excellent. It's amazing. And I would love to stream that at some point. So I actually think it can be done. It just hasn't been done yet. We need to see real life examples to make it work. Bumbo Boy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Any interest in Chrono Cross? Yes, I have a short where I actually talk about Chrono Cross. Look up Sebi Webb's Chrono Cross short. And if you want to see the full playthrough for that, go to Sebi Webb's VODs. Search Sebi Webb's VODs on YouTube and you'll find the full playthrough of it, fully voice acted by me. Vic, thank you for the $3 super chat. Have I seen that FF7 Ever Crisis is shutting down in October? What was even the point, guys? What was even the point? Like, I thought the whole reason they put Ever Crisis characters, like Glenn, into FF7 Rebirth was to get people more aware of Ever Crisis, so they would spend more money on this gacha game. But oh, Glenn, he's in the game, let's spend money on his skins. But if they're shutting down Ever Crisis, what was the point of putting Ever Crisis characters into FF7R? I don't get it. I don't get it. When I say, I just think Square Enix is the strangest company in the world. I don't understand how and why they do stuff. I don't understand why they operate the way they do. I can sort of understand other companies. I can't understand them. I don't get it. And I think that everyone who spent like thousands of dollars on skins and cosmetics on Ever Crisis, I actually can't, I feel sorry for them, man. I feel bad for these people who like bought like the Chocobo outfit for Aeris or the Neo Automata outfit for Tifa or whatever. I mean, I've seen some people saying sucked in, like fuck those guys, that'll show them. I don't know, man. I do feel bad when people kind of waste their money. But at the end of the day, it's an expensive lesson. It's an expensive lesson. But I'm not going to point and laugh at those people. I feel a bit bad for them. I don't know, man. It's I don't know why they wouldn't just keep it going. Like, what happened that made them shut it down? Anyway, I don't know. What do you guys think? It's Sebi time. What's up, Silver Grail? Chocobo outfit for Aeris sounds awesome, Carmex. Well, when I voice acted that storyline from Ever Crisis, and they actually did the fight, and Aeris is in a Chocobo outfit and Tifa's dressed as 2B, I was like, I actually don't mind this. I actually like this. Because if I was playing Ever Crisis, I would do something as stupid as this. I would put Aeris in a Chocobo outfit and just ruin all the scenes with it. Because I think that if you want to do that, you should have the freedom to do that. You know, it's like FF14. You want to play as a Lalafell glammed as Sonic the Hedgehog, which is what I did, and ruin cutscenes, really serious cutscenes like that. You should be free to do that. My FF14 playthrough, I had my Lala in a little sad ghost outfit. What's his name? The guy in Heaven's Water gets speared. He died, and the little ghost is like, boo! It looks so stupid. I've had a Noctis. I've had my Lala glammed as Noctis, like a 2-foot tall Noctis for the Rains Have Fallen. I had my Lala glammed as Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but like 2 foot tall, like punching Xenos in the face in Endwalker. It looked fucking hilarious, and you should be allowed to do that. I would do stupid shit like that, so. Horsefat, yeah, that guy. Mid-user, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. God, am I 5 minutes behind? Guys, sorry, I will answer your super chat. Sorry, I'm behind on chat. Sorry, I'm behind on that. Mid-user, thank you for the $20 super chat. Sebi, love what you do. I want to know what your thoughts are in this response of, of Destiny. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't actually know too much about the YouTuber. I know he's considered a bit of a controversial guy. I'm not going to go too far into that. But I did hear that he reacted to my tweet, my viral tweet about Crisis Core, and I think someone hopped into a phone call with him, a Discord call, and complained about me and said my FF12 playthrough was trash for ages. And I thought, you know what? I might not respond to this video, but maybe it's time for another FF12 video. Seems like I need to set the record straight even further on that game. Yeah, let me see the quote. It is super lame that Cloud copied his identity from Zack. That is the big point of the FF7 story. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. with all due respect to the guy, because I don't want any content creator beef, but I think he misunderstood what my tweet was about. It's not me saying that it's not me saying that it's lame that Cloud's identity is half Zack. I was criticizing the writing and the storytelling and the retcons of Crisis Core. I think it is poorly written. I think it completely changes the tone of the OG game. The OG game is a dark, crushing atmosphere. It's very emotional, whereas Crisis Core has the happy, upbeat, happy-go-lucky feeling, and that gets carried into 7 Remake Rebirth. And I don't like how it basically rewrote Zack to be responsible for everything. You know, Zack is the guy who gave Eris the one date idea. He gave Eris the idea to sell flowers. He's the reason she wears a pink bow in her hair. He's the reason she dresses the way she does. Zack also named Tifa's Bar 7th Heaven. I think this is stupid. I think Zack is someone at Square Enix's self-insert for a power fantasy. I think Zack is who someone at Square Enix wishes they were, because he doesn't read or act like a real person. He comes across like how someone wishes they were. You know, some super cool looking good guy, but he's actually happy-go-lucky and cool. He's like, Zack is like a 15-year-old's idea of cool, of what they want to be. But no one acts like this in real life. And that's why it just doesn't ring true and doesn't work. Logan Lifts, welcome in, welcome in. I also think Chadley is someone's self-insert, and I wouldn't even be surprised if Roche is someone's self-insert. So, I heard a very interesting theory, that people think that Professor Gast, Eris's dad, might actually be a stand-in for Sakaguchi somewhat, whether intentional or not, and that's why you don't see any of Professor Gast in 7 Remake or Rebirth. Now, in defense, let's play devil's advocate. We haven't gotten to Gast yet. We don't even see what Gast looks like until Icicle Inn, where we actually find tapes and recordings and stuff of him. But I do know that Gast, I think, is mentioned beforehand, and I don't think there's any mention of the name Gast in Remake or Rebirth. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Feel free to correct me on this. But that's so interesting. The idea that Gast may actually be Sakaguchi's representation in FF7, and that's why he's not in. That's why he's gone. That's very strange. Yeah. So, Kratos Skywalker, thank you for the $3 super chat. If you want to see a rare Capcom gen, Haunting Ground. It's theorized to be in the world of Resident Evil 4. I don't know that, but thank you for that, Skywalker. Thank you for the $3. Hey Kira, thank you for the $5. Now that you know a little about Link's abilities and feats, do I think he'd make Soldier? Yeah, absolutely. Link would easily make Soldier, but I don't think he'd beat Cloud, ever. And I think it's really funny that in Death Battle, Cloud just basically cuts him in half. I was like, Cloud, that's a child. Like, I don't know that much about Zelda, but I know enough to know that Link is a child. And Cloud, you just cleaved him in half. Literally straight down the middle, you fucking psychopath. But I think Link would make Soldier. He's very, very strong. He's much stronger than the average human, by far. So, I mean, he beats Ganondorf, you know, every time, so. Yeah, let me catch up. Yeah, they're gonna turn into a Fate Ghost? Oh my, a Professor Gast Fate Ghost? Oh my, it'd just be too on the nose, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. He's mentioned in the Nibelheim Library by Sephiroth, Seaman. My god, your name, Seaman. So in 7 Remake Rebirth, Sephiroth does mention Gast? Okay. Interesting. Because I know in OG FF7, Sephiroth is in the library in Cloud's flashback, and he says something like, Gast, why did you have to die? Why did you have to die? Like, you've left so many questions unanswered. So, oh, okay. I wonder, yeah, but if Gast is removed from 7 Remake, I think that is very suspect. So, KB Streams, thank you for the 6 months. Good morning. A nice morning, surprise to see you. Was watching your Baldur's Gate 3 streams last night while playing it. Thank you for enjoying those. Those were so stupid. Those streams are legendary. Those are so fun. So, yeah. Executioner, thank you for the $5. You all right. So, maybe they are saving Gast for Vincent's flashbacks. Again, I feel like this is almost cope for saying that, like, oh, they'll do this in part 3. These things that were blatantly cut from part 1 and part 2. I'm not knocking you here. I'm just saying I see that argument a lot. I think there's just so many red. I just don't see why they would include. It looks to me very much like they're trying to overwrite the original FF7. I think from Square Enix's perspective, I think they see OG FF7 as a very problematic game that makes them look bad in this day and age. I think that's actually what it is. I think the usual suspects who go into video game industries and tell people that, like, oh, this is problematic, oh, you can't do this anymore, you can't say that anymore. I think they've gotten the ears of Square Enix, and I think Square feels embarrassed about Dine's suicide. I think they feel embarrassed about OG FF6's behavior. I think they feel embarrassed about a lot of things, and I think that 7 Remake is intended to become the new definitive, sanitized, watered-down version to replace the original. The thing is, they can't get rid of the original. I think, I mean, this is going to sound a bit crazy, and I would say this is a bit cynical, what I'm about to say, but I also kind of don't care. This is just, this is tinfoil theory. Am I being cynical and blackpilled? Yes, but I'm going to say this anyway. I think if Square Enix could press a button and it made all copies of the original FF7 disappear from this world, I think they would press it in 1 second. The thing is, they can't do this. There's too many physical copies everywhere. It is one of the best-selling physical copy PlayStation games in the world. There's copies everywhere. You can't get rid of it. And it exists all over the internet everywhere. There's like 1 billion emulators. You just can't get rid of this game. And I think we are very lucky that you can't do that. Because I just think they would, man. And is that cynical? Yes, but I don't care. I would just put nothing beneath this company at this point. I don't know. I think that, yes, they have a smiling face, you know, they all look very friendly, but I don't like a lot of the things that they do. So that's why you need physical media. Well, that's why we're lucky that they can't get rid of that. So I think what they can do instead, right, is they can just flood the airwaves with remake rebirth stuff until it basically just dilutes it. And it already kind of is. You look up FF7 on Google Images, you get images from remake and rebirth. You'll get some OG, but it's all just like getting, it's like information glut. It's diluting it. You go on YouTube and you type in FF7, you get the new one. You have to type OG FF7. You have to type FF7 1997 to specifically get that game. So, yeah. Evil cannot create anything new. It can only corrupt and ruin what good forces have invented or made. Yeah, I mean, it is very Tolkien-esque when you think about it. But the thing is, right, that's why, look, we as customers and we as audience members, we're still free to make our own decisions and reject stuff. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, technically, the Rey Skywalker trilogy is canon. Technically, the new 3 Star Wars movies are canon, but no one cares. They just reject it. Same with The Acolyte, same with Rings of Power. People just reject it. Almost every Terminator movie, after the second one, most people are like, I just reject it. Terminator 1 and 2 is all you really need. Like, even 3 is pretty bad. And then there's like Terminator Dark Fate, where I think it opens where Terminator 2 ends. John Connor and his mum go to the beach, and then another Terminator just shows up from a time travel thing and just shoots, like, child John Connor's head off, and that's the opening of the movie. This is stupid. This is rubbish. This is dog shit. We can reject it. And that's why I actively reject everything that came after OG FF7. It's just like, it clearly was never part of the plan. There was no 30-year cook. It was just basically, let's milk this series as much as possible. And I think that all the post-FF7 comp stuff, its target audience is people who are happy as long as there are FF7-ish things happening on the screen. As long as there are FF7-like things happening on the screen, there's a type of person who'll be happy with that. But that type of person isn't numerous enough to make these games sell a lot. So, yeah. Alright, let me respond to some super chats here. X-Legged Racer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have I watched the intro video for RE1 OG? Sets the tone of the franchise. Very B horror movie vibe. Check it out. I have not seen it, but I'll get there when I do my Resident Evil binge. Thank you for that $5. Moju TMT, thank you for the $2. Why did the word Seaman come out of your mouth? I was reading someone's name, all right? Okay, thank you for that. Beard Almighty Gaming, thank you for the $5. Found your channel 2 to 3 weeks ago. Just wanted to say thank you for your work. Thanks to you, I found the courage to tell people what you really think about FF7 Remake. You know what, Beard? That kind of comment makes me so happy. It really does, man. Because I can't do all this by myself. I can't. I can't. It does wear on me at times. And it's a major reason why today I want to record a bunch of videos that have nothing to do with FF7. We will do a shot-by-shot, believe me. But I want to do a bunch of other stuff as well. It's like... It's not the only thing I want to talk about or think about. The reason I make so much content about it is because there are so many lies and gaslights and bullying to be addressed about it. There's so much to address, you know, and so few other people are really doing it. There's a few other YouTubers who have and still do, and I respect them. I appreciate their efforts. But there's only... But no one else does it like me, Sonny Jim. You know what I mean? I got my own way of doing things. And a lot of times I'm just like, I can't let that slide. I'm gonna have to address that. So, but yeah, and I will also address, I'll even go to my own YouTube channel to show you guys that, like, I don't only make videos about FF7. The question comes up a lot in chat, and that's fine. I mean, like, let me ask you this. You want to go to another streamer or YouTuber to answer questions like about this game the way I do? Good luck. Like, this is pretty much almost the only one on the entire internet. That's why it happens a lot. A lot of people have nowhere else to go when it comes to that. You know, you'll just get bullied or lied to or insulted anywhere else. Siggy Princess, have I played Black Flag? Ya mush. I have not. How is it? Is it any good? Also, let me just thank these super chats here. Executioner, thank you for the $5. You've got to type in the last one. You meant to ask if I've seen any of the gameplay from the PGR DMC collab. I don't know what that is. I don't know what PGR is. But thank you for that $5. Now, before I continue, I need to say a huge thank you to Shax7 for Life for the $66 on SemiWebs TV. Hooah! Thank you very much, Shax. That $66 super chat is absolutely massive. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have a question. Took you a while to answer it, and you want to know my thoughts. What is my Mount Rushmore for JRPGs and why? Oh my god. You like a few things about 7 Remake, but you get my concerns. Keep up the good work, buddy. You know what, Shax? You all right. Thank you so much for the $66 super chat. That's absolutely huge. Thank you. Furthest, none of them really say it straight. They beat around the bush and try to appease people. That's why we have you. I just say it's garbage. Well, look, there are some people who are like, you could argue are a different flavor of shill. I'll answer your question in a second, Shax. There are some content creators who you could argue are a different flavor of shill. They'll say that they're a tough critic on modern FF or FF7 Remake, but they'll only criticize minor things. They'll go very hard at really minor things, but they'll never address the massive major root problems. You know, they'll be like, see, I'm chopping down the tree. I'm chopping down the tree, but they're just trimming it like twigs and branches. This doesn't address the problem. Me, I go right to the root of the tree and I fucking do a Kamehameha right into the middle of it. I go right to the root of the tree and I go, stop and try and like kick the whole thing down. And I'm also not I'm actually also not specifically calling out any content creators either when I say that. I'm saying that this is the thing I have noticed regardless of any video game, any genre, whatever. There's an idea of like it's like a false critic I've seen, where it's sort of like, no, see, I'm not glazing the whole thing. I thought these minor things were bad, but the whole thing's amazing. So I'm going to open my window just a bit further because it's cold, because it's hot. All right, so. Sharks, my Mount Rushmore for JRPGs? Fuck. Actually, that's quite an easy question to answer. Let's say I've got 4, and you're carving them all into a mountain. I put OGFF7 there. I'd put Claire Obscure Expedition 33 there. Yes, FRPG, whatever. Thank you. All right, no one cares. It's up there. And, then it's a difficult toss-up. Okay, now we've got 4 things fighting for the one spot, maybe 5. Because now the contenders for the last 2 spots are like FF10, 9, Tactics, Chrono Trigger, and Legend Dragoon. Fuck, that's really hard. Oh man. I would actually argue 10, because while I have issues with it being a bit cringe and some things, I think its gameplay is fucking superb. I think that 10 is where Squaresoft perfected their turn-based combat system, and there's a reason that most other turn-based JRPGs basically use 10s. Clair Obscur used 10s, and then built on top of that. I think ADB is trash, to be honest. I don't think it should have ever been invented. I think that I think turn-based is just better. It's faster. It allows for like better strategy and planning. It just I think ADB is turn-based LARPing as action. I think it sucks. And then, oh god, then we got to choose between 9 Tactics and Chrono Trigger. Oh man, this is so hard, bro. 9 is my favorite to voice act out of them all. Chrono Trigger's really good. Fuck, man. Oh god. I'm gonna have to come back to you on that. Because they all have really strong strengths and they all have problems as well. I don't know. I don't know. I think the last one, it's basically a tug of war between Tactics 9 and Legend Dragoon. And Chrono Trigger, fuck man. That's actually too hard to answer, the 4th one. But those are my 3 ones for there. Yeah, the problem is if I put 9 there, chat, then I immediately start thinking about Tactics and Dragoon. So that's a tough one. But Shax, thank you again for that $66. That's awesome. Patrick, thank you for the $2 super chat. You know it's very obscure and used to be popular. Have I tried Parasite Eve? Parasite Eve's fucking sick. Yeah, I never finished it, so I'd love to stream it at some point. But I'm gonna have to emulate it. You got no other choice. So, yeah, thank you for that $2. Oh, I did want to respond to one chat here. Because I thought, I appreciate what you said, which was, it's Zeldrick. Sebi, you're filling a needed demand. The demand being Final Fantasy fans who thought they were going crazy because no one was ripping this remake to shreds. Yeah, no, thank you, I appreciate that, man. And like, look, I know that I make a lot of FF7 remake content. Did you know that I do that? Did you know that I make a lot of FF7R content? Well, now you do. But yeah, since no one figured that out already. But no, but here's the thing, man. Like, I get this comment all the time that people actually thought they were going crazy, like legitimately crazy, or had grown out of video games because they didn't like it. And I thought that makes me sad reading that. And I thought I was over video games after playing Rebirth. I thought there was something wrong with me. I also searched all over for YouTubers ripping it apart. Couldn't find any. I found, as I say, in the words of Orion85, you might find one video on their channel amongst any others. But Sebi's the only guy who makes 100 videos. And the thing is, it clearly is filling a gap in the market because in one single year, my YouTube went from 13,000 subscribers to 163,000 subscribers. It's like, do you see what I mean? It's like been nearly... It's been like 1 1/3 years since E33 came out, which is when I started this. And at no point in my YouTube channel's growth has there ever been like a moment where everyone's like, all right, we're sick of this, we're all leaving, and there's like a sudden dip. It's only gone up. It's gone up, and then there's parts where I haven't posted in a while, and it just kind of like, you know, grows very slowly. Then I post again, goes up. I'll always get a vocal minority being like, oh my god, another 7 remake video. That's it. I am officially unsubscribing, and I need everyone to know that. That's really important, that everyone knows I'm doing this. And I always am like, sorry and take care. Also, if you want to see non-remake stuff, just go to the channel and you'll find plenty of non-remake stuff. I can't control the algorithm. I cannot rewire the YouTube algorithm to push non-remake, non-FF stuff on my channel. I can't do it. If you want to find it, you have to click on the channel itself. And we'll even have a look at it today to show that. But yeah, I mean, many people will just lie and say that, like, no one's watching the content anymore or this and that. It's like, well, the sub count just keeps going up, man. Clearly there's a gap in the market that the channel is filling. And while it's not the only thing I want to do, I will keep doing it if no one else is doing it in the same volume or with the same effectiveness as me. Why should I stop? Why should I stop when so many people enjoy it and a few people don't? Like, why? Magic Walrus, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gatto, thank you for the Prime. Let me respond to these. Screech, thank you for the 100 bits. Been playing Squirrel with a gun with your knees. I know that game. I didn't enjoy streaming it, to be honest, but I think that that's a fun game for kids. Yeah. Mega, thank you for the 200 bits. 8 is the best system. Junctions are easy. You can break junction very easily and become overpowered very easily in that. I actually don't I don't dislike 8's combat system. Once you wrap your head around it, you can do a lot with it. Yeah, so, yeah. Sunamods, what's going on, you fucking dog? How are ya? Guys, follow my man Sunamods. I've known this guy for bloody ever. On Twitch. You know who he is. He does the Sunamods for Final Fantasy VII. He's a good bloke. And he even gave me a line as Shinra Soldier number 273. I think in disc 2 somewhere, just because I think you had no one else, and like I just happened to be hanging out in your chat on an off day at the time. It was pretty funny, man. So, yeah, there was one other thing I wanted to read from chat. Your Mount Rushmore Shacks, E33, FF10, FF6, good choice, and Chrono Trigger. You know FF7 is more impactful and bigger, but for some reason you like FF6 more. I mean, that's fine, man. I mean, like, we all have different... We all like different stuff, you know? Like, I have a mate, and you know what his favorite games in all the series are? His favorite Resident Evil is 5. He thinks FF6 is the worst. And his favorites are like FF4 and 7. What else? His favorites are like the worst things of everything. It's like he has like the funniest opinions on everything. It's I fucking love this bloke, man. He is a true free thinker. So, all right, God, I gotta respond to these things, guys. Just 1 second. A Marcellus, thank you for the $5 super chat. The Mogiri mod is easy to set up for FF9. It's a definitive experience. Well, I just think Square should just buy it. Square should just buy the Mogiri mod from Mr. Mogiri for, I don't know, they can afford whatever it costs, they can afford it, and just like mod that into the base PS4 Steam version of 9. Just do that. Just do that. It looks better. But I think that company, I don't know, man. There's a lot of weird egos going on there from what I've seen. Salakami, thank you very much for the 2 months. You are watching my FF7 remake Rebirth playthrough right now. Sebi Cacto, enjoy. You can watch me look gradually more and more aged and disheveled and less full of hope as that stream goes on. Mel Maestro, thank you for the $5 super chat. Parasite Eve, what are my thoughts on Star Ocean Valkyrie Profile? Valkyrie Profile 1 looks really good, and I regret missing that game growing up. I heard that was actually like exceptional for the PS1. You have to emulate it though. I've got Star Ocean Second Story on Steam. I would love to stream that one day. I heard that was excellent for its time. Why not give it a go? Revised Plum, thank you for gifting a Subaru to Sunamods. Midnight, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you, Midnight. Absolutely massive for the 5 subs on SebiWebs TV. Thank you so much. Rogers, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you. Absolutely huge. Thank you for that $20, man. Dude, that's fucking massive. You first saw my E33 shorts. That's how most people, new people found the channel. But it was me streaming all the Devil May Cry games that brought you in as a regular. It had nothing to do with Final Fantasy, except Devil May Cry 5, which is very FF16. But I knew, that's the thing, man. Like, it's a reason I also don't only make E33 and Final Fantasy content. Like, there's a bigger world. There's a world outside of all of that, you know. And I know that the Devil May Cry shorts and the Metal Gear Solid shorts, I know that they're not going to get as many views, but so many people found the channel through those as well. I mean, like, you can't just only do one thing. I loved streaming Metal Gear Solid. I thought that was so fun. 1, 2, 3 was so fucking fun. And I'm looking forward to when 4 comes to Steam, so I can do that, Revengeance, and then segue into Death Stranding, because I've always been curious about Stranding. I need to know for myself. Thank you again for that $20. Rogers. So, Kevin, you love my stuff because I'm the only person who shares the same opinion of how good FF was and how downhill it's gone. Yeah, well, you won't find it on TikTok. They fucking hate me over there. Oh my god, mate. But it's all right. It's all right. Here's the thing. Would you rather be My TikTok is like 17,000 followers, whereas my YouTube is like 162,000. Which one would you rather have? I think I'd rather have 160,000 YouTube subs than 17,000 on YouTube and 160,000 on TikTok. You know what I mean? I think if in a way, if people on TikTok hate you, that's kind of a good thing. It's better than the other way around. Whereas, like, there are people who like are hated on all parts of the internet, but TikTok loves them. That tend not to be good people. That tends to be a bit of a red flag there. So, you'd rather have a YouTube than a TikTok as well, Seth? Yeah, YouTube's the best. The thing is, right, YouTube is still, I think, the biggest and most influential thing on the entire internet. The Ace of Spades! Thank you for the 67 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Hang on, let me see that. Zeldris, you saw a short about me talking about Laurence Olivier and Dustin Hoffman's acting story. It was enlightening and made you realize why Rebirth is so cringe. The characters are using theater acting instead of film acting. It's funny you say that, Zeldris, because on YouTube, everyone had that opinion. On TikTok, they fucking hated that short. I had no idea there were so many Laurence Olivier fans on TikTok. And I'm not saying Laurence Olivier is a worse actor, but he was a legendary stage actor. And it's like a well-known thing that he had difficulty transitioning from stage acting into film acting. These are different kinds of acting. Dustin Hoffman is the better film actor. I'm not saying the better actor, I'm saying he's the better film actor at that specific technique. They hate, TikTok fucking hated it, man. Apparently that's where the Laurence Olivier fan club lives. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, this is like known. This is a known thing. And the thing, they said I had the stupidest opinion in the world on that. Do you know who inspired my opinion on that? Daniel Day-Lewis. You know, that guy who knows nothing about screen acting. My short is inspired by Daniel Day-Lewis's opinion on that Dustin Hoffman, Laurence Olivier story. For those of you who don't know, chat, let me just sum this up real quick. I'll just say thank you for these primes and I'll sum it up. Gnome Liquor, thank you for the prime. And Sulkan, thank you for the follow and thank you for the prime. So, in acting, there's this story, all right? Dustin Hoffman, screen actor, and Laurence Olivier, stage actor, legendary Shakespearean stage actor, around since the black and white days of cinema. They're doing Marathon Man, and Olivier is supposed to be torturing Dustin Hoffman, and so to get into character, Dustin Hoffman apparently shows up having not slept for 3 days, so he looks horrible on camera. Now, there's varying stories of why this happened. One is that he did this on purpose. The other is that Dustin Hoffman was just, he was such a party boy that he just didn't sleep, but he was so good at acting that he could just get away with it. So, but anyway, long story short, Hoffman, here's the lore, here's the canon of it. Hoffman stays up 3 days in a row, so he looks horrible for screen. All right, and Laurence Olivier, the stage actor, says to him, "Have you tried acting, my dear boy? It's so much easier." And everyone pointed and laughed. But the thing is, they're wrong. And Daniel Day-Lewis pointed this out in his interview back in 2005, where he's like, look, no disrespect to Laurence Olivier, he is one of the great stage actors, but this story actually shows you what Olivier failed to grasp about how film acting works, that Dustin Hoffman did. And I will go on further to say the list of great screen performances from Dustin Hoffman is a much longer list than the great screen performances from Laurence Olivier. Stage is probably a completely different story. There's a reason Olivier was a legend of the stage. It was probably like being in a dream. It was probably like mind-blowing watching him live. But this is not the same thing as film acting. These are completely different styles of acting. In acting school, they even taught us that when you're in a camera close-up, if you think the thought, the camera will pick it up. That's how subtle film acting is. There's also a story with John Travolta, I think, where he's a gangster and he has to be checking a guy's money and noticing that it's like short and that look has to register on his face. And then he has to give back and act like nothing's wrong. Apparently in the filming of this, the director was like to John, he's like, John, you're not doing it. You're not doing the shot. And John Travolta was like, don't worry, just watch the close-up. Watch the replays, it's there. And the director watched the close-up film replays and it's all there. Because Travolta's thinking the thoughts. He's realizing he's getting shortchanged in this and then he's playing a cool poker face, because that's how subtle film acting is. It's completely different from, well, it's the same kind of acting. Acting is the same no matter what, but the size and magnitude is completely different. But yeah, no, long story short, I did that short on TikTok, and they fucking hated me for that. They're outraged, you know, arguing that, oh, Olivier was a better screen actor because he had more Oscars than Dustin Hoffman. Well, I'm sorry, guys, but I think we all know the story. I think we all know that awards don't mean great, you know. And anyway, I couldn't believe it. I was like, it's reversed. The truth on everything is reversed in TikTok's world. So yeah. Ryu Kurai, thank you for the $5 super chat. Modern Final Fantasy has no moments that capture you. It doesn't. I can't think of really. I think FF15 maybe has one moment where Noctis is woken up after being in like the hyperbolic time chamber for 10 years, and he's sitting around the campfire with his boys, and he's just like, it's so real with you guys that I can't even bear it. And even then, it's kind of okay. It's just sort of memorable. I would say maybe Ignis losing his sight in FF15, and him saying like, don't worry, it'll come back. And then at one point he's like, all right, guys, stop. My sight's not coming back, all right? I don't think it's gonna heal. I think that was probably the one memorable part of 15 for me. But otherwise, like, you take Claire Obscure, what you mentioned here, it's like non-stop. It's like relentless, man. How many good moments there are. There's so many, you know. Let the hate flow through you. It's not hate, it's just me being honest about it, man. Sulfur Noir, thank you for the Prime. Jacuzzi, thank you for the Prime. Mega, you found me through Metal Gear Solid, yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis doesn't say, every 5 seconds. How are we supposed to know what he's feeling? Yeah, what a loser. I know Daniel Day-Lewis, he wouldn't hack it in the breakneck world of English anime dubs. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, Daniel Day-Lewis is... Let me put it this way. If you think you know more about acting than Daniel Day-Lewis, you don't. He knows it better than you. Because Daniel Day-Lewis understands that on film is not about acting, it's about being. If you act on film, it's just gonna look too big. It's just gonna look like that's why you look at, say, like Ryan Gosling or Mads Mikkelsen. They barely move their faces, but there's a world going on underneath their poker face, and it all shows up on in the close-up. The King of All Pixels, thank you for the $5 super chat. Who would I cast actor-wise in FF7 if there was a live action thing? That is a very difficult question to answer because I don't think that you can do it. It's like a live action anime. It just shouldn't be. The answer is that they just shouldn't do it. It should just never be done. That's a very tough question because as soon as you put any real actors, they just look wrong. They just look wrong. Jared Leto? Jared Leto as Cloud. Okay? Jared Leto as Cloud. That's a terrible idea. And he just has to imitate the Joker the whole time. So just like, you're laughing at me? And he's got like a smiley mouth on his hand. Cloud as Robert Pattinson? No. Like, I thought maybe young Heath Ledger as Cloud, but even then I'm not entirely sure. Arnold Schwarzenegger as Cloud? No. The Rock as Barrett? No. Bella Ramsey as Tifa? Listen, mate. Had enough of your silly goose shenanigans. Obviously, Bella Ramsey is Yuffie, alright? Okay, get it right. Henry Cavill as Sephiroth? Again, I can't think of really anyone, man. Pedro Pascal as Cloud. Oh god, I don't think it can be done. I really think it's futile. I actually think it's futile. Terry Crews as Barrett? Again, Terry Crews is a cool actor, but Barrett has a lot of vulnerability, which is quite hard to... I'm not knocking Terry Crews, but like, let me put it this way. Whenever I voice Barrett in my playthroughs, I'm always kind of doing a mix of Keith David and Danny Glover. Because Danny Glover has the vulnerability, and Keith David has the badassness. And that's kind of like how I do it. But I don't think Mr. T whenever I do Barrett. Just because he's visually based on him is not the same, doesn't mean he has to sound like him. So, yeah, it's a tough question to answer, King of All Pixels. Xander Prime, thank you for the $5. I may not know about acting, but I know the Academy Award winner, Sebi Webbs, a real American. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Aegis Chaos, you're right. The right answer is to not do a live action of FF7. It's the same with any anime. The answer is that you don't do a live action of anime. You don't. It doesn't work, man. It just doesn't fucking work. It's like doing a movie version of a theater musical. Sometimes you can almost get away with it. I'd say Chicago with Richard Gere and Renee Zellweger and Catherine Zeta-Jones is probably the best they've ever done. Or maybe like, you know, back in the 1950s, like Singing in the Rain. Yeah, sure, whatever. But like Les Mis, I don't think it works. Rent didn't seem to work. I just think when something is made for a very specific medium, it doesn't translate out of that medium well. Sig Vantes, thank you for that prime. Rainstorm, welcome in. You love Moulin Rouge? I fucking hate that movie. I fucking hate that movie so much. God almighty. Oh, jeez Louises. And that came out at the same time as Chicago. But I think Chicago is just much better. Because Chicago has Richard Gere as the one and only Billy Flynn. Dun, 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 give him the old razzle dazzle. Razzle dazzle him. He's fucking awesome in that, man. Because what I loved about Chicago is how incredibly ruthless every character was. Like, every character is a liar and a manipulator and just a bad person. And I love how they lie to you through song. That was fucking awesome. Like, Billy Flynn the lawyer only cares about money. You know, he doesn't give a fuck about these prisoner girls. He doesn't care if they die. He only cares about money and fame. But his song is a lie. His song is, I don't care about expensive things. Cashmere coats, diamond rings, don't mean a thing. All I care about is love. That's what I'm here for. God, I'm such a fucking theater kid. But that's the thing. Like, here's another thing, chat. I actually don't hate musicals existing on their own. Just stay in your fucking lane. All right? Musicals should stay in the musical lane. Stop fucking invading everything else. Get the fuck out of drama. Get the fuck out of comedies. Get out of science fiction. Get out of fantasy. Fuck off. So get out of gangster movies. My God. But yeah. Sid is Jim Carrey. Oh, jeez Louises. Who would be Sid? That's a tough one. I feel like Sid could actually be a number of actors. I think Sid is actually one of the only characters in OG FF7 who actually could have a live action adaptation. That's interesting, actually. Like, I could see Sid maybe being played by, say, like Woody Harrelson. Matt McConaughey might be a bit too soft-spoken, but I think he could do it. Actually, no, Matt McConaughey would be a fucking awesome Sid Highwind. I could see, like, oh God, who else? Gary Oldman as Sid. He'd be amazing. I could see Gerard Butler as Sid. I could see Guy Pearce maybe as. I could see a lot of people actually playing. Isn't that interesting, chat? That's how real Sid Highwind feels. You can actually put like real actors to him, and it kind of works. But it doesn't. Like, who would play Cloud? I actually can't think of anyone, man. I can't think of anyone playing Tifa. Anne Hathaway. I mean, she's I'm not going to say anything that's seedy, all right, but we all know she's got the goods. I mean, Anne Hathaway does have almost anime-like features to an extent. She's got, like, the anime mouth. She's got, like, large enough eyes. I'm out of respect. I'm not going to say anything further than that. Sydney Sweeney as Tifa? I don't know. I wouldn't do her as that. You know, oh! Who's that girl from Obsession? I actually think she'd be an awesome Yuffie. I actually think she'd be... If you're going with the whole thing of Yuffie as a fucking crack addict for materia, I actually think that girl would be phenomenal for Yuffie. She would just be completely unhinged. She'd be nuts. Leonhard, thank you for that prime. Thank you very much. What's her name? Indy Navarrete? I need to see Obsession. But she looks amazing as an actor. I've seen some clips of her. And the fact that, like, her acting in Obsession with zero CGI, like, no special effects, it's fucking terrifying, man. Her acting alone is frightening to watch. And her control of her facial expressions is amazing. It's incredible, man. It's like, you can't take your eyes off it. She's awesome. So, I'm looking forward to seeing more of her as an actress. I'll tell you what, I hope they put her in everything rather than Zendaya. All right? I got nothing against Zendaya, but I think she's overexposed. She's like like her and Pedro Pascal are in too many things. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, by all means, make the money, make the bank, but I'm a bit overseeing. I don't think, let me put it this way, I don't think she's right for Athena in the Odyssey. I don't think she's right. What's up, Peanut Dog? Welcome in. Floppy chess balls, thank you for the 100 bits. E33 characters, I mean, you actually could. There's plenty of actors in real life who could play those. So, yeah. Zendaya has the frowny face. The thing is, Zendaya's frowny face looks good for, like, Dune. I mean, Arrakis is a fucking terrible place to live. Like, I think everyone there would just look kind of scowling all the time. But when I saw her as Mary Jane, I was like, I'm not even a Spider-Man fan, but I don't think this is right as Mary Jane. It doesn't feel right. I feel like Mary Jane is, like, a fun person to be around. I feel like Mary Jane's sort of an upbeat person. I didn't get that from her. So, yeah. Who would play Scarlet? Christina Hendricks, and you gotta dye her hair blonde. Yeah, who's that other woman who was in Jurassic Park, and they keep censoring her because she's like too curvy? I fucking love her, by the way. I wouldn't change a thing. She looks fantastic to me, but I don't know if she's quite right for Scarlet. I think like, I think, yeah, no, Christina Hendricks blonde for Scarlet would be good. Who's that woman who is in? Is it Vera Farmiga or something? Oh, fuck, she's... You know what I'm talking about. She's got amazing eyes. I think she was in... What movie was she in? God, this is ancient history, man. The Departed or something? And Up in the Air? Vera Farmiga could do Scarlet, maybe. I don't know, that's a tough one. I don't think about this. Bryce Dallas Howard, love her. Like, when I see her, I think, wow, what a woman. Wouldn't change a thing, so... Emma Stone as Scarlet? No, no, that's wrong. I actually think Emma Stone is a brilliant actor. She's cool. She's cool. I thought she was great in Birdman. I thought she was fantastic in that. And I think Emma Stone is an interesting actress because, like, she appears like quite a small, skinny little girl with huge eyes, but she's got this deep, womanly voice, and it's a really interesting contrast. It's sort of like a reverse Marlon Brando, where if you look at young Marlon Brando in like Streetcar Named Desire, he is a fucking tank, man. He is built. His physique is fucking crazy. He's huge, he's jacked, he's strong, in the 50s, but he has a very manly appearance, but he has a very boyish, high-pitched sounding voice, and it's quite an interesting contrast between that. I don't know, I like actors who are interesting combinations of things, so yeah. Revised Plumbed. Renoir was blatantly modeled on Pierce Brosnan. I mean, he looks like him. You can't unsee that. But you know what's interesting? You never see Pierce Brosnan play characters like that. Isn't that interesting? Pierce Brosnan's always like very charming, you know, somewhat light, and you know, Bond, James Bond. But you don't see Pierce Brosnan as like these crushingly imposing, dangerous men. So that's why Renoir works. It's why Renoir feels like his own person, rather than, oh, they've just copy-pasted this guy, this actress. So, Silent Observer, thank you for the $2. Angelina Jolie as Tifa? I don't know, I think Jolie could play Scarlet, man. Keanu Reeves as Vincent? Keanu Reeves is a possible option for Vincent, but I would cast, that's a, Who would be Vincent, man? It's a tough one. I don't know. Stallone? No, Sylvester Stallone should not be Vincent. I like Stallone, he's cool. Jessica Green as Tifa. I don't know who Jessica Green is. Hello there, Jakey boy. Everyone! Dio as Jean-Claude Van Damme. You could get, you know who'd be a good Dio? You know that bodybuilder, right? You know Baki. And you know Yujiro Hanma's dad? There's a guy who cosplays as Yujiro Hanma. Like, he actually looks like him. He looks fucking brutal and strong, and he's got like the red hair. Get that guy to be Dio. He's got the physique. You know, no one's gonna stop him from flexing. He looks fucking brutal, man. So, yeah, you need someone huge. Johnny Depp, you know, a young Johnny Depp as Vincent could actually be really good. But Johnny Depp is a different actor at his current age than he was in his 30s. And that's not me ripping on him. That's just I've noticed there's a difference in his style of acting now versus when he was young. Liver King's Dio. Oh, God. Well, yeah, Keanu could actually work as Vincent. That's weird. I was rejecting that at first, but I can actually see it. Christopher Walken as Reeve? I missed your super chat? Did I? Where? Hang on. Oh, I'm so sorry, FCT. Please let me know if I ever miss your super chat. Willem Dafoe as Sid Highwind. A young Willem Dafoe is actually an option. I mean, fuck, people put Willem Dafoe's name, his face on all FF7 characters anyway for some reason. I don't know how that even started. Jason Statham as Cloud? Ooh, I don't know. Michael J. White as Barrett? That's actually a phenomenal casting choice. That's fucking amazing, yeah. Yeah, fuck it. No, FCT, thank you for that super chat. I think you're right. I actually think Michael J. White as Barrett is an amazing casting choice because he's not just a great, like, martial artist and action star. He's a good actor as well. He can do drama, he can do comedy. Who said James Gandolfini as Cloud? James Gandolfini as Don Corneo. That would be sick. All right, let me answer these super chats. James to somebody, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. You bought OGFF7 last night for the first time. You always have trouble with the graphics and couldn't get past it, but your videos made you want to. Thanks, bruv. James, thank you for that $5. And yeah, like OGFF7, it's 1997 at the end of the day, but it's one of those games that I think you just need to play it and experience it because it's an important cultural landmark. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, my mum basically made me watch 2001: A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick, which is like 1968. And she said, you may find this a bit slow. It may not be entertaining to you throughout, but you have to see this. This is a culturally important film. I know that you're falling in love with like cinema and acting. You need to know this film for that reason. And she was right, you know. And years later, I then watched 2001 again, and I was like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? Like, now I really see how good this is. But I may not have had the instinct to watch it again as an adult if I hadn't sat down and just watched it as a teenager, even though a lot went over my head. My mum is peak. My mum actually is peak. No, she's awesome. She's sick. I've been very lucky to have good parents. You know, that can be annoying now and again, but no, they've been fantastic. They always went out of their way to make sure that I saw really good, important, like cultural things, like important theater, important movies, read important books and stuff. They always wanted to make sure that I knew that stuff. So, yeah. Thank you for that, James. Mochu TMT, thank you for the $2. The kid from Dune could be the closest thing to Cloud. Yeah, look, Timothée Chalamet could play Cloud. He's not my #1 pick, but I can't think of anyone else so far. And Tom Holland is not going to play Cloud. No, absolutely not. Revised Plum, thank you for the 200 bits. Renoir was bottom. Oh, my God, I skipped so many super chats to reach there. Sorry, guys, sorry. Daniel Winchester, $2. Why not have Hugh Jackman as Sid? Hugh Jackman could be Sid. Hugh Jackman could play Sid, but something doesn't quite feel... I feel like there's someone better out there. But Hugh Jackman would do an awesome job. Screech, thank you for the 100 bits. Before he died, Gilbert Gottfried is the real Red 13. I think Gilbert Gottfried had one of the coolest, funniest voices ever, and RIP, you know. Red 13, I fucking picked Jon Snow. I picked Kit Harington for Red 13, but that's only the way I voice act him, alright? I've tried so many different Red 13 voices. I try a sort of Optimus Prime-ish type voice, but I think that's kind of missing a bit of his immaturity. Because he is a teenager in some ways, but he's also wise. Red 13 is like an old soul, you can say. I always voice act him like I'm Red 13, King in the North, son of the warrior Sato. of the Black Butch. I don't know, for some reason that just feels right whenever I do Red 13. No one has ever thought of a North English red until me. So, Daniel Winchester, thank you for that $2. Oh, no, wait, I answered that. Mega, thank you for the 100 bits. And Giga Chad USA, young Jennifer Connelly as Tifa is a slam dunk choice. Yes, no, young Jennifer Connelly would be an amazing Tifa. She'd be fucking amazing. She'd be so good. She's a great actor as well. I've seen her in so many things. John Lovitz as Don Corneo. That's actually a phenomenal idea. Yeah, see, James Gandolfini if you want to make Don Corneo somewhat intimidating. John Lovitz if you want him to be more comedic. They're both good. They're both good answers. Michael Cera as Red 13. God no. Yeah. What state am I in? I'm in NSW. Jack Black as Heidegger. Jack Black could be a good Heidegger. He would have, but I'd say reel in the comedy a bit. Yeah. President Shinra, you know who I think would be a good President Shinra? Kevin Spacey from House of Cards. I think he'd be a fucking insane President Shinra. In fact, he'd almost be wasted on such a small role. Either that, or James Spader from The Blacklist. Him as President Shinra would be amazing as well. For those of you who don't know, The Blacklist is basically James Spader saying, "You thought you were the smartest man in the room, but I was the smartest man in the room." And that's basically like every scene, you know. Oh, he has lines where he's like, there are many smart men who have said many things in many rooms, but in this room, I am the smartest man in the room. And that's basically every that's every Blacklist scene. I actually kind of like it, but I've kind of stopped watching the show because it kind of just like started. I realized it was kind of a show that was almost episodic. Like it drip feeds you one important piece of information every 2 or 3 episodes, but after a while I'm like, I just kind of want to know the big picture, and I know I'm not going to find out for like 10 seasons, so I stopped watching it. But James Spader is amazing in that. His acting it's Academy Award winning, in my opinion. So Alexander Skarsgård as Sephiroth. I know the name, I just forget I forget the face exactly. Free Thinker, Michael Langdon as Sephiroth. I don't have a picture. I don't have a face for that. But thank you for that, $2, Free Thinker. Viviosa, thank you for the $10. I agree with Game Daddy. Carl Urban for Sid. Yeah, I mean, that's doable. It's fucking doable. Carl Urban as Sid. Fuck it. I'd watch it. I'd watch it. Gamer Daddy. So, young Leo DiCaprio's Cloud? No, I wouldn't do young Leo DiCaprio's Cloud. Has no one said Eris yet? You could probably do a young Anne Hathaway as Eris. Sorry, I'm a bit of a simp for Anne Hathaway. She's grown on me over time. I used to think she was just like a rom-com princess actor, and then I saw her as Catwoman in Nolan's Batman. I thought she was good. Suit looked great. And then I watched The Cat Returns by Studio Ghibli. And Anne Hathaway voices the main character. That movie, by the way, is Anne Hathaway getting kidnapped by 100 cats because they want her to marry the cat prince. That's such a ridiculous... It's cute. I don't know if I'd recommend it to anyone, but it's a cute kids film. A lot of those Studio Ghibli movies, I wouldn't say you have to rush out and see, but I'd say that if you have kids, show them these films. Yeah. If you're an adult, though, I think that like Howl's Moving Castle, Princess Mononoke, these are still absolutely fantastic at all ages and stuff. So, yeah. Jeff Goldblum is Vincent. Al Pacino's Cloud? No. Benedict Cumberbatch is Hojo. You know what? I think Benedict Cumberbatch would have a great voice for Sephiroth. You know, because whenever I voice act Sephiroth when I stream OG FF7, I'm just basically ripping off Benedict Cumberbatch from Star Trek Into Darkness, you know, where he says something like, oh, what are some of his lines from that? My name is Khan. That's so fucking good. Are you going to hit me again, Captain, again and again, until your fist grows tired and your legs ache? Or something like that. He's fucking... Like, Star Trek Into Darkness, I don't think is that great a movie, but Benedict steals every single scene he's in that. He's so good, man. You should have let me sleep. It's so mad. So, yeah. I don't know. Benedict Cumberbatch, he is, I think he's one of the best new actors I've seen. Even though he's not new, but you know what I mean. Like, sort of that gen. Maestro, David Bowie as Sephiroth. David Bowie's got a good look, but I think as an actor, he lacks the intensity you need for a lot of these characters. But look, a lot of David Bowie characters are just written for him. You know what I mean? They don't require him to, like, go super hard. I would say cast an actor. I would say an actor is always a better choice than a musician. I think you can get away with musicians or athletes for characters if they are extremely specific. Like, extremely specific. Scarlett Johansson as Scarlett? I don't agree. I don't think Scarlett Johansson is... Scarlett, the character, is a bitch, and I don't see that level of meanness and sadism in Scarlett Johansson. I think she's a good actor, but I don't think she's quite right for that. Scarlett, you want someone who can be very believably cruel and callous. Like an absolute bitch. But she's so hot, she just gets away with it. Sharon Stone would be amazing. Yeah. So, also, Bumbo Boy, thank you for the $2 super chat. Have I seen the Good Place TV show? I have not seen that. No, I haven't. Netflix anime. Sun Tzu, thank you for the 11 months. Sebi Cactuar, thank you. Dacon, this may or may not matter to you, but you were with ChatGPT, generating thumbnails for concepts, and the AI defaults to all the remake designs, not the original game. Well, I think what you can do, Dacon, you can specify it. You can instruct ChatGPT to use no imagery from the remakes and stuff. You can say, like, you can, I think with AI, you can set parameters, like only draw information from the original 1997 Final Fantasy VII, and specifically avoid remake stuff. I think that can be done. I think that can be done because I see, right, like when I see AI of, for example, when I saw AI from The Boys, you know how like The Boys had a really bad ending and there were heaps of AI concepts of just like how it could have been done better. Whenever Starlight showed up in that, it was clear that they were only using Starlight imagery from season 1 before, you know, well, before she looked radically different. Before she, with all due respect, got the disease that apparently made her look like she got heaps of plastic surgery. So, and if it's true, sure, maybe I shouldn't even comment on that, but I think we all know that she looks different in season 1 than from later on. But like, clearly the AI prompt was only drawing from season 1 Starlight and not the others, which I thought was quite interesting. So you can set parameters to ignore certain sources and stuff. So, Andy Serkis has said, Andy Serkis could be Sid Highwind. Andy Serkis, oh fuck, Andy Serkis could play a lot. Oh, he'd be good, man. Andy Serkis as Heidegger could work. To be fair, Andy Serkis is literally anything could work because he's that fucking good. He's like the ultimate character actor. Maybe not Cloud, but it'd be really funny if he was, so. Revised Plum, thank you for the 200 bits. Helena Bonham Carter with a blonde wig would make a good Scarlet. Yeah, no, Bonham Carter could be a good... Oh, I feel like Helena Bonham Carter... You'd have to tell her not to... Let me go this way. Helena can be very believable and normal, and she can be completely unhinged. I think it's better to play Scarlet more believably, which she can do. Like, I don't want to see Bellatrix Lestrange as Scarlet. It's a bit too much. But I think Bellatrix Lestrange was fantastic. I thought she was an awesome character. Absolute horrible person. And I did love how Ron Weasley's mum just basically beats the shit out of her by the end. What is she? What's her final line? It's like, "Those are my children, you bitch!" And it fucking shatters her. It's so good. Kate Blanchett is Scarlet. I love Kate Blanchett. I mean, she could. She could. But I don't think she's perfect for it. Kate Blanchett is an amazing actor. Kate Blanchett's one of my favorite actors, believe it or not. She is... her acting as an elf in Lord of the Rings is just, it's amazing. It's believable. She feels like a 3,000-year-old being. Or 8,000 years. I think that's how old she is. All right, chat. Holy shit. I think it's time. I think it's time, guys. I think it's time for a wee little FF7 shot by shot. We'll do a small scene first. I don't know if I'll feel... Well, after that, we'll see if I feel in the mood for a bigger one. And if not, we'll just do some other stuff. But I think it's time. And you know what, chat? I feel strange because my sleeping pattern is thrown off completely. But I think that's nothing that a nice little glass of Johnny Walker Double Black can't fix. Also, Revised Plum, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on Sebi Goddamn Webs TV. Thank you, dude. Revised Plum, absolutely massive 5-pack on the channel. Guys, if you got a sub from Revised Plum, please say you all right. So, Caffeinated Luna. Sebi, I know you've heard this many times, but I appreciate your opinion on FF7 Remake. I myself lost interest once it was broken into 3 games to the point you never got the game or plan on it. It's just sad, isn't it, Caffeinated? Like, it never had to be done that way. It always could have been one game, you know? And, I appreciate you saying that because, as I say, there is a vocal minority who go out of their way to watch every single FF7 remake video I ever make and say, oh my god, another one, stop making these. And I click on their profile and it's like 80 comments on my channel, 100+ comments on my channel, and they only watch those videos. It's like, guys, there are 60 million channels on YouTube. No one is making you watch mine. Like, if you don't want to watch them, don't watch them. Like, go to my channel, go to my channel and you will find videos that have nothing to do with it. Like, a lot of them. But it's one of those things where, like, their words say one thing, but their actions say another thing. Their words say they don't want to see these videos, but their actions are that these are the only videos they click on. And then if you don't want to see them, don't comment on them. Because when you comment on them, YouTube's like, oh, they must have liked this. And it gives you more. Like, I am not going to stop making these. No matter what you say, it's on you to have some self-control and watch something else. You know, just ignore me, you know. You know how, like, you tell me to ignore things? Just ignore me. Fine, problem solved. Mike Behind, you're watching MMA live? Ooh. No, who's fighting who? Also, let me catch up with some of these chats. You should make a video highlighting how violent FF7 Remake fans get towards people for criticizing the game. Nothing discredits them more than the savage behavior of some of these people. Well, I mean, I feel like that's I can't cite any violent behavior, but I mean, you've all seen in my videos, there's a lot of screen caps of them saying some pretty unsavory things to me. Like, better not catch you playing part 3 or you'll get shot in real life. What else is there? There's the old kill yourself meme. I think, like, you should have been aborted. What else do they say to me? You are the product of incest, and so on and so forth. That, you know, it's a very loving and tolerant community. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll cover a bit more of that, but right now it's just kind of a supplementary thing for all my videos. It's pretty unpleasant, not gonna lie. And anyone who says that, like, oh, you're just cherry picking, I'm not cherry picking, guys. I get, like, these every day for, like, a year straight, okay? Like, after screen cap 500, all right? After, like, comment number 500, after, like, that, it's no longer cherry picking, all right? It's like a pattern, all right? It's basically standard behavior. It's common behavior amongst that fan base. So, yeah. You can't say it's bad apples when it's just an endless supply, like a literal mountain of evidence, right? You know what I mean? So, however, that said, I would say that the death threats I get are in a minority. I do get them, but they are, you know, they are in a minority. They're not pleasant to read, believe it or not, but most of it is just basically insulting you. Most of it is basically calling you names, lying to you, lying about you. What else is there? Pretending not to understand. I think that's actually the most annoying one. I think the most annoying one is, and there's even memes about this, a lot of internet discussion is the other side just pretending not to get things, which makes discussion impossible. They just pretend not to understand and just makes discussion impossible. But the thing is, while that's annoying in the short term, that has benefited me in the long run as well, because it's forced me to keep refining my arguments and word them in such a way where you cannot not get the point. A 5-year-old could understand it. It's taught me to get rid of all the fluff, boil it down to its absolute basic building blocks in a way that someone who doesn't even know what Final Fantasy is can look at that and understand what the problem is. And when they still pretend not to understand in the face of that, then it's clear to any onlookers that, like, you're just dealing with this dishonest fan base. So yeah. They'll just lie. The thing is, though, like, that's... yeah, I mean, that's why I make a lot of content. Like, if I make a lot of content calling out the lies, debunking the lies, it's because there's a lot of lies. And a lot of the people who hate me, they have no issue with those lies being spread, but they have a real problem with me debunking them. It's like, man, we by all means, go tell those people to stop lying, stop gaslighting, and stop bullying. Like, go tell them to stop. I'll stop when they stop. But they don't. They are happy with that all being said, but they're not happy with me saying anything about it. So, anyway, enough talking about it. Gaxley, thank you very much for the $26 super chat. Thank you. Absolutely huge. That's massive. What about a Lost in Translation Scarlett Johansson as Eris? You're an old Scarlett fanboy. Oh, I need to rewatch that movie. Because for a good time, make it a Suntory time. Which I just finished my Suntory the other day and I'm sad about it. But, yeah, she's doable. I don't know. I feel like Eris needs someone with, like, a very... I'm not saying Scarlett Johansson doesn't have a warm face, but... I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. There's got to be like a playfulness and a lovingness in Eris's face. Maybe that's just like how I perceive her. Scarlett, I don't see her as too facially expressive as an actor too much of the time, but I think her voice work was good in her. I think she's a good-looking lady, don't get me wrong. I don't know if I'd cast Scarlett as Eris, and I wouldn't have cast her as Ghost in the Shell. But I'll tell you what, who Scarlett should have played in Ghost in the Shell, not the major, not the main character, she should have played the Puppet Master. You know how in Ghost in the Shell at the end, there's like the top half of like a white American woman and the Puppet Master's just like speaking through her? Scarlett would have been fucking awesome as that. She would have been great as that. Oh, but thank you again, Daniel. Sorry, thank you, Gaxley, for the $26 super chat. Absolutely massive. Daniel Winchester, thank you for the $2. We're going to tolerate and love the shit out of you. Oh, yeah, they hate me in the name of love and tolerance. Yeah, so. Netfly, thank you for the 100 bits. Tom Hardy as Dine. That's fucking good. That's really good. You know what, Netfly? Actually, Dine is such a good character that I can think of a number of real-life actors who would do him amazingly well. Tom Hardy, Hugh Jackman, Josh Brolin. Dine has a lot of good... there's a lot of actors who could play Dine. Pedro Pascal. No, I'm just kidding. No, wrong! Not that one. But the thing is, even Pedro Pascal could actually do a good Dine. That's the thing. Like, Dine's actually such a good character. He's more like a movie character than your typical Final Fantasy character. He's very unique. Yeah. Daniel Winchester, thank you for the $2. It's a quote I will never forget. Thank you. Marcellus, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you for that big 2-0, Marcellus. You all right. It's okay to be passionate about movies, games, TV, comics, books, but if you let fictional characters become your whole personality to the point that you become an unstable, socially awkward person, then you need help. You're damn straight. But you know what else we need? A massive raid from Bings! Thank you, Bings! Thank you for that massive raid. Welcome in. Guys, please chuck a wee follow to Bings over here. I met her through Exhibition 33. And Bings, you've actually parried some of Simon's combos that I haven't parried yet. And that's, I was just like, it's too hard. And you can see the shorts of those. She's technically achieved more than me in the parrying department. She's a lot of fun. Please chuck her a wee follow. And Raiders, welcome in. I am Sebi Webbs, and we are talking about Final Fantasy, we're talking about crazy fandoms, and we are about to I'm about to pour myself a glass of Johnny Walker Double Black. I thought like treating myself, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, God, it's so good. It's so smoky. And then we're going to be recording a bunch of YouTube videos today. A little FF7 shot by shot, comparing the original with the fake remakes. And we will also be looking at some death battles, like ALUCARD versus DIO. We'll be looking at Jotaro versus Kenshiro Warhammer Shindiru. We might even look at some Warhammer 40K. When is FF13? I will put off FF13 for as long as I can. All right, as long as I can. I'm FF12 did like legitimate brain damage to me. All right, I'm still recovering from it. But I think the record needs to be set straight on FF13 as well. At some point, it needs to be set straight, because something I hear, as I say, I missed that entire 13 saga. I was doing other things. Like, chat, did you know that I stopped playing? I played Sega Mega Drive non-stop as a kid, played the shit out of PlayStation 1 non-stop, a lot of computer games too. For PS2, I only played FF10, and then I quit video games for like nearly 10 years straight. Believe it or not. I missed the entire PS3, most of PS2, all of PS3, and Xbox 360. I only came back for PS4. But that's why I have this very weird perspective on video games, because when I stopped playing games for about 10 years, I was studying theater, writing, acting, storytelling, cinema the entire time. And that's why, like, I'm not saying I'm good at this, but it's why I can break down why a scene works or doesn't, why writing is good or isn't, you know, why the acting is good or isn't. And then I bring that into video games. So, and the good thing is that there's all these amazing classics that I haven't never played, and I can stream them for the first time, which I'm really looking forward to, like The Witcher 3, the Mass Effect trilogy, Metal Gear Solid 4, Death Stranding, Revengeance, so on and so forth. There's all the, and a ton of indies. So I missed the worst period of Final Fantasy. Okay? Then I came back and got punched in the dick with FF15. I was like, oh my god, what have they done? What have they done to this game? What have they done to this series? Why would you do this? So yeah, anyway, I'm going to have to... Is Billy Summer sleeping? Yep. I'm sorry, Hannah. But it's all right. My hours are horrific, so if I'm still streaming in like 6 hours, which I will be, he'll probably be awake and I can bring him on stream. But let me say thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of super chats and subs I need to say thank you to. Razo Khan, thank you for gifting us Subaru. To Bingzu. Madeline, thank you for the $5 super chat. Where did you find my sunglasses? You want the same for your husband? Madeline, these are called aviators. I don't remember if I bought them while traveling through Singapore at some random shop or whether I ordered these online. I've actually forgotten. But if, Madeline, aviator sunglasses. And the reason I wear them is because I thought they looked cool on Bruce Lee. Which is funny because someone who hated me on Twitter said that Sebi actually tries to hide the fact that he's Asian with his sunglasses. I'm like, I wear these because Bruce Lee wore them. You know, the most famous hot Chinese man in the world. The most famously Asian man in the world. Like, I thought he looks cool. That's why I wear them. And you want to see me without my sunnies? I don't know. There's only like thousands of hours of VOD footage for the whole world to see. I never tried to hide this, but that's the thing. These people just make shit up. So, Threadnought, thank you for the $6.70 super chat. I'm always sad when I run out of Hakushu. You feel you for your lack of Suntory. It's hard to go without that flavor. Well, that's the thing, Threadnought. At the end of the day, Johnny Walker Black is my go-to. It just feels fucking awesome. Thank you for the $7. Guitar Jester, thank you for the $10. Were there any new additions in Remake or Rebirth that I liked or thought were alright? For example, Cloud leading Shinra troops was cool, but not the fat singing lady. You know what, Guitar Jester? Thank you for that $10. Rather than answer all that right now, there is actually a video coming out, believe it or not, where I list the things that I liked in FF7 Remake and Rebirth. Yes, who would have thought, ladies and gentlemen? Who would have thought? But yeah, I made a tweet about that. You can also find that if you go to my Twitter and scroll down enough. I listed 6 things and I go into detail about all of them. But that will be a video coming out, Guitar Jester, so keep your eyes peeled. Midnight, thank you for the $13 super chat. Treat yourself, you absolute king. Also, I am partially pissed. Because of you, I can't stop saying uwu sugoi, and your friends have tried to have an intervention. My streams are becoming the best part of the weekend. Thank you, Midnight. Thank you, Midnight. Well, the thing is, right, there are some jokes that are unfunny at first, but if you force them enough times, they eventually become funny. And in a way, you can sort of do that with uwu sugoi. What's another one? I think one of my friends jokes about his dad being gay all the time. And at first it was kind of whatever, but he's just made the joke so much that it's just part of his vocabulary. His dad's not gay either. It's just, that's just how Australians talk. Oh no, no. One of my friends, right? This is how amazingly annoying he can be. He works in Warhammer. Like, he actually works, as a Warhammer artist, and he has made the joke so many times that, did you know Henry Cavill likes Warhammer? Like, he's interrupted his friends and his co-workers. He's asked his co-workers so many times if they know that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer, that now that is a banned phrase in the workplace where he works. You're not allowed to tell people that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer anymore because he annoyed the shit out of his entire office so hard that that's now an unofficial rule. And the thing is, he got away with it because he's so fucking good at his job. Like, he's actually like a brilliant artist. I've known him forever. If you ever wonder, chat, why, like, where I learned to be so annoying, he's one of my influences. He's one of my teachers. But yeah, because I think the reason he did that is because people ask that question so much. It's like, oh, did you know Aragorn broke his toe when he kicked the helmet in Lord of the Rings? That he makes fun of people who say that by just saying it non-stop before they it's like so funny, man. Dude, no, he's savage, Razagan. He's a fucking legend, man. He's a great guy. So let me respond to some of these. So Midnight, you can turn a joke into, you can turn an unfunny joke into a funny one if you're like annoying enough about it, and if you have like the social sense to know when to stop, or if it's not worth forcing the meme. So Cage Ragnarok, thank you for the $5 super chat. Have I ever done a top 10 JRPG video? Would that interest you at all? I need to play more JRPGs before I can make that video. Like, I got to play Persona 5, got to play Metaphor. There's probably a few others I need to get through. So, look, I gotta finish FF2, 3, and FF13 before I can make my all Final Fantasies ranked video. Like, that's gonna take for fucking ever. So, yeah, I gotta prioritize that first. Breadman, thank you for the $5. I found your content back in November, with your video on FF7 Remake being artistically worse. Thank you for showing how bad Remake is. You are the best. You know what, Breadman? You all right. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. David Tennant as Hojo? Not a bad idea. This is a weird casting choice, but I would put Werner Herzog as Hojo. You know the guy from The Mandalorian? Who is like, under the Empire, under the Star Wars Empire, people's quality of life has improved by every single conceivable metric. I reckon that guy as Hojo would be fucking sick. And that's, whenever I voice Hojo, I always use Werner Herzog. I think it's like one of the coolest voices, man. So, Adam Varner, thank you for the $5. You love Death Stranding. You'd love to see my reactions to the trailers of the first game if you haven't already seen them. I think I could go in blind, because I've seen a friend play it enough to sort of get a general idea of it. So, I feel like at this point, it's been out so long that I may as well just start the game and then watch a trailer. But thank you for that 5. I appreciate that. Let me see the baby. Yeah. Is this a just chatting stream, or do I have any games in mind? Armod. I'll be recording a bunch of YouTube videos. I'm sorry that like it's gone for 2 hours of just chatting, and this actually will be where we wrap it up. But these just chatting segments have gone on quite a long time these days, because, and I'm not complaining, because thank you guys for all the super chats and the questions, all the subs and stuff. And if someone asks me a question for $5, I'm going to answer it. I think that's pretty cool. Lupita Nyong'o as Aerith. Listen, mate, this is not a Chris Nolan movie, all right? This is like the actual FF7, all right? None of that, and we're not going to talk about that either, all right? My God, we are not opening Pandora's box of that conversation. I mean, God, all the politics aside, I think what's as bad is the costumes. You've seen the costume of like Tom Holland next to John Byrne, whatever, the Punisher, the guy from The Walking Dead. It looks like shit. It looks like shit. Fucking 300 looks better. Xena Warrior Princess is more eye-catching. Like what? In a way, that's on an artistic level. I think that's really bad, as well. As for the casting, I just don't want to go there. But I also think them using like modern New York dialogue in the Odyssey is really stupid. I'm waiting for my dad to come home. Your daddy's not coming home. Odysseus. It's just like, oh, fuck off, mate. Like, nah, stupid. I hate this modern approach to ancient stuff. I've always thought it's dumb. Like, if you're setting things in the ancient past, all right, the costumes better look otherworldly, and the characters, they better talk like this. You know, this is Sparta! You know, we want to hear that. It just sounds better. It just sounds better. Imagine Lord of the Rings. We're like, listen, Frodo, I'm Aragorn, okay? I'm walking here, and I would have followed you. I would have followed you to Mordor. I would have followed you to Sal's Pizzeria, okay? Spaghetti. I'm doing the thing. You know, I just fucking stupid. It's stupid, man. It's a stupid idea. And honestly, I'm gonna, without me elaborating too much on this, I kind of think the Odyssey is kind of like the downfall of Christopher Nolan. I think this is going to be a serious blow in his career and reputation, and I don't know if or when he'll ever recover from it. Because I have seen like a mountain of red flags about that movie, and I'm just like, oh god, come on, come on, man. So yeah, Guitar Jester, thank you for the $5. Believe it or not, Lightning Returns has a great combat system. But isn't that game on like a timer? Like you have to beat it in a certain amount of time or else it's just game over, which is stupid. Stupid to me. Thank you for the $5. Rachel Zegler as Shira? No! Like, Sid comes in and is like, Shira, where's the fucking tea? And she's like, weird. No, we're not, no, we will not have Rachel Zegler as Shira. But thank you for that. Durando, thank you for the 6 months Prime. Mr. Seb, I was wondering if I was an anomaly. I like the remakes, not all of it, but most of it, and I still enjoy your content. Keep up the good work. No, Durando, what you are is you are a normal person. You are someone who enjoys the FF7 remakes for what they are, and you know that my opinion and whatever I say does not affect your enjoyment of it. That's how a normal person is supposed to be. Like, when you enjoy FF7 Remake, you probably don't think that Cloud and Sid are your real-life boyfriend and girlfriend, husband, waifu, your friends' substitutes who are locked behind a screen. And when I criticize the game, it's like I've attacked your family and friends, and you personally. You probably don't think that. That's why you enjoy my content, despite the fact that I criticize the game. Because you're a normal person. That's how a normal person should enjoy stuff, so... yeah. Anyway. Alright, okay. I'm gonna open my window a bit more, because I'm, like, roasting now. Holy shit. Might even change my shirt. Alright, I'll tell you what, chat. Tifa isn't your real girlfriend? No. Tifa is a blob of polygons who has been programmed by a Japanese man hunched over on his PC at 4 AM, chain smoking. Alright? That's Tifa. She's not a real person. So, oh, and before I go, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Don't get me wrong, I love Tifa. Great character, but she's not a real person. In the last episode of SebiWebs TV, Sebi did a massive YouTube recording stream, recording death battles like Dante versus Clive, Virgil versus Sephiroth, and he also kicked ass and took names with a number of Twitter videos about the Final Fantasy VII Remake controversy. Then he took a break for a week. Then he streamed on the wrong day. Oh god, then he burped because he failed to do the time conversion correctly. And now he's here, one day early. And now it's time for him to record a bunch more YouTube videos and spice up the channel. But now, it's time for him to go to the toilet and take a piss, make himself a coffee, and pour himself a glass of Johnny Walker Double Black. Will he get absolutely hammered today? Will he give an Academy Award-winning performance? Find out today only on Sebiwebs TV. Sebiwebs TV, time to record a video. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, there's one last thing I wanted to say. I see you guys bringing up, what is it? Erling Haaland, the football player. That guy is absolutely amazing. That guy is absolutely amazing. I cannot believe that someone actually got me interested in football. I have no interest, zero interest in football, but I can't stop watching this guy. He's so fucking funny. He's so cool. The Broly of football. Yeah, he looks like, what's his face? He looks like Majin Buu, as we've all seen. And, some people say, like, his behavior off the pitch, he kind of moves like a fantasy orc, and he does. He's great, man. His sense of humor is crazy. And you know what I like about the way he plays football? He's not necessarily using correct technique all the time. He kind of looks like... He kind of looks like a big kid, the way he's kicking the ball sometimes. Like when you're just kind of winging it as a kid. But because he's talented out the wazoo, it just works. He just scores goals with kicks that shouldn't work. He's amazing to watch. He's like pure, he's actually like an ultra instinct football player. Fucking hilarious dude, man. Yeah, I'm a big fan now. Camp Kolos, you don't understand why people get so upset about your opinion. You had a great time with Remake and Rebirth. You love both games. At the same time, you're aware that many scenes were turned into something almost ridiculous and they can't live up to the original anymore. It was my content that made you realize how much of the story had been changed, and in hindsight, what a mess you'd actually been playing. Yeah, I mean, I guess Camp, I think there's some people who are concerned at preserving the narrative or the image of that game, and that's why they don't like my content. But man, if I'm wrong, just prove me wrong. That's it. You got, like, if you can't counter any of the evidence, if you don't have any strong counter arguments, it makes you look wrong. If I'm wrong, like, prove me wrong. But instead they just hurl abuse and insults at me nonstop, and it makes them look more wrong. Yeah. The reason I think the way I think about that is not me trying to rage bait or annoy anyone. I'm just saying what I see with my own eyes and why I perceive things one way or the other way. The goal he made off the guy's face. Peanut, yes! Haaland kicked a ball into someone else's face and it went in. He scored a goal that way. Like, how do you do this? It sounds like ridiculous, man. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. I think it's time. I think it's fucking time. Chat. Oh my god. Oh my golly gosh. Why is everyone talking about Erling Haaland? Because he's such an interesting... He's just really interesting. I don't know. He's very unusual. He's very unique. What I think is cool about him is that, like, if you made a movie about some god-tier soccer player or football player, he wouldn't look like Haaland. Like Haaland has a very unique look, and I think it's cool that he doesn't look like a Hollywood actor. He just looks like, I don't know, he just looks like a normal person I'd know, who's just got this god-tier talent, orc-like behavior, and a great sense of humor. I think he's fucking awesome. Yeah, he's got a really distinct face. All right. Okay, I'm gonna change my shirt because this one's actually too hot right now. I'm gonna pour myself a drink, make a coffee, take a piss, and I'll be right back. Enjoy the sights and sounds of this. Actually, tell you what, let's give you a nice little screensaver. Yeah, I've been doing these. Osaka at midnight, 8K. Enjoy the journey. And I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Alright, chat. I'm fucking back. Fucking back. You gave up on Rebirth last week, Stardust Prince. Try E33, there's no going back. It's impossible to look at modern FF the same way after E33. Like, you just can't... You realize how many bad things in almost every aspect of both gameplay and storytelling that we just excused because there was no competition, you know? What was there? What was the AAA looking 3D JRPG with turn-based combat to compete with it? Nothing. It was that. Everything was allowed to be... Before E33, everything was allowed to be turn-based except AAA 3D. In like a JRPG sense. We're not talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 has zero influence on the Final Fantasy argument, by the way. Irrelevant. It's irrelevant. E33 shows what modern FF should have been and could have been. Well, it's weird. E33 looks like Final Fantasy if it just stuck to the FF7 to 10 playbook and then just kept evolving along those lines, rather than throwing that out and just reinventing the wheel every single time they made a new game. There's like two timelines. E33 is from one and modern FF is the other. Also, Blurred Noise, thank you for the 32 months. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. E33 was inevitable because Square was never going to make anything like it. Well, the crazy thing is, Andy, like, if anything, E33 is the wake-up call for FF17, but even then, we don't actually know if 17 is going to be more efficiently told and turn-based. We don't know, because this is no normal game company we're dealing with here. I mean, like, any other company would have adjusted, but I don't think they will. So, I don't know. But it was never going to come from Square. It was never going to come from Square. Yeah. Peanut. Haaland is just hunting down the ball and gives no fucks what's in front of him. Yeah, he's mad. He's mad. And I also do like how, like, there's that compilation of other players, like, pushing him heaps, trying to annoy him, and it just doesn't phase him at all, doesn't distract him. He just, his head's in the game non-stop. Crix Addicts, thank you very much for the 7 months. Volcano! Cheers. I'm gonna finish this water, and then we're gonna start the whiskey, brother. Thor Gaming, it drives you nuts when people use Baldur's Gate 3 to say we have turn-based combat. Anyone who says that Baldur's Gate 3 proved this whole turn-based thing is automatically out of the conversation, alright? Your opinion cannot be taken seriously. BG3 had zero influence on the Final Fantasy JRPG discussion. None. Whereas Clair Obscur nuked it in a single day. One day. Alright? It changed everything. That's the difference. Because if BG3 had relevance, it would have had an impact. It would have had an effect. It had none. Zero. E33 did it. Like, in the first day, man. So, yeah. But then, yeah, I don't know. They just think that if it's turn-based, it's turn-based. It's like, no, you're wrong. It's like saying that, like, Call of Duty and Subnautica are the same kind of game because they're both first-person. They're both first-person games. Subnautica, Call of Duty. But we all know they are radically different. Like, that's about the only thing these two games have in common. So, yeah. All right, chat. I think it's time. I think it's fucking time. Before I continue, I'm going to start with... We're going to start with a little shot by shot. I just want to check the volume on this first. How's that volume? Is that overpowering me? Or is that fine? God, I fucking love this area. That's so good. That's quite loud to me, so I'll turn it down a bit. Yeah. God, look at it. Look at those beautiful look at those beautiful fixed angles. All right, I'm just going to bump this down a wee tad for me. It's a bit less than me. Bump it down a tiny bit. There we go. Okay. So we'll put this music back on. And then we'll pause that. And I'm going to have the first sip, ladies and gentlemen, of Johnny Walker Double Black. Normally I get black, but you know what? I thought it was time to treat myself. So I got myself one of these. Cheers. Thank you everyone for being here. It's good to be back. Smoking sexy style. Like, actually smoking though. you here. I'll come back there. Yeah, so Johnny Walker Double Black is just, it's smokier than your normal black, but it's so nice. Have I played Anachronics, Marcos? Thank you for that $6. Old turn-based RPG for PC. I've never heard of that. Anachronox. No, but thank you. Thank you for that. Feel free to just like post videos like that or games like that in the game suggestion part of my Discord. So hope we get to see Billy at some point. You wish we had a cat like that. He's such a good boy. We might be able to see him in like 6 hours. Sorry, my sleeping pattern's that bad. So, Marcin Jr., there are certain places of the internet, people make fun of you for saying that cutting Bone Village is bad. Oh yeah, well, they'll justify it by saying that, like, oh, Bone Village isn't that important in the original game. It's like, well, I think that there's an argument to be made for that. I'm not going to lose too much sleep over Bone Village. However, if you're going to stretch FF7 into 3 times its original length, you kind of now have no excuse for cutting original content at all. None. That excuse is out the window. If you remade it as one game, that argument can hold a bit more water. But when if you've tripled the length of FF7, there's no excuse to cut anything. There's no excuse to cut any original content. Oh my god, mate. So, yeah. All right. Okay. We're gonna do a little mini shot by shot, all right? I'm gonna do a little mini shot by shot. God, how do I open these videos? I'm going to timestamp it, and then I'm going to start recording it. Guys, when I record a YouTube video on stream, I'm not going to be as responsive to chat as I normally am. But I will be as soon as it's over. So if there's, like, super chats or chats and stuff or whatever, I will get that when it is done. So, all right. How do I do this? You went down the Reddit rabbit hole. Wow, they really don't like Sebi. I don't even post on Reddit. I don't even post there. Like, they... But yeah, they're not the biggest fans of me over there. But that's all right. That's all right. I stay out of their territory. They can do their own thing. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm just getting my head into YouTube mode. Sorry, this is always a bit tricky. Some people are really good at doing this. I'm still learning. And we will begin right now. You know what? Nothing this won't fix. There we go. Hello, on today's episode of 95% the Same, we will be looking at a scene from the original Final Fantasy VII from 1997. Then we will look at how FF7 Rebirth improved that scene. For the context of this, we need to find a keystone to access the Temple of the Ancients, and the keystone is being held here at Gold Saucer, and the owner of Gold Saucer, he's got all the money in the world, he's just going to say, just entertain me, put on a show, and I'll give you the keystone, which is a fair trade. All right, begin. Let's go. Oh, also, all characters will be voice acted by me, the Academy Award-winning streamer. Begin. God, look at those glorious fixed angles. Oh, and we'll talk about why this scene works. We'll break it down after that. It's the keystone. I'm Cloud, played by Ben Starr. Hey, long time no see, boy. Can you let me borrow this? Sorry, but it's not for rent, brother. Since you've been good to me in the past, I can let you have it on one condition. One condition? You entertain me. Cup of coffee in the big time. What have I got to do? Oh boy! Nothing all that difficult. This is the battle arena. Show me your fighting skills. Just you, boy. I'll be expecting a good fight. So you just basically have to fight until you die, and after each fight, there'll be slots that can basically disable your summon materia, your magic materia, your items, your limit breaks, poison you, status you, whatever. It's like a challenge arena. But anyway, that's actually all we're doing. We're going to break down why this scene works, or the good things about this. So, first of all, I kind of like that in the battle square here, it's all these black and white tiles on the ground, but the white ones all look scuffed. Now, maybe that's just marble, maybe that's part of its design, but I wonder if that's like dirty footprints. Because Gold Saucer is rich, but it's also very sus. Like, it has a prison, like, at the base of it, like a literal prison. And they don't call the police or Shinra when things go bad. They just have their own brand of justice. They deal with it internally. So there's something sus about Gold Saucer, which I quite like. But anyway, and let's go here. Now, Dio, as you can see, this pile of muscle, he is in the OG, and he does flex when he talks, but there's a reason that this is not annoying or cringe in the original game. One is that there's really only 2 short scenes of this character in the entire game. 3 if you include a bonus scene if you find him wandering around Gold Saucer when you first get here. The second thing is that, so he doesn't wear out his welcome. Second of all, yes, he flexes while he's talking to you, but remember, these are not realistic humanoid models. These are blocky, polygonal, almost representational characters. That's why they use theater acting when they move, instead of realistic film acting. The reason they use theater acting, or the reason you use stage acting, is because in a play, you need people who are like 50 feet away from you to see what you're feeling. That's why the gestures are quite big. But when you translate this into realistic models, you need to then use like film acting, stuff that looks more naturalistic. If realistic models use theater acting, it just looks too big, it looks weird. So, yes, whereas in Rebirth, Dio will be standing around like dead bodies, flexing on them, and it just looks really funny. Now, the other thing I want to point out here is the difference in the battle arena. Have a look at this battle arena. It looks like a medieval dungeon. It's like made of all these like dirty bricks. You got these chains here hanging off the walls. You got a literal moat. Like, this looks intense, man. You know, little dungeon door over there. Now, let's see how this looks. Yeah, it looks like almost like a medieval battle arena, somewhat. So, I just wanted to point out all these individual, I just want to point out these individual elements here, why this works, why it doesn't drag, why it's fun, why it's not cringe, why the characters work, and so on and so forth. So, let's see, oh God almighty. Let's see how FF7 Rebirth improved that scene.
We should check it out.
You're gonna need a stiff drink for this, guys. All right, here we go.
Aha! Found him.
Do you notice anything different about this Colosseum? Where's all the medieval bricks gone? Where's the chains hanging from the wall gone? Where's the moat gone? You know? Like, this just kind of looks all like, I don't know, K-pop Demon Hunters. This looks like Poppy, looks safe, looks clean, looks friendly. And I don't think it needed to be this. I think it was changed for the worse, to be honest. I think that all the edge and danger has been sanded off it. And I think it's been turned into something that's just kind of cheesy and garish and bland. But don't worry, chat. The best part is yet to come.
Greetings, Mr. Director. He doesn't look quite right.
Well, if it isn't our friendly fugitives, you're looking hale and hearty.
What happened to you?
I made a painful discovery that the Turks are stronger than they look.
Oh yeah, I forgot. After Dine's scene with Barrett, Rude and the Turks show up to arrest you. You know, that famous scene in the OG. But then Dio shows up out of nowhere and fights Rude in full public to help you guys escape. This is the equivalent of Walt Disney himself coming out of Disneyland to fight the head of the CIA in hand-to-hand combat so that Osama bin Laden and his friends can escape. Because that's literally what you are in this world. All that happened. Everything I just said happens in this game. Everything I just said happens in this game. This writing is shit. Also, I'm just going to respond to some chats over here. Oh my god. Hanaru! Arigato! For the 5,000 bits! On SebiWebs TV. Thank you so much, Hannah. Hannah, that is absolutely massive. Thank you. For Billy Summer. Oh, all right. I can spoil him a bit more. Hannah, I raise a glass of Johnny Walker Double Black to you. Also, enjoy the emotes that only get unlocked through bits. There's a lot of fun ones there. Cheers. Thank you. Quentin, thank you for that $2. Did I check out the FF10 prequel video I sent you? No. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I must have missed it. But thank you for the $2. Fenwick, thank you for the 30 months. Hannah, thank you again for that 5K. Absolutely huge. So, All right. Hannah, that 5K is massive. I'm gonna get my brain back into this. All right. The other thing to notice, how crap is the music? Like, it just sounds like something out of a kid's show. Anyway. Let's see where it goes.
You, sir, should know better. You're no spring chicken. Speaking of old things, whatever happened to that wee keystone thingy?
We need to get our hands on it. It was part of your collection, last we heard.
It was, yes. And in fact, still is.
Point of order. My ancestors owned it. Don't you think that makes me its rightful owner?
I forgot about that part. Who the hell would believe someone who says a thing like that? Imagine me going into like a museum and just being like, my ancient Chinese ancestors. Imagine me going to a museum and saying, my ancient Chinese ancestors actually owned that bowl. Can I have that? That's not how things work, Eris, you silly sausage.
A Cetra, are you? That, my dear, is a bold claim. But still, who am I to dispute your heritage? You may, of course, have the keystone. That is, on one condition. You must take part in our exclusive event, the Fight for Naming Rights. Dio's champions versus the Corneo family! Should my team fall to those rogues, the gold saucer will become Corneo land.
Oh my god.
Let's it out! Training hard and getting those gains.
What's up, party people? What's up? It's a challenge from the dogs.
Signed and notarized.
Give the people what they want. Take it, entertainment.
But look at me. I can barely lift a finger. And here I was, lamenting my lot in life, when you came along. 'Tis fate. Nay, divine intervention.
It's like it's like watching a children's pantomime, isn't it? It's like watching one of those shows where the guy says to the audience, "Where's the villain, children?" And they're like, "Behind you." And he's like, "Behind me? But there's nobody there." It's like that kind of acting.
What say you? Will you be my champions and go to war against Don Corneo?
I'll do it. I'll fight.
We win, we get the keystone, right?
As agreed, you have my word.
Then we're in.
Then we have ourselves a deal. Naturally, I want you in peak physical condition for the big bout, so please use my hotel to rest up.
Great. I'll jog on ahead and tell the others then.
Right, chat. Don't worry. It's about to get a lot worse than that. All right. How do... Oh, that's right! Then they reshuffle the order of things, so you do the date first, and you get a Zack filler scene as well. Oh god, then you do the fight. Oh my god. Just one second. God, we got a lot to skip through. All right. Okay. Oh my god, what have they done to this game? We're gonna get to the Colosseum bit. Oh jeez Louises. I think it's... Okay, just one sec. Let's find part... It's part 55. Sorry, chat. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This will get done. This will happen. Okay. Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just get to the part. Okay, before we do this, I'm just going to say thank you for these super chats. Lesser known, thank you for the $2. Imagine if Dio said Eris has to solo the arena. I mean, god, they'd certainly be rebirthing it then, wouldn't they? What else do I have? BJMK, thank you for the $7. That ring looked like Monster Rancher from PS1. I fucking love Monster Rancher 2. I play the shit out of that. Love from Canada. Put this towards your next bottle. You're gonna need it. You know what, BJM? You all right. And thank you. Thank you from Canada. Z-Bird, thank you for the Prime. 13 is coming, Sebi. You can't avoid it forever. Yes, I can. So, no. All right, guys. Okay. One's in chat if you're ready. Because this is the best part of the video. This is the best part. This is the... You thought that was bad? No. That was all leading up to the grand finale. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how Rebirth improved that scene. Oh, God. Oh, no. I'll say something different. Ladies and gentlemen, it's rebirthing time.
With it.
Hey, yo, nobody wanna hear your shit, old man. My check, how about you shut up and let us get these Next up is your boy.
Oh my god!
Time for the battle. Name ain't right. Gold saucer. I take that shit and throw straight in the trash. Cornell Rand's got that real panache. All my sexy ladies, come on down. You could be a queen, come and claim your crown.
DJ Dawn in the motherfucking house! Oh god, they're still going! Oh my god!
So make some noise for the soon-to-be loser. Step up, let me see you clean, non-stop, it never takes all night. I wanna hear you scream till you can't no more. The fun don't stop till the body's at the floor. That's enough super high volume for the intro. Fans coming in to take you out. Here we go.
You might have noticed it, but that was not 95% the same as the original. There may be a slight detail or two that are off, but something tells me that that is massively changed in almost every conceivable way from the original game's version of that scene. Oh, that is so bad. You know that rap is bad when Ray Gun is more entertaining. Oh, that is absolutely shocking. What a terrible day to have eyes and ears. Yeah, isn't that insane? I can't believe that's real. That's actually like it's so bad that most of you actually forgot that. How many of you have actually played Rebirth and didn't remember that scene? Because it was so trash. Like, your brain deleted it as a self-preservation mechanism. Yeah, so, I mean, where do we even start with this? I mean, you know what? I don't even think I need to explain why that was bad. Like, if you need someone to explain to you why that was bad, then you got bigger problems than me, man. Oh my god, DJ Don Corneo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the judges have voted, the scores are in, and we have concluded that this was not 95% the same as the original. Thank you for enjoying today's shot by shot of the real Final Fantasy VII with the fake remakes. Like and subscribe and catch me live on Twitch. Ooh, Sugoi and... Okay, that's going to be the end of the video. So, that's so fucking shit. I had to show you that, chat. I had to show you that. It's so bad. It's actually, like, amazing. That's so fucking shit, bro. That's so awful. So, Chris Putnick, thank you for the $2 super chat. At least they put in a skip cutscene button. Yeah. I know. I wonder how many of you skipped that. That hurt? That was hard to watch, wasn't it? Scenes like these don't even feel like they should be possible. It's almost like a glitch in reality, Asquid. I agree. How was that allowed to happen? How was that allowed to be in the game? That's like shocking. So stupid it's actually evil. God almighty. Glad you didn't spend money on this, Dr. Basco. Yep. Yeah. Rebirth is a comedy. Bourbon. I mean, it is, Mihono. Thank you for that $2. Adam Varna, thank you for the $5. You could forgive them a bit if they cut to people walking out or something. Like when they showed the kid crying Red 13 moonwalking. No, because in this world, that's considered cool. It's even less self-aware than Red 13 moonwalking. Guitar Jester, thank you for the $5 super chat. Key question, would that scene be better or worse if it transitioned into a rap battle minigame with Barrett? I mean, at this point, just go all the way. At this point, just go all the way. Have Barrett just, like, freestyle rap back at them. I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, how much really would have changed at that point? You know? Wonder Woosie, $5. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Have you really forgotten all of this? You have. Your brain just... No, your brain suppressed it as a self-defense mechanism, because that's how bad that was. It's shocking. So... thank you for the 5. And, Rated Mature, thank you for the $3.50. If Eris instead of Cloud had to fight her way through the Colosseum alone for the Keystone, that would have been more interesting. I mean, could have been better than what we got here. Yeah. Savage Squirrel, thank you very much for the $10. In the OG, you like Cloud's awkwardness at the Honeybee Inn instead of him dancing like a circus freak. Well, that's the thing a lot of people, conveniently ignore about OG FF7. OG FF7 puts Cloud, who's a serious character, in funny situations, but he stays serious in those situations while other characters are behaving ridiculously. What Remake does is it puts Cloud in a silly situation and it has him completely play along and be equally silly and equally committed to being ridiculous. And that's why it doesn't work. The comedy works when you make when a serious guy is trying to keep his composure around ridiculous shit, but when the serious guy turns himself into a joke as well, the scene no longer works, and it doesn't feel true to Cloud's character either. So, Pero, thank you for the $1.30. Don Corneo felt like a menace in the OG. Well, Don Corneo is a guy who you constantly underestimate, and he's actually more dangerous than he looks and comes across. This is a joke. This is just silly. So, what else could we do? Well, that's one of my things done. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do a long form. Let's do a long form now. I'm in the mood. I'm gonna only have the energy for this one. We're gonna do a long form. Right. Let's find this. Where is this scene? We're gonna do this. This is gonna be a big one. Cloud doesn't look cool in the remake. He looks feminine. They have twinkified Cloud. That's true. Like, look at, for example, right? OG FF7 cover art, and then FF7 remake cover art. Let's take him here. And let's take... There's my man! You fucking dog. Take him here. We could even just, like, get this side by side, to be honest. Actually, you know, this is better. Yeah. Let's have them both on screen at once. Notice in the original FF7, Cloud actually looks like a man. Like, he's not Barrett, he's not Dio, but he looks like a man. He's like, that's an arm. Right there. Whereas in 7 Remake, notice how they've twinkified him. They've just made him much skinnier and shorter than he originally was, to the point where the size of his sword now looks ridiculous. In the original, don't get me wrong, it's not like it's a small sword, but there's a sense of proportion in the original picture. But in Remake, he just looks like he can't even lift it. It looks dumb, and I don't know why they made him so much shorter and skinnier than he was in the OG. Lightning from FF13 looks and feels more like Cloud than Remake Cloud does. She has that sort of stoic, 1,000-yard stare, jaded look about her, whereas Remake Rebirth Cloud is just like, huh? Ooh? Like half of the game. So, yeah, I don't think it's, I actually don't think these remake designs are that good for the most part. I think they're just kind of forgettable and off-looking. Yeah, I don't think they really capture the essence of the original. So, Nox Corbin, thank you for the 1 year on Sabby Webs. Cheers, Nox. You all right. BJM, another 10? Probably 7, because YouTube takes a bit of that, but towards the next bottle. Thank you for contributing to the next bottle of Johnny Walker. Keep fighting the good fight. I will. You can't believe people defend this absolute travesty. If you're happy just seeing FF7-ish things happening on the screen at once, then these remakes are kind of perfect for you. But they really do not capture the essence of the original, or the characters of the story, or the vibe, or the tone at all. It's like staggering. So, thank you for that $7. And Stardust, thank you for the $2. Eris, my ancestors didn't die for this. Yep, well, they did now. Is that Rick and Morty Ultra? Yeah, I've seen the Rick and Morty one where Cloud can't lift the sword. Yeah. So. We know why, because I'm not gonna body shame anyone, Prometheus, alright? Yeah, I'm not gonna body shame people who don't agree with me or like these games or whatever. We look the way we look, you like what you like, alright? Enough bullying, alright? Remake fans may bully you, but that doesn't mean that we have to be like them. Alright. Let's do... I wonder if I could timestamp that. I don't know, I don't think that's really... Is that worth a short? I don't think it is. I kind of don't want to make too many FF7 Remake shorts at the moment, because I've definitely made quite a few. I think now if I'm going to make any further, they should actually be ones I just kind of record and script on my off days, just so they're like word perfect, hit like a big target as effectively as possible. The way I did with the Sephiroth shot-by-shot comparison, the first 7 Remake short that I did. And what's the other one? The Sid Hyman one went pretty well. Here we go. This is where we want to be. This is where we want to be. And the red... Yeah. Okay. Alright, buddy. How was the music in the OG game when I played that? That volume was alright, right? Like, you could hear the music, it was loud enough, but it wasn't overpowering me. You're waiting for a Rebirth stream patiently, Hannah? I'm never streaming Rebirth again, oh god. But we will be looking at Summer Rebirth right here. Waka waka doo-doo, yeah. Ah, this is what we want. There we go. Oh god, this is going to be torture. Oh, it's going to be so bad. Okay. Cloud is a Genesis clone. Ah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. So, Shira, get a fucking tea. So, more of this torture. This one's going to be big, guys. This one's going to be big. Exactly, Peanut. You know, let's not stoop to their level. You know, when they go low, we go high. So, at least, you know, try to. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a new one. This one's going to be a big one. We haven't done a big long-form shot-by-shot comparison in a while. This is gonna be it. This is gonna be a big one. Okay. Buckle up, buckaroos. Game Dev Surge, you found a bunch of my shorts and music videos and you're loving them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No rebirth, it kills you. I'm sorry. Oh, I did want to say one thing real quick. Actually, let me just pull this up just very quickly. Did want to correct the record on something. Just give me a sec. Here we go. Yeah. So I often get told that literally the only content I make on my channel is FF7 remake stuff. And yes, that is a focus. Modern FF, it's a passion of mine, it's a focus. And a lot of my content is based on debunking lies or calling out bullying. And since there's so much of it, you get a lot of videos. But it's not the only content I make. It's not. And if we just scroll through my channel, you'll see it's not that. Remake, yes. Tekken 8. Remake, yes. Madness Combat, like a 1.5 hour watch party about a Newgrounds Flash animation series. Expedition 33, this is a music video about just the state of video gaming these days. Yeah, there's a Rebirth clip in there, but it's about like much bigger things. It's more about like predatory money practices, microtransactions, battle passes, pre-order bonuses, and all that. This is a music video. Let's see. This was countering a sentiment that was going around on Twitter that people who don't like FF7 Remake are in the minority. I actually think, well, I think the majority of gamers actually just don't give a shit about this. Some hate it, but most just don't care. The people who love this game are in the minority. Yeah, this is all relevant. All this stuff came out because Revelation dropped. And look, if Revelation trailer drops, I'm gonna make some content about it. Don't be surprised that that happens. So yes, there was a response to that, there was news. This I just wanted to do. This is just me putting a bunch of farts over an Eris Rebirth scene. World of Warcraft music video, Final Fantasy Resonance video, Tekken music video, Wolverine video, music video where I sing about like indie games and AA's. And then like Rebirth memes on Twitter. Yes. Does Final Fantasy VII have a bad ending? That's not specific to Remake. That's us talking about the original. This we had to do. Eris's death scene, my god. David Bowie. Me singing like David Bowie. Music video. All right? Of course, when Revelation came out, I was going to make a video about it, okay? This was me responding to a video someone made about me, actually, thanking me for my services to Final Fantasy. Music video where I sing about pre-ordering games in the style of Ghostbusters. So you know what I mean? Yes, there is a lot of FF7 Remake content on my channel, but it's not the only thing I make. I can't control your algorithm. I cannot rewire YouTube's algorithm to show you every video. If you've only been watching the 7 Remake Modern FF stuff, then that's the kind of video that will show up on your homepage. But that doesn't mean that's all I do. If you want to see videos that have nothing to do with FF7R, click on my channel, go to videos, or even shorts, and scroll down, and you'll find plenty of content that has nothing to do with it. So I can't control your algorithm. That's why I did that. And the thing is, I'm not even blaming you for relying on the algorithm because it's just so convenient. Like back in the day, this is going to blow your minds, Gen Z. We used to go when we went to YouTube. We used to search every video we looked up manually. The algorithm wasn't actually that much of a thing. We manually searched videos, and somewhere around like 2013, all our brains got too tired of this, and we were just like, it's too hard. So now that's why we're all on algorithms, because it just kind of figures out through your watch pattern what you might be interested in. The problem is, it won't show you new stuff. It will show you new stuff that's related to the stuff you're already watching, but it won't show you brand new stuff that's unrelated. For that, you still have to search it out. And if you want to find my stuff, you have to search it out on my own channel. I'm sorry. And I get people saying that, like, they don't even follow any of the FF stuff. They only follow the occasional World of Warcraft stuff I do. So when I do a video that's related to WoW, they get recommended it instantly, but they never get recommended Final Fantasy stuff or E33 stuff. So you are responsible for your own algorithm. You can't blame me for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. As funny as it is to blame me for a number of things, you can't blame me for that one. So, all right, I'm going to respond to some super chats, and then we will begin the next 1. I do WoW stuff? I do. Type in SebiWeb's World of Warcraft. You'll find a lot more than you expect, actually. You'll find my reactions to all the cinematics and my discussions and commentary on them. You'll find my entire... You'll find my Dragonflight playthrough where I voice acted every character and just died heaps because I kept falling off my flying dragon. And I got my entire raid wiped because I accidentally clicked and shot the final dragon with my hunter, and everyone just forgave me because I was a hunter. Like, the chat was just a hunter doing hunter things. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, a bunch of randoms. So there's highlights of my Dragonflight thing, me being a typical brain dead hunter. Yeah, there's a lot. There's like, if you type in SebiWeb's, if you're on SebiWeb's VODs and you type World of Warcraft, you'll get 1.5 hours, one video of my entire guild in Season of Discovery running around Ratchet killing everyone we see for 1.5 hours. It's like, we did this for like 10 hours on stream. We were so bad. And my editor boiled it down to a wonderful 1.5 hours. Good stuff, good times. So, all right, now I'm going to read these super chats. Soda the Junker. Thank you for the $20. Absolutely huge. You got Rebirth on sale. You're not OG FF7's biggest fan, but Remake was your game of the year until it jumped the shark in the end. But Rebirth feels boring, unfocused. You were not expecting to want your money back after waiting 2 years at a 75% sale. Well, that's an interesting thing, Soda. Like, a lot of people noticed that recently FF7 Rebirth on Steam got tons of mixed reviews, and I think the reason for that is it went on sale. Rebirth went on sale for $20 US, which I think is a bit desperate, to be honest. They really want Part 3 to sell. They did not make FF7 Rebirth to sell it for $20. The budget of that was gigantic. And they've also just given you the option to just, like, have invincibility mode for the entire game. They just want you to finish it so you'll buy Part 3. But I think a lot of people bought Rebirth for $20, and they just fucking hated it. It was just shit. And that's where all those recent bad reviews came in. Those bad reviews weren't coming in when people were buying it for full price, because you're only going to buy it full price if you're just on board with whatever the fuck they're doing. Not a big number of people, but the people who are just like, I'll just get it no matter what, they tend to enjoy it. So, but people who try it because it was on special and are like kind of more just average gamers, a lot of them despised it. So thank you for that $20, Junker. DP the God, thank you for the $10. Sebi, always love your content. You're doing amazing work. Keep fighting for OG FF7 and ignore the haters. Love your Soy World music video. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, DP. I really appreciate when you guys, like, say nice things to me. Because a lot of people don't. And sometimes I read too many of those back-to-back, and then I feel sad. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys saying the nice things to me. Thank you for that $10. Woodworking, thank you for the 5. Thank you for your service, Sebi. You know what, working? You all right. Thank you for that $5. Chris the Nord, thank you for the Prime. Gizmo Hearth, thank you. Sebi's a real chap, a class act. Oh, you dirty thirst, get out of here. This man speaks facts. Thank you, Zena. The PC port sucks ass. Yeah, the thing is, Ragan, I'm actually gonna throw Rebirth fans a bone here. I think a number of those bad reviews Rebirth got on PC are actually to do with his optimization as well. I actually think like a lot of people just hated how badly it ran, and the bad reviews were more for that than the actual game itself. I'll give you that, man. Midnight, Horde or Alliance? Is that a trick question? For the Horde. By the way, red means dead. If I see Alliance, I kill on sight. In fact, by the end of Season of Discovery Season 1, I had something like 9,000 world kills. I think I stopped making YouTube videos. I kind of put all my content on hold so I could wake up and just run around Ratchet and the world. Where else? Is this Stony Mountains? And even Red Ridge, which is an Alliance leveling area and a town, and I would just kill people there endlessly, non-stop. So I did it so much that there was actually a contract out for my guild. There was actually, we had a contract on our heads specifically because of me. I think a lot of people got too pissed off that like a fucking psychopathic druid this lion would come flying out of nowhere, spamming like sunbeams on them, and then when they were dead, I would always like spam crouch on their body so it looks like the lion's like humping it, and then I had hotkeys for this. I had hotkeys for the crouch and I had hotkeys for the train noise. So he'd be like, the lion thing would be humping their body going, woo, woo, chugga, 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 woo, woo. It pissed off so many people. It was so bad. It was so outrageous. Yeah, so there was bounties on my entire guild's head. Largely for my own activities, but my guild were also very cool. They would join in plenty of times. So, yeah, it was one of the fucking, it was so fun. It was so fun, man. And I died a lot, don't get me wrong. I got my comeuppance non-stop, but it's fine. I didn't mind dying because that's the game. You can't win them all. You're going to get killed at times. You're going to lose at times. It's okay. Whereas I think World of Warcraft was full of, there's a lot of people who, in their mind, it's normal for them to kill 2,000 people, but if they die once, the game's broken and you cheated. It's like, no, if you got me, you got me. Like, it doesn't matter if you ganged up on me, doesn't matter if you surprised me or whatever. A kill is a kill. Like, remember, this is not world of fair PvP ring fighting craft, right? This is world of Warcraft. And in war, all's fair in love and war, Sonny Jim. You either died or you didn't. You either killed or be killed. Okay, there's no rules in war, mate. All right. Anyway, so Midnight, thank you for the tier 3 subscription on SemiWebs. Thank you for that tier 3. Absolutely fucking massive. Thank you so much. That's huge. Thank you for the tier 3, Midnight. You all right. BLT, thank you for the prime. Silent Observer, thank you for the $6.70. It's sad to see such potential being destroyed with Fate Ghost and Multiverse BS that no one asked for. Why is it here? Just ego, I think. I think it's just them trying to be too clever, and it's their ability didn't match their ambition. Their skill did not match their ambition. How many times have I played FF10? Probably 4 times. Once on launch, once in 2011 when I moved back from America, twice on stream. It's good. It's a fun game. I was the guy from the South Park episode, Chris Putnick. I was a bad person. Firaxis, welcome in. Yeah. Your buddy, rated mature, your buddy and you since you were young have gotten together every year to get a run of FF7 going, no matter where we are in life. What Square has done to it is a travesty. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. But that's okay. We can always work with that. We, you know, as I say, we're the customers. We vote with our wallets. We can just do our own thing. So, and I can reject something as non-canon. So, how can you kill that which has no life? No, that's the thing, Southpaw. When I was playing WoW, just ganking everyone I saw in Ratchet, I was literally, you know the Reddit meme of like the fat guy with a ponytail sitting at his PC, just like, yeah, that was me. I was actually laughing out loud by myself on my off days. It was so fun. It was so fun. And the thing is, I did it non-stop every day because I knew it wouldn't last forever. Like Season Discovery, it's over. I knew that when Phase 1 was over, they might fuck it up for Phase 2. Phase 2 had some major problems. I still had fun with it, but that's also where I left it. And I logged back in to my old server recently just to see, and it was completely dead. Literally 0 people in Undercity and Orgrimmar. I flew from the top of the world to the very bottom, didn't see a single player. And I just logged out. Depressed. Like, but I say that's why I attacked. That's why I just ran around attacking people non-stop in game, because I knew that it was probably only going to last 3 months tops. So yeah, I'm going to. Let's do this. Let's do another video. Just grabbing something, chat. But yeah, I was a menace, man. I remember when I discovered Sunfire, the long-range move you can use as a druid in cat form while you're invisible, well, breaks out of invisibility. I went to an alliance town and I was just swimming in the water invisibly. And I just saw all these level 10s just fishing. And I just sunfired them all. One after the other. I just killed them all. I felt so bad, but I couldn't stop laughing. I couldn't believe that a video game allowed me to do that. Like, I can't think of any other games that let you do this. Like, it's a product of the old world. A modern game would not let you be such a piece of shit. But yeah, I was level 25, all right? You know, I was only half double their level, but it was, to me, I just wanted to see if I could do it. I wanted to see if it would work. But the thing is, that's what a good video game should be. A good video game should encourage you to just kind of like look at your surroundings and be like, well, it would be fun if I could do that. Can I do that? I'm going to see if I can do that. And I did. Oh my god. And oh my god. In Red Ridge, I would always try and like kill people in town. I always got killed. I could always kill someone and then die in the process. But sometimes I would just try and run away from the guards and like jump in the water, turn into a seal, and like swim away as a silly seal. But the guards usually would catch me in a net and just kill me. It was so fucking funny. I think it was so fun. I think it was so fun. And I don't feel bad about it for 1 second. All right. Because as I say, I got my comeuppance. Sometimes a party of like 5 Alliance would come out and just like hunt me. And then they would kill me and all camp at different points around my body to make it harder for me to respawn. And I would sometimes get away. It was great. You know, look, think of it, chat. They subscribed to a PvP server. I gave them the PvP. All right? I gave them their money's worth. I'm the good guy here. Okay, so yeah. Anyway. T-Rex Crater. That T-Rex Crater is terrifying, man. A friend and I just went there at level 25 or level 40 and we saw the Devil Saw and he actually freaked out. Which is crazy because you would never see an enemy in the world in FF14 and feel actual fear, like terror from it. But in World of Warcraft, you can feel that fear. It's a very different experience in that regard, so... yeah, I was showing them the way. Yeah, priest mind controlling people and running people off cliffs. Oh my god. Let me answer this one chat from Crass and then we'll get back to the video. Sebiwebs, question about your thoughts on the success of Revelation. If it fails to meet Square Enix's expectation, which most recent games have, do you think it might be the end of the series? As I say, if Revelation was a PS5 exclusive, I would expect it to sell 1 million copies. Like half of Rebirth, if even. It will sell probably a few more, considering that it will be releasing on Steam, Switch, like multi-platform. But the thing is, I think the majority of Final Fantasy's player base is on PlayStation. I actually don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. I don't know. It will also be boosted by people who are waiting for all 3 parts to come out before buying, but most of those people are done. They're gone. They don't give a shit anymore. They've seen what it is. You know, the secret's out of the bag. There's no way you can't know what FF7 Remake is by now, you know. The thing is, Square will always have money because of FF14 and the Magic the Gathering collabs, but as I say, I wonder if we will ever see an FF17. I really wonder if. Like, I don't think we're going to see a Tekken 9, for example. Like, some people think that because I'm excited that Bob, Roger, and Yujiro are coming to Tekken 8, that I think Tekken 8's good. No, I think Tekken 8 is shit, and I think Tekken 8 will kill the series. There might not ever be a Tekken 9. There's a few major things they have to fix in Tekken 8 to make it work, to make it playable, to make it good again, and I don't think they'll ever do that. I don't know if we'll see 17, and I don't think they'll ever remake a... If they remake a classic FF, I would be surprised. I think that, like, a lot of OG fans might just be completely done. Like, FF was dead for millions of people after 13, 15, 16, remake. I mean, just how many... There's so many straws that broke the camel's back. You'd be surprised. You meet people who still think Final Fantasy is turn-based. Well, that's the thing, Guitar Jester. Here's how you know that Final Fantasy should be turn-based, right? If a new game's coming out, and you don't know how it played, and someone said, oh, it plays like a Final Fantasy, what do you think? You think turn-based. That, even though it hasn't been turn-based for like 20 years, that kind of tells you what gameplay is iconic to that series? You don't think FF15, you don't think FF16, my god. You definitely don't think FF12. So, unless you have complete MMO brain, so. Yeah, I think Tekken 9's best shot is to let another 3D fighting game take the spotlight for a couple of years until everyone forgets about 8. Virtua Fighter might be able to do that. Maybe if they bring back Soul Calibur, but I doubt it. And then just make Tekken 9, but fuck man, there's so much. They gotta remove Heat. They gotta bring back Rage Drive. You know what, fuck it, get rid of Rage Art as well. And they've got to fix this 50-50 crap. A friend of mine who's much better at Tekken than me explained to me in a phone call the other day exactly why the 50-50 machine of why forcing 50-50s is so broken in Tekken, how it's safe for whoever is forcing 50-50s on the opponent, to the point, and it's just pure guesswork. Mathematically, there's no reason why you shouldn't span 50-50s, and it's broken the game fundamentally. You have to make 50-50s unsafe, I would say. And until then, it's literally permanently broken at a fundamental level, which we'll go into later. But that's a whole different thing. So, Soul Calibur 7, if they did that, I'd fucking get it day one. If they don't fuck it up, if they know what they're doing. So, yeah, because Soul Calibur died for like stupid reasons, to my memory. Like it wasn't a good reason, or a set of reasons. JRPG players play on Nintendo consoles. Releasing FF for Nintendo consoles will increase a lot of the sales. Sometimes you're too focused on trying to grow on FF hate. So here's the problem, Carlos. You hate me so much that you have like a muddied perspective of me. You have this false image. I'm not trying to hate anything. I'm not trying to grow on hate, okay? The fact that I say why I don't think these are authentic remakes, the fact that content like that has grown the channel by 150,000 subs in a single year shows that there's a market for that kind of discussion. Shows that a lot of people are sick to death of people like you gaslighting them, saying that if you don't like these games, it's because you are trying to hate them on purpose, you know? Or saying that like this content is just like hate farming or whatever. No, I'm saying what I think. I don't control whether people like it or not, or whether people agree with it or not. As for Nintendo, I just don't know. I don't know. Because, like, what do we have? Like, FF7 Rebirth. It's hard to tell based on the information we have now, because FF7 Rebirth, it had already sold most of what it was going to sell on PS5 and Steam by the time it came out on Switch 2. Switch 2, it said, oh, it topped the charts for a week. It sold 30,000 copies. Like, I mean, I guess it was a slow week for Nintendo, but when I hear people say like, bro, it sold so much, the blockbuster of JRPGs that cost like 200 million to make, it sold 30,000 copies. This doesn't blow my mind. This doesn't impress me. I don't see why. Am I supposed to be blown away by these numbers? The thing is, I don't know how much Rebirth would have sold if it was on the Switch from day one. I don't. So, we will see that in action when part 3 drops. So, anyway, enough fucking about. Gen Z has been brainwashed to think criticism equals hate. I think if you attach your identity to a game, if you think this game equals me, if you think this game is my belief system, this game is my identity, then criticism of that game, you're going to interpret that as a personal attack. That's kind of what happens to a lot of people. So, all right, Silent Observer. Sebi puts the opinions into words most can't manage. Thank you, Silent. I mean, look, I don't think I'm particularly gifted with words, but I think that through sheer brute force, through me arguing with the most dishonest fan base in the world for years straight, it's forced me to be able to word my arguments as simply and clearly as possible. That's it. I don't think many people in this world argue with literally everyone they can about Final Fantasy for years straight. Like, naturally, your arguments will evolve and just get better as a result of that. Like, I'm not always right. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh shit, that's a good point. Okay, I didn't know that. You know, course correct or something like that. Yeah. Mate, you're known all over the internet as the biggest FF hater. You brought That on yourself. Many times you're right. I saw many times that you just hated FF without good arguments. No, when I don't like something, I'm not making up a reason to dislike it, man. Yes, I know that, like, I'm known as that amongst the people who hate me. But notice how you don't have any counter-arguments, Carlos? Notice you don't have any counter-arguments. You just sit there just saying, you hate this, you hate that, grip this, grip that. And, to be honest, mate, it's quite tiring. And, see you later. You can say that in a different stream because you won't be saying it in here. Get the fuck out. Who pays these chatters? I don't know. Well, some people think that, like, the people I'm arguing with are, like, bots or something. I actually think it's much scarier. I think they're real people. I think they're real people, man. If there ever are bots attacking me on Twitter, I just don't have the tech savviness to really identify that or be able to tell. So, FF7 Rebirth isn't good. Valeriano, thank you for the $1.30 super chat. Mamma mia, spaghetti, thank you very much. Gohan, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Special edition for all three. Sebi Webbs, also afternoon from UK chat. Thank you, Gohan. Thank you for that 1,000 bits. You all right? Dude, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Absolutely huge. East Blue, welcome in. Balmung, it's funny when people say grift and LARP when it's an opinion they don't agree with. That's the thing, Balmung. Like, in this day and age, if someone says something you don't agree with, if someone has a different opinion from you, that's grifting, that's LARPing. All right? But that's all they've got is this one word. And then they might, if you're in their territory, they'll then just like flood in and upvote each other to make it look right. But it's just, all you're doing is preaching to the crowd. You didn't counter anything. You have no evidence. They have no arguments. They just have insults. So, yeah. But thank you. Go on for that 1,000 bits. DP the God, thank you for the $2 for garlic. Fuck. Thank you for Clive's unskippable main story garlic quest. Oh god. Draconic Frost, thank you for the $10. Love the videos. Been playing FF7 PS1 for a good time. You can see how it's better. Pacing is way better. You see I'm playing Metaphor. It's an amazing game. Thank you, Draconic, for the $10. I was gonna say, like, people have been asking me about this. Will Metaphor ever come back? Yes, alright? I'm going to finish what I started. I need to finish an Atlas game. But the most you're ever going to get out of me is probably Metaphor, and at best, Persona 5 or 6. That's the best you're ever going to get out of me. But I do need to do some things first. I do need to do some things... Like, I got to finish FF2, 3, I'll probably do FF13 before that. And maybe OG FF7. I don't know. So, don't burn yourself out. No, thank you, thank you. Well, that's another thing. Another thing they don't have counter arguments. They just say you're a hater. They just say you're a hater, you know. Or they'll say, "Oh, you post too many videos about this." Well, actually, there are people who post like far more videos than me, just praising and glazing FF7 Remake non-stop, and that's fine if you want to do that. But like the people who say I make too much, they never go and tell them you're making too much FF7R content. They never tell the people who's praising it that you make too many videos about this. Why? Because they agree with them. They don't care how many I make. They just care that I'm doing it at all. And they just want that to stop. That's it. So, Quentin, thank you for the $2. You send the prequel vid to my Twitter DM. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Glitch Goddess, thank you for the Prime. All right. Shut up. Shut up, David Hayter. I don't know what you mean, Carmex, but thank you. No, look, are you excited for the OG FF7 stream? Oh, they're good. In a way, these shot-by-shots are me warming up for it, so. Yeah. Neon Bomb. Sebi loves FF, that's why he's upset. It's obvious upset with how they treat their own creation. To say he's a hater as well. Yeah, if I hated it, I just wouldn't talk about it. I'd try to destroy it. I'm not. My arguments are how it could be better. And I think it's pretty evident that it could be better. So, all right, okay. Floppy chess balls, thank you for the 145 bits. You found Sebi through his love of E33. What a hater. Thank you. Oh, Carmex, that's what you're doing. Fair enough. Truth hurts, Scott Tenement. Well, the truth, here's the thing, the truth will set you free, but first it's gonna hurt a lot. And I know that, right? Like, you think I was always this crusty old boomer, cynical and weary of the world? No, I've gone through my noob phases throughout life, you know, and there's been uncomfortable truths to which I'm like, no, because I don't like it. And then I'm like, no, fuck, it is true. And that's just something we all kind of have to go through, you know, and your teens and your 20s, there's a big process of that. And, yeah, so... Alright, enough fucking about Draconic. Thank you for the $5. I never played these PS1 FF games. 7 has been so good. You're hoping 8 and 9 will be good too. You got Meteor Rain and Cure before leaving You got Meteor Rain before leaving Midgar? You're an absolute monster. You're gonna crush the entire story like that. You psychopath. So, yeah, 8... looks and sounds amazing, but its story and characters are a bit of a mess. But, you know, 8 is looks maxing. Alright? 8 shows you how far looks maxing a Final Fantasy game will get you. 9 is a weird aesthetic, but I think it's got a very good story and characters. It's a very good adventure, 9. So, alright. Enough fucking about. It's time. It's time. We're gonna do this! It's gonna happen. It will happen. Fucking hell. Ah, screw it. You know what? I may as well take a piss. And then I'll be fully charged. What whiskey am I slamming? Johnny Walker Double Black. BRB. Enjoy yourselves. All right, it's time. Isn't Double Black an old video game? I know Black is a video game. I don't know about Double Black though. It's cool. It's a cool name though. Star Ocean. He knows the pain. Oh god, that was quick. That's right. I'm that damn good. All right, it's time. It's fucking time. Does anyone else think 8's intro music sounds like the choir saying, "It was Thursday. He was Emotep"? You know what, Cook? My friends and I in school, for the beginning of FF8, we would just troll each other. God, we must have been 13 at the time. We thought it was singing, Penis! Penis sweat! We just did that to each other heaps. Oh, so stupid, so immature. I did that for the FF8 VODs, but unfortunately that song is super copyright, so you don't get to hear me gloriously singing about penis and penis sweat during the opening. It's so immature, man. It was so immature. Don't ruin that, Trist. Too late now. So, okay. All right. Nayako, welcome in. Cyrus, you. Look, hey, look, we're teenagers. It was funny at the time. It was immature. Man with the machine gun, fucking awesome. All right, let's do this. It's time. It's time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while since we've done a big, full, shot-by-shot video. But it's time. Also, J-Bone, thank you for the $10. So happy I haven't touched any of the FF7 spin-offs. Oh, and there's a super chat before that as well. So glad I haven't touched any of the FF7 spin-offs. You got your original PS1 version on the shelf, and I've got you revisiting Star Ocean 2. Had a copy 20 years ago, but the laser disc on your PS2 KO'd the disc. Oh god. I remember PS1 discs were extremely fragile. They would stop working at the drop of a hat. PS2 discs are a bit more robust. PS4 discs are strong. I think they're okay. And now we have no discs, so... Anyway, Duke of Ginge, thank you very much for the 11 months on SebiWebs TV. You alright. Also, J-Bone, thank you for that $10. Isaiah Valeriano, thank you very much for the $34 super chat. Nomura isn't directing the remake so much as conducting the reunion. Every time he drops a cryptic line like "trust me," thousands of fans don their metaphorical black cloaks, march across social media and start chanting, "The reunion is at hand." I find it interesting, the cult around Nomura, because I think Nomura is a genius character designer. I really think he is. I think Nomura is one of the best character designers who's ever lived in the video game industry. And I made a short specifically about that goes for 2 minutes straight, listing all the great work he's done. His storytelling is a different conversation. It's Kingdom Hearts, people seem to love it, that it can just do anything and go this way and that way. But it's just not my thing. But I do find it curious that there's a cult around him, sort of, who kind of worships everything he does. I don't know if I think that's a good thing. Oh, I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think he's a legendary character designer. So, thank you very much, Isaiah, for the $35 super chat. You all right. Also, Derpy Radish, thank you for the prime. Sebi Rage, you're damn straight. And thank you for the 9 months. My god, Derpy Webs. Logan, thank you for the $5. Good morning from hot, sunny California. Happy to find you on again. Hope you're doing well. Logan, glad you're enjoying California. I fucking love California. I know that it's considered a bit of a meme on the internet, but when I've been there, I had a good time. I've had a good time. I know that every time I see footage from California on the internet, it's always the entire city burning down or in a massive state of civil unrest, or like The Walking Dead. But every time I've been there, things seem to be functioning somewhat normally. But yeah, it gets a lot of bad press, but I got a soft spot for it at the end of the day. So, all right. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get into YouTube recording mode. It will happen. While I record this video, guys, I will be less responsive to chat than normal. There'll be times where maybe I'll take a moment to thank super chats, thank subs and all that. And I'm going to try and keep my head in the game as much as possible. All right, enough fucking about. Let's do this. And I'm going to need some whiskey for this one, mate. Because this one's going to be brutal. All right, let's do this. Hello and welcome back to 95% the Same, where we look at scenes from the original Final Fantasy VII from 1997, then we look at how the remakes did those scenes, and then we ask, was it 95% the same? Today's subject will be Gongaga. Today's subject will be Gongaga, Zack's hometown, and we will... Oh, fuck, how do I word this? Today's subject will be Gongaga, and without further ado... Oh, no, I forgot about this. Today's subject will be Gongaga. The voices will be performed by me, SebiWebs TV, Academy Award-winning streamer. And without further ado, let us begin. Ah, the good old buggy. Look at those glorious graphics. Is someone there? Hey, Rude, who do you like, mon ami? What are you getting so embarrassed about? Come on, who do you like? Tifa. Oh, that's a tough one. But poor Elena, No, she likes saying, I never knew this, But Sang, he likes that ancient girl.
What are they talking about? I'm Cloud, played by Ben Starr.
Oh my god, it's so stupid. They always talk about who they like or don't like, but Sang is different. Oh my god! They're here! Like, totally here! Ooh la la! It is time then. Rude, don't go easy on them, especially the girls. Hang on, let me just do that.
Don't worry, I'll do my job.
Oh my god, we're counting on you. I'm gonna report to Sang. It has been a while.
Payback for what you did in Sector 7. Sector 7? Ah, this is sad. That's as far as you go.
Alright, let's go. Now, an interesting thing about this fight is that if Tifa's in your party, Rude will never attack her. Not unless she's the last person standing. And even then, I think that there is I heard it's like a 30% chance that he'll just hesitate and skip his turn. Which is such I never knew this. Apparently, I never thought about this as a kid. But apparently that's a thing. It's like a very subtle gameplay mechanic way of developing Rude's character. Because it would be weird if he said that he likes Tifa and then immediately punches her in the face. He won't do it unless he absolutely has to. Like, he's got a job to do at the end of the day. And I also think it's quite cute that he loves a woman who has the same skill set as him. Like, he and Tifa are both monks. They're both unarmed warriors. And, I don't know. That's something I like about his character, and I don't think it makes him ridiculous or cringe at the same time. So, but anyway, enough talking about. Let's get back to business. Let's see where the story goes. Oh my god, it's Clive! Hey, look! Look, it's Clive!
Come to me, Ifrit! It's me, Clive, the main character from Tekken 8. Here it comes. Hellfire now! Ben Starr attack.
And scene. Alright, so that was Clive's appearance in FF7, the 30-year cook. And now let's see. Let's get to the end of this. Alright, here we go. So, alright, here we go.
Big shot! Hadouken! Time to go. We may be retreating, but I am French. That is what we do.
That was not intentional. I always give Reno a French voice. But it goes rather well with that line. Sorry, French. Sorry. I'm not going to make that joke. Anyway, let's keep doing the scene. Hey, something seems wrong. It's like they knew we were coming.
They followed us, but there weren't any...
Hang on, let me do that again.
They followed us, but there weren't any signs of it. Which means... a spy, maybe? No way. I don't even want to think about there being a spy. I trust everyone. Especially that cat robot. There's no way he'd betray us. Anyway, let's go. Fuck.
I think... there's a reason for this. Okay, so for those of you who only know FF7 Remake or Rebirth, you are used to Yuffie being a main party member and having her own game. That's not the case in the original. She was completely missable. And, let's say hello to her. Oh, shit. So you have a random chance to run into Yuffie almost any time you're in a forest on the world. Also, when she joins your party, she can't do any of these cool attacks. Like her flamethrower, her punching the ground, her shooting like beams at you. That's enemy-only moves. She can't do any of that on your party. And her music here is so cute. I actually really like her in the OG. Before we continue, you see that save point up there? That's a trap. Don't touch it. If you do, she's gonna laugh at you, steal your money, and run away. Like an asshole! Now, the only way to get her to join your party is to make the correct set of conversation choices. And to my memory, if I'm right, I think it's bottom answer, bottom, top, bottom. Let's see if I'm right.
Oh man, I can't believe I lost! You spiky-headed joik! One more time! Let's go again! I'll fist you! I'll fist you as well! Thinking of running away? Hey, stay and fight, asshole! Oh, come on! What's the matter?
You reckon you're pretty tough, don't you?
Petrified.
Heh, just as I thought. What do you expect with my skills? Well, good luck to you guys. If you feel up to it, I'm out of here. Hey, I'm gonna leave! I mean it!
Wait a second.
Hey, what, you still have something for me? Some cigarettes, perhaps? Anyway, I know you want my help, because I'm so dang good. You want me to go with you?
That's right.
Yeah, I thought so. You put me in a spot. Hey, what should I do? But if you want me that bad, I can't refuse. Okay, I'll go with you.
Do not ask her name.
Hey! I'm walking here! I haven't even told you my name! It's Yuffie, the main character from Remake Intergrade, the PS5 game that failed to move any PS5s. Anyway, I'll also become the main character of Rebirth later on. Just as planned. Now all I have to do is a little of this and a little of that. Hey! Hey, wait for me! Oh, whoa! Sugoi!
And scene. That was some free acting, ladies and gentlemen. Normally to get acting that good, you'd have to pay $22.99 at the cinema. But here on SebiWebs, we do that for free. Before we continue, I do want to respond to these super chats. Draconic, Meteor Rain took you 30 hours to get. You're not supposed to spend 30 hours in Midgar, all right? You're playing the real FF7, not the fake remake, all right? That you don't have to do that. Could be longer since you're on original hardware. You were nervous about level imbalances, so you went hard at it. My goodness. OG FF7, you can usually get away without having to grind. I would say before Barrett fights Dyne, I recommend getting Barrett a few levels and give Barrett poison and give him cure. I would also say before Temple of the Ancients, it doesn't hurt to like just run around outside the forest and get like 3 or 4 or 5 levels from that. Keel, thank you for the 300 bits. Good to be back. You all right? Absolute cinema. She sounds like, if she sounded like that, it would improve Rebirth. Oh yeah, whenever I do Yuffie, she sounds like she smokes 10 packs of cigarettes a day. The reason for that is that, guys, you've heard how my voice sounds. I can't convincingly sound like a woman. All right, so for some characters, we just go all the way in the opposite direction. Beats by Pietz. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Square Enix released FF Tactics with 2 versions. Faithful OG version with the voice acting and the updated visuals. FF7 could have done that. Remaking FF7 is a tricky thing. Like, the Resident Evil 1 option is always there. But if you're going to do what they did with free cam and action combat, don't change the story. Don't fuck it up. You could even do it with free cam and turn-based combat, and it would still work. And anyone who says that, like, oh, the turn-based combat from 1997 does not hold up today, well, what do you expect? It's fucking 30 years old, man. Do you have any idea how many games that phrase applies to, man? Like, when I played Devil May Cry 1, I think it's good for what it is during its time. Same with Devil May Cry 3, great for what they are during their time, but it wasn't until I played DMC 4 and 5 that I felt like, okay, now it feels like it's got some of the trimmings of modern games, some of the mainstays of modern games that I kind of just need now. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's such a bullshit argument when people say they want Final Fantasy to be turn-based again. It's such a straw man when people saying, oh, so you want the system from 1990, copy-pasted, no improvements, no upgrades, no innovations, no changes. That's what you want. It's like, no. Like, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, showed a variation of that. It was FF10, but with some, like, a smidge of Legend Dragoon's QTE attacks, not to the same extent, and, like, a parry-dodge system. Like, a very simple innovation. That's all they did. You know, that's what people mean. You know, I'm not saying that turn-based Final Fantasy needs parries, but I'm saying that you can. It's a style of gameplay. It's not outdated, and you can always upgrade it. You can always improve it. So, refresh it, innovate it, whatever. Silent Observer, thank you for the $2 super chat. Yuffie needs my Quistis voice. That was amazing. No. We're not giving Yuffie a horrible Australian woman voice, all right? That's reserved for Quistis. If you don't know what I'm talking about, chat, check out my FF8 playthroughs on SebiWeb's VODs. They were fantastic, so... You'll settle for anything that's well made, Loonspan. Well, that's the thing. When I was playing Metaphor, I'm like, this is just turn-based combat, and it's not stale. It's fun. Like, it's not even my style of game, Metaphor, and I still enjoyed the turn-based combat in that. I wouldn't want it to be action. And they did have some innovations, like how you can run in and first strike enemies. There's things you can do. It's not just random encounters, which I think random encounters are dated. I actually think they're dated. I think Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, E33's method is just better. So, all right, let's keep going. What was I going to say here? Before we continue, there's something I want you to take note of, which is the atmosphere of the area we're about to enter. We're about to... The backstory is, this is Gongaga, Zack Fair's village. Shinra installed a Mako reactor here, but there was a malfunction and it blew up and it just killed heaps of people. And I don't really think Shinra did much to fix that or compensate for that. I mean, what can you do, really? So about half the people in the town were killed, and that's all you need to know about the atmosphere of this place. And I'm wrong, because this is, that's not the town. This is a view of the Mako reactor. All right, I'll have to redo that part. Okay, fuck, I'll have to redo that part. The town is to the left. Ah, fuck it. Ah, well. To my editor, let's recut it. Let's, fuck it. Anyway, without further ado, let's do this. So there used to be a Mako reactor here. Malfunction, blew up, killed a lot of people, and we will see how that affected Gongaga's town later on. How good's this song? Oh my god. Now that's what a real man looks like. Now that is a prime specimen right there. That is enemy design 101. Half Triceratops, half tank, all American muscle. I fucking love this enemy. So good. I don't think this enemy is in Remake or Rebirth. I think they removed it. The way I dealt with this Triceratops is I would just cast Mini on him. I would just make him really small. Then all his attacks are physical and he can only do 1 damage. Ah, it's so good! Anyway, you get the picture. Here we go. How amazing is that Mako Reactor song as well? Like, it just sounds like planetary crimes, like something really bad is going on an epic scale.
A ruined reactor. Oh fuck, it's Scarlet. It's Scarlet, head of Shinra Weapons Development. Let's go hide. This isn't any good either. You only get junky materia from junky reactors. Like my junky Russian accent. This reactor is a failure. What I am looking for is a big, large, huge materia. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it. I'll get on it right away. Hang on, let's just... Sorry, it's moving too fast for me. No, I haven't seen it. I'll get on it right away.
Please, we could make the ultimate weapon if we had some.
I just can't wait.
With Hojo gone, weapon development has been getting a bigger budget.
I envy them.
But,
hang on. Sorry, I mispronounced that. But even if we make the perfect weapon, could that stupid Heidegger even use it? Oh, sorry. I forgot Heidegger is your boss. Let's go. I apologize for that Russian accent, alright? It's hard. It's hard.
Big, large, huge materia, an ultimate weapon. A perfect weapon. What the fuck is Shinra up to? Maybe I should turn it to Ifrit and find out. Oh wait, wrong game.
This is how you get Titan materia.
There's something shiny back there. Maybe I'll reach for it. It's Titan. Fuck.
This voice fits the character of Scarlet. Thank you. I'm trying to do a bad Molotov cocktails from the Venture Brothers, mixed with whatever other poor accents are inside me. It's hard. It's hard. Russian accent is hard, but I think it sounds cool. I think it sounds mad. All right, we get the picture. Triceratops dinosaur. Thank you. Let's move on. Ooh, that's an interesting enemy, but we won't bother with that. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we had to delete that thing from the video before where I was talking about Gongaga's village, but we're going to do it here. Bad Russian accent, but he does an amazing Aussie accent. I don't know that many Russian voices. Like, I know, as I say, Molotov Cocktease, who's a bit of a caricature. I guess Viggo Mortensen from Eastern Promises, but still, he's an American doing a Russian accent. I don't know many, to be honest. It's hard to find some. So, but anyway. The thing is, the more alcohol you drink, the better a Russian, Irish, and Scottish accent you can do. This is factually true. I know this from hundreds of hours of voice acting streams. I am better with booze. Anyway, let's keep going. You love Russian Scarlet? Well, it's the choice between Scarlet being like, having a Russian accent, and her being a horrible Australian. I've also tried Scarlet, which is like, oh my god, you think Heidegger could bloody use it? And it sounds fucking horrible. That only works for Quistis, I think. Scarlet, as funny as it is, I think it wears out its welcome after one line. Whereas Russian actually sort of feels a bit more in character. It's a bit more serviceable. So, yeah. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. What's up, Smoking Snake?
If he dies, he dies.
Okay, we're going to do this scene now. Rigumbi, welcome in. So remember how that reactor had exploded? That killed a lot of people in Gongaga, and I don't know how much Shinra did to really help out or fix that. I mean, what can you do, really? You can't bring people back from the dead. So, with that in mind, check out the atmosphere of Gongaga's village.
A reactor exploded 3 years ago. It took my husband. Do people really need reactors to live? Aren't there more important things in life? You know nothing, Jon Snow.
That atmosphere, this song is amazing.
A ruined reactor. I was just there, turning into Ifrit.
Did you want to buy something? We voted to outlaw the use of Mako energy and live with nature ever since the explosion. Yeah, so each of these townsfolk, each of these shopkeepers, you can buy stuff from them, but you can also get their story about what happened here too.
Oh, you're at a shop. Shinra built the reactor without even thinking about the town's safety. This is the result. You fucking minge.
Let's see if there's anyone else we can talk to. Ah, this is interesting. This is interesting. We're about to meet Zack's parents. Now, he's got Tifa in his party, but if you have Eris in the party as well, well, he's got Tifa in his party, and she has a specific scene if you bring her. But if you have Eris in your party, she also has a specific scene. And, we'll look for the Eris one after this.
You a traveller? Wait there. I know that glow in your eye. Are you a soldier? Oh, you're right. Do you know anything about our son? His name is Zack. It's been close to 10 years since he left for the city, saying that he didn't want to live in the country anymore. He left saying that he was going to join Soldier. Do you ever hear of Zack and Soldier? I don't know. Sounds like fan fiction to me. Zack? Young lady, do you know him? I remember he wrote to us 6 or 7 years ago saying he had a girlfriend. Could that have been you? No, it wasn't. Uwu, Sugoi. Fuck. Tifa, what happened? Have you ever met someone in Soldier named Zack? I heard he was in a game called Crisis Core, but it all read like bad fanfiction that retconned the original game, so we just disregard it at this point. It's non-canon.
Let's have a chat with Tifa.
Zack, do you know him?
No, I don't know him.
Your face tells me different.
I told you, I don't.
Alright. ...
That sounds just like you, leaving town, saying I'm joining Soldier.
There are a lot of guys like me back then.
You must really be something to make it in Soldier, out of a group like that. I really respect you.
I worked hard for it.
Hard work always pays off, doesn't it? Cloud, thanks for caring. When all this is over, I'll take you out back to give you a blowy joey.
Really? Fuck.
Really? That was in the original script, by the way. That just had to remove that part for the North American release.
This is Gongaga Village. Many people died here when Diablo destroyed it, just like he destroyed Tristram. Stay a while and listen.
Hey, what, you need something? It's been a while since the explosion, but you can still find pieces of it left all over town. I'm walking here.
Oh yeah, why did you just take my X potion? Yeah, hey, you need a car? Here, take mine! You assholes, coming in here, robbing me blind. I can see what you're doing, by the way. God damn it. Anyway, so, yeah, but I mean, look, that we all know how that goes. It's video games, alright? You're allowed to go into people's houses and take stuff with no repercussions. Unless it's Chrono Trigger, where the game actually punishes you for that. Let's see if we can find Eris's scene here. Let's find that real quick, because it is an important part. FF7 Gongaga Eris scene. Ah, the real FF7. Top of the search results. Alright. Yeah, here we go. Let's see her conversation. I always come here with Tifa and Eris. My god, this resolution. Sorry, chat, just bear with me. Just put your brain in 90s vision. 240p vision.
You a traveller? I've done these lines before.
Where does Eris have a reaction here?
I don't know. Zack, I'm Scottish. Young lady, do you know of him?
Oh, 67.
That cunt. Oh shit. I gotta pop down to the pub for a quick drink.
Alright, let's go, have a chat with Eris.
Eris.
Notice the spelling on Eris. The correct spelling.
Eris. What a shock. I didn't know Zack was from this town. Do you know him? Didn't I tell you? He was my first love. I thought whiskey was your first love.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm Scottish, that's just normal. Anyway, sorry.
Zack, soldier, first class, same as Cloud. Strange. There aren't many who make it to first class, but I've never heard of him. That's alright.
It's all in the past now. I was just worried. I heard he's been missing.
Missing?
I think it was 5 years ago. He went out on a job. He never came back. He loved women, by the way. A real ladies' man. Probably found someone else. In fact, our relationship was probably never that important to begin with. But, you know, shippers. We've got to make money off them somehow. Shh. Hey, what's wrong?
Poor guy.
Oh, he should have done jealous, envious. No, that's way funnier.
Look, I don't really mind. Look, I don't really mind that I haven't heard from him. But I feel bad for his parents.
Let's go, Clyde. I hear it's happy hour. And it's been weeks since I've been plastered. Tifa's not the only one giving you a blowy joy. I'm Scottish heiress, and I can't be stopped. Okay, sorry. That was also in the Scottish translation for FF7, but it didn't get an international release. You kind of had to be there. Also, you can't find it online either, only in my streams. All right, let's continue.
Ooh, death blow. Fuck yeah.
Getting rewarded for exploration. Death blow basically guarantees a critical hit, but its hit rate is bad. So if you have a way of improving your hit rate dramatically, that's when you equip death blow, and it's just crit. It's fucking sick. Alright, let's get out of here. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's Gongaga. That is all of Gongaga in the that is all of Gongaga in the original Final Fantasy VII. In fact, it's so unimportant that you can skip it entirely. Like, you can actually just drive past it. You can drive from Corel Prison past this and go straight to Cosmo Canyon, and it's totally fine. The game won't punish you or stop you for that. It's optional, basically. But yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going to respond to some chats and then we will continue. Jojo Mojo, thank you for the $5.70. Get more booze. Exceed in more Euro drunk accents. Thank you. Don't you worry. I'm already there. Also, Draconic Frost, thank you for the $5. The gameplay in Remake you love, but the gameplay in OG is very solid and turn-based. It fits the theme better, and the player customization is insane. Well, yeah, Materia has endless customization potential. And I don't think the turn-based is dated, man. I don't think it's bad. Like, notice how in turn-based, right? Notice how in turn-based, whenever a character casts a spell, whenever a character does a limit break, there's like a full cinematic angle, like spin and zoom on them. The character's still standing there, but the camera work looks sick and it makes it more cinematic. And then boom, you cast lightning, boom, you summon, boom, you do a limit break. Something that is missing from FF12 specifically are those cinematic angles. You only get them for quickenings. But in FF12, when a character casts a spell or does an attack, it's like doing an attack in FF14 or World of Warcraft. There is no cinematic angle that comes with it. That's why when people say 12, oh, it's the same as this. No, it's not. 12 completely lost the cinematic feel of the turn-based combat of FF7 to 10. And it basically replaced it with the feeling of a single-player MMO. Great if you love MMOs, bad if you love Final Fantasy 1 to 10. So when people... yeah. So I need to say that because when people bring up that point about FF12, they are... either they're intentionally... I had to say that because when people bring that up about FF12, they're wrong. They're wrong. So... Eris being Scottish fits her character more than her VA being American. Well, here's the thing. For some reason, the Scottish accent just feels right for her. It feels playful, feels a wee bit girlish, it feels fun, and Eris is a fun person. Like, I noticed with 7 Remake and Rebirth, Eris and Tifa kind of seemed quite similar to each other a lot of the times. Like, they're almost behaving the same, having these girl squad moments. I'm like, no, Tifa and Eris are very different people. Like, Eris is very outgoing, fun, you know, quite a bubbly person. Tifa is quite reserved and sensible. It's not that they don't get along, it's just that they are not similar people in that regard. They're both really hot, don't get me wrong. You know, I'd give them one. But they are different characters. Sorry, I could have left that part out. turn-based is great. Some people just have TikTok brain. Yeah, anyone who says turn-based is outdated, by that logic, chess should no longer be a thing. Whereas chess is still so big and so relevant that chess itself was a fucking meta on Twitch. Chess was like, do you know what I mean? Like XQC playing chess against grandmasters and stuff and so on. Chess was a fucking meta. One of the oldest games in the world. One of the oldest turn-based games in the world. It's not even a video game. It's a board game. Anyone who thinks turn-based is outdated is wrong, and their opinion can be disregarded. They are not to be taken seriously on anything. So, all right, not fucking about. Oh no. Oh. Okay, chat. I'm so sorry about this. Can I make my room colder? It's fucking hot in here. I'm gonna open my window more. Sydney has been obscenely cold, and then it just decided to, like, not be cold today. And it's really annoying. I might even turn my aircon on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn my aircon on. I'll be right back. So... You know what? Might need them. Do I need another whiskey for this? No, I'll get trashed too fast. I think we're fine for now. I will fix that problem later on, but first I need to... We'll shift between whiskey and water. All right, let's not get too trashed too early. The tragedy is, you need to get trashed to a certain extent just to watch Remake and not want to throw yourself out a window in Minecraft. So, all right. Draconic, thank you for the $5 super chat. One of the best combat systems is Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne on PS2 with a press turn system. Critical and hit the weakness and you get an extra turn. Sorry, every time I hear Shin Megami Tensei, I think of, like, it's Lolo. Yeah, no, people rep the hell out of that. People say Shin Megami Tensei is great, which is interesting. Make a list of square shills and start reacting to their content? No, I'm not going to do that. Thank you for the $10, Jake, but I don't want to have any content creator beef. I don't. Like, I'll attack what I think are bad arguments, and I'll say why I think they're bad arguments. We're allowed to do that, but I'm not interested in having streamer drama. The times when I have responded, or like the one time I responded to a YouTube video that was specifically complaining about me, I mean, if you're gonna make a video just calling me an asshole, yeah, I'll probably respond, and I mean, I did respond to it. What I didn't expect is that the guy, I don't know, maybe he was scared of any potential hate that might be coming his way. I don't know, but he deleted both his videos and then changed the name of his YouTube channel. I didn't mean to do that. I was as civil and polite and nice as possible, and you can see it on my YouTube channel. It's called, like, Am I Cancelled? Sebi Webs, you know? I was as polite as possible, and I don't know, maybe he didn't expect I'd respond to him. Insult me and I might respond, you never know. But anyway, I don't want beef. So, I've always been of the philosophy that, like, attack the argument, not the person, you know? Be tough on problems, be gentle on people. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm not a storm that is approaching. I responded very politely and civilly, and it's all there. Don't take my word for it, just watch it yourself. So, The beefless Seb? That just makes me sound heaps weak. Oh my god. Yeah, pensive. No matter how good you are as a person, there will always be a contingent of humanity who are bad people. Some of them will be your fans. Well, I don't control my own... You can't control your own viewers, and I think that, like, that's I'm not saying that's ever been a problem, but I think, like, there was a thing on Twitch years back where Twitch was going to ban streamers based on their viewers' behavior, and the streamer's like, what are you talking about? You can't control for that. It's the internet. It's the Wild West. You cannot control for that. I understand the whole thing of, like, an unregulated chat or whatever, you know, like people just spamming a billion TOS violations and the streamer just being like, yeah, keep doing that. That rules. No. I understand that. But you can't, like, there are streamers like 40,000 viewers at any given time, or like millions and millions of fans. You can't, one streamer, one YouTuber cannot control their behavior. And here's the thing, I still attempt at times to, like, say, like, you know, attack the argument, not the person. Be tough on problems, be gentle on people. I do say to my own viewers, like, just because FF7 Remake fans are spewing hatred at you and lying to you does not mean that you should use the same tactics back against them. All right? Don't stoop to their level. It's not always easy, but in the long run, it pays to be the bigger person. Yeah, but I can't... But you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I can't control... I can say that, but I can't control whether people are going to do that or not. So, and a lot of people who say that, like, I see it on Twitter, say, oh my god, the Sebi followers, this and that. It's like, those same people have no issue with the 7 Remake Rebirth fans who attack me and lie about me and spew hatred at me endlessly. Those same people never tell those people to stop, ever. They never call them out on their behavior, all right? Why? Because they like it. Because they like that people are attacking me and openly hating me. So I'm not going to be lectured by them about, like, this and that. So anyway. I'm going to respond to some chats and then we'll continue. Shivala, thank you very much for the $5. Do you react to Video Game Donkey's video on FF7R? If not, can you? I will actually I would like to react to Video Game Donkey's remake and rebirth reviews because I find them quite interesting. I've seen bits of them before, and you know what's fascinating? He's much harsher on remake than he is on rebirth, and I think there's very good reasons for that. Rebirth, I think, is much worse, but from what I heard, he got massive backlash for how harsh he was on remake, which I think was quite fair. And he maybe didn't want to get Zerg rushed by a billion anime PvPs. He didn't want to activate the Horde, so he was much nicer on rebirth. But I find that fascinating, because he's much bigger than me. Man, he's a big chungus. But for even him to be like, maybe, you know, maybe I won't incur the wrath of these people, I find that interesting. You know, the swarm. So, but I would like to watch his. I would like to do that, so. J Red, thank you for the, oh shit, thank you for the $20 super chat. The man, the myth, the legend, the truth speaker, Sebi Webbs. Thank you, J Red. Thank you for the $20. Fuck. Thank you for the $20. You all right? Shivala, did I? Oh, sorry, I responded to that. Sumom Bonum, thank you very much for the tier 1 on Twitch. Thank you again, J-Red, for that 20. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. The money came in. I don't think Video Game Donkey got paid or anything. There are some people who definitely are, I think. I don't know if I'd think of him as one of them. Donkey is so big that he can kind of just give his honest opinion on almost anything, because he's very funny, he's very talented, he makes good videos. But I thought it was fascinating that he kind of course-corrected to not go as hard on Remake as he did on... Sorry, to not go as hard on Rebirth as he did on Remake. Because I personally think Rebirth is worse. Yeah. Glitch Goddess, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs on Sebby Goddamn Webs TV. You know what, Glitch? You all right. I'm gonna drink this water. Glitch, thank you for that 5-pack. If any got a sub from the Goddess, say thank you, Glitch. You all right. So, but yeah. All right. Okay. Mr. Worldwide Warrior of Light, how the hell are you doing? Welcome in. You think Remake is worse? Well, Remake is more of a betrayal in how it's a bait and switch. Rebirth is more of a butchery of its source material. But Remake is really bad. Like, Remake, when you go back... Rebirth was so bad it woke up millions of people, but when you look at Remake, you realize how bad it always was. Like, always was from the beginning. But you had your blinders up. You just wanted to enjoy it because you knew that was the only FF7 remake we were ever going to get. That's why. But now you realize that it's just completely fucked. You go back to Remake with no rose-tinted glasses and you can see how fucking shit it always was. It's so bad. It's so bad, man. So, Adam Vada, thank you for the $5 super chat. Donkey made 3 videos on Death Stranding, and the viewers still can't tell if he likes it or not. Definitely an enigma, that man. I haven't seen any of his Death Stranding ones, so I can't really comment on that. And I know he's a big channel, but I only really know... I've seen bits of his Remake and Rebirth reviews, so can't comment too much. All right, okay. J. Moses Jones, welcome in. Welcome to the live stream. He's a comedy channel mostly. Yeah, and the thing is, there are people who do kind of like tongue-in-cheek reviews. They're not like kind of being super serious about it. They're just kind of, here's a sort of light-hearted, jokey review that's just kind of... The joking review is the content itself. It's not to be taken super seriously as like the definitive review of this thing. And if you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I have fun while I'm doing these, but I mean what I say. So. All right. Okay. Fuck. Oh no. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Oh, it's Cisne. Okay, J Red, thank you for the $20 super chat. You gotta go again because for 2 years you've been loving my vids. You're an old school FF fan. Agree with 90% of your frustrations. Having children was eye candy but bad. Agreed. FF7 Rebirth, bait and switched us. It did. And it's not fair what they did. It's not right. This is not how you treat your customers. This is going to be a video on YouTube, so my editor has all this to trim before we get back into it. Thank you, J Red, for the $20. Absolutely massive. Thank you. All right. Okay. This is where we resume the video. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the Gongaga we are ever going to get from the original FF7. Let's see how Rebirth improved that section. Okay, so we start off in the buggy, and then we actually have to get to Gongaga. So where is it? Let's see. I'm just seeing if they...
Alright, folks, keep those eyes peeled.
Peeled for what?
Is Scandal a jungle?
Here we are. Ah, yes, that tropical paradise of Gongaga. Let's go. My god, the lighting is shit in this game. It's just flashbangs non-stop. They haven't... Usually you get flashbang when you just walk outside into the open world. This is just there permanently. But anyway, let's keep going. They do the Yuffie motion sickness joke way too much in this, but that's because this is 3 times longer than the original FF7. In the in the original game, it's just like a thing that happens now and again, but in Rebirth, it happens literally every single time she's in a car, vehicle ever, and the joke just wears out its welcome way too quick.
Bit overgrown for the poor old buggy. We'll need to carry on foot. Oh, I meant to say, there's a village up this way. Fancy popping in? The reactor's not going anywhere, and I bet we could all do with a wee cat nap, eh?
Sure, let's. Cloud? You okay?
I feel like I've been here before.
I'm blown away by this. Like, what is this sky? Like, it's just, oh God, how do they, like, is this an Unreal thing? Why is the lighting so bad? Sorry, let's keep going. All right, here we go. Activating combat mode. Activating soy mode. Activating remake mode. I think we're about to reveal Gongaga here. Now, remember how when we got to Gongaga in the original game, it was that anxious heart, like... Very dark, depressed, because the town's been ruined. Well, let's see how they recreate that atmosphere here. Wow! It's 95% the same!
If you're
Yeah, so they go full El Dorado Disney right here.
serious about wanting to be our new best friend, how about giving us some insider info?
Well, if it's dirty laundry you're after,
Yeah?
I have heard whispers about the new president's proclivities. You wouldn't believe how much he spends on those fancy suits.
Oh, why did I even ask?
So you get here and it's like, Gongaga, Gongaga, El Dorado, El Dorado. Yeah, it's just like, I don't, this is a completely, anyone who says that Rebirth captures the spirit of the original game, you're just objectively wrong. You just have to look at this side by side. You just have to look at it side by side for 1 second and you can see how wrong it is. All right, let's, get to story parts. Okay, here we go.
I better scan these mushrooms for Chadley.
Come along, the village of Gongaga awaits.
It's about time. We're freaking starving. Maybe our lucky food will be on the menu.
Maybe our lucky food will be on the menu.
Ah, yes. Top tier writing. All right, let's see what we got over here.
Are these? They are! Gongaga mushrooms!
They may be hard to come by in Midgar, but here you can't move for the blasted things.
Wow.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Ha! Everyone's a winner!
Passing through. You.
What?
Nothing. For a second, I thought you were someone else.
Oh my god, it's Cisne from Crisis Core. Thank you for that. Wow, just what I've always wanted from a remake of FF7. Notice how 95% the same this is from the original? Yeah, so if you haven't played Crisis Core, you don't know who the hell this is. Also, Washable Bear, thank you for the 1 year on Sebby Webs TV. You alright. Yeah, so I remember I didn't play Crisis Core till like a few months ago. So when I was streaming Rebirth for the first time, I'm like, who is this? Am I supposed to know who this is? Well, I gotta say, her name being 3 question marks is actually surprisingly accurate, because literally who? Anyway, let's go.
Who are you people?
Aye, you'll do.
More importantly, why are you here? Not to survey the reactor, I presume.
Ah, no, just to study it. We're on a wee field trip, you see? Wee shh.
Well then.
Aww.
Okay, Mr. Not a Turk.
Welcome to
Mr. Not
Gungaga.
Obvious.
I'm Cisne, Coalition Captain. And sorry, didn't mean to startle you before. Just doing our jobs. Back to your posts.
Ma'am.
You'll get a clear view of the reactor from that hill. Make sure to pay your respects, though.
Of course.
Come on.
Like, wow. Well, they really captured the spirit of the OG with this one, didn't they? God, man. Oh, let's keep going.
Our village is a quiet one, as you can tell. Let's keep it that way.
You're right, chat. It actually feels like FF15. That feels like a scene that Noctis, Prompto, and Gladio would have with Cindy at the gas station in FF15.
Don't get a lot of visitors, what with the jungle. Can't even remember the last time. But that's part of this place's charm, I suppose.
Why is this game so happy? What do you mean? The original FF7 was always this happy-go-lucky. Don't you remember it? If you don't know that, you never played it. You're crazy for thinking differently.
Thank you. So what is this?
3 years ago, the reactor here suffered a catastrophic failure. It was old and couldn't handle the stress.
It needed maintenance, which Shinra never provided. And then one day... So, they're cheap as well. This was the company's way of trying to make amends.
I'm surprised they even made the effort.
And thanks to the hard work of our people, Gongaga rose from the ashes, right?
That's nice and all, but one memorial doesn't buy absolution.
It's such a different Shinra we're dealing with as well. Like, the original Shinra, I don't think ever did anything like this. Like, make some expensive memorial with heaps of flowers and, like, in memory of this and that. They kind of just don't give a shit. They just move on, and you can't do anything about it. It's the same with Nibelheim, for example. Like, in Rebirth, in the fake FF7, Shinra is fully public about that Nibelheim burned down 5 years ago, and they send in heaps of medical staff to help people deal with the trauma and help rebuild the whole thing. Like, they don't keep it a secret, and they publicly try to fix this problem. But in the original FF7, Nibelheim burns down 5 years ago, Shinra rebuilds it and then floods it with crisis actors who tell you that it never burned down 5 years ago, and you're crazy for even thinking that. That's way scarier. The OG Shinra is much scarier and more evil and callous and malicious and manipulative than what we have here. But it's like they're trying to make Shinra the good guys too. It's really weird, and it doesn't make sense. Also, Let me respond to some super chats. Coraline Who, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. It's, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sebu Webbs TV, and we are doing a little shot-by-shot comparison between the original Final Fantasy VII and FF7 Rebirth. So, welcome in, Coraline. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just going to respond to some super chats real quick, and then we'll continue. J Red, thank you for the $10. Is it just me, or did FF7 Remake feel like The Force Awakens? Looked alright, but something was wrong. And only part 2 and 3, you see how really bad it is. Yeah, well, there's a lot of parallels between Star Wars and FF7. I mean, the Shinra army is inspired by the Star Wars Empire. But it's a corporate empire instead of a intergalactic one. The aesthetic of the aesthetic of all these crazy machines, but they're also rusted and a bit broken down and a bit jank, that comes from Star Wars as well. But what Remake and Rebirth have done is they've kind of fucked it up by adding like VR and holograms and stuff, and now it's broken some of the cohesiveness of this world. Like, why are we using these rusty old steampunk elevators with like iPhones that have like holograms and then we put on VR goggles? It's fucked. Like, they've kind of fucked the thematic. They've fucked the themes of this game. They've screwed up the kind of look of its world. So, also, J Bone, thank you for the $6.70. Will I ever do a VOD of Breath of Fire 3 or 4? I may do Breath of Fire 3 one day, because I do think it's really cute that it opens with you running around as a baby dragon, just burning down heaps of miners, just heaps of 9 to 5 guys, and you're somehow the good guy. I think that's really cute. Also, it seems like it was a very good RPG for its time. Silent Observer, thank you for the $6.70. The Whisper, Zack Obsession, Red's Voice, Multiverse, biggest issues with the remake. It's just pointless padding, plus the amazing lighting. Yeah, the lighting's shocking, isn't it? Thank you for that $6.70. Silent Observer. So, yeah, it's so dumb, man. But Coraline, thank you again for that raid. I'm recording a video for YouTube as well. So, Disney has infected... Yeah, well, it's very Kingdom Hearts. It's very Disney. But here's the thing. People think I hate Kingdom Hearts. I don't. I just think Kingdom Hearts should stay Kingdom Hearts, and Final Fantasy should stay Final Fantasy. And you know who agrees with me? A lot of Kingdom Hearts fans. Like, I've pointed out this connection, and a lot of Kingdom Hearts fans come to my comments and be like, look, man, please don't lump me in with them. I kind of prefer them to be their own things too. And I say, I'm sorry you caught that stray. You all right. So... the problem is that Kingdom Hearts is the reason that modern Final Fantasy has become so Disneyfied. Because I assume Square looked at the massive success of those games and was like, oh, if we make Final Fantasy more like Kingdom Hearts, then these games will be more successful too. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The FF peaks when the best balances of Final Fantasy you ever find are when it's like quite... I would say quite serious and emotional. 7 is a very strong entry for that reason. It's very serious, it's very dark. And while you get other Final Fantasies that have dark moments and emotional moments, 7's kind of stacked. It's kind of packed when it comes to that. And that's why Claire Obscure Expedition 33, let me put it this way, it didn't model its tone after FF5 or 9. It modeled its tone after FF7, because, and it really, E33, Claire Obscure, felt like the FF7 of 2025, the real FF7. You know, it hit in the same way that 7 and 10 did back then. So, I'll respond to some more super chats and then we'll continue. So, Mega Man Berserker, thank you for the $3. You're right, they are super inconsistent, especially with how they treat Barrett's hometown to this. Yeah, it's just dumb. Even Barrett's hometown sucks in this. It's just like, in the OG, a few people are still pissed at Barrett, and they're normal. But in Rebirth, everyone is now a Power Rangers villain. It's like, well, look who decided to come back home. Prince Barrett Wallace. Bow down to his majesty while I pour my drink on his head. I'm still a good guy, though. And like, yeah, wherever Barrett walks in his town, it's like, get the hell out of here. It's like, so shit. It's so shit. Absolutely zero sense of subtlety. It's trash what they've done. So, Draconic Frost, thank you for the $5. I like the VR missions, but that's it. I don't. I don't. They are the VR missions in this come from Crisis Core. They shouldn't be in this, in my opinion. The turn-based felt natural compared to the action gameplay. There isn't a good balance. Yeah, well, there's absolutely no balance in this at all. It's one of the most unbalanced games I've ever played. But thank you for that 5. Marcellus, thank you for the $10. I like Nomura, but at this point he's better off pulling a Kojima and starting his own company. Then he can do all the Versus 13 clones he wants and not associate with Final Fantasy. I don't know. He's an interesting guy, because as I say, he's a genius character designer. But when you give him full creative control with a story, you get a very polarizing result. I don't know. Maybe he's a guy... He seems like he works well as part of a team, rather than when he's soloing. But again, I don't know the inner workings of this mind, and I respect his character design. So, J-Red, thank you for the $10. In OG, they're too broken to care. They don't have the energy to complain for long. Well, that's the thing, J-Red. They're angry, and they are justified somewhat, but they're not cartoonish, evil high school bully villains. And it's not the whole town either. It's just those guys. There's no sense of subtlety, man. So, all right, enough fucking about. Let's keep going.
You guys must be tired. I know you've got things to do, but if you wanted to rest up...
Wouldn't I say no?
My house is just down there. Got an open door policy, so feel free. Woohoo! Don't mind if I do!
I'm
Damn you kids.
gonna take a look around.
Seriously. Get some rest, okay?
And sane. Asen Karax, thank you for the 27
Those mushrooms you
months.
found? They're all yours if you want.
Alright, let's see what else we have. Oh god, do we really have to talk to Red 13? Oh wait, no. He hasn't shown us his real voice yet. So let's hear his fake voice.
Telling species apart can be difficult. What looks like a Gungaga mushroom may in fact be poisonous. For me and my nose, the difference is obvious. But for someone like you, well, let's find out. Which of these do you think they are?
Is this actually in the game?
Right ones.
Correct. I suppose this scent does make it rather obvious.
Wow! What riveting content! We really had to split FF7 into 3 games for stuff like that. Oh, God. Alright, let's have a chat with Tifa.
See how they dry their mushrooms here? Bet they'd make for a mean
What the fuck is going on with the lighting here? Tifa actually looks evil. She looks like one of those sort of 240p things where your face warps with heaps of pixels. Like, what is going on with this game? Sorry, let's hear the scene.
Doc, doubt there's much it wouldn't improve. Soups, pilafs, maybe even a pot roast. What sort of thing would you go for?
Gonna go with the pot roast.
Ah, why does that not surprise me? I remember Mom saying how Claudio's was the best she'd ever had. If you tell me what it was like, I could try and make it for you.
You know what I think this game is? I think it's Friend Simulator. I really think that. I think there are some people who see Cloud and Tifa as like they're friends substitutes who happen to be stuck behind a screen, and that's sort of where they get their social fix from, which is really strange to me. Like, I might like characters in a story, but I don't think they're real people or that they're my friend substitutes. But I start to wonder if that's what this is trying to be and who this is aimed for, because these conversations, these scenes are utterly pointless. Trash. Oh, God. Ah, yes, Gongaga, that inspiring, happy-go-lucky, El Dorado-like village. That Disney vibe village. Wow. In fact, wait, hang on, is this Rebirth? Is this the remake? For a moment, I thought I was playing the OG. It's just so similar. All right, Let's see Zach's parents.
Oh, Cloud.
Friend of yours? Come in.
Please.
Your eyes. You're a soldier, aren't you?
Kubo.
Was.
You wouldn't happen to know our son, would you? Zach?
Nani?
Are you all right?
Fine. What did you say his name was?
Zach. Zach Fair.
Zach?
Hey, he's the guy who named Tifa's bar Seventh Heaven.
Sorry. No.
Our son just up and left one day, determined to chase his dreams. At first, he wrote us all the time, but
When I first saw you, I thought maybe this is the girl he was always talking about. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable.
I doubt I was the only woman in his life. Charming guy like Zach.
Ha! Me? Gongaga. I'm sure he banged all the
I hope he's
ladies.
enjoying himself at least. They do say no news is good news, right?
They sure do.
say, if you do happen to see Zach, would you tell him that we miss him and to please get in touch?
Of course I will.
Yeah, and if you ever see him in like a multiverse or something, tell him his parents miss him.
We should probably be heading back, don't you think?
What? Already? At least have something to eat before you go.
Thanks, but we don't want to keep our friends waiting.
I have multiverses to hop into with Zach.
Another time, then.
Riveting stuff. My God, that lighting. That's so bad. It's so... Come on, man. Like, look at it. Just look. Oh, God, my eyes. So bad. All right. Jeez Louises.
Wasn't very nice of me.
All right.
You remember me telling you about Zach, right? At the playground? How he was my first love?
Huh, gay? Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is where he grew up. And now that I'm here, it's a lot. So when I saw someone who looked like him, I don't know. I had to say something. Didn't even occur to me to think how they would feel about it. Pretty selfish, huh? Waltzing in there, stirring up memories.
I don't know. They didn't seem to mind.
Sure they did. But thanks.
So, this Zach guy, you still like him?
Wow. You went there, huh?
Damn straight I did. In fact, Zach can watch me bang you while he watches from the cock stream.
He's never given me a reason
Sorry,
not to.
sorry. That's Cloud's original line. They had to change that for the American release.
Ooh, sugoi.
Ooh. Sorry. Ooh.
Any news?
Nothing. No calls, no letters.
Oh.
Leaving you out in the cold like this? Forget about that loser.
Oh! He probably just beats off in the cock stream.
He's a soldier, right? Then I hate to break it to you. But if he's been gone this long, the man is dead.
I actually hate the sound design of these Cloud headaches, and I've hated it since Advent Children, which is where it kind of started. It just hurts my ears, man. It just kind of it's just unpleasant to listen to, and I think they could have found a better way of expressing those moments. And the OG FF7 doesn't do this. It doesn't hurt your ears when Cloud has these moments, but Advent Children onwards remake, it feels like someone with tiny fists is just punching you in the eardrums out of nowhere whenever that happens. It sucks. Bad sound design.
Cloud?
Sorry. I'm gonna go lie down.
Well, that clears that up. He definitely doesn't know who Zack is.
Ooh woo. Foreshadowing.
Another time.
Notice how, like, remarkably boring and uninteresting these scenes are, and you probably won't even remember that. They're, like, that forgettable. It, like, there's just no sense of stakes, no sense of urgency, and characters having, like, 2 to 3 second pauses between each line is brutal. That makes the pacing even worse. It's just unbelievably dry. It's just carried entirely by the fact that it's Cloud, Tifa, and Aeris, and we all love them. That's really it. But you do this kind of storytelling in any other game, like with a bunch of new characters, it just wouldn't work. It's carried by the fact it's made from the building blocks of FF7. In fact, it kind of is a testament to how strong the building blocks of FF7 are, with its characters, stories, settings, and all that you can just basically make poorly written fan fiction out of it, and it's still somewhat entertaining. It still somewhat holds people's attention. It still appeals to a certain small group of people. So, Tune Raccoon, thank you very much for the 500 bits. Hey, brother, I got a quick question. Would you ever consider reacting to FF7 Machine Abridged series on YouTube? With your level of good humor, you and the Fart Brigade would love to see your reactions. Maybe one day, Raccoon, maybe one day, because I didn't grow up with it. I know it's long as well. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. But thank you for the 500. Draconic, thank you for the $5 super chat. One game that goes from turn-based to action well is Persona 5 and Persona 5 Strikers. Gameplay is just as good as the turn-based. See, I don't know anything about that. I haven't played either. But Persona 5 Strikers seems to be very popular. So, yeah. It's what I said before. It's what I said before. This game... It's... How do I word this? This game's main target audience is people who are happy as long as FF7-like things are happening on the screen. These people exist, but they're not enough to make these games actually sell well. And you don't need to target it for them. It's better just to make a great story, great game with these things, and then those people just love it anyway. You know, you don't need to make FF7 for the shippers. Do you know why? Because OG FF7 is not made for shippers. It's just made for the average gamer. And it spawned one of the largest and most terrifying shipping communities in the world, including myself. You know, I'm a well-known Clannicky shipper, Cloud and Red 13. And that's why I loved in FF7 Rebirth when Cloud and Red had their date scene. And Cloud looked lovingly into Red 13's eyes, held his hefty paw in his hand and said, "They are soft." And Red 13 went, I was so glad that this game finally canonized my ship, Clannicky for life. So, anyway, Geneva, thank you for that face. Let's continue. Right, let's see what more riveting content there is here in Gongaga.
Chocobo, choco, choco, chocobo.
Right. Well, thank you for that.
Catch you later.
Well, let's see what's over here.
Every now and then I see.
Sure, we'll find some riveting conversation behind this door.
Named Isa? Well, maybe you haven't heard of him, but
Oh, you buying? I thought you just wanted to chew the fat.
Right, let's get to some actual story moments. I think that, God, what have they done to this game? Okay, so I can swim through some of this. Oh no. Oh no, 480p! Hey man! Let's get some more riveting conversation. The fact you get so much hate from the delusional FF fans is crazy. You back your opinions with evidence and they can't seem to handle that. I mean, yeah. Well, yeah. But like, I'm not trying to hate it, man. I actually wanted to enjoy this game and it wouldn't let me. I tried. You can actually see me. In fact, we will even, in today's stream, we will even look at a part of my VOD where I'm trying to make the most out of a bad situation. I tried, man. I'm not trying to hate it. I tried to enjoy it, and it wouldn't let me. It's that bad. Refused to be good. All right, chat. I see potential in this scene. Let's have a look at this.
I am so bored right out of my brain. If I don't die first, that y'all go insane. I am so bored right out of my brain.
Nice song. Funny, too. Wrote it yourself?
Finally, someone recognizes my genius. Indeed, the amazing Yuffie is also a top-tier lyricist. Oh, I've got another song. Want to hear it?
Sure.
Here goes. I'll search high and low till I've gathered 'em all. I'll have orbs piled up about 1 billion feet tall. I'll have so much material, I won't know what to do.
Wow. It's 95% the same. There's also a problem with a character shouldn't know their own theme songs. You know what I mean? It's too self-aware. It's immersion breaking, to be honest. The one time I ever thought this was done well was actually in Advent Children, believe it or not. After Tifa beats the shit out of Loz in the church, you know, it's a great fight scene, and bam, she slammed him into the ground, and then you just hear and she and Marlene are like, huh? Where's that coming from? Then Loz gets up and it's his phone's ringtone. Yeah, what? That is a smart way to do it. But the problem is, this is just way too on the nose. It's way too self-aware. In FF7 Remake and Rebirth, you have Barrett after fights going or if you're really lucky and have Cat Sith in your party, you win a fight and he goes meow 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 meow. I'm not making this up. He actually does this. It's stupid, man. Like, what is it? Fan service? Is it just? I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell they're thinking when they do stuff like that. Threadnought, thank you for the $6.70. Congratulations to Prompto. I'm not going to read that word. And a new gig as a Choco Bow tax seller in Gongaga. Yeah, I mean, like, Yuffie and Red 13 is basically Prompto in this, which is insane. Yuffie is, or Prompto, Yuffie just is Prompto as well. You have 2 Promptos in your party. Kill, thank you for the $300. How much more can we take? But let's go. It's brutal. It's fucking brutal. It's like unwatchable, this game. But anyway, let's keep going.
Are you hearing this?
Also, notice how Yuffie is like the main character in every scene. Like, there's all these scenes in this game where other characters kind of don't say anything, but Yuffie will have a lot of lines, a lot of things to say. Or she's like someone who helps move the action forward a ton. Even though she was like a missable character in the OG. It blows your mind. You never heard how bad it was until you found Sebi Needle Drop. Well, I mean, you've seen the reaction I've gotten from making these videos and criticizing this. Like, people tell me to kill myself. And not in Minecraft either. They want me to do it in real life. Or like they threaten me. You know, it's just, that's why people, then they have the audacity to say, no one's complaining about it. Yeah, because they're fucking scared of you. They think you're going to kill them. They think you're going to dox them or try and ruin their lives somehow or destroy their reputations. And as much as they might not enjoy this or have problems with it, they don't want those problems in their life. A lot of 7 Remake fans have made it very clear that they will become an endless problem in your life if you criticize these games. And for most people, they're just like, ugh, it's just not worth it. Well, I think it's worth it. Why? Because I give a shit about the original game. It's very important to me. It's like a shaping, formative part of my childhood and my upbringing, and you don't get to rewrite my history. You don't get to rewrite my childhood. Ever. And I think a lot of people feel the same way, because that's an insane thing to do. It's like a really crap 1984. Anyway, let's keep going.
Are you hearing this? It's coming from the reactor. We gotta check it out.
Here we go, guys. Draconic Frost. I was shocked when I went straight from Reactor 1 to Reactor 5 instead of taking 2 hours. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, the OG's pacing, we all know. It's shocking. Thank you for the $5. All right, enough fucking about. Let's go and see this OG scene. Get ready for the flashbang. My eyes! Let's do this.
Hey, you hear that?
Yeah, gotta be a weapon.
Oh yeah, there's weapon here, by the way. You know those things that don't, like, appear in FF7 until the beginning of Disc 2, where they all erupt out of the crater? Well, we got one in Gongaga. Oh, and we saw it in, like, a previous area, too.
Wait, do you know something about this?
Could say that, yeah. You've been hearing it for a while?
For a few days now, yeah. The Coalition tried to investigate, but some creatures kept us from getting into the reactor. All they did was fly around. Just the sight of those weird black wisps was enough. More than enough.
No.
You know what, Cisne? I agree. I think those whispers are more than enough. Yeah, I don't think we need to see any more of them. But don't worry, we will.
Ain't that something?
You could see them?
Yeah, of course. Why? Do you know what they are?
Whispers.
Well, this just got more interesting.
So, when do we leave?
You, young lady, are on guard duty.
Oh, come on! I just want to help out! Be a part of the team!
Yeah, because you've been a real team player. Keep an eye on her for us.
I'll do my best.
Let's just get in, take a look, and get out.
Ah, yes. Disney Fantasy 7.
Figure you, me, Kate, and Red can do that easy. Agreed?
Like, it feels like a scene out of Tangled.
Let's go. You guys hold down the fort.
Fuck is that coming from? I don't know where that's coming from. Wait. Where is that coming from? It's coming from my Firefox, but what's doing it? It's none of those. Ah, you cheeky fuck. What? That's a... What is it? There we go. Okay, well, somehow that must have procced. That's for a Bahamut video that I'm actually making later on, which I'll put here. So, I'm so sorry about that, chat. I'm so sorry. I was like, hang on. I know for a fact that music is not in this scene. What? The whispers. Oh, no, it's the whispers. They remade this scene. Oh, my God. Wow. They really rebirthed that moment. Oh, my God, that's so funny. Fucking FF3. Okay, I'm going to take a piss. I'm going to refill my whiskey, and then we're going to go. Because buckle up, buckaroos. Shit's about to get really bad. All right, 95% is about to intensify like nothing you've ever seen. Also, Michael Lopriore, welcome, mamma mia. How you doing? How many tabs do I have? A lot. We're doing a big recording session today. I'll be right back, guys. Oh my God. That is so funny. That is so funny, man. I can't believe. I can't believe that just happened. So dumb. Mastonville, you played the game, you enjoy the combat systems, but you can't because of all the butchering. It's a sad thing, isn't it? And in a way, it's almost intentional. Like, they came up with a combat system. I don't think it's bad, but I also don't think it's that amazing. But a lot of people find themselves in this difficult situation where it's like, they enjoy the combat of this, but in order to enjoy it, you have to just watch all these butcheries, all their retcon version, the safe version, their version. You know, them fixing the problematic 90s game that makes them look bad today, in their own opinion, in their own eyes. It's like, no. You look worse by changing all the story. They would look better, Square Enix would look better if they preserved the original story and tone and characters and basically said, screw you, people who are offended by this. This is our creation. And we're doing this for the OG fans, all right? Instead, they gutted it completely in an effort to impress Twitter people and the worst kind of customer possible. You know what I mean? It's just, it's people who will virtue signal about this game but won't actually buy it. You know, if everyone loved it, Rebirth would have sold more. So, all right, enough talking about. The music improved. The music was ridiculous. Also, I think Red 13 looks kind of shit in this as well. He just looks like a skinny, emaciated, colorless piece of shit. Whereas if you look at the original design, he's very striking. He's very cool looking. He looks tough. He looks pretty tough, don't you? You hate his face? Yeah, well, now he's Soy 13. Shivala, thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you. Anonymous, thank you for the $3. Tip, I skipped Screech to Play's comment, Uwu Sugoi. Thank you for the $3. What is it? Have I checked out Honest trailers on YouTube? There's good reaction content. Sorry, I missed that. I didn't see that. Yeah, thank you. I didn't see that. Thank you. Sorry if I miss any super chats, guys. You're always free to at me and remind me, because sometimes I do miss them, because I'm trying to keep my head in the game as much as possible. It's hard to, as a streamer, it's hard to like record YouTube videos live, but I'm okay at doing it. I'm getting better at this. Would I be kind enough to change the background? Oh, all right. I'm working here. Strong opinions, Mafia. More yapping. I'm right, you're wrong. More yapping, complain. Well, no one has to, you don't have to watch this channel. I mean, there are, how many? I think there's 60 million channels on YouTube. No one's making you watch this one. You can watch anything else. But we will be getting back into this video, guys. I think it's time. Alright, guys, sorry. I will stop responding to my chats. We're not allowed to do that anymore. Let's do the video. Oh, and before we continue, cheers. I poured myself a fucking Johnny Walker Black, double black, nice and smoky. I think it's fucking time. Kraybell, hate how they butchered the game that made you fall in love with JRPGs. Isn't it interesting? FF7 is the game that made you fall in love with JRPGs, and 7 Remake is the one that turned you off them. In a way, that's how I feel. That's how I feel in a lot of ways. So, Sebi's yapping is on point. You know what? You all right. Moon Hughes, Eris's death. Oh god, I mean that's why I made a video about that. So, Anubis, you feel called out about FF12? I'm sorry. You're allowed to enjoy it. You're allowed to enjoy 12, but know that I'm always going to rip on it because it fucking deserves it. And thank you for enjoying the content, Anubis. All right, let's do this. Superb.
You guys... Let's go. You guys hold down the fort.
And get out. Figure you, me, Kate, and Red can do that easy.
On the fort.
No fair!
I feel like Cisne shouldn't be able to push around Yuffie. Like, Yuffie, I think, is stronger than her. But, whatever. Anyway. Alright. Let's get gongoggering. Where do we go next? Okay. Let's get gongoggering.
Hell? You heard that, right?
What in the world is that?
There it is again. Ammonia, whatever it is. Something to do with the reactor, isn't it?
Just head straight south. The guard knows you're coming.
King Kluk, thank you for the prime.
Nothing serious.
T10 Nat, am I awake? I woke up at 8 PM today. T10. I don't want to talk about it, but I hope you're doing well, guys. Chuck it a wee follow. Chuck it a wee follow. Guys, why does Barrett sound like a WWE wrestler? Because it's an interpretation of Barrett. You can voice him like Mr. T. He's visually based on him, but that doesn't mean he has to sound like him. There's plenty of characters who are based on celebrities who don't sound like that celebrity. Like Cat Viper in One Piece, who's based on Garfield. Bartholomew Kuma in One Piece, who's based on Arnold Schwarzenegger, but has one of the most soft-spoken, gentle voices in the entire series, and so on and so forth. All right, let's keep going.
The captain filled me in. You can head on through.
Yeah, I'm not saying the voice is bad. You don't have to like it or dislike it. But I'm saying that like there's more than one player. There's more than one way of playing a part. So what do you even do in this part of the game? To my memory, you spend quite a while running to the reactor.
Whispers are back.
Come again? What's a whisper when it's at home?
An arbiter of fate. They appear when destiny is about to be altered. And sure,
They appear when destiny's about to be altered.
Changed it though.
You will? It's my real voice.
but perhaps now they preside over a new fate. Ours.
My eyes! Yeah! My eyes!
Okay, let's just move through here. Oh my god! How much have they padded this game? This is Gongaga, man. Why? This is Gongaga. Why is this so huge, man? Let's keep going. Oh my god, this goes on for so long, man.
Meow 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 meow.
There it is. Yeah. Listen to Cat Sith. Listen to Cat Sith after this.
Meow 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 meow.
Meow 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 meow. I told you he does it. I told you he does it. I'm not wrong, man. Okay. Oh, for those of you who are wondering why Red 13 has a deep voice here, it's because we haven't gotten to Cosmo Canyon yet. In Cosmo Canyon, that's when he no longer talks like this.
Huh, and instead talks like this from now on. Ooh woo. Huh, everyone's a winner.
So yeah. Alright. We gotta swim through all this. Okay, we're at the reactor. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Damn. Nature came back swinging.
That's the
Just putting him back in.
rich land. What's good?
Sorry, just putting him back in 1080p.
Nature came back swinging.
That's the Mako-rich land. What's good for life is great for reactors.
See your way in.
Whispers. No, not as we know them.
How you figure?
Come. It's time.
Let's follow him. Come on.
What have they done to this game? You're very glad you never bought this. Yeah. So, look what you missed out on.
We must be close by now.
Actually, look what you have missed out on. Waka waka doodle, yeah!
How much longer?
We expect to arrive within the hour.
Then I'd better choose a suitable toy.
Oh, can I be the toy? Don't jeez.
Will that be necessary, ma'am?
Of course it will. I'll make sure that it is.
Maybe the remakes aren't so bad after all. Alright. It's amazing how distractingly hot they made Scarlet. It's incredible. You can't take your eyes off her. Quinn, sorry, thank you for the $2 tip. What character do I think the voice actors did the best job in bringing it out? What voice actors do I think did the best job? I prefer the Japanese voice acting, to be honest. I actually think they mostly sound fine there. Yeah. I won't comment on the English ones, so... Alright, enough talking about. Let's keep going, chat. All you gooners and coomers. Okay, Barrett, Red 13, you sit there for half an hour while I sit on this bench. Okay, I'm recovered. Thank you for standing there for an hour while I sat on this bench. I don't know why they have done this. Like, this is a company famous for its creativity, and this was the most creative solution they could come up with for this. Like, just just give us a Mako fountain. You touch the Mako fountain, bam, fully restores everyone. Like, you know, like the spheres in FF10. This is crazy. And then you get to the Temple of the Ancients, and there's an ancient vending machine. And an ancient bench, and I'm not making this up. There actually is. We'll get there, believe that. Alright, let's keep going. You can't do a save crystal, werewolf. Yeah, it's too OG. Just giving you guys a heads up. This area is horrible. This area sucks. Get used to these visuals, guys, because we're going to be here for a very long time. Activating combat mode. Activating soy mode. Activating cloud banging my girlfriend mode. Hehe, I'm Zach. Activating cockstream mode. All right. Let's get through here. So, God, this area goes for so long. It's so bad, man. Yeah. Thank you. Hang on. Let's just. Okay. Oh, brother, this game stinks. What's up, Bang? How are ya? Also, guys, follow my man, Bang TDS. Oh my God! Oh, Whispers, my favorite characters. Wow, good thing there was a blue neon arrow on the floor. I wouldn't have known to go there. Anyway, you get the picture. And we go through here. Oh, God. Yep. Okay. Ah, yes, this riveting part of the original game. Gosh, just like in 1997. You can imagine what this area is all about. Great stuff. Yep. Yep. Oh, this pissed me off so much. Yeah, there's... Who would have thought? Guys, welcome to the pinnacle of game design. There are generators, and you have to find a way to get power back to the generators. Perhaps a long cable or something that you have to plug in. Ah, yes. This classic 1997 moment. Alright, so we do that. Yep, we fight these things. Yep, wonderful. Yep, more swimming. Ah, swimming in different colored water. Alright. Jump King. Yep, these guys. Remember those guys from the OG? Yep. Alright. Oh, wow! Hey, look, that's the... Those must be representations of the original fans trying to preserve the game's timeline, and we have to kill those Whispers so we can change the story for the worst. Of course, it's so obvious! Wow, what a great fan theory. Give me that quote. It's like the entire gameplay of this game is to stall for time with plugs and vacuums. I mean, yes, I mean, this area has its own version of the Mako vacuuming thing that you had to do in Nibelheim. Except this is the... Get the cable and plug it into the generator. But the cable's never long enough. Don't worry, we'll get there too. We'll get there too. Also, Milky Burger, thank you. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much. All right, let's keep going. Oh God. Ah, the flashbang. Oh, God help me. I wonder what the puzzle and solution to this is. This is... I do remember, this is one of the moments where I broke on stream, and we are going to look at the, VOD where that happens. Let me just increase the size. Here we go. Yeah. Also, Suko, thank you very much for the YouTube membership. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, guys, just look at that face right there. Does that look like the face of a man who's enjoying the remakes? I was God, I was tired at this point because I had no idea how long Gongaga was going to be. I had no idea how much they were going to stress it out and how much they were going to stretch it out. And here's me at my wit's end. All right, okay, let's find a cable. Let's find a cable. We're gonna find a cable here. It's gonna happen. This is... No! Hang on. Someone timestamped it because they thought my reaction was so funny. There we go. Someone timestamped it because they thought my reaction was heaps funny and how angry I got. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Sorry. Before YouTube does that. Raise or lower the water level, I think they've run out of shit. Are you... Alright, okay, let's find a cable. Let's find a cable. We're gonna find a cable here. It's gonna happen. I thought Limbo was a really good game, but then it reaches a point where it's just all about raising and lowering water levels. I'm like, it's not fun anymore. So... Aha! Behold! My genius puzzle-solving skills. The power cable's not long enough! Find a fire, you! God damn it! What are you doing, Square? This is not an improvement! This does not improve the original! You're having a fucking laugh, mate! You're having a fucking laugh! Oh, what am I doing? I just want to get to the next story, man. You're doing this! You're doing this silly goose shenanigans. Alright, sorry. Sorry, oh man, I was not happy. But yeah. And you know, the solution to this puzzle is also complete crap. The cable's just like being squashed by a thing you just gotta push. It's just absolute time wasting. Like, look at the solution to this. Geneva, man in shambles? I was in shambles there, mate. Defeated by a cable, you're not wrong. Here's the solution. It's like, just why even put this here? What, this is just busy work. This is not gameplay. This is not fun. This is just time wasting. This is filler. This is rubbish. Like this, you could remove this puzzle from the game and nothing of value would be lost. Absolutely nothing of value would be lost. It's like anti-gameplay. It's like anti-fun. People say this is a perfect game. Did you know that? There are people who say this game is perfect. Not just great, not just, oh, I enjoyed it, warts and all, you know, yeah, had some problems, but overall I loved it. No, there are people who say this game is perfect. With no problems. I'm blown away. This section was total bullshit. It was. It was so bad. Ah! Right, let's keep moving along. This riveting gameplay. God, this how have you turned Gongaga into this? Why would you do this to Gongaga? What did it ever do to you? Oh, here we go. Oh my god, finally some progress. Holy shibbly wibbles. Okay, here we go, chat. Here we go. Now the reward. The flashbang. Oh, piss off, you stupid fucking ghost things. So let's get the volume up.
You seeing this? Since the plant went offline, the whole place has been filling up with Mako. Which means the planet ain't done. We were right to take out those reactors.
I wouldn't go that far.
Let's get to work. Too much Mako here.
Oh no! That's a replica!
Shit! How did they... You told them, didn't you?
What? It must be me! I swear!
Oh yeah, Barrett actually knows that Cat Sith works for Shinra, by the way. Did you know that? Yeah, but he thinks that Cat Sith is some low-level Shinra employee who out of the goodness of his heart is just helping them out. Ah yes, that classic Barrett behavior and his trusting nature of those who work for Shinra. Yeah, so they just, I don't know what they're doing with this. But yeah, let's keep going. Because in the OG, it's such a shock when you find out that Cat Sith actually works for Shinra. It's actually like shocking. You know, because you've underestimated him up until that point. Anyway, let's keep going. Well, the best part of the remakes.
Mako attracts all kinds, gnats and vermin included.
Scarlet!
Thank goodness I had the foresight to bring some exterminators.
You can't take your eyes off her, can you? she's just magnificent. All right, so yeah, we fight these things. Yep, trash enemies, bullet sponges. Yep, bullet sponges here. Okay, here we go. Hey, Mummy. Sorry. I don't mind their remix of the song For Those Who Fight, but in a way, the song's just so good that you almost can't fuck it up. So, let's see. So we fight Hojo's damage sponge. God, these fights go for fucking ever. These fights go forever as well. All right, here we go. I think we're nearly done. There we go. Oh, I guess that's phase 2. All right, River. Yeah, you thought that fight was over? Nope, we got another 20 minutes on that. Let's get to, okay, here we go. Okay, finally. My God. Okay, here we go. Wow, just like the OG.
Let me help.
Ah, yes. Sephiroth and Gongaga. I remember that part. Yes.
You alright?
As this has been, I have material to collect, so if you would excuse me.
Well, the mummy machine. You know what? Maybe Rebirth ain't so bad after all. Oh God, how do they make Scarlet so impossibly hot? Like, how do they do that? It's like Scarlet is a masterpiece in Guna design. Oh shit.
We've arrived.
Wait. I think we are... Okay, we're on 31 now. Oh my god almighty. Yeah. I think we're here. No. No, 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 no. There. I think. Let me just get... Just 1 second, we'll get there. It's 31. That's what we want. Episode 31. There we go. Can I go back to Scarlet? Oh, don't worry. We'll be seeing more of her. Believe that. Mummy over. Don't worry. Don't worry. Mummy's coming back, chat. Mummy's coming back. All right. Let's do this.
Holy! Well, Nikas, when did those get here? We gotta help them. Hurry and get ready. Then meet me at the stables.
Yeah. Is that a thing before you sleep? What's going on, you dog? How are you? I love your videos, by the way. That's basically because that's all this game is good at. Appealing to gooners. I mean, that does seem to be one of its major target audiences, you know. Otherwise, why the fuck is there why the fuck is there so much focus on Eris and Tifa in bikinis? I mean, look. As a more cultured man, all right, you know, I do like the old Scarlet Goon. I don't mind a bit of an older lady. But guys, also chuck a follow to think before you sleep. Awesome YouTube channel. All right, now fucking about. Let's do this. Is it me, or are all of Sebi's arguments based on that he seemed to want a remaster and not a remake? See, Remedy, I don't know if you're pretending to be dumb, and I'm sorry if that's rude or offensive what I'm saying, but you strike me as the kind of person who hasn't looked or read any of the counter-arguments against your position ever. That's not what I've said. Literally ever. And I don't know how you would possibly think that. I don't know how you would possibly think that. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. No offense. Enjoy the flashbang, and then let's keep seeing how Rebirth improved Gongaga.
Holy! Well, Nikas, when did those get here? We gotta help them. Hurry and get ready. Then meet me at the stables.
Alright, so they're going to do their thing for a bit. Zidane, thank you for the $5.70 super chat. At this point, the OSTs feel insulting. Square Enix knew what we wanted and decided to do certain things to FF7. Yeah, well, the thing is, they're not trying to remake FF7. I think they're trying to fix the problematic 1997 game that is problematic by today's standards for modern audiences. Let me try and phrase that. I think that Square Enix feels embarrassed by the original game, and I think that they are trying to use this to overwrite the original game. They're trying to fix the past with this. Which is fucked, man. And I think that if Square Enix could press a button that made all copies of the original FF7 disappear from this world, I think they would press it. Is that cynical of me? Is that black-pilled of me? Yes, it is, but I would put nothing beneath this company at this point. The thing is that they can't do that. There's too many copies of the original FF7. There's, and it's just, it's online everywhere. There's a billion emulator ROMs. You can't delete it. But what they can do is they can flood the airwaves with so much FF7 remake content that eventually it will drown it out, or at the very least dilute it. You know, and we already see that. You search FF7 on Google Images or YouTube, you have to type in OG FF7 or FF7 1997 if you specifically want that imagery or those videos. Otherwise, it's diluted with remake stuff, with Rebirth stuff. So, yeah. And I don't even think that's really a conspiracy theory. I just think that, like, I think they've said, Square Enix have said in their own interviews that they are embarrassed by the original game. They're embarrassed by its social depictions. Just look it up. Kitase himself said that. I wouldn't be surprised if the usual suspects who have infected many other industries in video gaming have gotten in their ears and told them, you know, the OG FF7, great game, influential, but some of that's a bit problematic, mate. The whole dying suicide thing, bit problematic. Maybe we can fix that. Sid Highwind. Yeah, I don't know if his behavior will fly these days. I think that might need to be addressed, maybe even fixed, because that literally feels like what's happening with these. You know, the motivation is there. As I say, Kitase has literally said that he finds the original game embarrassing, and the results of FF7 Remake Rebirth, it just gradually seems to be overwriting / diluting the original FF7, polluting the conversation around that. You know, it's like what the Romans said. Cui bono. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but it means like who benefits, you know, who's benefiting from this? Ask yourself who's benefiting from this, and you can usually figure out who might be, what they might be doing or who might be doing it from that alone. So, who is finer, Scarlet or Tash? Is that a trick question? We all know the answer is Scarlet. So, do I think after 7 Revelations, Square would try to do anything else with FF7? They'll probably try and milk it forever, as long as they can make money off it. But in a way, I feel like it's more to rewrite the past, because that's kind of the effect it's having. Think before you sleep. It's fun to learn about the OG and how many of our favorite moments were not written by the current dev team. Well, that's the thing. Like, the thing is, though, Nomura did write some great moments, though. Apparently, it was Nomura's idea to kill Eris, and it was their original idea that everyone who's not in your party when you parachute into Midgar dies. And I think Nomura also said, no, don't do that. Let's keep everyone alive. Let's not kill everyone who's not in your party when you parachute into Midgar. I think that's a better idea. But Nomura seems to work best as part of a team rather than with full creative control. And that's not me trying to be mean, that's just what I observe. I didn't know, I always thought that Hamaguchi had worked on the original game. But that's not true. Apparently Hamaguchi was a fan who joined and worked on FF13 and then became the creative director for FF7 Remake and then the full director of FF7 Rebirth and then Revelation, which I find bizarre. When people say that, like, oh, it's the same people who worked on this as the OG, the director didn't, and the director is massively, gigantically important. The director is basically God. You know how a Steven Spielberg movie, a Quentin Tarantino movie, a Martin Scorsese movie, they're named after the director? That's how important the director is. So when the director himself, who has basically godlike control over the project, hasn't worked on the original, I don't think you can make the argument anymore that the original, that the original staff worked on this. Yeah, sure, Nojima, Nomura, Kitase, but like, that's like 3 guys. You know, I don't think, I wonder how much of the original dev team really worked on this. You know, and without Sakaguchi, you just don't have Final Fantasy. As I say, without Sakaguchi, it's like making a Steven Spielberg movie without Steven Spielberg. It just doesn't work. The Futile Variable, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Draconic, why fix what was never broken? They're golden goose. The thing is, the OG FF7 is not broken from a normal person's perspective, but from a Twitter person's perspective, it is. From a Twitter person's perspective, from a TikTok person's perspective, some of this behavior and social depiction is problematic, and that's why I think they like that Square Enix, has come in and fixed the original FF7 and updated it for modern audiences. I think that it's the TikTok, Twitter, Reddit brain that loves these changes, but like the average person, the average gamer is like shocked by them and fucking hates it. So, yeah. Anyway, not fucking about. Also, to my editor, keep this in the video, these discussions. These are important. They go hand in hand with this. So, anyway, enough fucking about. Let's do this. Yeah, let's just let's just run with the chocobos. You know what? I didn't mind this because I like stupid shit like this, but it's also just kind of pointless. Whee! Chocobos! Dun dun dun! Chocobos jumping on my mushrooms. I just want to ride my chocobo all day. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, bum, bum. And you get the picture. All right. So we go all the way here. All right, here comes the fun part. Dun 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 dun. So we just fight these guards. Yep, riveting stuff. Fantastic expansion. And chat, you are gonna love this part so much. Hang on, let's 1080p it. Giant flying foxes. Thank you for the $5. As bad as these games are, you do enjoy the remixed OG music. I mean, as I say, I like the one that's like dun dun da 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 dun. I like that, and I like Airbuster's boss theme. But the original songs are so good, you can't really fuck them up. So, yeah. Is it mummy time? Oh, we're getting there. Guess what? It's going to be even better than that. It's going to get even better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because now Tifa, Yuffie, and Eris have to do that entire section again. That whole thing that Cloud Parrot and Red 13 did, yeah, we have to do it all over again, but now with the girls. Oh, welcome to hell. Hell is playing FF7 Rebirth. You can't make this up. Yep, sat on the same bench, same area. Oh god, how can anyone say this is perfect? How can anyone say that it's perfect? I get that you liked it, but perfect? Just look at it! Look! Just look what they did! Oh! Oh my god! Anyway, you get the picture.
We gonna swim across this room too? Really?
Except it's different this time, because the water level has raised.
And I just think with games, right, whenever you get to the point where you're just raising and lowering water levels, I think that's when the devs have run out of ideas.
Not with our grappling guns.
Oh my god, Tifa swimming!
Anyway, don't act like you didn't do the same thing. Alright, get more riveting stuff.
Moving on then.
Wow! Grappling gun section. Just like in the OG.
Let's keep going. Riveting stuff. All right, let's just you know what? You get the picture. We do the entire area all over again. All of it. Except the water level is a bit higher this time. And then we finally get to here. Oh, God. Oh, you should have seen my reaction to this part. I think I got really angry here. Let's see if that's... Let me just see if I can find that. I just want to find this one bit. I know I get heaps pissed off with the game. Yeah, I think it's around here. Fucking... Oh, I was so over the game at this part, man. I was so over it. It's possible. Like, I was just skipping encounters. I was just running past enemies. I was refusing to fight. And then the game kicks me in the balls with this. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. I can plan this. Watch. Watch. This is me doing everything to avoid fighting. To avoid playing the game at this point. And And here's my reward. Look how fucking good I am at avoiding gameplay at all costs when I just want to get to the next fucking story part. You are having a fucking laugh, mate. Square, you're having a fucking laugh. You are sitting at your computers laughing at me, personally, because of what you've just done, mate. That was ridiculous. Fine. Hello. Oh, well, fuck. Come on, mate. Oh, that's shocking. It is so bad. It's just like everything is endlessly padded and bloated and filled to be as long as possible. It's just like it's like an exercise in lengthening. It's incredible. Shit, Gaga, you're not wrong. Anyway, you get the picture. We kill a bunch of Shinra soldiers. More filler. Ooh, that's skirt. Sorry, Alright, stop gooning to Tifa, for God's sake. Jeez Louises. I think a lot of this game is just carried by the fact that Tifa's really hot. I actually think that's a huge carry for this game. She's like the Fran for FF12. You know FF12 is a terrible game, but people say, oh yeah, but Fran? She's kind of the Fran of Rebirth. It's just like you're playing with your digital Barbie girls, alright? Your digital Barbie dolls. Well, that's fine, you can enjoy that, but that doesn't mean the game's good. Alright, we do this. Yep, bullet sponges here. Yeah, thank you for that, Yuffie. Oh God, this goes on for so long. Oh my God, finally! Finally. You know, you could have just had Tifa, Yuffie, and Aeris just show up. Like, Cloud and Barrett, and you've already done that part. But no, we have to go through the entire area again as the girls.
Hey, it's that hag!
Hey, she ain't no hag, Yuffie. She's perfect. The game may not be perfect, but Scarlet is.
You alright?
The three of us are!
Oh no! I can't escape from Scarlet. Whatever will I do?
Who did that?
Oh no.
Hey, Scarlet! Remember this Wutaian savage?
No, because I didn't play Intergrade, the fucking DLC game that was supposed to sell the PS5, you silly goose, Yuffie, who's not the main character. Anyway, sorry.
He's coming for your wrinkly hide! Why not take us on? We'll go easy on you. Promise.
Something tells me this pose is from FF10 too. Let me just check something. I mean, they're not doing the exact same poses, but it's very FF10 too. By the way, did you know that the director of FF10 2 is a co-director for 7 Rebirth? Now you know where all those musical theater numbers came from. But don't worry, it's not just him. Nomura also wanted to make FF15 a musical after he saw Les Miserables with Hugh Jackman. And also Aeris's song... Oh, by the way, Aeris has a Disney musical number that she sings all by herself in Gold Saucer. Apparently that was Kitase's idea to add that. So yes, we have 3 musical theater kids in top tier... We have 3 musical theater kids in top tier positions in control, creative control, of FF7 Remake and Rebirth. These games never stood a chance. They never stood a chance. This can't be serious. Everything I said is just true. Look it up.
me and beneath me. Instead, I'll simply carve you all into pieces.
I hope she can carve me into pieces. Whoa! As Al Pacino says, Scarlet has a great ass, and you were all up in it. Whoa! Anyway, you get the picture. All right, so we fight Scarlet for a bit. God, Scarlet and the Whispers. Ah, yes. You know what? This is probably my favorite part of Gongaga in the original OG FF7. Right, now let's move on. Damage Sponge, Bullet Sponge. Yeah, remember this part of the OG? Oh God, this fight goes for fucking ever. To be fair, it's Rebirth. Literally every fight goes for like 20 to 30 minutes.
Worthless hunk of... Oh, it's gorgeous. And about to be all mine.
Get back here!
I don't think so.
Eric! Yuffie! You okay? We're fine! Just go! Don't let that hag get her grubby mitts on my materia!
Why is Scarlet in Gongaga? What do you mean? Don't you remember this part from the original game? Nothing has changed. If you think this isn't exactly the same as the real Final Fantasy VII, then you're crazy.
Well, at least I get to play as Tifa, my wifey. Mummy, I want milk.
Alright, anyway. Yeah. Wow. Just, oh my god. Ah, yes, I remember this story beat. Sorry, let's get going.
Learn some manners.
Righteous anger guide you.
Instead of a button masher, it's more like a budget masher. They just mash as much budget into this as possible to distract you from the fact that this has absolutely no substance. It's just all flash, no substance. The ultimate budget masher. Wow. He must have like anti-blood materia on his sword, which is... Anyway, I'll be here all week. Oh, there we go! Some blood!
Stop! That's enough!
I find it interesting that the party is so shocked at how Cloud's just killing these Shinra soldiers, as if you haven't already killed like 500 to 1,000 on your way here. You know what I mean? Like, why is this now a problem? You know, like, remember when they blew up? Well, actually, in the original, in the real FF7, you blow up the Mako reactors, knowing very well that you have killed like hundreds of people in the process of doing that. But like, now it's an issue? Anyway.
But it's those Shinra soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. They've really gone out of their way to make Cloud as unlikable as possible. Like, they want you to prefer Zack, it seems. So.
Cloud, don't let her fool you. She has no scar.
You have no scar.
She's not Tifa.
You're not Tifa. You can't be.
We've been over this. I do have a scar. I showed you, remember?
Liar.
My God. I dried out my own contact lens when I did that.
All right, look.
95% incoming.
Those we hate. Those we love. Those we fear. Jenova will become anyone to fool her prey.
God, this is so stupid.
Don't do this!
They really assassinated Cloud's character with this, mate.
But I'm no fool.
No, she didn't flash him, chat. My God, you goon lords. Alright, should be fine. Let's just swim out of the Mako. You know how, like, swimming in Mako just fucks you up permanently? Remember that? Oh. Hey, remember that? Remember this part from the OJ?
Tifa?
All right, look.
It's just fucking fan fiction. It just, like, what? This is ridiculous. Oh my God.
Pumpkin.
Mom? Dad?
Don't worry, chat. It's about to get even stupider than that.
Tifa! Over here!
The game's remember, it's just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh.
Yeah! Come play with us!
Oh yeah. Tifa in my stomach. For me, Tifa.
I do wonder if that was, like, what they were thinking when they had Tifa inside the weapon's stomach. Like, is that to appeal to the people who love that sort of thing? Who get off on the idea of, like, voring? I don't know. But when I look at this, I can't help but think, oh yeah. For me, Tifa.
Tifa in my stomach.
I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, they're already going for the furry crowd with Red 13. Ah. Just make a different game at this point. Just make a different game. Okay? You don't need to call it FF7. Clearly you didn't want to make FF7. Clearly you didn't want to remake it. Just be honest. Just call it FF7 2 Electric Boogaloo. FF7 the spin-off multiverse years. Just don't call it FF7 remake. What is this? What is this? What the fuck am I looking at? This is so stupid. How anyone defends this as a remake of the OG, I don't know how you sleep at night. I don't know how you look in the mirror and not reel in shock at the dishonesty. Right? You're like a god of lies to say such a thing. My god. Unbelievable.
The live stream?
It's 95% the same. You know what? It might actually even be 100% the same. Wait, hang on. Wait, wait, this isn't the OG? What? Wait, this is Rebirth? I thought it was... I thought it was playing the original game from 1997, chat. Oh my god, whoa. It's just so similar. It might even be 200% the same. Wait, hang on. This is not the PS1 game? Oh, no. No way. Also, oh god, help me. This is so stupid.
If I'm ever trapped or in trouble, promise you'll come and save me.
Yeah, so now, remember in Disc 2, where Tifa and Cloud fall into the live stream and they piece his memories back together? Yeah, well, we're just doing that now, in Gongaga. Except Cloud's not here, it's just Tifa. Inside of a weapon's stomach, just voring it. Yeah, that's... Everything I just said is true. And I wish it wasn't.
That's what heroes do.
Ah! Oh my god!
I don't... What is this?
Why am I voring a weapon? Must be for a certain kind of shipper.
This is the spirits within of video games. Like when you think about it. In fact, I would bet you this lost more money than the spirits within lost.
Then I'm coming with you, Tifa. Me too. Snap and Evil, here we come. Okay then. Thanks, you guys.
I'll bet you when all is said and done, they would have spent more money on all three parts of this game, and they would have lost more money than Spirits Within lost.
Come on, let's go.
The difference is when Spirits Within happened, they didn't have FF11 or FF14. They didn't have the MMO money printing machines. But think about it.
Am I dying?
Like Spirits Within, FF7 Remake is not what it said on the box. Spirits Within wasn't either. It had no Final Fantasy in it. Spirits Within cost a bomb, lost a ton of money. This is kind of the same thing, man. It's, you know, the only money they would have made on this was Remake Part 1. Because people thought it was going to be a real remake. But Rebirth, it's like FF13 all over again. Like, FF13 may have sold a bit, but, like, Part 2 sold less, and Lightning Returns apparently sold, like, 1 mil. This is really, really bad. Yeah. Ox be paid! Thank you for the prime. A series so bad that people are starting to speak fondly of FF13. Well, don't you worry. I'll get to that eventually. Alright, I've already set the record straight on FF12. I'll have to come to 13 after that. FF7 refunded? Yeah. You remember renting Spirits Within from Blockbuster and loved it, but you didn't understand why it was FF. Here's the thing. Watch it again now. Remove Final Fantasy from the equation, and Spirits Within is a bland, boring, depressing, sad, generic science fiction with amazing graphics for its time. That's all it is. It's even when you remove the Final Fantasy from the title, there's still a reason there's still a reason that movie has not survived. If Spirits Within was a good movie, it would have stood the test of time, regardless of like the name. But the name makes it much worse. Silent Observer, thank you very much for the $6.70. A planet defense weapon made to kill all life and protect the planet. Cares about a random soldier of the race destroying the world. Why would it care? Yeah, it makes no sense. Like in the real FF7, the weapons kind of attack indiscriminately. They don't. All they know is that humans are destroying the planet. They don't discriminate between Shinra or your party, or even Sephiroth and Jenova. They want to kill Sephiroth and Jenova as well. So why have they got a personal investment in Tifa in this? It doesn't make any sense. Oh no, it's Apple Man. Greetings, Sebi. I am the Apple Man. I have traveled from the other dimension to say, you all right. Apples and pies for the whole chat. You know what, Apple Man? You are easily the best thing to come out of this entire multiverse catastrophe. That is the best thing. That is the best multiverse thing that has ever happened in the entire FF7 remake conversation. A guy comes out of nowhere, says you're all right, and gives you apples and pies, all right? I wish that's all that happened in this game. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Enough fucking about. Let's get back to whatever the hell this is. Wow. Wow. Just what I've always wanted to see. Roar! I'm a remake weapon, whatever the fuck that is. These weapons also suck as well. These weapons were never necessary, they just suck. Like, you got 5 in the OG. You don't need more than that. You don't need more than 5 Godzillas in your game. Oh, that's right. There's black and white whispers as well, and Sephiroth utilizes the black whispers. Sephiroth? In fact, ooh, hello Tifa. In fact, it gets so on the nose that when Aeris dies at the end of Rebirth, and then Cloud gets sucked into a parallel universe where he teams up with Omni Aeris to fight Sephiroth in his mind or in another dimension. Yes, this all actually happens. Sephiroth does a move on him called Whisper Cannon, where he shoots heaps of black whispers at you from a cannon. You get it? Because whispers protect the canon timeline, the canon. It's shit. So bad. It's so bad, man. Oh no! Oh no, how will Tifa be able to vore the weapon? Oh no. Hey! Hey, she was voring me, Sephiroth! Get out of here! I'm a rebirth weapon! I was getting vored by Tifa! Get out of here! Leave me alone!
No one gets bored except me.
I'm sorry, we should stop making that joke. Oh my god, Sephiroth, what are you doing? Oh, he bleeds whispers! He bleeds whispers! Oh, fuck off! Oh, what have they done? What have they done to this game? What have you done?
Stay strong, Tifa.
You'll make it. But not if you give up. You have to want it. Fight for it. Hard as you can.
You need to get up now, Tifa. You can't die here. Too many still depend on you.
Come back.
It's just the anime trope where, like, you know, all is lost and then you just remember your friends and family and you're like, but wait a minute, Krillin and Gohan and Chi-Chi depend on me too, and Piccolo, Kaioken, and then it's just the same trope. We've seen it a billion times.
To us, Tifa. We've got a fight to finish.
With the power of friendship. You know, I was almost for a moment expecting like Goofy or Donald Duck to reach their hand out. It's like Barrett then Aerith then just like Donald's arm, Donald's wing, just reaching out for Tifa. Oh god, they may as well. Fuck it, just fuck it. Just do it. Just bring the Kingdom Hearts, crew into part 3. Like it's just over. Just go all the way. Go all the way, mate.
Words can't reach him now.
Get Titus in as well. Just fuck it.
Don't take him too!
God. I don't think I can handle all this 95%.
Can't see anything down there.
It's so 95% the same, I can't even handle it. Hello, boys! It's me, a weapon! Ooh, it's a guy! Rawr!
Tifa?
Tifa?
Barrett!
Why is she voring the weapon? Sorry.
Hey, get your shit together. Tifa needs you.
Yeah, remember how Cloud literally tried to cut Tifa in half with his sword? Yeah, well, Barrett's just like, Cloud, you dumbass! I think you should put Cloud in a fucking straitjacket for doing something like that, man. This guy can't be trusted anymore. Jeez Louises. These weapons are so shit. They're so unnecessary. Roar. This is so Kingdom Hearts Disney. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. I'm surprised there isn't a Keyblade resting on her chest as she like floats down into Barrett's arms.
Tifa.
Tifa!
Oh my god, you're the guy who tried to cut me in half. I'm so happy to see you.
Good luck down there.
Hey, Tifa, stay with us.
Wow. What a faithful remake. Right, I guess this is the next part. I'm lost. Did Tifa and Barrett die but defeat ghosts? I mean, probably in a different dimension. Yeah. Weapons are friends, not food. Are we going to get into the fact that Cloud almost killed her? Oh yeah, no, the game has a brilliant way of dealing with that. Observe. Let's see how the game does that.
I'll go get the others.
Cloud? You remember how our parents used to tell us that when a person died, their spirit would cross Mount Nebo?
Yeah. We all knew it was a story to scare us out of climbing the mountain. You believed it, though.
I didn't. At least, I had my suspicions. But I buried them. I wanted it to be true so badly. I didn't want to think my mom was just gone. Plus, Emilio and the others said they'd help me find her, so up the mountain we went.
Some help they were. Running off and leaving you out there?
Not that I knew about any of that.
You don't remember?
I hit my head pretty hard when I fell off that cliff. Think it messed with my memory. Everything from around that time's a blur. I only knew what the others told me. Didn't even occur to me to question them.
What'd they tell you?
Notice how unbelievably boring the music is? It's completely forgettable. In fact, you've probably forgotten the tune of it right now, as I just paused to tell you this. I don't know why they're not using the soundtrack from the original game. I don't know why they're not using the soundtrack from the original game, or if this is like a weirdly remixed version to feel less impactful and more like elevated music. I don't know. I don't know, but it's also amazing how forgettable this all is. You probably don't remember this scene either. Jay Byrne, thank you for the $5 super chat. You went away for 45 minutes. You didn't miss a thing. A pox on this game. I mean, well, that but unironically. This game is basically, it's cursed. Essentially, it's basically cursed. All right, chat. Let's see. What else can we do here? I think it's time to get down to business with more hot, sexy FF7 Rebirth scenes. Anyway, let's see how Tifa reacts to the fact that a Cloud just tried to cut her in half with a sword.
To question them.
What'd they tell you?
They said that you egged me on. But now I know that's not what happened at all. When the rest of them ran, you were there for me. You stayed when I needed you most. If that's not a hero, then I don't know what is.
This is also a retcon of the original game. Here's what really happened. In the real FF7, Tifa's mum dies, and she thinks, oh, maybe my mum's over the mountains. So as a child, she goes on the bridge. Her friends come with her. Her friends basically chicken out and don't come on the bridge with her. Cloud runs, and at the last moment, the bridge breaks. Both she and Cloud fall, and then residents of Nibelheim find both of them on the ground. I'm like, oh my god, what happened to Tifa? And then basically one of them says to Cloud, what's the matter with you? How could you bring Tifa to a place like this? You could have gotten her killed. And that's it. And that deeply affects Cloud growing up, because he basically, let me put it this way. Everyone who's been through school knows how bullshit it is to get in trouble for something you didn't do. Getting in trouble for something you did do, that's one thing. It's like, oh yeah, well, I may have deserved that. When you get in trouble for something you didn't do, it's fucking bullshit. And Cloud gets a really big dose of that, and it kind of fucks him up a bit as a kid. And that's when he gets the idea to join Soldier, become famous like Sephiroth, and then maybe that will impress Tifa. All right. Now, it's amazing that I just guessed all that, considering I've never played the original Final Fantasy VII, according to Twitter. But let's say I have, you know, hypothetically. Let's say I actually have played it 6 times throughout my entire life. Yeah, I would know things like that. But anyway, Anyway, enough fucking about. I don't know why they've rewritten it to be this way, because I think it makes it worse than the OG. But anyway, let's keep going.
I'm no hero. What kind of hero falls off a cliff with the person he's trying to save and pushes him into a pool of Mako? Sometimes, I don't even know who I am. I forget things everyone else remembers just fine. And know things I've got no right knowing.
Ah, see, that's what the Whispers were protecting this whole time. See, in the original game, Tifa has that line. And she drops that around Disc 2, where she says, Cloud knew things he shouldn't know, and yet he didn't know things that he should know. Ah, good thing the Fate Ghosts were protecting that incredibly important thing. Anyway, enough fucking about. Let's keep going.
It's like there's different people inside of me. And the worst part is, I can't even tell where they end and I begin.
Go on.
Soldier cells degrade.
That's also a retcon as well. There's no such thing as soldier there's no such thing as soldier degradation in the original Final Fantasy VII. That's an invention from Crisis Core. But since this is a sequel to Crisis Core and not actually a remake of FF7, it makes sense that they put that here too.
I think that's what's happening to me. That I'm falling apart.
That's not going to happen to you. You saved me before. Now it's my turn.
It should have just been Donald Duck and Goofy falling in. Like, what? Gosh! And then Sora being like, oh, I didn't know. I thought you guys were going to kiss woo. That's just what it should have been. I mean, why not go all the way at this point?
Aw, worried about little old me?
Aye, that's right. Worried.
Come on. Sorry.
Also, I'll tell you something, guys. I know this game would lead you to believe that after you try to cut a woman in half with a sword, that she then might try to kiss you in the next scene, but that's not actually going to happen in real life, all right? This is how you can tell that this was written by people who, with all due respect, don't have any real-life experience at all, okay? Because that's not how people think, that's not how they react, that's not how things work. If you try to cleave a woman in half with a giant sword, she's not going to try and kiss you about like 2 hours later. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I hate to break it to you, but that's why you should watch my stream. You learn things like that. Anyway, let's see what Eris has to say about this. Yeah, and also women aren't going to wink at you either, like, ooh woo, after you try to cut them in half. I know. I know this game, I know how it is, but real life works differently. Maybe I should try to cut her in half again. That was like Cloud's thought. Maybe then I'll get that kiss. Ooh woo.
So basically, we got some nasty-looking black whispers going up against the planet in the life stream.
Now that's the OG soundtrack, Anxious Heart. And notice how different the scene feels as soon as you use the real game's music, the original game's music.
And these whispers are with Sephiroth, right?
Yeah, at least that's how it looked to me while I was in there.
And? Any idea who was winning? Could you tell?
The planet. The life stream. Us.
Well, of course we are. What did you expect?
Apart from the fanfiction writing, notice how much of a difference that music makes? It almost makes it look like you're looking at a real remake of FF7.
This is the planet we're talking about. Y'all know she's gonna pour her heart and soul into this fight. Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry. She knows Sephiroth ain't going down easy.
Oh my god, flashbang,
and that she needs
Disney!
others to step up. But we're the only ones who can, don't you see? We need to commit, put our lives on the line to save hers. You in?
Yeah. You bet we are. Huh?
Wow, what have I walked in on? You know, there are places better suited to these kinds of conversations.
You know where you'd be better suited, Cisne? In Crisis Core, where you belong, and not in this game. Get the fuck out.
Like Cosmo Canyon.
Huh, Cosmo Canyon,
Home of planetology.
Sorry.
It's right around the corner,
Oh,
isn't
God
it?
almighty.
And do they have materia there? Because if they do, I am in, like all in.
Since time immemorial, it has been a place for both planetary energies and ancient wisdom. Of course we...
Say no more! Let's ride, people!
Wow, Reg, what's got you so excited?
I grew up there.
That settles it. We've got ourselves a pilgrimage to make.
While it won't be an easy trek, this ought to speed things up.
Piss off, Cisne.
A free flyer pilot works out of an old airstrip nearby. He can take you part of the way. Use the south gate and follow the trail. You can't miss it.
A pilot,
And
you
they
say? Someone who rides high on the wind? A certain chain-smoking, tea-drinking?
This here's Spango.
Oh,
He's
no.
taking quite a liking to you. Sure, he'd be more than happy.
Look at this lighting as soon as she opens the door. This is amazing, this lighting. Just look at it. How?
Spango. He's taking
Why?
quite a liking to you. Sure, he'd be more than happy to give you guys a lift.
How is the light? I know I keep drawing your attention to the lighting, but seriously, how? It's insane.
The pleasure was all mine. And if you need anything else, just ask around the village.
My God, that looks like shit. Just look at it. Just look at her. Look at her. Just look at this flashbang. Oh my God. Look at her face. What have they done to this game? Wow. Well, and then, just to top things off, guys, just to top things off. Yeah. So, I'm in the chat. It's the gift. Welcome in. Wasn't this game made in UE4? I think so. Degradation isn't a retcon since the OG game never said soldiers didn't have side effects. Crisis Core gave a name to the existing failed experiments without contradicting anything. Cool. Name the line, quote the line in the original game where it indicates anything about soldier degradation. Just quote the line. Quote the line. Let's see, and let's get to a really good part of this. Let's see. Oh, where's the good part? Where's the best part? There's a really good side quest here that we're going to do. Where is it? Next year, the original FF7 will be 30 years old. How does the lighting in Rebirth look worse than in the OG? I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. Yeah. They never said Barrett wasn't a trombone, but you're right, they never said Barrett wasn't a trombone player. So I guess he is. I think that's, you know what, let's just keep going. I think we're nearly done here. Let's go to the next thing, which is here. God, there's so many side quests and they're all shit. Like, they're just all shit. Every single one of them is bad. I've never heard anyone say any of the side quests are good in this game. Where's the chicken quest? That's what we're looking for.
Come down on them yet.
Free flyers couldn't care less though, and go.
They don't even have proper names. They're just called, like, Phenomenon Intel.
Least of all, Shinra.
Are you telling me there's more Gongaga side quests? No, are you telling me there's more? How are there more? This is like 3 entire hours of Gongaga side quests. How is this even possible? Oh my God. I'm fucking shocked. I'm shocked, chat. I'm shocked. Barrett should play the harmonica? Well, there's no line in the OG that says Barrett does not play the harmonica. Yeah. Checkmate, atheists. How about that? How about that, huh? Oh god, this is dog shit. Yeah. Me? Gongaga. Yeah, they never said that Donald Duck was not in the original OG FF7. They never said Goofy was not hiding in the Shinra building, preserved in a vat of Mako. Checkmate. I'm gonna take a piss, I'm gonna refill my water, and then we're going to finish Gongaga with one of the greatest side quests we've ever seen. And then I'm gonna punch myself in the face, because that's how this game makes me feel. Alright, be right back. Be right back. Also, I do apologize if I know I've missed a lot of chats, and I'm sorry if there's people who've been like saying hi to me and have not gotten my attention. I'm sorry. I'm recording this for YouTube. I'm trying to keep my head in the game and focused on this. I apologize if I've missed your chats. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Right back. Alright boys, we're fucking back. Fucking back. Rox, I will actually read your comment about it, because I saw that right before I was leaving. Which is... where is it? There isn't a line about soldier degradation in the original game. The original game only mentions Mako poisoning, shows the results as failed experiments or robed men. The specific term degradation and biological explanation were added in Crisis Core to name those existing symptoms. But here's the difference. In OG FF7, getting fucked up by Mako or Mako poisoning, that's the result of like heavy doses of Mako. That's basically where like you basically just had too much and you're fucked. Soldiers, on the other hand, are lightly exposed to it, which is why their eyes glow blue, and it's why they are much stronger than normal people. But they've kind of figured out like somehow Shinra has figured out like a safe dose, or at least one that doesn't fuck you up. But there is no talk in the OG FF7 of soldiers having degradation. It's not a thing. It's not there. That's different from the guy that Eris and Cloud find the pipe, who's just like, he's just like gooning heaps to like photos of Scarlet. It's a different thing. So, Gokudo, thank you for the $5.7. Seeing a side quest involving a chicken. In Yakuza, you would know you're up to some funny and freaky stuff, but in FF, you know it will be some BS. Well, thing is, this quest does have a semi-funny ending, but I'm also going to explain once we get there how that same joke has been done in 10 seconds in previous media, whereas this game takes like about 20 minutes. So I'm just gonna close the window because everything suddenly got really cold. There we go. About bloody time, God. Sydney's been fucking freezing lately. It was too hot earlier, but now I'm good. That's what makes it a funny joke? Not really. I mean, let me put it this way. The end of this side quest has one of the more memorable endings, but that doesn't mean it's good. Like, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. And we're about to see how much of a joke it is. Right here, right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, actually, let me respond to this other one. Quinn's story. At this point, the final battle is just going to be the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. The fact I know what you're talking about shows how old I am, but pretty much. Yeah, so... Oh, oh, J-Red, did I miss your $20 super chat? I'm so sorry, J-Red. That was like 12 minutes ago. Last chat to show. Sebi Webb some love. I know he's making YouTube videos, which is where I discovered him. Here's some love for keeping the OG alive. J-Red, thank you so much, man. I'm so sorry. That was like 12 minutes ago. As I say, chat, I'm going to miss some chats, and there will be super chats. There'll be like subs that I'm just going to like... I'm going to put aside in the moment because I just really want to stay as focused on this as possible, but I'll try and get you later. Sorry I got you so late, J-Red. Thank you for the $20. That's huge. That's huge. Thank you for the support. And Kill, thank you for the 200 bits. I've even, when people saying like this and that was in the original, I've even heard people say that the Fate Ghosts, that the Whispers were in the original game. It's just nuts. 95% different to the original? I mean, not wrong. All right, guys. Enough fucking debate. You think they're going to turn Sephiroth good? I would not be surprised. I actually would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, man. Genova's going to be a misunderstood villain? I think Genova would stay a bad guy, but I think Sephiroth, there might be some sort of face turn, some good guy turn for him, which is a terrible idea. Fucking terrible idea. It's like having Broly be a good guy in DBZ. Imagine doing that. Oh, wait, they did, and it sucked ass. It was expensive and forgettable. Like, Broly should not be a good guy. He should be a bad guy. Same with Sephiroth. Also, Bruff Was, thank you very much for the Prime. Thank you for the 7 months. Also, guys, we're going to continue the video. It's going to happen. It's going to happen as soon as I take a sip of this Johnny Walker Black. Thank you very much, everyone, for enjoying the stream so far. This is going to be a brutal video, but it has to be done. Hannah, you have a question, but it might make me angry. I might miss it because I'm about to hit play. But by all means, ask. Zelfa, you love these streams? Oh, you, get out of here. All right, guys. Cheers. Let's fucking do this. Now, before we leave Gongaga, there's about 2 to 3 hours of side quests, but I thought I would show you the best one. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Oh Chicken, Where Art Thou?
That should do it. For now, at least.
Yeah, let me just redo that.
That should do it. For now, at least. Say, can you spare a minute?
Not really.
You know that weird black stuff coming out of the reactor? Well, the wind seems to be carrying it all the way over here. I'll admit my shack's never been in the best condition, but look at it. Holes everywhere. Holes so big that, would you believe it, all my chickens flew the coop. I plugged up the holes, but beyond that, I'm at wit's end here, let me tell you. Flapping and running around like crazy. How's an old woman like me supposed to catch 'em all? I can't keep up with a flock of chickens. We don't usually see anything like that around these parts. From that black stuff to those bizarre aeroplanes, I tell you, all this craziness is enough to drive a poor woman mad.
Remember what I said about, like, theater acting versus film acting? This is theater acting. If you're on stage 50 feet away, you know, you kind of want the actors to move like that. Otherwise, you can't see what they're thinking or doing or expressing. But in, like, a body shot where it's like the top of your body or a close-up of your face. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do all this and all that and all, yes, I wonder about this, and that guy's crazy. You don't need to do this. It looks weird. It looks wrong. It looks too big, and it looks unbelievable. It looks unnatural. Many of you who have played this game were put off by the characters. If you want to know why, that's why. Because they're using the wrong acting style for this medium. Look at this, and then look at Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Look how Gustav and Sophie behave with each other. Look how Gustav and Lune behave around each other during the campfire scene, or any scene. They move like real people, and these ones don't.
The peace and quiet was the only good thing about this place. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, but these two got away. Pee-Pee and Peep are so easygoing. They stayed right here with me without any urging. But Pippily and Pippity and Pippy and Peep, well, they didn't hesitate. Took off like lightning.
So we just need to catch your chickens, right?
Oh, thank you, dearie. They love the sound of this here clanger. Use it and they'll come out from wherever they're hiding and follow you right back to the coop.
My nose should serve us well here.
Right. Take it away.
3 of them are still in the village. We should
also,
start.
like, just look how shit the ground looks. Look at Red 13's like overdeveloped PS5 model, and then look at the PS3 floor he's standing on. Like, absolutely no visual cohesion. Here's the thing though. If the game had a great story, great acting, great writing, and so on and so forth, great gameplay, this wouldn't be as big of a deal. You just be like, yeah, whatever, but you know, the story's great. But like, when everything else sucks, then you just notice these little things just 10 times bigger. Now these matter too.
3 of them are still in the village. We should start by searching the surrounding area.
Press up on the D-pad to use the feed clanger and lure the missing chickens back to Kazra. Slowly move backwards as you pull the clanger along. If a chicken gets too close, press L2 to yank it back out of the bird's reach. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the greatest gameplay in the history of the universe.
There.
Oh, you're kidding me. You are actually kidding me. You're having a laugh. You're having a laugh. You know, this makes me think of like, you know, back in like the 1960s, 70s, 80s, there were some bands, I think the Beatles did this. They wondered if people love their music the Beatles wondered if people love their music so much uncritically that could they actually just make stuff that sucked on purpose, and would people still think it's great? And I think they did a song or two like that that was kind of bad on purpose, just to test. I wonder if Square Enix is doing that with this. I wonder if they're sitting there just being like, do you think we could just make the shittest quest ever, where you drag a metal box on the ground and a chicken follows it, and you have to pull it back before it kicks it? Would people think that's peak? I don't know, guys. Let's find it out. Let's give it the old college try, because that's how this quest feels. Oh my god. The answer is probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh,
over there.
one.
Amazing. Oh, he failed it. He failed it. He has to do it all over again. He has to do it all over again. Oh God. What is this? This is shocking. This is shocking. How is this in the game?
Welcome home, my pretty dear.
This is the opposite of efficient game design. It's like anti-design, man. Like this is what you come up with when you have too much money and just no pressure to succeed. I mean, here's the thing. Even if this game is a financial failure, which Rebirth basically is, and Revelations is most likely going to do even worse, it just doesn't matter because they have the infinite money printing machine of FF14 and the Magic the Gathering cards. Like, it just doesn't matter. Like, there is sort of the guillotine of pressure, the pressure most companies face where they need the game to succeed or else they'll be in serious shit, that's kind of just gone with Square Enix. They can just produce this and still somehow be fine. It's amazing.
I gotta see who's livelier, Red or those birds.
I've never seen anything like this.
Real cat.
I've never seen anything like this in gaming. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are financial pressures, but in which case I'm even more baffled. I can understand this as the result of just too much money and zero consequences for failure. But if there's consequences for failure and they don't have infinite money, why are they making this? How does this... Like, these guys are world-class professionals. This is a company that has been around for decades and they're famous for their creativity. How the thing that we just saw?
I think it might be time to top up the old batteries.
How did this happen? How is this allowed to happen? How did this pass testing? Who played this and was like, yep, that's great. Keep that in the final product. Don't cut that. Don't improve that. Let's have even more of this. Like, how did this even happen, man? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Oh. I always wanted to go fishing for chicken, Geneva. I know. Zidane, you would just rather make butter chicken out of it? That'd be better than this. Justin, thank you for the $5. Why does she need to chase the chicken if she has a magical bell that makes them follow her? Old. Thank you for the $5. DK the Red, thank you for the $5. Rage against the corporate slop. I mean, this is corporate slop. This is a joke. This is embarrassing. This thing. I'll just let it play while I'm saying this. Screech to play. Imagine if the singing lady and the chicken mission were together as a mission. It'd be great. It'd be hilarious if they did. Stay focused, brother. Keep the OG alive and preach. J Red, thank you for the $20 super chat again. You all right? Thank you for the $20. That's absolutely huge. That's thank you for the support. RMA Hero, thank you for the Prime. Why can't Cloud pick it up? It's a land-based bird, Silent Observer. Yeah, well, the thing is, Cloud is... Like, let me ask you this. Who do you think's canonically faster, Cloud or the chicken? Cloud or the chicken? Cloud can just grab it. He can just run and pick it up and grab it. He can cast haste on himself and then slow on the chicken and then bam, you got it. Literally no effort. It makes no sense. Also, Goku, thank you for the $5. I've read that good game design is when you can't add anything to the game anymore. But when you can't take away... But it's not when you can't add anything more to the game, it's when you can't take anything away without breaking the game. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, when I think about great games... they kind of have everything they need, and there doesn't feel like there's any superfluous, excessive filler crap. Like, making a video game should be making your idea of perfection. And it's the same whether you're making music, writing a book, making a movie, writing a story. You should be aiming for your idea of perfection. Whose idea of perfection is this? It shouldn't be here. It just shouldn't be here at all. Draconic, thank you for the $2. Remake did the plate fall pretty well? No, it didn't. No, it didn't, Draconic. The remake pillar collapse scene inserts Cat Sith where he shouldn't be there. It has a shot of Biggs getting surrounded by... No, Wedge getting surrounded by timeline-changing fake ghosts. When it shows President Shinra, it doesn't use the orchestra, the classical music that he's listening to in the OG. Instead, it's just generic action guitar music. The original pillar collapse scene makes use of silence. The music actually dies out, and it's just dead silence as you hear destruction and people screaming and getting crushed. And then dun, 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 the music hits after the collapse. The remake scene has just generic no use of silence. Just that generic music playing the entire time. Dragoon, you know what I'm talking about. No, the pillar collapse scene is done terribly. It's done worse in basically every single way it could have been done in the original. And I should make that into a short in a video itself. Actually, no, it is. It's in my shot-by-shot comparison. The very first one I ever made. That's like 20 minutes long. Everyone survived it, Legacy. That's true. Yeah, everyone survived it. Big survived it. Wedge survived it. A ton of people also evacuated before they got hurt. No one died in it. Like, whereas in the original, everyone fucking dies except Marlene. All of them. Even the guy on TV dies. Again, that shot's not in remake. In the original, you have the guy on TV like... That shot's gone from remake. No, everything, literally everything is worse in the pillar collapse scene. It's like think about all the elements, think about how all those elements work in the OG, and then think about how all of those elements have been changed or none of them are present in the remake version. Jesse dies. Jesse's the only one who dies. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, sorry, I don't mean to be rude to you. I'm just respectfully disagreeing. DK Red, Final Fantasy saved Squaresoft. Now Square Enix will fall from it. Well, Final Fantasy's legendary reputation began with FF7, and it died with FF7 Remake. It'll die with Revelations. It'll be over then. Virtual Shaky, thank you for the Prime. Screech, thank you for the 100 bits. I had a bad thought. In Part 3, Chadley and Hojo are going to have their storyline resolved, replacing Vincent's story as it is problematic, which means we'll get more Chadley. I could see that. I could see Chadley replacing Vincent. I think they're just going to make Vincent progressively less cool. They've already made him Hojo's security guard. Like in the original, Vincent hates Hojo, but in Rebirth, he's Hojo's security guard, guarding his stuff. Great stuff. Thank you for the $5. I've started using your Clive impression as the basis for your current D&D character's voice. Thanks for the inspiration, the great content. Don't thank me. Thank Ben Starr. He's the guy who I ripped that voice off of. So, yeah, thanks for enjoying that, man. Thank you for the $5. Draconic, thank you for the $5. I played it before the original game, so your thoughts were different. But the original is much better, you can agree. You know what, Draconic? You were right. I do think it's worth, and thank you for that 5. I do think it's worth making a video specifically about that one thing, because that comparison is buried within a bunch of other comparisons in that 20-minute video. So, Ryu, modern media seems to largely miss opportunities to use silence. Do I think they creatively lack the know-how to use it, or do they lack faith in the audience to understand it? I think that they lack faith in the audience to understand it, but I think there's reasons they think that way. I bet you they've done the math and the stats, and they found that, like, louder, faster, quicker just holds TikTok attention more. Let me put it this way. I fucking hate going to bars where the music is way too loud. I fucking hate it. I hate having to scream and yell just to be heard by my friends and then having to yell at me. But do you know why they do that? Because apparently statistically, when the music is too loud in a bar, people buy more drinks. Apparently that's why they do it. So because of these fucking idiots, the people who buy more drinks because it's loud, it sucks for everyone else. So I just don't go to those bars. But that's what I mean, like, we all find this stupid, but maybe there's people who, maybe they've got, like, the math that shows that if you let a scene breathe, more people click off it. But I think pandering to the lowest common denominator is a bad idea. And that's also a reason that, with my own content, I try to highlight why these things work, why it's better to let scenes breathe, why these fast, schlocky, substanceless flashy scenes don't stay with you. Why you forgot them, basically. Whereas scenes that you actually like just kind of watch that were like more subtle and deeper and more impactful, the reason those stay with you, the reason those hit you immediately and you remember them, they mean something and they influence you. Like, I mean, fuck, if schools are not teaching this, then at the very least I can try that on my channel. You know, that's why I made those shorts explaining how to use exposition correctly, the rules of good dialogue, basically only 2 rules. And, you know, a lot of professionals can't even follow that. I mean, fuck, man, I think that, I don't mean to sound like Heath Ledger in The Joker, but this world deserves a better class of storytelling. All right? It does. We deserve a better class of storytelling. The world gets worse when the minimum standard of storytelling is worse. And the world is a better place to live when the minimum standard of storytelling is better. It just is. That's kind of like the main driving force behind my old thing. It's not grift, all right? It's not money. It's not views. It's I want storytelling, period, to be better across the entire board. That's my motivation. And the thing is, it doesn't even matter if I say that right now. Because a lot of people don't, they just want to think it's like grifter view. Like, I'm literally telling you. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm literally telling you what my motivation is and why I think this way. But they just think you're lying. And the reason they think I'm lying is because they lie nonstop. They think because they lie nonstop that I must be too. It's like, no, I'm just telling you what I think. It's easier to remember. You don't have to remember what you say if you just try to tell the truth as a habit. Think before you sleep. A lot of professionals tell and then stories, and they are ridiculously boring. Exactly. And think, you would have seen that that Matt Stone, Trey Parker, the guys who wrote South Park. They said, no, don't write stories where it's and then. Write stories where it's but. This happened, but then. He did this, but then. That's a more interesting story, because stories are this back and forth. They're this tug of war. They're 2 characters trying to win the scene. 2 characters want different things, opposing things, and only one can succeed. That's basically every scene. And a lot of storytellers don't even seem to know that. I'm a persuasive person, Hannah. I just say what I think and why I think it. That's all. That Matt Stone and Trey Parker scene is one of the reasons your YouTube channel blew up. I didn't know that, I didn't know that. I saved that short because I'm like, holy shit, everyone needs to know this. I wish I'd noticed that or came up with that. But that's a good teacher should be able to communicate something that big and that important in the simplest way possible, where just someone like me can understand it. So that's why I love that short. All right. Okay. All right. Enough fucking about. Ladies and gentlemen, and now, the punchline.
Pete, I was so worried about you. That just leaves Pipperly. Goodness me. How far could she have gone?
Pipperly ran off toward the airfield. We must find her before the fiends do.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, we got one more chicken to catch. Jeez Louises. All right, we're here. God almighty. Let's get out of here. You're not persuasive. You're just being honest about how trash the remake is. Ah, thank you. Well, I guess that kills 1.5 birds with one stone, what you just said there. All right, let's do this. Fake voice.
Hey!
You needn't worry. Their newfound fear of the outside world has driven them home with all haste.
You speak chicken?
More or less. They were quite eager to return to the village. Kazra must take excellent care of them.
We should go too.
You speak chicken? Of course that line is here. All right, okay, ladies and gentlemen. And now, the punchline.
My darlings, I'm so relieved you all made it back safe and sound.
They appear most pleased to be reunited with you in this place they call home.
Thank you. They can be a handful, and chasing them really works up the appetite. So allow me to whip you up some of Grandma Kazra's famous grilled chicken. Say goodnight, Pipperly.
F's in chat for Pibbley, guys.
I don't think I've ever met such nice young people. Come back anytime, you hear? There's plenty more scrumptious grilled chicken where that came from.
They could have lived long and happy lives running free. If I hadn't.
Well, we all gotta eat.
And scene. I'll tell you what, I don't actually think that's... I think that's probably the best bit of comedy in the entire game. It's like it's the only semi-funny part in the entire game. I think it's a clever idea that they use the game over music after the chicken gets eaten, because it is game over for them. The thing is, though, this took ages. All right, this took like half an hour to set up this punchline. And the thing is, this joke is not new. This is actually an old joke that you save an animal, but it's just to be eaten. If any of you guys watch Futurama, there's an episode where they all get superpowers. And they're running around, you know, saving the day and all that. And there's a part where Leela, in a super suit, sees, like, a cat up a tree, and this alien's just like, and Leela, like, saves it, gives the cat to the alien. Alien's like, oh, nom, 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 nom. And that's it. 10 seconds. Took 10 seconds in Futurama to do that joke. Took this game about 20 minutes. That's the difference between the pacing of FF7 Rebirth and something that's actually written well. Yeah. You remember that moment, Cyrus? Yeah, because it's fucking hilarious, man. It's so good. So, you don't remember any of this? That's because it's very forgettable. So, that was... No, it's not in the new seasons. That's in seasons 1 to 4 before the movies. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and that actually is that the end? No, I think this is the end. Oh God Almighty, I can't believe we're doing this. Let's leave Gongaga now. Let's leave this horrible area. Oh God, how are there still side quests? We're still side quests here. Oh my God. Okay, we're here. Jeez Louise. Okay. Shut up, Chadley.
Bronco Airlines.
Okay. And this is how we leave Gongaga.
Smoke and we'll go right with you, folks. Bronco Airlines.
Bronco Airlines.
Guess so.
So, find anything?
Yeah, we gotta send up smoke.
Like, with a fire?
Wait, you've never heard of smoke signals? Wow. What do they teach you in Midgar?
Enough.
Well, leave it to someone who knows more than just enough.
Oh God, this body language. Yeah, so since Sid Highwind doesn't smoke anymore, we just draw him with smoke signals. See, you got your smoke. It's here.
This is taking too long. But I can speed things up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move my camera up for this. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for one of the worst scenes in the entire game. This is real.
This is taking too long. But I can speed things up. Come to me, airplane! Follow the smoke! Come to me, airplane! Follow the smoke! What? Look!
Look how unbelievably stupid they make Eris look here. It's one thing for Yuffie to act like a fucking idiot, but really look at Eris. Really watch her in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. She acts like a fucking 4-year-old. She acts like a toddler. Just watch.
Come to me, airplane! Follow the smoke!
It's fucking embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing to watch. All right. Anyway, here comes the best character.
Look! Right on cue!
Well, I'll be dead.
Told you I'd speed things up. Over here!
Eris the Enabler. Oh, God.
Hey guys, remember this guy? Triumphant Music.
Bravo, son!
Where to, folks?
Cosmo Canyon, please.
You talk? The hell kind of magic trick is this?
Yep, he's not Sid Highwind anymore, ladies and gentlemen. He's now Safe Soywind. All the edge, all the... This guy used to be rough around the edges. Well, all those edges have been smoothed.
Not that I ain't seen crazier shit on my travels. Now,
Oh, he said shit. He said shit. See, he still swears. Same guy, exactly the same. 95% the same, maybe even 100%.
how many of you got? Too many.
No cigarette, by the way. No pack of smokes behind the ear, either.
But the old girl likes a challenge. With hazard pay, I'd say this is fair.
Wow. They really did a number on this character, didn't they?
And since I don't have much else going on, I'll be here scratching my ass till y'all pony up.
Anyway, you get the picture. You pay the bills to Soy Low Wind. You get on the plane, you fly away, and you land in Cosmo Canyon. The end. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry you had to witness all that. Right. Now, time for the fun part of the video. Ladies and gentlemen, was that scene 95% the same as the original? Well, the judges have voted, the scores are in, we're tallying everything, and it turns out that, drumroll, no! Gongaga was not 95% the same in Rebirth as it was in the original game. How anyone can say such a thing, I don't know. How can you sleep at night? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the shot-by-shot comparison of the real Final Fantasy VII from 1997 with the fake remakes from 2020 and 2024. I hope you enjoyed this. Like and subscribe. Catch me live on Twitch, Ubu Sugoi, and get out of here. The video's over. Get out of here. It's over. It's done. It's finished. Wow. That was shit. Oh, God, that took for fucking ever. No way did that take 3 hours. Oh, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. That did not take 3 hours. Oh, Lucifer, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Floppy chess balls, thank you for the 100 bits. It's a kid show. First follow the actions with Yuffie, then counting with Sid. It's brutal, isn't it? It's fucking brutal. How brutal is Eris in that? Like, really, like, don't let this slide, chat. Don't let that slide what they did.
The smoke! Come to me, airplane. Follow the smoke!
Just look at her. Just look at Eris in the bottom right.
Come to me, airplane. Follow the smoke!
Fucking embarrassing. Oh, God. Piss off, Yuffie. Yeah. What a story, Mark. They've reduced every character to a generic stereotype. The worst part is not even the stereotype. They're in the OG. Yeah, everyone's been flanderized. Everyone's just been turned to a joke. Everyone's just been turned to a joke. I mean, what else can I say, man? Kids game, yeah. You feel sorry for my editors who have to go through these over and over. You hope you pay them extra. I treat my editors very well, I'll have you know, because they are wizards, you know? They make my life much easier. What is this nonsense, Mike Bihan? I don't know. I don't know, mate. You think the fat singing lady is just as bad? The thing is, Eris is a main character, whereas the singing lady is like an NPC. You know what I mean? You can't get away from Eris. You're actually cheering for Sephiroth right now? It's so bad, mate. No one got through unscathed, smartass porn. Not one character. You're right, you're right. Like, no one survived. No one has done well. I'm struggling to think of anyone who's been done well. Sky Wyvern, welcome in. Shadow Roken, thank you for the tier 3 subscription. 33 months. Oh my goodness. I mean, how's it going? I would stick around, but I gotta head to work. Hope all is well, good sir. I'm feeling good, Shadow Roken. I'm feeling good. I needed chat. Thank you for sitting through that enormous shot-by-shot comparison. I didn't think it would be that long. I actually didn't think Gongaga would be that bad. And that's all we'll do today for FF7 remake stuff, I think. I think we'll do some videos about other things, but I'm happy to talk with you guys for a bit because that was brutal. You want more, Dragoon? You want more? Dragoon, are you telling me that you sat through all of that? You sat through this? You sat through this? You sat through that and you want even more? You absolute psychopath. How could you? How? Oh, you always want more of me ripping on it? I think we got a good one here. Yeah. So, Shadow, thank you again for the tier 3. Absolutely massive. You like the content, but it's hard to get through? Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is necessary. This is like, I think what I'm doing, I'm making historically important content, all right? Someone needs to set the record straight. All these false remakes. You want more Quinn Story? My God, follow the smoke, Peanut. I know, it's that cat. That's, you may as well put a blush cat on Yuffie's face right here. Stop it. Get some help. Yeah, I know. We need Michael Jordan to save this. The game sucks, but it's fun to hate. In a way, I guess it is. Although I'm gonna close this. All right. It's been a lot of fun, chat. But I think we've seen more than enough. All right. I think we've done our time. All right. As Gary Oldman in Harry Potter said, I've done my waiting. 3 remakes of it. You know. All right, we've done our time. It's been pain. It's been pain. You played the OG 30 years ago. You were completely convinced that cellular degradation was an OG thing. I did a great service today. Oh, you get out of here. Yeah, no, I mean, well, that's the thing. Well, the good thing about all of this, in a way, is it encourages everyone to go back and replay the OG, the original game, and kind of like pay attention as much as possible. And see, so that you can see how much has been changed. Because remember, people who defend FF7 Remake and Rebirth, it's fine if you like it. No one cares if you like it, you're allowed to like it. But the people who defend it dishonestly, the people who bully, they will exploit every single gap in your knowledge that you have about the OG. Every single one. If they smell that you don't know this scene absolutely perfectly, they will insert remake retcon shenanigans into it. And then they will basically like yell at you that it's true in a way that's so aggressive that it might actually fool you. You have to know the original game back to front, rock solid, so they can't do that to you. Which in a way, I guess there is a value to that. You know the OG better. Replay it modded on Steam as better modded with voice acting. The thing is though, I voice act every character myself when I stream it because I'm that much of a narcissist. Also, look mate, this isn't just for show, all right? I got one of these for a reason, all right? But yeah, no, I like personally, I love voice acting every character myself because I think it's a very strong script. I think the characters are very fun. And I think it's very well written. The thing is like, people say the OG is poorly written. I disagree. If it was poorly written, it wouldn't be fun to voice act. It would be hard to voice act. And FF9 is similar in that regard. Whereas FF8, that is a hard game to voice act because it's not well written. Legend of Dragoon, the difficulty with that is that you have a generic translation. So it's not that it's poorly written or badly paced. but the lines are just very generically translated. They need to be... You could do a better job with them, I'd say. I'd say that's something that Dragoon needs the most, is just touch up the translation on that. Silent Observer, how many drugs is Yuffie on? A lot. A lot. She's on like 10 uppers at least. It's ridiculous. She's a junkie. Wise Day, thank you for the $13. I've changed my mind. If we agree that this is 95% the same, then level 5 death will solve this nice and quick. Oh my god, the Final Fantasy 5 reference. Thank you for the $13. Gokudo, thank you for the $5 super chat. The butchered FF7 remake characters make you like characters in the OG less. When you see OG Red, you hear FF7 Red 13. Now, the thing is, Goku, don't do that. I mean, don't fall for that. Because that actually happened to me for a brief moment. Like, people wonder why I make so many videos showing how different OG FF7 and Remake are. In a large way, it's actually for myself. It's so that, like, I can look at the OG the same way again. Because Remake and Rebirth have polluted that conversation so much, and many Remake fans go out of their way to lie to you endlessly, using gaslighting and intimidation, lying to you that the OG was just as cringe as Rebirth, and everything you hate in Rebirth, that was always in the OG. They do that non-stop. And, I was actually turned off the OG for a while. And I make these videos so that I can enjoy the OG again. Separate. That's why I make... The thing is, the more videos I make separating the original from the OG, showing how different they are, the more I can enjoy the original game. That's kind of the point. Like, a lot of people think, oh, you're trying to change the world. It's like, no, I just want to enjoy the OG. I want to separate Remake from it as much as possible for my own... The thing is that you're up against this extremely psychopathic fan base who want to prevent that. There are some people who... There's a section of the FF7 Remake fan base who have made it their mission to fuse Remake to the OG as much as possible forever. They don't want you to enjoy the OG without thinking about Remake. It's simple, just watch any OG FF7 stream and you'll see an endless parade of them coming in and out, bringing up Remake endlessly, saying that Remake did this better, that better, what do you think about Remake? And if you ever say, oh, actually, I kind of just prefer the OG, they won't take no for an answer. Now it's on, now they're going to start to try and convert you. And if you don't get converted, they'll attack you, they'll insult you, they'll call you names, and they'll just make up shit about you. So that's kind of why a reason I make these videos, is to combat that, to be perfectly honest. Most of them don't acknowledge how bad the writing is. They don't know that it's bad writing. All they see is Cloud and Tifa on screen, and therefore it's good. They see FF7-like things happening on screen, and that's all they need. It's good enough for them. Like, you could show Barrett putting a sausage up Cloud's bum, and they would love it. Because it's Barrett and Cloud. Don't you like FF7? Like, it's literally like, you could do anything, man. So, yeah. The hero we need. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. I just want to play Final Fantasy 7. I just want to enjoy FF7 without this rubbish polluting it. How tall am I? I'm 6'1". If you were streaming OG FF and they kept popping in and spewing BS, you ban them and be done with it? Yeah, you can do that, bald boy. I mean, I will. If I stream OG FF7, I'm pretty good these days at picking a bad actor. I can pick a bad faith actor and very, very quickly. Now, they'll lie to you. They'll tell you, oh, I'm not arguing in bad faith. I'm just insulting you non-stop, lying to you, lying about you, and pretending not to understand. But I'm not acting in bad faith. I'm here for a civil conversation. That's what they'll basically say to you. It's like, no, I can pick it very quickly. You may think you're the first person to use these tactics on me. No, you're like person number 3000. Like, I'm noticing these patterns now. So, Bumbo Boy, you got depressed playing FF7 because you thought maybe you were disconnected or something was wrong with you. But my videos help you realize, no, these games just aren't faithful. Yeah, I mean, look, I was even feeling crazy for a bit, man. I remember when Rebirth came out, I fucking hated it. And I couldn't find any channels ripping on it. And it just looked like it was glaze. But there were all these cracks in that narrative. Because if everyone loved it, why did Rebirth only sell 2 million copies on launch? Followed by a 91% drop-off right after. I didn't make this up. There's literally articles just reporting this on its launch. Like, and articles, newspaper articles are like legally beholden to be as accurate with their numbers as possible. It's not just some random message board or some guy at the pub who knew for definite, you know, so. But as I say, like, it was a really sad thing when I was on Twitch looking through the FF7 original category, and there's a channel called OG FF7 24/7. It's just playthroughs of that game on loop for 24 hours. Sometimes new threat, sometimes modded. And I was like, I was following this. Why did I unfollow it? Why am I not following anymore? And then I remembered that, like, way back after Rebirth, I unfollowed that channel because I used to have it on my second monitor, but I was just it was too depressing to look at anything FF7 related after Rebirth. It had ruined the original for me. And I didn't want to see my own favorite game anymore. And that, like really, how sad is that, you know? Like, it was like a comfort 24-hour OG FF7 on my second monitor while I'm doing other things, and I couldn't bear to look at it anymore because it had just been so fucking retconned and ruined, and the narrative around it was so strong. And the narrative around Rebirth has been completely changed. It's just been completely destroyed. It's been destroyed irreparably, I would say. And it wasn't even really me. It was actually Claire Obscure that kind of changed everyone's psychology in a way, showed us it never had to be that way. And then I just came in and made videos about things I didn't like about it, and those somehow caused one of the biggest never-ending meltdowns on Twitter, Reddit, TikTok, and Facebook all at the same time. Apparently that's still going on. Like, people on Reddit got so pissed off about me that I think they had to propose a rule in the FF7 Remake Reddit that you're not allowed to post my videos and complain about them for several pages straight. Because that was happening so often and so much, they had to make a rule saying you can't do that anymore. Like, I didn't, and the thing is, I don't even post on Reddit. Like, that's, but think about that, man. Like, that's like, Rebirth was already done. Its sales were bad long before I ever showed up. I only challenged the narrative around it because I couldn't stand the fucking narrative. I couldn't stand the gaslighting and the bullying. That was the whole motivation for this. So, for Legend of Dragoon, there exists a retranslation. Zima, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I've heard of that. I forget the name of it. And look, I don't want to offend anyone on Reddit either. I don't want to piss them off. But the problem is, you can't criticize legitimate problems about 7 Remake without triggering this massive backlash, this gigantic overreaction from a large number of fans on the internet. They will try to destroy your life just for sitting there in your own corner of the internet saying what you think the problem is with this. I don't go to the subreddit. I don't post there. I don't go to other people's YouTube channels if they love Remake Rebirth. I don't go to their comment sections. I don't go to people's TikToks who love this, but they all come to mine. They come to my Discord. They come to my streams. They come to my comment sections. They come to all my spaces to tell me to stop. You know what I mean? Yeah, but anyway. Cheers from the USA, Kill. Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you for doing this. I caught most of it. Oh, you, get out of here. Thank you. Yeah, no, think before you sleep. I mean, I agreed with your video where you showed footage of Sandfall's devs sitting with Square Enix devs, and you basically said these guys don't belong in the same room. And I agree. I don't think Square Enix's devs deserve to be in the same room as Sandfall. I don't think they are on the same level. Not by far. Not in a million years. They're nowhere near. Like, literally, you look at the game design of Claire Obscure and the game design of FF7 Rebirth, they are polar opposites in literally every facet. Like one respects the player as much as possible in literally every facet, and the other milks the player. The other takes advantage or is just lazy or crap or shit. I don't, like... Yeah. Do I watch my older streams to get a better understanding of what to do in future streams? I used to, Hannah, at the beginning. But now I just kind of... I think I've... Like, after 6.5 years, you get semi-decent at streaming and content creation, so... yeah. But yeah. I can understand Sandfall meeting Square Enix because at the end of the day, you're still meeting, like, Nomura. and stuff, you know, and Katase and Ojima, and yes, they did work on the original FF7, but modern Square Enix, I don't know, man. The tragedy is then it's never all bad. They always do some things well, and then a lot of things poorly for like the most baffling reasons, in my opinion. So, they were shitting on Donkey and Orion? Donkey was ridiculously bullied for saying Remake is a bad game. I've heard about that, think. Yeah. And we were talking about that earlier, because I noticed that Donkey went super hard on Remake, but he went much lighter and nicer on Rebirth. And I always wondered if that was because the community went at him super hard. I know, yeah, I can imagine they were shitting on Orion as well, because Orion was ripping on that from the very start too. You defended me, Dopamine, in a thread? Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate when you guys, like, defend me or just, like, you know, join these arguments and just try and do something, because, yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, you know. Because a lot of the reason a lot of these people think that they can just get away with bullying and gaslighting and lying nonstop is kind of because they do, you know. It's kind of because they do. They come, they lie to you, and then they just upvote the lie to make it look right. And I think maybe the reason they hate me so much is because I bring evidence, as much evidence to the table as possible, and they don't have the evidence to counter it. Like, you may have a tweet with 2,000 likes, but if someone else has a shot-by-shot comparison, you can't deny the evidence. It's right in front of your eyes. So, WR Mode, you saw a video about the new Ghost in the Shell anime not being faithful to the original, and someone said this reminds you of FF7 Remake. I haven't seen the new Ghost in the Shell anime, so I don't know. I know the 90s movie. That's one of my favorite things. So, I saw you, Mr. Worldwide. Thank you. Thank you for sticking out for me, mate. A lot of Reddit is salty over you having your own take on these games. You mentioned that it's a valid perspective from a place of good faith, and you got downvoted to oblivion. Yeah, I mean, look, they're allowed to have their own spaces. They can complain about me over there. It's just how it is, you know. I think a reason a lot of people who run those communities hate me is because they can't ban me in my own channel. They can't moderate my chat. They can't moderate my comments. I'm the one who does that. And I don't think they like that there's a space that seems pretty sizable these days where we can actually talk about this stuff without getting just bullied by bad faith actors, you know. So people's opinions are fragile. Yeah, you know, just how it is. So, all right. You never beat 7? Is it worth trying and picking up again so long, Z-Bird? Think about this, Z-Bird. Is it worth watching The Matrix 1? Is it worth watching Lord of the Rings? Is it worth watching Terminator 2? If it is, then I'd say it's worth playing OG FF7. Is it worth watching Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, 2001 Space Odyssey, Aliens? If you think it is, then it's worth playing OG FF7, because it's one of the most important stories, one of the most influential games. Same with, like, Metal Gear Solid 1 and stuff. Yeah. Gamer Nurse, it's because of you met random people who had the same thoughts on the remakes. You're more confident, you can defend our takes on why they are never faithful. Thank you, Gamer Nurse, because, like, look, again, that's another reason I make these videos, is because I want people who are on the same page of me to be better equipped with, like, arguments and evidence when if in their own arguments, you know. How am I? Sorry, let me try and rephrase that. A lot of people on my channel tell me that I was kind of saying what they thought, but didn't have the words for. Like, I put into words what they were thinking. And that's good, because I didn't convert you. I didn't put these ideas in your head. You already thought it. But because I argue with people for, like, years straight, I found a way of wording it that gets the point across that anyone can understand. So if you can, yeah, if my arguments help you, if my evidence helps you, that's good. I hope so. It's tricky to argue this shit, man, because we're talking about 30 years of knowledge, man. Like, this is not actually that simple to navigate. There's a lot. And I always try to, like, how do I convey 30 years of knowledge in a single sentence? Or in a few sentences? How do I do that? And honestly, you know what? You don't have to just like learn from my videos. You can do it yourself. Like I had to come up with all this myself, and if I can do it, so can you. You know, it just requires a bit of work and effort. And at the end of the day, is it worth it? You know, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? To me, it's worth it. All right, because we don't have many things in life, but we do have our own childhood memories. Okay, and you don't get to rewrite mine. You don't get to take that from me. And as long as anyone tries to do that, I will fight back and I will defend it. And I will call out all the bullshit tactics you're using to try and do that. You don't get to take that part of me. And that's why I keep telling these people, it's not about the grift. It's not about money. It's not about views. It's about like a personal part of me. That's like, if you were just, if you were, live it this way, if you were grifting, if you just wanted money, there's easier things to do than rip on a game that no one cares about. And trigger the most toxic fan base in the world. There's easier ways to make money than that. The reason I'm doing it, like, if you're only doing it for money and views, that motivation is not strong enough to weather the storm, to carry you through this ridiculous, endless, gaslighting, bullying tidal wave that you're going to endure that entire time, all right? You need a stronger motivation than just views and money. It's not strong enough. The reason my motivation is this fucking strong is because I'm not going to let you take this part of me. I'm not going to let you change this part of my childhood. You don't get to rewrite that part of my identity. You don't get to take that from me. And that's so much stronger. So, you'd make more money glazing FF7 Remake? And that's the thing, I probably would, you know. Do you think I'm ever, like, I never take sponsorships. I don't have any. I've taken 2 in the entire 6 years I've been streaming. Maybe 3 tops. Never asked for a sub. Never asked for, like, a dono. Never asked for a bit. Never asked for gifted. Like, you'll make more money just kind of being a company mouthpiece, I think. And that's the last thing I want to do. So I don't understand why, I don't know. I don't get it. Justin, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. The new Ghost in the Shell anime is based off the original manga, which has a different feel from the 1995 movie and the 2000s anime. That'll be interesting, because I think the 90s movie is kind of perfect for what it is. I don't know the manga, so I can't comment on that. Thank you for the 5. Jub, thank you for the $5. Thank you for being a voice for us boomers in gaming. Thank you. Criticism of games is needed to make things different and better. Never stop dunking on Red 13. You know what, Jub? It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. All right, I might be up to that task. Thank you. Thank you for that $5. Ignore haters or your content will be full of hate too. Oh, look, I try, Stardust, but, you know, at the same time, not going to let him get away with it. Not when they're adding me on Twitter, you know, by the thousands. I'm gonna fucking respond to that. You make more money being a corporate mouthpiece, think? Easiest way is to become a millionaire in this space is to shill for corpos. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but like, the money costs something, you know? The money costs something. It's like what David Bowie says in The Prestige, you know, when Hugh Jackman wants to pay for this expensive machine that will duplicate him and then he can kill the version. He's like, have you considered the cost, Hugh Jackman? He's like, money is no object. I'm not talking about money. Have you considered the cost? I just think you've got to be able to look yourself in the mirror. Like, I don't understand. Maybe I'm this autistic, but like, I didn't become a YouTuber to lie to the people who like my content. I didn't become a YouTuber to trick the people who like me into buying bad games. I don't know. It just feels wrong. I feel like the whole reason you become a streamer YouTuber is to get away from having to do stuff like that in the workplace. Why would you then be a streamer YouTuber and then just do the exact same thing that you came here to get away from? That's what I don't get it. So, I don't know. And I think you can. If you're a good enough entertainer, you don't need to do that, I don't think. Yeah. Your only exposure to Red 13 was the movie. Every time you see clips from the video games, you thought it was fan edits, Kenneth. Oh, God almighty. It's true. Yeah, it's shocking. So, a bizarre aspect of this whole debate is defenders believe that you can't have objectively good art while at the same time claiming that anyone who criticizes it is objectively wrong. The thing is, Ryu, they'll say that all art is subjective, but it's not entirely true. There are rules to good art. There's rules to good writing. And If you're gonna break those rules, you better be so fucking good at writing that you get away with it. FF7 art doesn't fall into that category. The idea that all art is subjective acts like there's no rules to art. No. There are rules to visual, there's rules to music, there's rules to writing, to acting, there's rules to storytelling. There's only 7 basic plots in all of storytelling. There's rules like Chekhov's gun, for example. Like, if a character pulls out a gun in Act 1, that gun had better go off, like, by Act 3 or 4. Otherwise, why is it there? If a character pulls out a gun and it doesn't get used, what that does is now the audience feels unsatisfied. Like something didn't happen, something was set up and didn't happen. Something's unresolved. Now the audience may not even know why they feel unsatisfied, but they will, because it's a dramatic rule. That's why Chekhov's gun is a rule, man. So, and then there are rules to art, rules to dialogue and all this. Made of magic. People are allowed to like things that are good. People are not allowed to like things that are good. People are allowed to not like things that are good. People are allowed to like things that are bad. People are allowed to not enjoy things as much as people are allowed to enjoy things. Made of magic, I mean, you basically summed it up right there. I mean, look, there's plenty of things that I like that I know aren't that great. There's definitely a few kung fu movies that I know aren't very good, but I still like them, okay? Or comedies that are a bit shit, but I still sort of like them. And then there are games and movies that I know are really good, but they're just not for me. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's some FIFA games and Forza games that are 10 out of 10, but I have no interest in football games or racing games. So they're great, but they're just not for me. I'm bored of them, you know. I love sushi, but I also love McDonald's. That doesn't mean they are equally good, all right? Sushi is a better quality food than McDonald's. It just is. But that doesn't mean I can't love McDonald's. So, yeah. Crisis Core is the beginning of the Disneyfication. Yeah, it's over. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Advent Children is more in line with the tone of the OG than Crisis Core is. And even Advent Children changes a lot, so. Stardust, good night. Yeah, Iceless. As an author, I write a scene. I reread it. If it's boring, it needs to be rewritten. If you don't like it, how is anyone else supposed to? Well, that's the thing. That's like the Sandfall approach, you know. They didn't really make a game to hit certain audience demographics or hit certain sales numbers. They made a game that they would want to play, that they would enjoy. That's it. You know. And the thing is, you are your own worst self-critic. You are your own harshest critic. So if you make something that you think is good, it'll probably be really good. Because you will see every single flaw and imperfection, and you'll obsess over it. You'll be like, this can be fixed, and that can be improved, and that needs to be rewritten, that can be scrapped, and I need to add more to this. If you make something that you think is good, it's probably going to be pretty fucking good. As long as you are brutally honest with yourself, and as long as you have done the necessary work to understand why good art is good and bad art is bad. You know what I mean? So yeah, something like that. Van Damme's Bloodsport is dog shit, but you like it? Well, Van Damme's Bloodsport, let me put it this way. No one watches Bloodsport to see Academy Award-winning acting, all right? You're not going to see a Mads Mikkelsen, Daniel Day-Lewis, Gary Oldman level performance in Bloodsport. But what you will see in Bloodsport is the origin of many fighting game moves. Like Johnny Cage's split punch comes from Bloodsport. You know what I mean? All these characters, all these archetypes you see in fighting games come from Bloodsport. That movie is a historical document. And what's even crazier is Bloodsport is a historical document of Kowloon. That, it was like an illegal city in Hong Kong that was kind of just makeshift and hell. It's all been demolished now. Kowloon doesn't exist anymore. But it does exist in Bloodsport because they filmed the movie there. Bloodsport's doesn't technically have great acting, but for a martial arts movie, it kind of does everything it needs to do. It's fucking awesome. I loved it. And I love Chong Li, man. What a chungus. What a real man. Like, Bloodsport is this guy. Hang on. Whoa. Whoa. This is the last person you ever want to fight. Because that's not just muscle for show. He actually is that strong. Like, he's probably as strong as he looks, and he knows martial arts as well. So he's fast and he's got technique. What a fucking monster. What a fucking legend, man. You. So good, man. something else I like about Chong Li, let's say there's... His body language is not, like, Western. You can actually tell he's like a mainland Asian dude. He has body language that you only really see if you live in mainland Asia. Which is sick, man. It kind of just makes him even more intimidating. Is that Bolo Young? Yeah. Bolo Young. Whoa. And he has this moment in this movie where he does like this thing where Van Damme's about to get ready to fight and he's just like, what? It's like, hey boy, you calm down now. It's like super mainland Asian body language, and he's a fucking sick. I miss actors like this, man, because this guy will never play the good guy, but that's fine. That's actually fine. You need guys who are born to play villains, and Chong Li, in my opinion, is like one of the best in all of martial arts cinema. He just looks fucking brutal. I think Goro is based on him. I think Goro from Mortal Kombat was inspired by this dude. And he has the best sadistic face. He always looks really happy when he's hurting people. Like, he plays characters who just love to be evil, who just love to hurt you. He's such a fucking asshole. He's so good. And apparently in real life, he's really nice. Apparently in real life, he's really respectful. So, Ragnell, thank you for the $7 super chat. The ultimate villain of Van Damme. Well, that's the thing. He's the perfect villain for a Van Damme movie. Like, Van Damme looks like the ultimate good guy, and Bolo Young looks like the ultimate bad guy. So, all right. Okay, chat. Okay. Do I like any new gen anime? Yes. Mashle, Magic and Muscles. Sakamoto Days is really fun. Spy X Family is really cute. I fucking love that. What else? Delicious in Dungeon is really fun. I don't know if Overlord is new school, but I really enjoyed that. I watch a lot of anime, believe it or not. I like Frieren is really enjoyable. He passed away? Bolo Young passed away? Hang on, I gotta look this up. Please no. Please no. No, he is. He's around. Okay, thank fuck. No, I think Bolo Young deserves to have some fun. I think he deserves to, like, chill. He's a great contributor to martial arts cinema. So, take care of yourself, wise day. Pocket Sand. Oh my god. Sakamoto Days. Sakamoto Days is fun. Sakamoto Days is what if John Wick retired and got really fat and ran a convenience store. And there's a funny recurring gag in Sakamoto where I think one of the good guys is basically a psychic. He can read minds. And so to mess with him, Sakamoto just imagines killing him. So the psychic constantly feels like he's getting killed by this guy just if he's pissing him off. It's a cool show. It's very entertaining. So, I'll tell you what we're gonna do, guys. I've only been streaming. Have I been streaming 8 hours? Fucking hell! I can't believe that shot by shot took so long. How long are these videos? Fuck, these are going to be a while each. That's okay. That's okay. I still want to do some variety. As I say, I don't want my channel to only be FF7 remake stuff. It'll be there, believe that. But you know, diversity is our strength, so we need to add some things there. Dark Soul, thank you for the $10. Have I heard of Modern SpongeBob Special? SpongeBob and Patrick's timeline twist where Pat's family from Patrick's Star Show enter classic Sponge episodes and make them worse by ruining themes. How familiar? What? I don't understand the sentence. I don't know if you're memeing or if that actually is a thing that happened in SpongeBob, but thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Tell you what. We're not going to do this. We'll do this another day. This is the history of FF7 speedruns. I really want to do this. It's by Abersoft. It features Caleb Hart and some others. I do want to do Guillaume Brush talking about his favorite games, but these are like over an hour long. I don't know if I have the energy for that. I do want to do Dio versus ALUCARD. I do want to do Jotaro versus Kenshiro Omayamo Shinderu. if we have time, I do want to do Warhammer 40k. The 10 best orc jobs. And I would love to do the 10 worst Imperium jobs. These two videos by Lutane09 got me into Warhammer 40k. And I do want to introduce that to you guys as well. And I think it'd be a fun bit of variety. Because this, and this has absolutely nothing to do with Final Fantasy. This is pure variety, but it's also really exciting. It's really fun. I fucking love all the characters in this. I love this shit. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna thank you guys for basically having a wee chat with me after that. I needed this chat wind down after that Gongaga shot by shot, because that was fucking brutal. That was, oh my god. Oh my god, that was insane. I didn't answer your question, Hannah. What is la question? I'm scrolling up, but Louis Tan is your twin. He looks exactly like you. I don't know who Louis Tan is. FF13, you want to hear my reaction to Hope Silent? Oh, I don't know if I can do. I'm putting off 13, man. I'm scared of 13. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a piss, and then we're going to do Dio versus ALUCARD. That's what we're going to do. Be right back. Right. Fucking bark. Okay. It's time. Ah, is Billy around? No, he's not up just yet. But he will be. He will be in like an hour, alright? I'll bring him in. I'll give you some Billy time. Alright. Alright, chat. You get your Billy time. Japan's streets look so neat and clean. It is kind of a crazy part of the world. I'm curious about Japan. I got a friend who lives there. Says it's really interesting. Says it's very different. No need for the suffering Olympics. It was a bad game. Good parts don't excuse it. Yeah, well, I mean, there should be no bad parts. Like Roger Ebert's definition of a great movie. Or a good movie. 3 good scenes, no bad scenes. That's it. As soon as there's a bad scene, it's a bad movie. Or it's not a good movie. Because why is the bad scene there? You know. So there you go. And 3 scenes should stand out. Guitar Jester, thank you for the $10 super chat. Well, I'm back home with the wife. Thanks for the entertainment while I was out today between work and errands. Have a good one, brother. And yes, my wife has cosplayed Tifa for you. You slags. Well. All right, Guitar Jester. All right, no need to rub it in, mate. No need to rub it in. But congratulations, all right. Based wife. Sounds like you bagged yourself a good one. Cheers. That's a keeper. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Where's Billy? Billy's not awake yet. Billy's not awake yet. So, all right, guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to record a new video. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it right now. Otherwise, I'm going to sit here talking forever. So, I'll just timestamp where it begins. Okay, not fucking about. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I'm going to refresh this. I fucking love these characters. I'm going to refill my drink as well. You watched my Endwalker reaction? Killed it with the voice acting? Thank you! People think I disrespect FF14. No, I'm just honest about it. But I enjoyed my time with FF14. I really did. I don't disrespect the time that I spent there. Endwalker on stream... It was a special time, mate. So, all right. Does Seba use YouTube Premium or weird ad blockers? No, I pay for YouTube Premium. Here's the thing, man. I use YouTube all the time, like 24/7. It doesn't feel wrong to pay to get rid of ads forever. And let me put it this way, chat. If I have to sit through one more unskippable ad of Let's Play Raid Shadow Legends, start now for free, I'm gonna put this Oscar in my ass. All right? I cannot sit through another ad ever again on literally anything. Okay? I can't do it. Ever. I'm happy to pay. I'm happy to pay $15 a month, Australian a month, I think that's how much it costs, so that I never have to see an ad ever again. So. But yeah. Just considering I use YouTube non-stop, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. So. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's fucking time. I'm going to do this video, right? It's going to happen. While I record this YouTube video, I won't be as responsive to chat, but I will, but yes, those things. And I will say thank you for, like, super chats and stuff at designated moments and stuff. All right, let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Dio-sama versus ALUCARD. Begin.
This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Wow, we will not be watching that. All right, let's get to the actual video. Rooster Teeth. Death Battle.
Dio Brando, everlasting adversary of the Joestar bloodline.
Alucard, undying enforcer of the Helsing organization.
Vampires, the spawn of nightmares formed from the blackest pits of man's demented imagination.
Anime, basically the same thing. What do you get when you combine them? 2 of the meanest monsters out there. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
If Dio is smart with his time stop, Alucard won't be able to touch him. But I also don't think Dio can do enough damage to kill Alucard. Alucard is very strong, and we'll get into why that is later on. Poirot, thank you for the Subaru. Cigaro, thank you very much. Welcome in.
Imagine, if you can, someone so wicked that the sheer magnitude of their unholy dickishness literally destroyed the universe.
You might think they'd have to be no less than the devil himself, but it was him, Dio.
Born a penniless street rat with a cunning mind in the slums of Victorian London, Dio was humiliated by his poverty and abused by his alcoholic father.
His bitter resentment and small dick energy would lead to a lifelong desire for ultimate power and immortality, to reach a place over heaven.
And he'd get his chance to act when he was adopted into the wealthy Joestar family. Dio planned to kill his new father, George Joestar, and take his fortune for himself.
Dio is such an asshole. And the funny thing is that Jotaro's... Sorry. The funny thing is that Jojo's dad, who Dio was poisoning, is such a good man. He's such a nice guy that even after he finds out this plot, he's like, still, I think that this must somehow have been my fault. It's like, no, Dio's just really evil. And there's a part where they're hanging out with Ario's Speedwagon, Robert E.O. Speedwagon. And Robert, who has grown up in the crime-infested slums of England, says, listen, mate, I've seen all kinds of bad people, you know, liars, crooks, thieves, throughout my entire life. And that one is the worst one I've ever seen, like pointing to Dio. That man is evil through and through. It had nothing to do with an upbringing or nurture or this and that. That man was born evil. It's like, it's so funny, man. It's so good. Anyway, let's keep going.
Only one thing stood in his way, his new brother, Jonathan Joestar, aka Jojo.
Dio tried to go all alpha wolf on Jojo by engaging in such classic sibling pranks as beating him up, molesting his girlfriend, and setting his dog on fire. Jesus, you give...
Yeah, Dio is really bad. He describes, when he gets there, that he is going to, quote, psychologically overwhelm Jonathan until he's just living in his shadow and basically is his dog forever. And he forces the kiss from the girl Jonathan's in love with, and he basically says that was her first kiss. Even if I took it by force, that's how it will be recorded. And that's how it will be known. Because it's like 1800s England. That's how they're thinking that way. He is such a bad person that he's like, yeah, he's so fucking bad, man. Anyway, let's keep going.
His girlfriend and setting his dog on fire. Jesus, you...
Oh yeah, if you're a dog in JoJo, that's basically a death sentence.
Give that creepy dog murderer what for, Jojo?
But after years of emotional manipulation, Dio's twisted assassination plot was foiled by his righteous stepbrother.
With help from the interfering Speedwagon, all seemed lost until Dio pulled out his Plan B, an ancient stone mask that turned him into a vampire. That's just bizarre.
Okay, so he's not technically a vampire like, say, Dracula. Instead of turning you into an unholy demon, the stone mask eliminates your body's natural limitations.
Making him way stronger, faster, and tougher than any human. He can hear a heartbeat through the ground, fly through the air, and hypnotize you with just a glance.
It gets weirder. Dio can create mind-controlling flesh buds from his hair follicles, vaporize the moisture in his body to freeze anything he touches, and fire beams of pressurized fluids that can split the sky.
Pressurized fluids? Oh, sometimes it's too easy, Wiz. Even more insane is Dio's healing factor. He's been burnt alive, impaled through the head, bisected, decapitated, lost limbs, filled with bullets, and had a huge hole punched in his chest not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Another similar vampire.
This is true, but I still think Alucard can kill him. Alucard can turn his arm into a dog and eat you with the arm. And now you're his vampire slave forever. Alucard is fucking nuts, man. But Dio's no pushover, so let's see where they go with this.
Great, survived being blown to pieces and just pulled himself back together.
All Dio needs is some blood to speed up the process, so he is basically a vampire. Though I guess the fangs are just for decoration because he sucks blood through his fingers. Ugh.
Dio used his powers to raise a zombie army to conquer the world and feed a baby to its own mother.
That scene is shocking and amazing. Like, you have this mother begging Dio, like, please, please don't hurt my baby. And he's like, all right, you have my word. I will not hurt your baby. Turns her into a vampire. He said, I never said anything about you. And the mum, who's now a vampire, who's holding her baby, is just like, oh, my baby. And you can imagine what happens next. Dio is so evil. He is such an incredibly bad person. I think Dio is one of the greatest villains in anime, period. He's just wonderfully evil.
Just for kicks.
We've had a lot of real pieces of shit on this show, Wiz, but I'm starting to think Dio takes the cake. Luckily, his plans were foiled again by his old frenemy Jojo, who beat Dio's ass with a martial art that uses the power of the sun, Hamon.
Because, should Dio's vampire body be subjected to sunlight, he will instantly disintegrate.
So, what did Dio do? Well, he cut off his own head, killed Jonathan on his wedding night, and attached his head to Jojo's body. Wow, cake taken for sure.
After a brief...
I mean, look, it's called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, not John's regular Sunday.
century in a coffin at the bottom of the ocean, Dio resurfaced in Egypt and tried once again to take over the world. His ultimate goal was to create a world where everyone knew their own fate and could make peace with the inevitable tragedies life had in store. In Dio's mind, heaven.
And he'd make it happen no matter how many breads he'd have to eat.
After being struck by a mystical arrow, sure, why not, Dio gained a stand, the embodiment of a user's life force. Since they're made of psychic energy, stands can only be seen by stand users, and can only be hurt by other stands. Quite the obstacle for any opponent lacking similar abilities.
Ow! Hey, look, Wiz, I got a stand! I call it 99 bottles! Oh, shit! Don't worry, Wiz, I'll change you back with your Ooh, look, a giant beer!
Oh my god. And scene.
As befits a god among men, Dio received one of the most powerful stands in history, the world, with its ability to stop time.
What is amazing about the world, or the world, is that whenever you have these arguments of like, what's the best superpower, whoever thinks of stopping time, you kind of win. Because it doesn't matter if you have all this and that, if you can't even defend yourself. Like, stopping time is overpowered as hell. And so they naturally gave stopping time to Dio, the main villain of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So how the hell do you fight someone who can do this? It's insane. And it's brilliant to watch. His fight with Jotaro is just awesome. It's iconic. In both the anime, which you've probably seen, and also in the OVA, they made like 8 movies of this back in the 90s, which do this fight differently. They express time stopping differently, but they're both pretty cool.
Time, huh? Thanks for the... Ow! Well, not only does his time stop get longer with each use, he can spam it as much as he likes. He's a massive troll.
The world is absurdly strong and fast, able to match the stand Star Platinum, which belongs to Jonathan's great-great-grandson, Jotaro Kujo. He technically inherited it from Dio through Jonathan's body and bloodline, making Star Platinum and the world the same stand.
And both are 2 of the strongest stands out there, just as strong as Stone Free, which can punch meteors that were pulled to Earth in seconds.
By measuring the distance the meteors are from Earth, we can estimate they were moving at over 11 million meters per second. Factoring in their mass, they'd each have a kinetic energy of 441 kilotons of TNT.
This is all Jolene Joestar stuff. This isn't relevant.
Not that crazy when you can throw punches that are faster than light. No, really, Star Platinum kept up with this stand, Silver Chariot, which could cut a beam of light.
Looking at the interval Silver Chariot's sword swung relative to the light beam, it must have moved over 1,500 times the speed of light.
They always do this stuff with calculating like light and stuff, but like light, it just moves at a different speed in anime, and it moves at a different speed in video games. I don't think there's much value to calculating this stuff. Star Platinum is extremely fast, and so is the world. That's all we need to know.
And Dio himself has matched Star Platinum on his own, and taken its punches head on.
Yeah, but that's nothing.
Star Platinum on his own, and taken its punches head on.
Yeah.
This scene where Jotaro punches Dio and basically caves his entire skull in is so wonderful. It's so satisfying in the show because Dio has had this coming for a really long time. All right, he fucking deserves this. He's been such a piece of shit up until this point, and Jotaro has really done everything to buy himself the perfect moment for this. And the sound, when you watch it, the sound design of this is amazing. Like, it just, the impact sounds, the sound effects in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, they sound like gunshots, man. They sound like you're getting hit so hard. It's so good.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to Dio's secret weapon, the greatest weapon in anime history. The steamroller. Turns out Dio's a hell of a chef. He can make pancakes and donuts.
Even so, despite having a massive god complex, Dio's...
Just let me check something.
And donuts.
Even so, despite having a...
That's the movie series. I don't think that's the anime that you got, that came out like much later. Because yeah, that's right. In the anime, Dio, to show that he's got regen, is like just poking himself in the head like that. But in the 90s movies, he's like scratching huge rakes of flesh down his head that just heal back as just like a flex. Yeah, he's really intense. What's really interesting as well is the difference in how the 90s movies and the anime that came out around like the 2010s portrays the world, the time stop. Like, in the 90s movies, let me put it this way. In the animes you saw, Zawado is extremely dramatic. He's like, ha Zawado! You know what I mean? It's like a big deal. In the 90s one, he does do that, but at times he's just like here, and then he's here. And then he's here. And then he's here while he's talking to you. And it's really eerie. It has a different effect. It's like really, it's almost like a horror movie. It's like really unsettling that he'll be talking to you standing over there, and now he's just standing on top of a telephone pole. And now he's on the ground. And now he's on a car. It kind of really shows you how terrifying time stop is on a subtle level, on a more believable level. But they're both great. I wouldn't say one's better than the other, because, I mean, like, we all love the big dramatic, like, from the new one. So, yeah, they're both worth watching, in my opinion. But I warn you, the 90s anime is really brutal. It's not like... And you want to know how brutal the normal anime is. The 90s one is, like, ruthless.
Massive god complex, Dio's still a careful tactician capable of exploiting an opponent's weaknesses.
Too bad he wasn't prepared for Jotaro to learn how to stop time too and murder the shit out of him. That's some hardcore karma right there. But it only makes sense that a dog murderer would die like a bitch.
But
see, I don't think that would kill Alucard. I don't think Dio or Jotaro could kill Alucard with that. That's why I think Alucard's going to win this.
Much like the machinations of great and terrible men, Dio's will was immortal. In time, his greatest follower succeeded in extinguishing the Joestar bloodline and literally remaking the universe in Dio's image, creating that heaven he always dreamed of.
I don't know if I liked that reset at the end of season 6, but I did respect how insanely ambitious it was and how hard they went at trying to execute it. So I don't know. I'm going to need to watch Steel Ball run to see if they pulled it off or if it got better after that. All right, let's keep going.
I guess when you're named after a rock star, a movie star, and, oh, that's right, God, you're pretty much bound for greatness.
Another thing that's really cool about Dio, and this is like JoJo in general, is these iconic...
That's right, God, you're pretty much bound for...
is these iconic signature poses they have. And I always wondered, where do they get these from? How come all these JoJo characters stand like this? Or, you know, like that, and whatever. And all of these, it turns out, come from fashion magazines. Because that's the thing. If you stand like this in real life, you're going to look like a fucking idiot. Unless you're on the cover of Vogue. If you're on the cover of a fashion magazine, then by all means, JoJo pose away. For some reason, it looks totally fine. It looks right there. And you can find this online. There's plenty of compilations where they show where all these iconic poses come from, which magazines they originated from. So yeah.
Greatness.
You thought your first kiss would be JoJo, but it was I, Dio.
But it was me, Dio. He's also got that amazing meme.
Lives have no fear.
All right, let's go.
How blessed are some people whose lives have no fears, no dreads. For though the world seems full of good men, there are monsters in it.
But don't worry, jolly old England has it covered with the Helsing organization.
Founded by famous vampire hunter Abraham Van Helsing and led by his descendant Integra, this secret government institution has saved the world time and again with their secret weapon.
And what better weapon to hunt vampires than with one of their very own, the no-life king, the Bird of Hermes, ALUCARD.
To most, his origin was shrouded in mystery. But under Helsing's employ, he was molded into an elite hunter, made even more vicious by his intense hatred of his fellow vampire kind.
A hatred that he expresses with two of the gnarliest handguns you'll ever pray to your infinite god to never.
Yeah, his handguns, I think, weigh 30 kilograms each, like 60 pounds. He's a vampire. Like, that's child's play for him. ALUCARD is fucking sick. And I love his sense of style. Like, he's not JoJo posing, but that Victorian outfit with the floppy brim hat, the red glasses, he looks so cool, so evil.
Never see in person.
ALUCARD.
Kill count millions. I just noticed that, chat. Yeah, he's really intense, man. ALUCARD has killed a lot more people than Dio, and he is about 600 years old because he is, you know, Vlad the Impaler. He's a fascinating character because in a lot of ways he's not necessarily a hero or a good guy. ALUCARD's sort of like an anti-hero. He's like a villain who just happens to be on your side. Because despite him fighting against evil, ALUCARD is also a very bad man. He does some very bad things, and he doesn't feel bad about it for 1 second.
Gnarliest handguns you'll ever pray to your infinite god to never see in person.
ALUCARD's primary sidearm is the Castle, a behemoth of a handgun able to kill most undead in one shot with holy bullets that can nullify a vampire's healing factor.
The Jackal is the handgun she told you not to worry about. 16 inches long and weighing 35 pounds. It's armor piercing, hollow point.
35 pounds? All right, pounds, kilos. What's the difference? Anyway, let's go. 13 millimeter armor piercing explosive rounds. Fuck yeah.
Bullets, jacketed in blessed Macedonian silver, were built to annihilate the toughest monsters.
And after decades of clandestine experimentation, Helsing enhanced ALUCARD's vampiric abilities far beyond the norm.
ALUCARD can walk through walls, cast illusions, levitate, and move objects with his mind. Objects like, say, an ocean of over 3 million people's blood? That'd be an energy worth half a ton of TNT.
His psychic prowess allows him to read minds, communicate telepathically, hypnotize with a glance, and see through hallucinations with his third eye.
He's not a Triclops. It's more of a sixth sense that lets him hit bullseyes from a kilometer away and even predict your movements. Kinda like the Sharon gun.
Of course, he wouldn't be a real vampire if he couldn't drink blood. The catch is, when he drinks enough blood to kill you, he literally absorbs your soul. And that right there is the source of his most fearsome ability.
Yeah, this is why ALUCARD is so insanely dangerous. He has an entire army of people inside him. He can just unleash all that, including like elite vampires like Luke Valentine or Tubukan, who throws like these insane playing cards, or that chick who has a bullet that literally like traces and follows you and can take out like fighter jets and stuff. ALUCARD, I don't think Dio can kill him, man, because ALUCARD's not your normal vampire. You can cut his head off. You can throw like 50 knives through his heart. That's not going to kill him. He's not going to die from that. Because, what is it? Not Bram Stoker, he wrote Dracula. Van Helsing in the book kills him. But in this version, Van Helsing defeats him and then basically genetically enhances and modifies him for like 100 years until he is the strongest vampire that has ever lived. Something like that.
You just can't kill the sumbitch. Shoot him into Swiss cheese, blow his ass to smithereens, turn him into a literal blood puddle. He'll just regenerate his body lickety-split.
Also, ALUCARD has been alive so long, and I think he's bored of it, that he kind of lets you just hurt him. He lets you shoot him and attack him heaps just so he can feel something, because he's bored. And then he's like, all right, that's the extent of your ability. That's the extent of your ability. And then he like initiates hacks, and then he just rips you in half.
We've seen some overpowered healing factors on this show before, but ALUCARD's is just bullshit.
Yeah, he is.
While
No, he is
does
bullshit.
possess blood
Like, he's actually bullshit. They're not wrong.
and organs like a regular human, Alucard's body is, in reality, composed of an ethereal, shadow-like substance that he can morph any way he wants.
In fact, I would say that's kind of the fun of watching Hellsing, is that you don't actually know how strong Alucard is. And it's not like a show where the hero's getting surprised by how strong the villain is. It's the villain getting surprised by how strong the hero is. Like, you keep being like, what else can this guy do? What is the limit on this guy's power? He's fucked.
This allows him to shapeshift and instantly heal any wound. And each soul Alucard has consumed acts as an extra life that he can spend whenever he's fatally injured. Kind of like a video game.
And after 500 years of unlife, Alucard has consumed literally millions of souls. Ora! Yay, more beer!
Just like me.
Ora! Hellsing needed a beast as fearsome as Alucard to take on Millennium, aka Nazi vampires. That's like evil squared.
Like when Millennium SS Lieutenant Rip Van Winkle commandeered a British aircraft carrier as part of an invasion of London.
Alucard didn't like that very much, so he jackknifed it with an SR-71 Blackbird at Mach 3.
A fully loaded Blackbird weighs 170,000 pounds, meaning it's struck with a kinetic energy of 11 tons of TNT. That's as powerful as the U.S. Massive Ordnance Air Blast.
AKA the mother of all bombs. And Al was in the middle of that and strolled out like it was nothing.
Just as impressive as intercepting Rip's magic bullets. Comparing the distance one bullet moved to the jet in the same time frame as the jet's own movement, each bullet would have to be moving at 1,500 times the speed of sound.
And Alucard caught one with his friggin' teeth. And after giving Rip's name a new meaning, he drove that aircraft carrier back to shore with his mind to fight two separate armies at the same time. What a goddamn monster!
It goes without saying that Alucard's immense power and bloodlust needed to be controlled, so 6 restriction levels were placed on him that he can release against dangerous opponents.
Levels 6 through 2 are for wrecking your ordinary ghouls. Level 1 is for your heavy-duty vampires, and for getting this gnarly demon doggo made from his shadow essence, Baskerville.
That is one of my favorite parts in the whole story, when he's fighting Luke Valentine, and he realizes that, like, he's just kind of a fake vampire, he's not the real deal. And I think Luke is like just talking shit, and Alucard says something like, silence, and it's just like, you're nothing but dog food. And his entire arm is just turned into this huge demon dog, and then he just fucking eats him with his arm. And then he has a line like, you are worse a piece of shit than man, so now you can just be dog shit. It's fucking brutal. It's so cool, man. It's so sick. Is this worth watching? I haven't seen the normal anime, but there's 10 OVA movies, and they're all fun. But I do recommend skipping the wacky anime comedy segment. I do recommend skipping the obligatory anime comedy segment that has to be shoehorned into each of these episodes. They're fucking trash, like every single one of them. Awful. Dreadful. Just skip them. Don't even watch them. You'll thank me. But apart from that, the movies are fantastic. So, Christ, thank you for the $3 super chat. Would I ever stream Bayonetta 1 and 2? I don't know. I need to finish up with Devil May Cry first, because I need to do the reboot. Then I'm going to do a video where I rank all the games and talk about them. So, you don't understand the Japanese obsession with camp? Well, it's not all. There's many Japanese things that understand that, like, to just be serious for the whole time. I think it's a mistake to put it in Hellsing. I think it just doesn't work. I think Rurouni Kenshin was also a bit of a culprit with this. Rurouni Kenshin at its best is when it's like deadly serious. And whenever Rurouni Kenshin did like silly comedy bits where they turned to kids and stuff, it was just trying too hard to be funny. I didn't think it was ever necessary. Yeah. But they can do it right. Like, at the end of the day, some are better at that than others. So, all right, let's do this.
And for getting this gnarly demon doggo made from his shadow essence, Baskerville.
But there exists an even greater state of power Alucard can release when he wants to end the world. Level 0.
Once activated, Level 0 releases every single soul Alucard has consumed as a sea of blood-soaked zombies. All 3 million of them.
Sure, with his souls gone, he can't heal as easily, and if his heart is destroyed, he'll die permanently. But the sheer numbers and power of this army from hell makes him virtually impossible to approach in the first place.
Oh my god. So he's got Tubblecame, Rip Van Winkle. He's also got Luke Valentine, who's very strong. The Wallachian army, Ottoman Janissaries, European peasants, and 3,400,000 Londoners. Yeah, this is, I think Dio's fucked. I think Alucard's gonna kill Dio.
He's unstoppable! This guy's got to be like the king of all vampires!
Indeed, he is.
I think he's one of the coolest vampires ever in fiction. I mean, honestly, these two guys are like the coolest. It is Dio and Alucard. I'm trying to think of any other vampires in anime or anything else that come close to these guys. Not really.
Hellsing purposely kept Alucard's true identity a secret, all in the codename. Alucard backwards is...
Dracula?
No
way! Is, idiot.
Over 500 years ago, the Wallachian voivode Vlad Dracula battled the Ottoman Turks for control over Eastern Europe, and impaled thousands of people in the process. Hence his historical name, Vlad the Impaler.
But things didn't end up too good for him. Right before his execution, he took a big old sip of some blood from the battlefield, sacrificing his humanity in order to become an immortal creature of the night.
And that is when the legend was born. But it wasn't anything Dracula was proud of. He grew to despise his monstrous nature and saw it as cowardice. The main reason he hated other vampires so much was that he really hated himself.
Oh, that's deep, Wiz. Maybe that's why he always lets his enemies rip into him like a piñata of self-loathing. His crazy OP healing factor will fix everything anyways.
Millennium would
He does say that. There's a character who turns into a demon to fight him, and before he does it, Alucard's like, don't do it. Like, don't do it. Don't give up your humanity. Do not become immortal like me. It is not all it's cracked up to be. I'm not actually as happy as I look all the time. In fact, I'm kind of just dealing with this. So, yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Exploit this arrogance by tricking Alucard into absorbing the soul and abilities of Schrodinger.
Yeah, the way they beat Alucard is, he gets sucked into another dimension by this cat ear vampire who exists in all dimensions and none. Like, they actually kind of have to find some weird way to beat him. And I don't know. They'll explain it.
A German cat boy who controls his own quantum state. This grants him pseudo-omnipresence and immortality. He can exist everywhere and nowhere, and cannot die so long as he can recognize his own existence.
But because Al had 3 million souls kicking around inside him, Schrody couldn't recognize himself anymore, forcing him, and thus Alucard, to fade out of existence.
So Alucard spent 30 years killing the other 3 million souls inside of him until he could return to reality and his master. He undid his own unexistence.
No matter how spoopy the threat, Alucard will show no mercy.
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't even die. He can't kill this guy. I think Dio's cooked, mate. Father Anderson. I fucking love Father Anderson. Yeah, Anderson is the demon, is the guy we're talking about who becomes a demon, and Alucard's like, don't do it. Also, Father Anderson is probably the coolest priest in all of anime. He just is so sick. He's like this Irish priest. He holds his swords like a cross, like a crucifix. And before he cuts your head off, he goes, Amen! He's so fucking cool. He's so sick, man. I'm just gonna close my window a bit. Hold the line. Also, Anderson has this line that I can't show, sadly, because it would just be DMCA'd, but he reads some Bible verse in English, but with a heavy Japanese accent, and it's something like, if anyone does not love the Lord Jesus Christ, let him be accused. Oh, come, all you faithful, amen. It just sounds so funny, but it sounds really cool at the same time. It's funny, but brutal. Like, this is no ordinary priest. This guy is fucking dangerous. So sick.
He's just waiting for the day he meets a noble human warrior strong enough to end his unlife for good.
But should he face a fellow monster, a fool who rejected their humanity like himself, he'll let loose the dogs of war, and all hell will sing.
I'm a dog. Then you're dog food.
That's the part I was talking about. And that guy he eats with his dog arm is really strong as well. You have the best opinions on Final Fantasy. Oh, you Big Papa. Thank you. I appreciate it. The Iscariot organization was cool, but they get wiped in the final battle. Well, Father Anderson is their only trump card. I can't remember anyone else who is of any note in that. All right, let's do this.
All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
But first, if you want the same kind of confidence that lets you try to take over the world with a zombie army, first off, interesting. Secondly, try out Blue Chew.
This episode is brought to...
I will not be trying that out, but if you want Blue Chew, there it is. Enjoy, and let's get back to this. It's on, boys.
You interrupted my dinner.
Funny, I was just thinking about having mine.
Then by all means, take a bite.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Ooh.
Checkmate.
He'll be fine.
Oh, so very weak,
It's ALUCARD. He'll be fine, mate.
You thought you'd triumph, but it was I. Dio?
If I'm a dog, your dog poop. Huh?
He did the thing! He'll be fine. ALUCARD will be fine. This is nothing.
Hearing you scream. A real fucking vampire.
Jeez Louises. I don't think Dio stands a chance, to be honest.
You want blood, you disgusting monster? Choke on your own.
I want to rule the world! Face me, Vampire King! Bow to your new god!
The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings to make me tame.
He said the thing.
Useless. Muda!
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think ALUCARD needed to... I don't know if I agree with that. If you can just destroy ALUCARD's heart, then I don't think there's any point for him to... Sorry, when he's released his entire army, I don't think there's any reason for him to release his army at all. I think he can win without that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about this result, mate.
Alucard pulled out
I don't know if I agree with this result, mate.
all the stops, but like the bloody drink, it was in vain.
I think they wanted Dio to win, and they figured out the only way he could. But anyway, you think time stop is OP? It is, but... I guess the thing I'm saying is that if Alucard's heart can be destroyed, but only when he releases his army, just don't release his army. He can still win. So, I don't know. I think that's a bit bullshit. I think that's a bit bullshit, mate.
Finger guns!
He may have been the king of the vampires in Hellsing, but Dio had everything he needed to clip the bird of Hermes' wings.
Alucard's strategy in most fights is to heal from an opponent's attacks until they get tired, then take advantage of an opening. But he couldn't do that here because Dio didn't really have any openings, and Alucard wasn't nearly as strong or as fast to compensate.
Alucard could survive crashing that jet and move 1,500 times faster than sound. But scaling from Stone Free and Silver Chariot, the world could punch relativistic meteors and move 1,500 times faster than light. That would make Dio nearly 40,000 times stronger and 800,000 times faster than Alucard.
Hell, Alucard couldn't even see or hurt the world in the first place because he's not a stand user. And since Stone Mask vampires from JoJo aren't weak to holy weapons like Hellsing vampires are, Al's guns were more or less dead weight.
Plus, Alucard just had no way to get past the time stop. Even if he did somehow, Dio could just freeze him on contact.
And considering Dio has taken punches from Star Platinum, Hal would have had trouble doing damage even if he got the chance.
Dio's far greater speed and power meant that, given enough time, he could realistically kill Alucard 3 million times in quick succession.
I don't think Dio is stronger than Alucard. And also, like, I've seen Father Anderson throw literally 50 bayonets through Alucard's heart, and he just survived it. So I think that heart destroying thing is a bit bullshit.
Without any viable options for attack or openings to exploit, Alucard's soul-based regeneration meant he would run out of lives eventually, and level 0 only sped up that process.
Sure, that army's nothing to scoff at, but consider the time Dio's eye beams split those huge-ass clouds.
Estimating the size of the clouds and the speed at which they moved, Dio's beams must have output an energy of over 10 megatons of TNT, enough to wipe out Alucard's army in one go, leaving him vulnerable. Just like when this other vampire, Walter, could have killed him by piercing his heart. Alucard's even admitted it himself.
Hell, Alucard's army is filled with blood. You know, that thing that Dio uses to heal? But Wiz, what about Schrodinger? With his powers, Al can't die unless he chooses to.
While Schrodinger's quantum immortality makes him impossible to kill normally, it is literally part of the story that Alucard cannot have Schrodinger's abilities and his greater array of powers at the same time.
I mean, Dio can theoretically kill 3 million, like, a stop time 3 million times, but Dio still needs to eat and sleep. He's still kind of, as far as I remember, at least. I don't know. I think it's a bit bullshit. I think just don't use the army and he can't kill you.
Or else he'll no longer exist. We can't give him both Schrodinger and his standard powers without breaking the lore and rules of the character.
Even if we did, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't help him kill Dio at all, so at best it'd be a stalemate. Until Dio hypnotizes Alucard, asks him about his powers, and forces him to eject Schrody like the rest of his souls.
I don't think Dio's hypnotism would work on Alucard. I don't know. I guess I think he's just kind of too strong. Like, there reaches a point where moves like that don't work on you if you're strong enough.
Shocking though it may be, Dio's overwhelming offense, impenetrable defense, and uniquely devastating abilities wore Alucard down until the No-Life King had no lives left.
Alucard got Dioned!
Boomstick, you tell the worst puns in the world.
That's right, and you're just gonna have to Dio with it. And hey, wait a minute, that was a pun, that's my territory! We talked about this!
The winner is Dio.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Dio is fantastic. He's a great villain, but I just don't know if I agree with this. And I wonder if the comments are going to agree with me and give me some confirmation bias. Okay, you know what? This is the best explanation ever. Alucard can turn his arm into a dog, but Dio has killed 3 dogs. All right, he's 3-0. So, this is incorrect. Dio didn't do a 5-hour essay about how weak Alucard is. No dog survives when there's a JoJo villain nearby. I mean, that's kind of, yeah, this is more convincing than any of the so-called math we saw there. Dio, if he actually uses time stop correctly. Dio does use time stop correctly in the show. Yeah. Though, I disagree with that. I mean, I can see how, look, if you're gonna say that, like, when his whole army's out, then you can destroy his heart, I mean, I guess technically that's true, but I'm just not satisfied with it, alright? I'm not satisfied with it. Downvoting this video, I'm reporting the channel. Alright, no, I'm not doing that. These guys do a really good channel. These guys do a really good set of concepts. Like, I was fascinated with the idea, who's gonna win in this fight. And whether you like their calculations, whether you like the outcome or not, I still think it was an entertaining and well-made video. So, like and subscribe to Death Battle, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure versus Hellsing. Alright guys, that's the end of the video. I'm not happy about the outcome, but I would be happy if you like and subscribe and catch me live on Twitch. Ubu Sugoi, get out of here. I'm working here. Let's see, when did that end? Here. Alright. Fan of Bleach? I haven't seen Bleach, but I do know Bankai! So yeah. There was no need to release the army? Yeah, it's bullshit, so... You're justified in feeling dissatisfied because it wasn't necessary. Level 0 didn't need to happen. Alucard won without it. Yeah, I mean, just why do it at all? As long as he doesn't release his army, he's basically unkillable. Basically unstoppable. So, Some lost gamer. Sebi, I'm someone who enjoys some of the modern Final Fantasy games. Oh, what? I'm kidding. But you still appreciate my videos. Thank you. Thank you, Some Lost. Welcome in. Ponto, 5 years as a mod is wild. It is. How you doing, Ponto, you fucking dog? Guys, follow my man, Ponto. How are you doing, mate? How you doing? I hear that Kefka is the hardest ultimate in FF14. That's what Sayori told me, at least. So how are you handling that, mate? Jotaro versus Kenshiro? Yeah, damn straight. I want Kenshiro to win this. Even though I like them both. Ooh, that's a tough... I've kind of known them both for a very long time, but I think I like Kenshiro the most. So... Time to demote Prompto. Prompto? Alright. Alright, chat. You had to sit through a 1.5 minute ad? I am so sorry. Phantasmo! But welcome back. I just don't see my ads anymore. I don't know when they're on or not, so... These are fictional, Loves to Grand, these are fictional characters. You can use all the science you want, but it's still just an estimate. Look, ultimately, here's how it works, alright? Here's how it works. Whoever makes these videos, they choose who they want to win, and then they justify it. That's basically it. Jotaro could win this, but so could Kenshiro. It just depends who you like the most. It depends who you want to win. So, yeah, like, I think Goku would beat Superman. I think he'd beat the fuck out of him. But if you want Superman to beat Goku, you have to find the Superman from a comic book where he's stronger than him and use that version. You can't use a Superman from any movie or any TV show. Goku would kick the shit out of all of them. But Superman in the comics is a different story. Is that bloody Kimmy DNC? How you doing, mate? Guys, follow my man Ponto and also follow Kimmy DNC. Named after Devils Never Cry. I still need to play the one where he's like, not in a million years. I still need to play that Devil May Cry. Superman lifts infinity or some shit like that. It depends on the Superman. Some Superman's versions like can only jump over a building and struggles to stop a train, you know. Whereas other Superman can like just, I don't know, throw an entire galaxy. Just something ridiculous like that. So, you think a squirrel could beat a mongoose? I think Squirrel Girl could beat Superman. How about that? Kenshiro is genuinely awesome. Kenshiro is... I fucking love this character. And you know what? I'm going to use some eye drops because my eyes are a bit dry, and then we're going to do this video. It's going to happen. It's going to be done. It's going to be done. All right, I'll nearly be back in a second. Moisten those eyeballs. Look, mate, I'm doing the hardest job in the world. Watching videos about ALUCARD and DIO. So I gotta keep myself fresh. If Sebi likes a character, DB kills them. Pretty much, Gonzalo. I mean, I can see how Sephiroth beats Virgil. The problem is, I like Virgil more in this day and age than I do Sephiroth. Which is really sad, because, like, FF7 is, like, one of my favorite games ever. And I'm rooting for Virgil, who I just discovered, like, 2 months ago. That's how sad. That's the sad state of modern Final Fantasy. Is that I'm rooting for a guy I just discovered against one of my favorite all-time villains, because I just think that modern-day Sephiroth sucks now. So, well, here's the thing. I think Kenshiro would win, which is why these guys are going to make Jotaro win instead, because that's what they seem to do. So, all right, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's fucking time. Orc detected. What's going on, Chris? What's this? Billy? You want Billy? Oh, all right. Milphistopheles. I love that name. You thought you were the only one who felt this way about Final Fantasy until you stumbled across my videos. Thank you. Thank you. Like, comments like that remind me why I make these videos. And my god, we got a couple of doozies coming up next, mate. That Gongaga one was fucked, man. I cannot believe that took me like 3.5 hours to do. God, it was torture. Tell you what, chat. Before I do this next video, I'll bring Billy over. I'll see if Billy's up. I'll give Billy some screen time. That'll give my eyes a moment to recover as well. Alright, let me find my Billy. Alright, chat, it's Billy time. Alright. It's the moment of truth. He's here. The one. The only. The little wee fat boy. Oh, and he's just woken up. You want to give them your wake up face, Billy? I found him sitting on the couch with a lovable scowl on his face. I thought I'd bring him over here. Mr. Fat Boy. Oh, you still sleepy? You want to say hello to chat? Go on, give him a smile, mate. Give him a smile. Look at that smile. Look at you, Mr. Fluffy. Mr. Loaf of Bread. Mr. Oh, it's just a soft little poof. Look at that, chat. He's just given up. Doesn't even bother to fight back. He just surrendered to his fate. And he's just enjoying life. You want to cuddle him? He's so soft. He's so squishy. Aren't you a squishy little boy? Okay, come here. Come. One last little goodbye to chat, okay? I'm gonna put him outside. But come here. You go. Oh, hello. It's me, Cat Sith. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, hello. I'm gonna read your fortune. I'm a fortune-telling cat. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, my little Billy. He's not having it? You not having it, Billy? Billy, why don't you show chat how happy you are? See? Look how happy he is. Alright, Billy, off you go, mate. I'm gonna send him outside, alright? Gonna put him outside. He's just given up on life and now it's time for him to go. Wave goodbye to chat, Billy. There you go, chat. There's your wave. There's your wave. Off we go. Down you go, buddy. Down you go, mate. Alright. I'm fucking back. Billy, I can't believe you're making me do this. Oh. Listen, mate. That cat doesn't pay rent. That's his rent, alright? I get to squish him. I get to bring him on the chat. Beppo Stronska, thank you very much for that prime. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. You miss him already? A little Billy sad face? I know. Such a good boy. A little resting, grumbling face, Godos? Yeah. Delta Wolf, you can see the smile for real, I know. Billy's very judgmental right now, Eliminator. I mean, yes, he's a very judgmental cat, but he's a very good cat. He's a very nice young man, so. Alright, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do another death battle. It's time. It's gotta be done. It's gonna happen right here, right now, only on SebiWebs TV. Before I do this, I'm gonna have a sip of my wee whiskey. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying the stream. Yeah, I don't know. I was on a weird sleeping pattern. It's 8 AM right now, and I don't want to talk about it. But I do want to talk about how absolutely fantastic Seren Eros is. Thank you for that raid. Thank you very much, guys. Please chuck Seren Eros a follow. I've known her, God, I've known her for bloody 6 years on this platform now. And she's an absolute delight. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you for entertaining us, Sebster. I try. I appreciate that. Phantasma, it's embarrassing that people who are introduced to FF7 through Remake and Rebirth think that's the Sephiroth we thought was cool. Yeah, he's just, I mean, you know, it's not their fault if that's the first one they found. That's when my videos come in, so. Thank you, Seren. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna record this YouTube video. Alright, I'm gonna timestamp it. And it's starting right now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am recording this for YouTube in 3. Oh wait, let me just refresh this. Hang on. Right. It's gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a death battle. Jotaro versus Kenshiro Omayomo Shindiru. Let's go. Screw attack.
We've covered a lot of macho heroes here on Death Battle, but these two are as manly and stoic as they come.
It's all in those sweet-ass jackets. I mean, I guess they're pretty badass too.
Jotaro Kujo, the delinquent turned hero from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
And Kenshiro, the Wandering Fist of the North Star. He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Jotaro can stop time, but I think outside of that, I think Kenshiro is stronger in literally every single way. But anyway, let's keep going.
As a teenager, Jotaro Kujo was a fairly infamous troublemaker.
But you can just call him Jojo like his friends do. Get it? Jotaro Kujo.
How bizarre.
Him with those schoolgirls is hilarious. Like, they're all just like, oh my god, like, can, like, you walk me to school? No, I saw him first. And they start fighting. He's like, shut up, bitch, you're annoying. And they're like, oh, Oh my god, he talked to me, Sugoi. Oh, he's so handsome. Jotaro is a fucking asshole. And for some reason, women in the show just seem to love that. So, there's a lesson there. No, don't listen to me. All right, let's go.
Well, being a high school hoodlum isn't usually a good idea. It worked out great for him, because he toughed up a lot.
At the age of 17, Jotaro was arrested for brutally pummeling 4 known gang members, who were armed with knives and nunchucks of all things, with apparently his bare fists. But Jotaro had a bigger problem. He didn't know how he did it.
He knew he was tough, but not that tough, so he came to the only conclusion that makes sense. He was possessed by an evil spirit!
Whoa. Just like my pet rat.
Yeah, wait, is that why he's been scratching pentagrams all over his cage?
You'll find out. But then Jotaro did something absolutely crazy. To prove his theory, he swiped a police officer's gun, pointed it straight at his head, and fired.
And that's how he died. Just kidding! A third arm popped out of his body to stop the bullet, of course!
This strange being attached to Jotaro wasn't an evil spirit at all. It's an entity physically generated by Jotaro himself, and inherited through his bloodline.
Yeah, lots of the JoJo family has them, including his granddad, Joseph.
These beings are called stands, literally because they stand by you.
I mean, I guess it's not wrong.
It's so lame.
Stands are interesting because they look like their own character, but they're not. They're just a representation. Like, maybe like 1 or 2 of them actually talks and seems to be its own girl, its own person. Like in JoJo's Arc 5, I think the daughter of the mob boss has Spice Girl, and Spice Girl talks to her. But for the most part, they just kind of like, it's just like a weird representation of something that comes out of you. It's not like its own thing. It doesn't have its own personality.
They're powered by their user's life force, and turns out Jotaro's life force is supercharged because he's got one of the strongest stands of all.
Star Platinum!
Star Platinum.
Star Platinum has superhuman strength, speed, precision, and vision. He can even phase through bodies and affect a person's inner organs. Plus, while Star Platinum can take a solid hit, most stands can only be damaged by other stands or stand users.
So, he's basically invincible unless he's fighting another stand?
Exactly. In fact, unless you have a stand of your own, you wouldn't even be able to see Star Platinum.
Oh great, so he's invincible and invisible.
And when you combine all that with Jotaro's fighting skills and exceptional cleverness, they make a magnificent team.
That's an I didn't consider that point. Kenshiro won't even be able to see Star Platinum. But this is the Fist of the North Star we're talking about. I'm sure he'll be alright. He'll find a way around it.
That's good, because Jotaro soon found out his family's old vampire nemesis was out to get him. Dio!
With Star Platinum at his side, Jotaro didn't just stand up to Dio, he copied Dio's greatest ability, the Time Stop.
With this new power, Star Platinum can freeze time everywhere for 5 seconds. He can do it multiple times, though it does need a sort of recharge between uses. Kinda like an ability cooldown in a video game, or me in the bedroom, ladies. But still, he can friggin' stop time!
In Jotaro,
ladies. But still.
God, it's so sad what they did to Jotaro for Arc 4. Diamond is Unbreakable. Remember when Jotaro looked cool in Stardust Crusaders? Yeah, they decided we can't have that anymore. Let's make him look as lame and weak and crap as possible.
He can friggin' stop time!
In Jotaro's case, he may be human, but he's strong enough to smash through stone and leap several stories.
Jotaro is very strong despite being a normal human. There's a very funny episode where one of the bad guys' stands is that he reverts you to being a child. And then he just beats you up as a kid. He's a fucking Gronk, this guy. But the twist is that even at age 9, Jotaro is still really strong. Even at age 9, Jotaro is still stronger than an adult, and he just beats the shit out of him as a kid. It's very funny. So, I mean, you know, bit of gag physics there, but it was all right. It worked. It worked because it was funny.
On the other hand, Star Platinum is said to be faster than light.
Sure. Technically he can because he can stop time or whatever, but he can't really move that fast normally, right?
Well, maybe. Star Platinum has matched his speed with another stand called Silver Chariot. Silver Chariot previously defeated a different stand called Hanged Man.
Long story short, Hangman moves between reflections at light speed, and Silver Chariot caught him in mid-movement.
Granted, Silver Chariot had to use an elaborate plan to force Hangman into moving in a predictable direction. If Silver Chariot was truly faster than light, he wouldn't have needed to resort to such a plan. But the fact he caught Hangman at all is proof enough that he's at least close to light speed.
So that means Star...
Again, this is just like light moves differently at a different speed in animes and video games. I don't think we should use like real-world light physics for this stuff. It's just not the same.
Platinum is close to light speed too, and he's got the super strength to back up his super speed. He can lift a steamroller that's around 60 tons. He broke the top of this building off and threw it like a javelin. And then there's the time that he broke a giant monster lady's teeth that were harder than diamonds.
The definition of hardness refers to an object's protection from scratches, but we could also compare this to pressure resistance, or the possibility of fracture through a diamond's cleavage. Not that kind of cleavage. The toughest diamonds break around 600 gigapascals. This means Star Platinum can clearly strike with a force equivalent to 3 million tons.
Turns out diamonds aren't forever when Star Platinum's around. What can't this guy do? Sounds like nobody could beat him.
Maybe not, but unlike Stan's, Jotaro isn't invincible or invisible. And whenever Jotaro is hurt, Star Platinum feels the same pain. In fact,
here's the thing. I can see the argument that Star Platinum is stronger than Kenshiro, but Kenshiro is very fucking strong, and Kenshiro can heal himself. You know what I mean? You give Ken like a deep wound on his arm, he can hit his pressure points and be like, pew, pew, bleeding stops, wound closes. It's different. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
In fact, when a stand user dies, so does their stand, and vice versa.
Sure, but with a guy like Star Platinum having his back, I don't think Jotaro has a whole lot to worry about. These two are one kick-ass duo, and stylish.
Your receipt. You can keep the freaking change.
That beatdown of Steely Dan is just wonderful, and that guy absolutely deserves it. I think he was going to, like, destroy a little girl's brain as part of the fight to get him to stop. And so the solution was to just beat the shit out of him. Beat the ever-loving shit out of this guy. Yeah. If Kenshiro touches you, you're dead. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's true. The only person Kenshiro has ever touched who didn't die immediately, I think, was Saltha. And that's because Saltha's heart is born... That's because Saltha has a condition where his heart was born on the other side of his body, and all his pressure points are reversed. But as soon as Kenshiro figured that out, it's GG, you know. And not only that, Kenshiro is so strong. Not only that, what is it? Hokuto no Ken, or the Fist of the North Star martial art, is so strong that even if Ken is blocking your attacks, his blocks are still hitting your pressure points and causing you to explode internally from the inside. Kenshiro is insanely strong. He basically kills a guy in one of the movies that way. So I don't know. I still think Ken's going to win this. And knowing these guys, that means he's probably going to lose.
It's the last decade of the 20th century, and the world has been ruined. In this apocalyptic age, the strong survive, and the weak kneel. Only one man challenges this new society. And fortunately, he has the literal power to do it.
Kenshiro, Fist of the North Star!
Like most important protagonists, Kenshiro began his journey to greatness.
Kenshiro is one of the greatest anime characters of all time. Before Goku shot his first Kamehameha, there was Fist of the North Star. As far as I know, this is the first anime to have characters like powering up, getting like heaps stronger, and just doing all that stuff. You know, it all comes from this. And I wouldn't even say it's shonen, because he's not a shonen. He's not a young man. He's like probably like 30 or something. Or he doesn't come across as a teenager at the very least. Kenshiro, I think, is a combination of Bruce Lee, Rambo, and Jesus. Because he's got the from Bruce Lee, the extreme violence and body kill of Rambo, and body count of Rambo, and he actually does Jesus-like things. Like in the 1986 movie, he'll like have, you know, the robes and the Jesus beard, and then he can like heal the sick. He can like cure you of like being blind, of being deaf. He can also heal, apart from blow you up. And Fist of the North Star is, there's a 1986 movie and you have to watch it. Doesn't even matter if you're doing it in Japanese or English, it's good either way. That's how good it is. It's sort of set in a similar world to Mad Max, and it's just, it's brilliant. It's just so fucking cool. It's full of evil people, the worst people ever, who love being bad, and that's why you need a guy like this.
The North Star. Like most important protagonists, Kenshiro began his journey to greatness as a young orphan.
Lucky for him, he eventually met Old Man Ryukin, who was a pretty cool dude. Ended up adopting Kenshiro along with a few other kids.
He was also the 63rd Denshosha.
Don't shoot what? It's on safety.
A grandmaster of an ancient Chinese martial art called Hokuto Shinken. While anyone can learn the basics of this dangerous fighting style, there can only ever be one grandmaster for each generation.
So that's what Kenshiro set out to be. And with patience, training, and plenty of muscle building, he was named the next successor of Hakuna Matashin.
The thing is, I don't know if he... What am I trying to say here? His master didn't want to give it to His master didn't want to give it to Kenshiro originally. He actually wanted to give it to Toki, I think, who doesn't show up in the 86 movie. Toki has like a compassionate fist. He's like the nicest guy out of them all. He can kill you in a way where as you die, it feels really good. But your whole body is like breaking apart and you explode. Rao is absolutely the strongest. But I don't think the master thinks that Rao is the right guy because, as he says, you have power, but you lack perspective. And for that reason, you might think you're doing good, but you actually could do incredible amounts of harm. Rao is awesome, though. Rao is interesting because he can be an antagonist and a bad guy to Kenshiro, but not always. He can also be his own hero, going off on his own adventures, fighting literal gods and the devil incarnate, because he's Rao. That's just what he does. And I don't think he thinks of himself as a bad guy. I think he's trying to save the world, but his method of saving the world is to raise an army and kill literally anyone who opposes him. So once all his enemies are dead, it'll all be fine. You know, he can rebuild from there. Rao is fantastic, though. He is so sick. He's so cool, man. Fairuz, you love Rao's horse? I know, yeah, and he's always on that horse as well. Also, Fairuz, welcome in. Hope you've been well. All right, enough fucking about. Let's keep going. Oh, and there's also Jaggy, who's a huge piece of shit. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. Believe that.
Too bad his adopted brother got pissed he wasn't chosen and killed Ryukin over it. Talk about a sore loser.
With Hokuto Shinken mastered, Kenshiro can focus his energy into his strikes, effectively killing an opponent with a single blow to their pressure points. There are 708 malleable pressure points in the human body, and striking any of them can cause all sorts of effects. Stunning, blinding, healing, restoring memories, making people walk backward.
But mostly, they just make people explode. Anyway, things started looking pretty...
It's so mad. And it's great because he can even do crazy things like sort of predict what you're going to do next and hit you on a pressure point based on that. So some guy can pull a gun and Kenshiro can hit him at the exact pressure point. And, oh no, wait, what is it? Like, Kenshiro knows this guy might pull a gun on him, so Ken hits him at a specific point, the guy falls down, pulls his gun out, and Ken's like, go ahead, use your gun if you think it'll work. And he's like, you think I won't? And Ken's like, you know, a blow like that to your head, it can cause your arm to move a little funny. And the guy's like, and then throws the gun away. It's so fucking sick, man. It's so cool. Yeah, I don't know. Kenshiro versus Jaggy is fantastic because Jaggy fucking deserved it. What Jaggy did is like one of the worst things ever. It's so good. Simpson Bartholomew, thank you for the 41 months. Is this the new DBZ meets Street Fighter? Close enough. So, all right, let's keep going. Dante's Pimp, welcome in. Crazy that this is a shonen series. I mean, it's the only shonen I've seen. I mean, everyone feels like they're 30 years old, even though they're technically in their 20s. But no one's like a teenager in this, so... All right, let's keep going.
Great for Kenny. They just make people explode. Anyway, things started looking pretty great for Kenny. He even got engaged. But then nuclear war broke out and turned the Earth into Mad Max land. Kenshiro's fiancée got kidnapped, and this guy used his knife fingers to draw a nifty Big Dipper on Kenshiro's chest. Seriously, how is he not dead after that?
Miraculous.
It's such an awesome opening to the 86 movie, especially Ken and his wife, Yuria, just having a stroll. And then his best friend Shin shows up, and he's decided to basically destroy Ken and take his wife. Why? Because it's a free country. And he basically, in one move, cuts Kenshiro's arm tendons and his knee tendons. And so he can't even move or do anything. And then, bam, gives him the Fist of the North Star, like the Southern Cross scar. And then, bam, like, puts all his fingers into him. God, that sounds terrible. And gives him, like, the legendary scar and leaves him for dead. And then Jaggy, that asshole, comes up to Ken when everyone else is gone and then throws him off a cliff, then punches the cliff so the cliff he's on breaks and falls down and lands on him as he's falling off into an endless chasm forever. Just as a warning. I mean, like, Ken's totally fine. He survives it. And then, so it's cool how the movie opens with Kenshiro just getting fucking owned, fucking destroyed. And then he comes back years later, and he is way stronger than before. Like, absurdly stronger. To the point where almost no one can touch him, and he just fucks everyone up. It's, oh, God, it's a good movie. God, it's so sick.
Dipper on Kenshiro's chest. Seriously, how is he not dead after that?
Miraculously, Kenshiro survived and began his wayward journey, wandering the wasteland searching for revenge.
And if we go by how many people he blew up, I'd say he got plenty of it.
He really does leave a big mess behind.
To be fair, that guy was stamping on a little girl. like when Kenshiro finds this dude, he's basically got his entire boot on this girl trying to crush her into the ground, which is a pretty bad thing to be caught doing red-handed. So I would say Ken was rather justified in what he did here. So,
I can't even imagine what it must be like to clean up after one of his fights.
Kenshiro had no problem killing hordes of baddies with moves like his bone-crushing fist, spilling wheel-exploding fist, and 100 crack fist. Huh. Seeing him kill all these people from the inside out reminds me a lot of my ex-wife.
How?
Emotionally, Wiz. Most of the time, his body explosions don't even happen right away, giving him plenty of time to explain to his foes how they're about to die, right before they explode.
You think you can beat me with a finger?
That finger struck the hidden vital point known as Gakuchu. There's no use fighting now. You're already dead.
Hakuna Matata isn't just for blowing up people.
Sure.
Yes, or as they say in Japanese, omae mo shinderu. Nani? It's so fucking sick. It's just, there's so many memes that come out of Fist of the North Star that are still relevant today. It's just wonderful.
Hakuna Matata isn't just for blowing up people.
Sure, Kenshiro has developed a number of legendary techniques, such as the Tenryu Kokyu Ho,
AKA the art of dragon's breathing. According to Kenshiro, this unlocks the full potential of his natural abilities, where a normal fighter would only use about 30%.
He can utilize Toki, or his own natural ki, to perform numerous techniques. Most of these involve punching, of course, but he can...
Yeah, this is from like the 2000s movies. They made about 5 of these, and they're all really cool. They're all sick. Kenshiro versus Souther is nuts. Like, Souther is a very bad person. They're all bad. They're all terrible people. But Souther's really bad.
Also create mirage images of himself, sense other fighting auras, and fire ki-based projectiles to attack or defend from a distance.
Oh, and he can perform miracles, like making a mute girl speak.
Like Jesus, told you.
But even that pales in comparison to Hokuto Shinken's ultimate technique, one which no previous Grandmaster ever unlocked, Muso Tensei. Only those who truly understand pain and loss can apply Muso Tensei. With it, Kenshiro draws upon his inner sadness to enter a state of nothingness.
There's a movie that explains how Kenshiro gets this inner sadness. It's one of the 2000s one. The ending is so fucked. In a nutshell, look, I'll just spoil it briefly. It's after Kenshiro has had his tendons cut and the scar, you know, the 7-point scar, and he's basically found left for dead. he gets dragged to, like, he gets found by some slavers and stuff, and he gets dragged to this entire huge city. And the city's being run by this evil guy who used to be a coder in real life. That's actually the story. He used to work in IT. And the way the guy keeps everyone under check or under his thumb is that he has rigged the entire city with explosives everywhere. So that if you ever try to rise against him, he'll just press the button and blow you up. Blow up everything. He's a fucking asshole. So basically, Kenshiro helps, like, all these different people. They all have storylines. They all get resolved and this and that, and all these, like, ways that are brutal, but ultimately satisfying. And he even saves the city from an invading force. And sort of the invaders are like, you know what? You all right. And, I think someone actually gets the detonation device, so they can't blow up the whole city. So it's all resolved. Everything's fine. Villain's roughly dead, and everyone's had their story arcs completed. And then the villain, as he's dying, is like, that wasn't the only remote I had. Click. And all the bombs go off, and the entire city gets fucking blown up, kills every single character in the entire movie. All the women, all the children, all the fathers and men, the grandfathers, all their stories, everyone's fucking dead. And it's just Kenshiro left alive. Like, you just see him at the end, out of the rubble, just him bursts out. And there's one old man alive, because that old man survived, because he used to be a fist as well when he was younger. And the old man's just like, Ken, just remember this. Remember this sadness. Keep it in your heart. Let it make you strong. And Ken is just like, ah! Oh, sorry, my voice popped. Don't pay attention to that. Ken just like, and it just like zooms out, and it's just Ken is this little ant speck in the middle of this gigantic crater of rubble, and that's the end of the movie. That's it. The whole purpose of that film was that an entire city of people had to die just to make Ken sad, so he could get strong enough to reach the next level. It's fucking brilliant. It's so brutal, man. Oh my god. No, this was anime written in a different time period. It was, they just did things differently back then. And with that, Ken gained the power of sadness. And when he fights Rao in the next movie, Rao's like, oh, your eyes! How are they so sad? I've never seen such sad eyes! And he's intimidated by that. And Ken basically kicks the fuck out of him. So, yeah. Skylar, hope you're doing well. Hope Death Battles hasn't hurt you too much with their decisions. Oh, I'm sure they'll break my heart with this. I'm sure they'll find a way to make Jotaro win. The villain is a god tier troll. Oh, it's so funny. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, no, raging. I was laughing hysterically because I was like, what do you mean that's the ending? But hey, it's not called Fist of the City of People, all right? It's called Fist of the North Star, right? It's about Ken and no one else. Anyway.
From here, he is impels upon his inner sadness to enter a state of nothingness. From here, he is impervious to attacks, essentially achieving intangibility.
He also somehow connects to the souls of dead allies and rivals, and can even use their techniques, but it's not like he needs them. He's already crazy enough on his own. He smashed the bone.
Just how good is this animation, right? Like, it's almost like Looney Tunes. Look at this iron bar. This guy slams a steel girder onto Ken, and just look at the effect.
Not like he needs them.
That is so dumb, man. It's like Popeye or Looney Tunes or something.
He's already crazy enough on his own. He smashed the bones of a giant with a single hand, broke a metal table just by standing up, and hit a tank so hard it blew up.
He's even strong enough to break a skyscraper in half.
And then when it—
Oh yeah, that's legendary, yeah. As he's walking past the skyscraper, he just punches it, and the whole thing just lands horizontally on his head. And then he just walks through it. He just walks through the building and cuts the entire skyscraper in half with his head.
It collapsed on top of him. He just walked through it. What a boss.
Just the concrete in one floor of an average-sized skyscraper can weigh over 1,000 tons.
You think that's tough? Kenshiro can stand in lava. Lava! You know how hot lava is?
Up to 2,000.
Yeah, really freaking hot, that's what. And remember that tank? Before he blew it up, it shot him square on. It did absolutely nothing to him. Seriously, this guy is manly as hell.
I think he's going to beat Jotaro. I mean, knowing these guys, they'll pull some bullshit with time stop, but like, he's just insane. Ebonheart, welcome in. Guys, follow Ebonheart, please. Eben, we are watching Jotaro versus Kenshiro. Yeah, Austin, perpetually aura farming.
Seriously, this guy is manly as hell.
NANI?!
Alright, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all.
But first, these guys are so stylish, you know they're rocking MeUndies.
In a world plagued by despair.
In a world where I don't watch this ad, I think it's going to be Kenshiro. Well, I would prefer Kenshiro. But knowing these guys, it'll probably be Joe. You didn't know how insane this character got? Hey, Kira. Oh, yeah. Fist of the North Star is so dope. It's so mad. I think it's one of the... I think Fist of the North Star is one of the best-selling mangas ever. It sold something like 100 million copies or something. It's really popular. I mean, it is... Fist is the foundation, I think, of all shonen. Like, Naruto, whatever, Rurouni Kenshin, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z... all of that stems from Fist of the North Star. That's how influential it is. It's legendary.
Oh!
Oh no!
誰だおめえは。おいジジイ。
Why do they look like that?
やるっていうのなら相手になろう。場所を選ぶ。そこが貴様の死に場所だ。やっぱりお前は態度がでかいな。
He's at a disadvantage there, because he can't see the stand.
Who is he?
Here's the thing. Jotaro can punch Kenshiro multiple times, but if Ken touches Jotaro once, it's over. Or at least he's gonna, like, explode his arm or explode his leg. He's gonna do a lot of damage. And Jotaro can't heal from it. Ken can heal from damage. So, let's get going. Can Ken get out of this time stop?
時を止めた。お前はもう死んでいる。
No, that's it. It's over, I think. Oh my god.
Shut it a bit!
There you go. You get touched once by Ken, you are dead. And he can heal himself.
Whoa, wait, what just happened?
Well, all Kenshiro needed to do to win was just get one hit in. But this matchup was far closer than that makes it seem.
Of course it was. Kenshiro spent the whole time fighting Star Platinum, who he couldn't even see. Lucky for him, once he figured that out, his ability to sense other fighting auras helped him keep track of SP. But no matter what he did, Kenshiro isn't a stand user, so he couldn't actually hurt Star Platinum.
Then again, Star Platinum's own strength wasn't quite enough to hurt Kenshiro much either. One of Star Platinum's greatest strength feats involves breaking and throwing a small section of a building. In comparison, Kenshiro broke an entire building, let it fall on him, and acted like it wasn't even there.
Also, while Jotaro may be skilled in deducing his enemy's weaknesses and strengths...
That's actually so funny. Like a whole building fell on his head and he just ignored it. He just pretended it wasn't there. He's such a fucking gronk. Oh, it's so good.
Also, while Jotaro may be skilled in deducing his enemy's weaknesses and strategies in mid-fight, Kenshiro's skills, durability, and straightforward approach meant there really wasn't anything for him to pick apart here.
Kenshiro did have trouble with Jotaro's time stopping and Star Platinum's speed. However, with his awesome durability plus additional intangibility when using Musou Tensei, Kenshiro survived the time stops. And the time stop's cooldowns between uses gave Kenshiro enough time to work around them.
The time stop has been worked around by foes in Jotaro's past before, and as far as speed was concerned, Kenshiro may not have been faster than Star, but a mix of Musou Tensei and Mirage clones were more than enough to get by. And let's be real, Jotaro never stood a chance against Kenshiro by himself.
As you can see, like, I think Fist of the North Star is also the first anime where you had characters like shooting beams and energy projectiles out of their hands. Like, they start doing that at the end of the 1986 movie. So I think that, like, even stuff like Kamehamehas and stuff, like powering up and going Super Saiyan or Kaioken, like, Ken has a form of that, like an early prototype form of that. It all comes from this. It's such a legendary anime for that reason.
In the end, both combatants had plenty of advantages, but Kenshiro's techniques and overwhelming power ended this fight.
Jojo didn't stand a chance.
The winner is Kenshiro.
Hey guys, thanks for watching this death battle. If
Hell
you want to see
yeah,
exclusive
brother.
commentary, click that link right.
Yeah, that was fucking sick. Thank you, Death Battle, for having my favorite character win for the first time ever. Actually, no. Cloud won against Link. But to be fair, you know, Link was a child, which Cloud didn't give a shit about because he completely cut him in half. But hey, yeah, you know, this was good. I like this. I was going to say, I think if Kenshiro lost against Jojo, that might have killed whatever faith I had in the rest of this channel, because I don't know, man. Ken's just, he's kind of too important in a way. He's almost like the Jesus of Shonen. He's kind of like the first one. Fist of the North Star is sort of like the Odyssey, the Iliad to like shonen manga and anime. As far as I know, it all started there. So, and deserves immense amounts of respect for that. Jotaro didn't use the Joestar family secret technique. Run away! Oh my god. Inaccurate, because Ken still had his shirt on at the end of the fight. That's actually a good point. That's actually really, you'll notice this in the 86 movie, and I don't know where Ken keeps getting new clothes from, but every single fight, he goes, and all his clothes just rip off, revealing his amazing six-pack and pecs, and then, you know, and yeah, so he has an endlessly regenerating shirt, which didn't rip off, very important detail. Jotaro, I have a stand. Kenshiro, I am standing. Jotaro's fans, you can't use Jotaro's theme only for him to die. Kakoin, first time. R.I.P. Kakoin. He was a good bloke. So, and the thing is, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure sort of pays homage to Fist of the North Star in that Jonathan Joestar, the first one, the English guy from the 1800s, looks like Kenshiro. His design looks very, very similar. And it's cool that the guy who wrote JoJo found ways to sort of like evolve, change, and eventually make it its own thing. The stands are very iconic to JoJo in that regard. So, great video. I really enjoyed that, man. Cool stuff. Check him out. Death Battle, Jotaro versus Kenshiro. Both these animes are worth watching. Well, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is worth watching. I don't know if I'd recommend the original anime of Fist of the North Star, as in, like, the series. It's very old. Let me put it this way. It makes Dragon Ball not Z, Dragon Ball. It makes Dragon Ball look modern. It's very old in that regard, but the 86 movie is amazing, and all 5 movies from the year 2000 are fucking sick. They're so good. So, alright guys, like, subscribe, catch me on Twitch, Ubu Sugoi, and get out of here. Video's over. I'm working here. I'm working here. That was sick, chat. I really enjoyed that. That was good. And also, these are helping me recharge a bit after that Gongaga session. Because look, that Gongaga session felt great at the time, but I knew that I only had it in me for that one long video. That was like 3 hours. That was fucking brutal, man. So, you love that JoJo started as a horror anime, then just changed? I guess it was kind of both. The fights were always there from the beginning, but no, the horror element's very cool. It's still there at times in season 3. I would say the horror element is still there in like season 4. Some pretty horrific shit with Kira Queen. And I thought season 5 had some pretty scary parts, or like parts where you're just like, hang on, something's really off here, something's wrong. I'll tell you what, season 5, because of the way that the final villain's power works, what is it, King Crimson? It's not that he can stop time, but he can erase time. It's hard to explain. But in order for them to try and figure out what he's going to do next, they'll have like 8 bullets in their hand. It says, I'm going to take these bullets out, and that's how we're going to measure time. And it's like, okay, all right, 8, 7, 6, 2. Suddenly like 3 bullets are missing in their hand, and that's how they realize, like, oh fuck, he's done something in those 3 seconds. And we don't know what that is. And then, like, they just see one of them is completely fucking impaled on all these spikes. Like, yeah, no, King Crimson is really interesting. It's a very bizarre power. And also it's named after that band, King Crimson! In the court of the Crimson King. That's a really boomer song. 21st Century Schizoid Man. That's the one. That's their banger song. By King Crimson. So yeah, if someone's trying to kill you, it's horror. All fictional warfare is horror, yeah. Ocarina of Time remake is coming? Now that's true horror. I've seen that shot of Link on his bed. Put some fucking shoes on, mate. Looks horrifying. So, yeah, I also thought it's really cool that, like, the guy who makes JoJo, he knows his shit when it comes to bands. And there's something that just is really cool about hearing Japanese people speak the names of English bands with a Japanese accent. There's just something really cool about it, you know. Like, season 5 has more bands that I guess are more contemporary. Like, there's one guy whose stand only activates when he dies. And I remember where they're talking about him, you see him just like walking towards them, and you just hear like the name of, oh, what do they call it? His stand's name is Notorious Big. And you know exactly who that is. Tupac. Also, Can't Hide, welcome in. How are you? Or the girl who has Spicer Girl. Or Giorno from season 5. His stand is named after a Prince album. Good experience! You know, they fight a guy who's only in Reflections. I bet you can figure out what his stand's name is called. Man in the Mirror! Like, that's just... I think the funniest one is one of Dio's second in commands. This guy called Vanilla Ice. And the thing is, just because he's called Vanilla Ice does not mean he's a joke. That guy is fucking lethal. That guy is nuclear. That guy, Vanilla Ice, is easily one of the strongest. He's probably the strongest guy they ever fought before Dio. He's really intense. But yeah, Vanilla Ice. That guy's heaps mad. I'd say probably my favorite enemy, actually. One of my favorite episodes from Stardust Crusaders is actually where they fight the Gambler. The Gambler nearly kills all of them. And he's not even using his stand to fight. Like, his stand only finishes you off after you lose the gamble. He's actually, like, beating them just with gambling tricks. And if you lose, he takes your soul. That episode is amazing. That was so good. Which one? There were 2 in the manga? Well, doesn't he have a brother? His brother plays video games. but he beats you in like card games and stuff. So yeah. You watched my video on Rebirth before playing it, Reese Delaney. You got on Xbox. You thought I was wrong at first, but slowly you realized how right I was. It was a Costa del Sol, the cracks appeared. I need to, oh no. I need to do a shot by shot of Costa del Sol, because that was not fun. And it's a pity, because in the OG, Costa del Sol is actually really nice. It's like a relief after the crushing darkness you've been experiencing up until that point. Yeah, Geneva. The funny thing is, his brother who plays video games, the gambler in Stardust Crusaders, he's kind of OP. He can kind of read your mind. He can ask you a question and you can't help but answer yes or no, which means that he could always beat the gambler guy. You can't even gamble against him. But because he relies on this technique, he doesn't think about all these cheating techniques that his gambler mate will use. And they even, Jotaro and the boys, they outsmart him. And even they say about his brother, he's like, man, your brother would have seen through this trick in 1 second. You know? Like, he's a better cheater than you. Whereas you rely on this mind-reading trick so much that you couldn't even figure out we beat you in like the stupid... They beat him in the stupidest way possible. And I think that's really cool. I don't know. Something I love about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and is that they... Whatever power they introduce, it seems overpowered, but the characters figure out a clever way around it. And this is something that Western superhero comics, Western superhero movies don't do all the time. Like, how many times, right, have you watched a movie and it's like, I don't know, Spider-Man or Wolverine? Oh, and he loses his powers. And there's like 20, 30 minutes of the movie where he has no powers. I think that's bullshit. I think that's stupid. Look, I came here to watch Superman, all right? I didn't come here to watch Man. If I wanted to see Man, I would watch any other movie. I wouldn't be watching a superhero movie. So I think this whole Western superhero trope where the character loses their powers for a bit, I think it's bullshit, and I think it should never be used ever. I think that the best way to do it is have characters... You're a writer, you're a creative. Think of a creative, intelligent way around these powers. You know? Set up the powers to the audience so they seem unbeatable, and then beat them in a way the audience never thought of. That's so much more interesting, and JoJo always does that. I don't think I've ever seen a JoJo episode. I don't think I've seen really any anime episodes of anything where the way they beat the guy is just by taking his powers away. Like, they always beat the power. They don't remove the power, then win. Yeah. No powers is boring, Squanchy? Yeah, it sucks, man. I remember I was watching the Wolverine one where he's in Japan, and as soon as it's like, oh no, he's lost his powers, I was like, ugh. All right, welcome to the bore zone. Welcome to the boring zone. Because the thing is, Wolverine's powers are not so overpowered that you have to take them away to challenge him. Like, if you had, like, I don't know, Wolverine up against a wall of Gatling guns or something, like, he's not going to be able to run through that. You'll shoot off too many of his body parts. He won't be able to heal through it. So he's got to figure out ways around that and shit. So, yeah. Western trope by Western dopes. Well, it's not, I mean, I don't see it happen in Japanese stuff. And it's not a thing that always happens in Western stuff, but it happens enough in Western stuff to piss me off. So, Cloud is magically weak again at the start of Rebirth. Oh yeah, I guess FF7 Remake does that. You know, you get to part 2 and you just lost everything you grinded for. You lost all your levels from part 1. Even though Mass Effect found a way to have your progress sort of carry over, at least from what I've seen. So yeah, that's a good point. You see it more in games than movies than TV. Yeah, I don't know how much they do it in comics, but I've seen enough movies to piss me off. Ghost Yamiru! Thank you for the Prime. Yeah. Yeah. Wolverine without his adamantium is a good nerf. You know what I want to see? I want to see a Sabretooth comic. I think Sabretooth is kind of underutilized. Because don't get me wrong, Wolverine, you know, he's Wolverine, but I just love the fact that Sabretooth is this fucking 7-foot tall man who's so bestial he has a lion's mane and, like, black eyes. And he doesn't even have claws coming out of his knuckles. It's just his fucking fingernails, man. I think Sabretooth is... I like Sabretooth more than Wolverine. I think he's just like a fucking loose cannon, man. He's just unhinged. Yeah, he heals faster, but he's less durable, right? Like, Wolverine can take a lot more damage. But Sabretooth, you just can't even... He'll just heal through literally everything. I would like to see a Sabretooth anti-hero movie or something, or... I don't know. from his perspective. He's the villain, but it's from his perspective. I never see enough of that guy, but every time he shows up, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, this dude's here. You know, so... it's Aaron. Thank you for the 6 months. Keep up the amazing work, Sebi. I always get giddy when I see a new video show up on YouTube. Oh, you stop. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Well, as I say, we're making more YouTube videos on the fly here. You know what, chat? I've only been streaming 9.5 hours. I think I have enough in me. I think I have enough left in me for both of these videos. I think I can do this Warhammer top 10 best and worst orc jobs and the top 10 worst Imperium jobs. I think I can pull off both of these, but I don't have the energy for this or this today. I'll do them another time. Yeah. And it's I don't think I have many. I think I've only got one Warhammer 40K video on my entire YouTube, but I'll show you what it is. It's this one. This got one. This must have been a good video because it got 1.8 million views. God, I can't even spell my name. Orc. There we go. How many views? 1.8 million views on a channel that has 0 Warhammer content and minimal Warcraft content. I'm very proud of this one. I worked my fucking... Who would win in a fight? Warhammer Orcs? I worked my fucking ass off on this one. I'm very proud of this short. Also, Kilth! Thank you for the gifted Subaru. So yeah, this short I couldn't have done on stream because I had to word it as perfectly as possible. And I might take some time off in the nearest future just to script and record a ton of shorts because I can't do this on stream. This is just too specific. You have to be too word perfect. But anyway, I'm very proud of this one. Who would win in a fight? Warhammer Orcs or Warcraft Orcs? Warhammer Orcs, and it's not even bloody close. Warcraft Orcs are only evil when they're corrupted by chaos. Without chaos blood, they are noble savages. They're honorable warriors. Strength and honor. Zug zug. Warhammer Orcs, on the other hand, are immune to chaos. They're just huge assholes regardless. As far as I know, they're mostly immune, but I think Chaos Orcs might exist in 40k. Oh, this is Warhammer Fantasy I'm talking about here. I think in Warhammer Fantasy, Orcs are immune to chaos, but in 40k they might not be. Anyway, we'll continue. But yeah, Orcs are in Fantasy huge assholes regardless of Chaos's influence or not. They're just huge pieces of shit. In fact, Warhammer Orcs like the forces of Chaos because they put up a good fight. Like, in their own words, they say something like, they puts up a better scrap than those puny Yumis. Worst thing about Warhammer Orcs? They're English. Far more scary. Who would win in a fight? Yeah, the most terrifying thing about Warhammer Orcs is that they are English instead of American. Far more frightening. Far less reasonable. So when you get like Warcraft Orcs, they're very much like strength and honor, zug zug, you know, and they're noble savages. Whereas Warhammer Orcs, I think, are based on football hooligans, which makes them far more ridiculous. So yeah, I'll give you that short in chat as well, if you ever want to see that. But that must have been a good short because, as I say, no Warhammer history, minimal World of Warcraft history, and that got 1.8 million views. So, Orcs in the Warhammer universe, 40k and fantasy, are immune to being corrupted by chaos. Yeah, because some people got pissed off at me and said, no, there's Chaos Orcs. And I thought, I'm pretty sure that's not true. But oh well, you know, look, there's like 500 pages of... Sorry, there's like thousands and thousands of pages of Warhammer books. You just can't, who knows? There's plenty of that. You can see Sabretooth as a villain in the Suicide Squad. I think Sabretooth should have been in the Suicide Squad. I mean, fuck, he's bad enough. In a way, maybe he's too evil. Maybe he's too much of an asshole. You can't even use him for good, sort of. Yeah. Brandon Sullenberger, you're playing through Expedition 33 as a hardcore OG FF7 fan, and boy, oh boy, Remake had an opportunity to do it E33, but instead did whatever the fuck that was. Tragic. Isn't that sad, Brandon? I'm going to answer that question. Oh, I'm going to respond to that. Then I'm going to pour myself a whiskey, and then we're going to do these 2 videos. And then I might end stream. Because OG FF7 has every license in the world to be remade into a dark, gritty, serious, atmospheric game. that is unsafe by today's standards. That, you know, you can argue, right? There's a number of things in OG FF7 that are kind of hard, that don't slide as much today, say like Dine's suicide or the way Sid treats Shira, but you can do that as long as you say it was like that in the original and we are respecting the original source material. You could have gotten away with it. You could have, all these Twitter idiots who would have complained about that, tell them to shut the fuck up. They're not buying it anyway. But instead, they changed all of that and updated it and sanitized it for modern audiences who don't even buy the game. They argue about it online non-stop, but they don't buy it. That's why Rebirth sales suck. You know, they would have sold so much more. They would have sold so much more if they just remade it fucking properly. You know, and they would have had the full license for it. Would they have to make it like R-rated or M15 plus? Well, probably, but it's, you know what? It still would have sold. Do you know why an R-rated FF7 remake would have sold? Because all the OG fans are well over 18. They're like in their 30s, man. They all would have fucking bought it. You know what I mean? You've got the fan base right there. You are guaranteed an M15 plus or R-rated game. You are guaranteed a lot of sales because everyone who loves the original game is well over that age. You can't not be. It's 1997. The game's 30 years old. So anyway, yeah, terrible idea. But we all know. We all know. All right. Enjoy the sights of sounds of Osaka while I go and refill my whiskey and we record 2 more videos. And then I think that's all the gas I've got in the tank. So, best thing about FF7 Remake is my content on it. Thank you, Aros. I hear that sometimes. I hear some people say, well, at the very least, we got all these amazing shot-by-shot videos out of it. Also, Amira Cat, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm sorry I missed that. That was like 4 minutes ago. Thank you, Amira Cat. All right. Oh, Suicide Squad is DC, Sabretooth is Marvel. You're right. You're right. I guess he can't be in the Suicide Squad. But you know what? I still want him to be, so just fucking write him in there. All right, BRB. Kubo Sugoi. All right. It's marketed towards kids, Cranked At, which is a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. It's silly. I don't think kids want to watch kids stuff, man. They want to watch the cool stuff that the boomers, that the adults are watching. At least I did, you know? I don't want to sit there when I'm a kid, yeah, by all means. Toy Story, Shrek, they're all cool. But I wanted to see Aliens. I wanted to see Terminator 2 and Mortal Kombat in 1995. So yeah, like all the cool kids want to play Metal Gear Solid. Ooh, well. Silent Observer, thank you very much for the $6.67 super chat. We should crowdfund buying the IP for FF7 and remake it in the true image it deserves, with all the darkness the OG has and none of the bloat. I don't think Square Enix would ever give it up. I think it's simply not for sale, which is a sad thing, because they almost seem determined to literally rewrite its history. But thankfully, OG FF7 came out during the time of physical media and emulator ROMs. And for that reason, there are simply too many discs of OG FF7 in the world. You cannot delete them. You can't get rid of them all. And the emulator ROMs, you can just replicate those a billion times. They're everywhere. It'll never be deleted. So, I don't know. I don't think you could buy it. But at the very least, you know what? I think after all this, the last thing I think anyone actually wants is a remake of FF7. I think after all this, you know what? I think in the big picture, just fuck remakes. Just, oh god, just, you know what? Let's stop asking for them. Ah, you still do? Give me dopamine? I don't see how to do it other than someone just using AI and hoping that it gets sued. I don't see how it gets done any other way. Because you wouldn't be able to, you could make a fan version, I guess, and just give it out for free. But you wouldn't be able to, I don't know. And this is not me being pro AI or whatever, this and that. I'm just saying I don't see how it happens any other way. So yeah. But it is kind of ruined now, yeah. We need to let FF7 retire, Faye. I think it's done. I think that the idea of FF7 just being a game as if it was made today, I just don't think it... I think we got to let that dream go. It's over. I think the OG is more than enough. I think it's more than enough. Like, think about this. Notice how when we were looking at the OG game, when I was just like voice acting it or talking about why these things look good, notice how kind of cozy and just chill and fun it felt? It just kind of still works, even though it has the hardware limitations, weirdly. Maybe it works better because of it? I don't know, man. Because as soon as we flipped into Rebirth, we're like, oh god, what is this? It's horrible. So yeah. Alright, let me respond to some super chats. Marcellus, thank you for the $5. It makes no sense. They went all Game of Thrones with FF16, but denied remake the M rating. And Sid embarrassed curse like sailors. Yeah, well, I think that FF16 was meant to be super Western, but it just wasn't very well made. It just wasn't very well written. It was a series of bad ideas, and they weren't even executed well. So yeah. From Eggman, we need games to be unsafe again, because that's real and entertaining. You're tired of this mental softness that game devs have, and it's not fun. I want sincere darkness and hope in my stories. Well, I mean, that's why I found mouthwashing so fascinating. I was like, oh my god, this is really red hot. This is very controversial, the subject matter they're tackling here, but it also makes the story really good. Or say like Fear and Hunger. You know, I played a bit of Fear and Hunger too, and I was like, oh my god, this game does not pull any punches, man. This is really intense, man. This is fucked. And that's something indies can get away with a lot more than AAAs, because they can afford a bit more risk. With AAAs, if you're gonna go really brutal, I'm trying to think of which IPs are big enough to go AAA and fully get away with it. I think Warhammer. I think Warhammer, man. From everything I've seen from Space Marine 2, it's really fucking brutal. It's really intense. And it's got the AAA look to me. And it seems like it was a very good game. Yeah. Valerian's Avenger. Good morning. Woke up and I'm still on. We'll watch the replay at work tomorrow. Nice, nice. My editors are gonna have a lot of work on their hands. But that's good. I need them. I respect them. They make my life a lot easier. So, yeah. It would be cool for me to play Lost Paradise. I played a bit of that, but I didn't like I don't like the idea of, like, abundant resources in Fist of the North Star. It seems like anathema or antithetical to that world. Like, watching Kenshiro waste tons and tons of ice just to sculpt an ice ball for a drink, it just, like, this isn't Fist of the North Star. Like, Ken would never waste water. Water is more precious than, like, literally jewels and money in that world. So, yeah. All right. Rogue Trader? I've heard it's good, but I'd rather stream Space Marine. I feel like Space Marine would be like just a cooler, more fun stream. It'd be like a better show to put on. So, Hectalia, did I know that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer? No. No, I had no idea. No one has ever said that. No one has ever told me in my entire life that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer. I've never heard that. Thank you for telling me that. Appreciate it. I'm just talking about. As I say, one of my friends who works in Warhammer got one of my friends who works as a Warhammer artist got that phrase banned from the workplace because he made that joke so much. He made it so non-stop that it's an unofficial workplace rule that you're not allowed to tell people that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer. Because I know him. I know this guy, and in the middle of a conversation, he'll just kind of slip it in. You're like, oh, that's really cool. Do you know that Henry Cavill likes Warhammer? And I can just fucking picture him doing this to his co-workers non-stop. Every smoko break, every lunch break, just like every conversation. I can imagine him doing it in a meeting. If he's comfortable enough with this. That's how fucking funny my friend is. I fucking love this dude. It's so funny. So, and I'll bring that up in the video as well. So, alright, and I'll fork it a bit. I'll see if I can find a way to insert that into... Because we gotta tell the Cavill Warhammer story. Okay, alright. I'll fork it a bit. And then he's like, oh, did you know he built his own gaming PC? It's like, yes, everyone knows this. I think Henry Cavill playing Warhammer is the... Did you know Aragorn broke his foot when he kicked the helmet in Lord of the Rings? I think it's like, that's our generation's, or like, I mean, it's, the Aragorn thing is also our generation, but this is like the new version, the even newer one, so. Alright. Not fucking about. Work, zug. Okay. We're gonna start this video. It's gonna happen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wonderful world of Warhammer 40K. Just 1 second. Right. Also, Voodoo Panda! Thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright. Do I have a stream of Stardies? I haven't, no. As I say, I haven't streamed anything Warhammer. I would love to stream Warhammer Total War Warhammer. At one point, I want to show you my Beastman army. It's so stupid. My Beastman army is like 20 stacks of just only giant monsters. Like Cygors with these four-armed Goro Minotaurs. Or just like huge walking deer people with like a skull for a head who just breathe like black smoke onto their enemies. It looks so dumb. Or the Jabba Slythe, which is as horrific as it sounds. So, alright, fuck it. Let's do this. Let's do this, chat. It's time. You want to get into Warhammer, but you have no idea where to start. Total War Warhammer, get the 3 games. You can get them on cheap, you can get them on special, and then play Immortal Empire's campaign. Because that's just a huge custom map. All the races are on. Pick the race that just seems the most fun. And I would even say play it on easy mode for your first time, because there's a lot to learn. Play Lizardmen. Play Lizardmen. Lizardmen is like a small T-Rex riding a giant T-Rex. And he's got a golden arm that can shoot beams out of it. Or a Triceratops walking with a giant satellite beam. Or crocodiles with fucking pole arms. It's so cool, man. You love Beastmen? Beastmen are actually my favorite. They're my favorite to play because they are completely fucking broken. They're so broken when you know how to use them. And also, I love how just absolutely hideous they are. They're such gronks. So, all right, enough fucking about. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this video. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen right now. Ladies and gentlemen, cheers. It's been a pleasure. I raise a glass of Johnny Walker Black to you. But it's time. I'm gonna refresh this. Okay, I'm recording this for YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, what are the top 10 best orc jobs in Warhammer 40k? Let's find out. Lutain. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
You Umis think you have it hard? Well, the Orcs have their proper tough jobs, and we'll smash the stupid Umis to pieces, and anything else that messes with the Orcs.
Let's fucking go, boys!
Orcs, bigger than your average humanoid of the galaxy, coupled with being angrier, smashier, and far more randomly violent. Generally open to casual brutality beyond most of your more, let's say, measured or at least focused 40k entities, and while the galaxy as we know is a place filled to the brim with acts of extreme violence, the uncommon thing about the Orcs is their generally sunny disposition about such matters. Seeing the person next to you wailing as they're torn in half, leaving you showered in blood, would for several of the races in the darkened future give at least pause for concern, more likely running screaming in terror, but for the Orcs they would likely feel invigorated and positively encouraged to charge even more enthusiastically at their enemy.
Yeah, I mean, the Warhammer 40k universe is absolutely terrible, but if you had to choose to be a race there, choose Orc. They are the only ones having a fun time. In fact, they're having a blast.
Orcs tend not to share the same concerns as other races with regard to the bigger picture concerning their race's general achievements, their failings, or overarching collective strategy. To put it simply, Orcs just don't really care about what's happening in the wider scheme of things. The result is that Orcs generally have one of the most objectively carefree lives compared to almost all others, save for perhaps the Tyranids.
Well, the thing is with the Tyranids is I don't know how sentient they are. I don't know how much they're thinking. But the Tyranids are the Zerg, the original Zerg, and they are much scarier. Which is a tall order, because the Zerg are absolutely terrifying. Old Snack, thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much. Alright, let's go.
For who the concepts of fear, worry and disappointment, or frustration even, are surely completely absent. So with this in mind, you have to understand that it's really quite difficult to compile a worst or best jobs list for the Orcs, because you could generally consider they are happy for most of the time, and the worst jobs will more likely entail anything very mundane or that leaves them out of battle. Strangely though, when you think about it, Orcs often seem to generally love whatever they're doing, so this really makes it quite difficult to assign any kind of excessively negative or positive association with roles for them.
Well, as he says, it would be just whatever's boring and not fighting. That would just be the worst thing possible for them. In Warhammer Fantasy, you have a guy called Grimgor Ironhide, who's just a legendary orc. He looks like Shrek with a really bad temper. And I think, according to the lore, Grimgor has never gone for more than 2 days without fighting. And all the orcs are terrified of what might happen if he went for 3. So yeah, and even other orcs think that Grimgor is a bit nutty. So they are basically the same, very similar psychologically, the fantasy orcs and the 40k orcs, so I imagine the same thing applies to them here.
More so than other races where the concepts of ego and social impact are far more apparent for them. Much more so than other races where the concepts of ego and social impact are far more apparent and understood. Also, in regards to Orc culture, I'll include these sub-races like the Gretchen, the Grots, and Snotlings, the Snots. So we approach this with perhaps more the perspective of someone subjectively outside looking in, say an Imperial Xenos scholar perhaps, who could assign some more humanistic perceptions.
I just love this art style. It's just so old school. You know, there's just so much character coming out of these guys. Like, are they beautiful? No. But it doesn't matter. Because they just look sick. They just, you know, back when characters were characters, you know, before everyone was concerned about looks maxing and OnlyFans, you had characters like these.
As always, if you think I've missed an option, or perhaps, who could assign some more humanistic perceptions. As always, if you think I've missed an option to include here, tell me below, and we can look at it in a follow-up best-worst video. First up, a big guns Grot. Now while orcs as we know will run towards their enemy with glee and blood-curdling screams, they often will still use field artillery to back up their onslaught. These massive shooty guns are referred to accurately as big guns. Entertainingly hazardous to their operators as much their enemy, they fall into three main descriptions. Cannon, with a K, being a large bore shell of either a fragmentation or solid slug for smashing enemy armour. Lobbers are more akin to a big mortar, or sometimes even using a catapult with an explosive payload fired high to then land deep in enemy lines, dealing maximum damage. Or the stranger Zap, with 2 Z's gun, which fires a large arc of electrical discharge into the targeted enemy. Operating any Orc technology is usually with a fair...
What's interesting, they seem to have a different opinion about artillery than the fantasy orcs do. Because I think the fantasy orcs just like to get in your face and it's all melee and stuff. But then again, we're in 40k, alright? These are space battles, you need some artillery. But there is a battle, I remember, in Total War Warhammer, where Grimgor is giving like a speech before one of these story battles, and he actually talks about, you know, go around and you boys go around and take out the artillery at the back. But of course, the way he says it is something like, "Alright, wolf boys, go round the back and take out them big guns. That's just cheating." So yeah, the fantasy orcs regard artillery as cheating. But in 40k, you kind of need everything at your disposal because everything is ramped up a lot.
Discharge into the targeted enemy. Operating any Orc technology is usually with a fair amount of risk, but for the Grots operating big guns, the nature of their powerful munitions means the chances of something being fairly unpleasant, as and when it goes wrong, are significantly increased. The Zap operator, for example, will deliver an electrical discharge relative to the nerve of the Grot firing the weapon. The firepower increases the longer the lever for delivery is held down and continues to increase the power of the shot. Too short and the weapon will do little more than spurt and crackle, and too long and the chances of it overloading and disintegrating its operator increases. Cannon operators, though, face the additional hazard of having to retrieve or inspect rounds, which could involve reaching down on a large enough cannon, perhaps climbing inside the barrel. Depending on the design of the cannon, this could be a dud round that needs replacing, or it could be a shoddy machine which caused a light strike not triggering the shell's primer. The likelihood of the Grot's operating mates resisting the temptation to try to repeatedly still fire the round, potentially shredding or segmenting their fellow operator in the process, is slim, not when much hilarity is to be had for those not risking life and limb.
That's the thing, they'll just do it. Like, they know it's your job to go down and you know, sort of dislodge the jammed round. But as you're doing that, they're probably just going to try and fire it because it's funny. For no reason. Other than that, it would be funny if the gun went off while you were inside it. There's absolutely no long-term thinking with these guys. You know, they're just fucking idiots. Gaz, you fucking dog. Good to see you, mate. How are you? How are you? Gaz, we're exploring the wonderful world of Warhammer 40k. It's just brilliant, man. It's just brilliant. For those of you who just hopped in, we're recording this for YouTube, so I do apologize if my chat interaction is rather rubbish.
Is slim, not when much hilarity is to be had for those not risking life and limb. Even avoiding such catastrophic injury doesn't allow big gun operators to avoid their disabling effects, as the firing of such massive weapons will quickly deafen its gunners, leaving them to use very basic sign language of pointing and waving to get by, which rarely extends to any permanent form of more elaborate communication.
Gaz, you fucking dog. Thank you very much for the 30 months, mate. I raise a glass of Johnny Walker Double Black to you. Cheers, mate. Alright, enough fucking about. Let's keep going.
Red extends to any permanent form of more elaborate communication. On top of all this, big gun operators are unlikely to see with real clarity how effective the rounds they deliver to an enemy are, not with any grisly details, and so this, coupled with the debilitating effects of the weapons, lead them to be a role which few would opt for, and even for a passionate Orc or Gretchen, it's really hard to put a positive spin on this beyond helping other Orcs deal nasty damage to their foe. Up next would be experimenting, or an unnecessary surgery test subject. Now, Orcs are generally extremely tough physiologically. They heal fast and are capable of suffering extreme anatomical trauma that would either physically or mentally overwhelm most other mortal races. As with much of what Orcs do when it comes to medical treatment, This is not a studied field. Orcs do not study and learn how to repair physical damage, and more often than not it's probably unnecessary. Instead, some orcs may simply lean instinctively toward wanting to and being capable of more effectively performing surgery and body modifications on other orcs. In some cases where an orc has been heavily wounded in a fight with another orc perhaps and is still deemed worthy of salvaging. A doc or pain boy, or perhaps later to be designated as a bad doc, may attempt some form of restorative surgery, or more likely adaptation and installation of some kind of cybernetic body augmentation.
Oh, no.
These kind of restorative procedures are at best pretty crude, and where humans may use some kind of careful stitching of a wound or internal surgery, orcs would just use a staple gun, which sounds pretty nasty, but bear in mind orcs' heads can be detached live from their bodies for some time, and can even be transplanted onto another body if done before death.
I actually didn't know that about orcs, but yes, yeah, God, I thought I knew them better than that. But yes, no, an orc's head can be removed from its body, and as long as it doesn't die in that time, you can just put it on another orc, I guess. Orc physiology also works differently from, like, Warcraft, for example. Like, Warcraft, you know, you can have an orc wife and an orc child, all right? Male and female orcs exist. That's not how it works in Warhammer. Orcs are more like a fungus. They are an all-male race because no one behaves worse. No one behaves badly like men. And I think instead of having genitals, shall I say, they have, like, I think a fungal spore pack. And when they die, it drops on the ground, plants heaps of little orc spores, and then those grow into fully grown orcs who will then come and fuck up your whole planet. So, yeah, there's something else, man. There's something else. All right, anyway, let's keep going.
Time, and can even be transplanted onto another body if done before death. Worse than just the generally rough and ready medical repairs, though, are test subjects for docs. Like most other elements of orc culture, like mechs, who love to just try out whatever they think would be a good idea to make a vehicle or mechanical more powerful in speed or firepower, a doc may decide that he's had a great idea for how to make an orc work better. This could be through an orc who was rendered temporarily unconscious, or one who has been brought in for medical repairs. They could have been perhaps persuaded that the doc's idea... or one who has been brought in for medical repairs.
Just look at that artwork, mate. Just look at that prime specimen. Absolutely no punches pulled with this design, man. Like, this guy just looks so unreasonable. This is just the pinnacle of men behaving badly. Just, oh, mate. Anyway, let's keep going.
Repairs. They could have been perhaps persuaded that the doc's idea would definitely 100% make them stronger, bigger, or generally more capable at smashing their rivals. These unnecessary surgeries are often pretty horrific. Anesthetic, what's that? It's certainly more in the service of satisfying a doc's curiosity than they are about whatever end goal they were hoping to achieve. They certainly wouldn't have been tested out in any careful fashion, and are far more of a spur of the moment or improvised idea, a light bulb moment, which will often result in unpleasant injury, death, or extreme disfigurement than it would any positive achievement for an orc. Still though, in terms of positive or negative, some orcs would probably not care too much, considering that they would die while undergoing whatever horrible surgery the doc was attempting, and again, on the off chance that the doc was actually able to achieve his random inspirational modification, the orc in question would certainly consider the unpleasant sawing, cutting and spurting to be worthwhile. But for those left ruined and more incapable than before, even by orc standards, due to the doc's surgery, it's hard to see how they could walk away feeling good about their situation, unless they were simply just too stupid and were persuaded by the doc that it was all a fantastic success. Look,
the thing is, that's actually, like, a thing that could happen. Like, orcs are not known for their intellect, shall we say, and you probably could just fool them that it was actually an improvement, even though it's fucked. So, also, a lot of these orc surgeries, I think as long as both them believe that it's a benefit, it probably actually just will be. Like, that's kind of how orc technology works. As long as you think it will do a thing, it will then do a thing.
To mention, when it comes to scars for orcs, the more severe the better, as they're seen as a mark of toughness and deserve respect. Except this usually is reserved for battle scars, but still, surviving horrifically brutal surgery has to be worth something.
Okay, that's a bad job. Being an experimental test subject for surgery as an orc. It doesn't matter if you're an orc, that's still gonna suck ass. That's still gonna hurt. It's gonna be unnecessary, needless pain. It's not the fun kind of pain, you know, the pain of getting shot while you're trying to club some Space Marine's head in. This is just horrible. Also, Voodoo Panda, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits. Astartes on YouTube could be a good one sometime. It's only 10 minutes, grimdark at its best, zero dialogue, utter bad assery. Started as a solo project as well. The Games Workshop hired the creator for a full series. I'll tell you what, I'll look it up and I'll bookmark it for a future stream. Because I've only got enough gas in the tank for these 2 videos. Let's see, just Astartes. Okay, I think I found it. Yep, 8K, 12 minutes. I'll just bookmark it. I'll just call it Astartes. 40 fucking K. They will continue. So, thank you for that 1,000 bits. Absolutely huge. Yeah, and we'll talk about how orc magic works in a bit. Because, it's kind of its own thing. Let's go.
Brutal surgery has to be worth something. Scars, but still, surviving horrifically brutal surgery has to be worth something. An Orc Commando is an Orc who prefers to use what qualifies as cunning and stealth for an Orc. They are infiltrators and saboteurs and prefer to ambush their enemy than they do run charging at it screaming for blood. This unconventional nature means they're often viewed suspiciously and with a relative amount of disdain by other Orcs, as much of their behaviour seems to run counter to much of Orc culture. Commandos will creep up on—
Yeah, that is very un-Orc like, you know. But then again, their 2 gods are Gork and Mork, one who is brutally cunning and the other who is cunningly brutal. And I think many of the orcs kind of get them mixed up at times and forget which one is which. So cunning is an element of orc nature, but it's not like an orc to be a rogue or a stealthy assassin. Like, it's more about going in as loud as possible, causing as much damage, and dying in the most brutal or, like, hilarious fashion possible.
As much of their behaviour seems to run counter to much of orc culture. Commandos will creep up on unsuspecting enemies, stabbing, slashing, and slitting enemies' vulnerable areas before they can fight back, as well as strangely targeting munitions and resources in a seemingly unusually focused manner for an individual orc unit. Because other orcs often view those who end up in the commando role as being time wasters or just plain cowards who refuse to face their enemy head on with all guns blazing, commandos will often exile themselves temporarily or sometimes permanently so as to avoid having to engage in social interaction with others who would likely give them a hard time. Commandos are often even able to read other languages, as the orcs who end up in this role usually are of a higher intelligence than your average orc, although to be fair that's not an especially high bar to rise above. Still, how they are able to do this is difficult to understand. Likely, as with all orc traits, it's a genetic and instinctive one, and they're somehow able to see patterns and systems within written language, enabling them to learn and more easily replicate languages of other races that they encounter. They then will turn this to their advantage in carrying out their sabotage or planned ambushes. While they may be largely shunned—
It's not even just that, it could be as simple as they think they can understand the language, so therefore they can. Like, that's actually how orc powers work. Like, a lot of their technology, it's not that they have got a specific design for a gun, it's that they just mashed pieces of metal together that looked like a gun, and then they think it's a gun, and therefore it works like a gun. You know what I mean? And that's why you can't use orc technology. If you beat these guys or capture them, their tanks don't work and their guns don't work because they don't work. They only work because the orcs think they do. It's like, they don't realize that they are, how do I say this? 40k orcs are extremely powerful psychers, but they're too stupid to realize this. And we all know the cliche of like, oh yeah, they paint their cars red so they go faster, but it gets even dumber than that. Apparently orc spaceships don't have windows because they don't know that they're not supposed to be able to breathe in space. The reason they can breathe in space is because they don't know that you're not supposed to be able to do that. They think they can breathe in space, therefore they can. Like, this is like, this is one of the most bizarre tug of wars. This is one of the most bizarre cases of being overpowered, but incredibly stupid at the same time. Being overpowered, but being completely unaware of how powerful you are, or why you're even that powerful. It's so dumb, but that's what's so cool about 40K, is that even the comic relief race, like the orcs, are still really powerful. So yeah. Torius, thank you for the 100 bits. They don't have Geller fields, so warp monsters spawning into their ships are just in-flight entertainment. Oh yeah, yeah, as Torius said, I think orc spaceships don't have anything to prevent enemies from the warp coming into their ship, but why would you? Why would you want less fighting? Like, you're an orc. The more fighting, you know, on these long trips, the better. It's just, they're so dumb. They're just brilliant, man. I fucking love this race. They're so funny.
Turn this to their advantage in carrying out their sabotage languages of other races that they encounter. They then will turn this to their advantage in carrying out their sabotage or planned ambushes. While they may be largely shunned by their fellow orcs for doing that sneaking about stuff, any war boss worth his teeth will recognise the commandos as being extremely useful assets that make for a far better outcome for any battle. Still, the role of a commando has to rank as one of the best or worst roles depending on how you look at it. For the commandos themselves, it's possible they feel a bit miffed about missing out on the goings-on of orc culture, but on the other hand, their disposition probably means that general goings-on go fairly against the grain for them, and so, as with most orc roles, they aren't probably that bothered one way or the other.
It's also kind of cool that even though these guys are meant to be the stealthy assassins of the orcs, they're still just huge. They're still just like these huge piles of muscle that just look heaps brutal. Like, this guy could clearly handle himself in like an open fight. And the fact that he's choosing to be stealthy kind of is even scarier in a way. Yeah, he still looks strong.
With most orc roles, they aren't probably that bothered one way or the other. On the more negative side of the coin though, having to put yourself in a self-imposed exile, as well as your skills and achievements generally being completely underappreciated by your peers, has to be somewhat of a negative, even if you're just getting on with your own way of doing things. When orcs have no ongoing conflict, they need somehow to entertain themselves, and as with most things, this means finding some way to incorporate savage violence. It's basically a necessity. So orcs will often arrange pit fights, either against native predators on whatever world they happen to have built up some sort of established town or city, or control of a world itself, and they will of course fight against each other as well. This may also lead to...
Well, when it was asked, or like, why do orcs fight? I think their answer is something like, why wouldn't you? Because it's fun. Because it's something to do. Like, if you ask them why they're so violent or why they want to fight all the time, they won't understand the question. It's like asking someone, why do you keep breathing? It's like, what else are you going to do?
Itself, my God. And they will of course fight against each other as well. This may also lead to a war boss's authority being challenged by a rival. Now, these pit fights are of course popular as they entertain the whole warband, and so again it's a pretty hard one to argue that this is really a worst job in the strictest sense, but as I said, we have to perhaps just put anything which is not fighting in battle as a negative. For me,
I'm sure they would enjoy this fighting regardless. Like, I mean, you know, it's a battle, sort of.
Maybe an outside perspective, because truly from an orc's point of view, they're going to struggle really to have too much of a negative or even strongly positive perspective on almost anything they do. Now, pit fighting can also be used to settle grudges and serves as whatever loose sense of law, not really law, the orcs use to guide their daily life. In terms of is it a best or worst task to have, pit fighting could be at its worst that an orc loses their face or head to a rival in an arguably pointless one-on-one battle, whereas he could have done the same thing while smashing some filthy humanoids in the process.
But it's not pointless, because if he wasn't fighting, then he wouldn't be fighting. And then what's the point of living, you know? An orc who's not fighting is like an oxymoron. You know what I mean? I think as long as they're fighting, they're happy. Almost regardless of the context. Lord Raiden, thank you for the prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Remember how brutal the magic orcs were in WoW? The thing is, yeah, the idea of orcs using magic is strange to me. But I mean, it makes sense in Warcraft because they do especially Warcraft 2 orcs, where they're like properly evil, and they use a lot of like undead magic and stuff. Underwater boat, welcome in, you fucking dog. Yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
But far more likely it's seen by them as a glorious positive, whereby they contribute to the further social status of a rising orc, or by gaining increased respect and power themselves by smashing his rival's head in or ripping it off.
Oh, so sick. Alright, let's see what else we got.
Not all the objectively bad roles to play an orc
The Flash Kids.
society. Not all the objectively bad roles to play in orc society involve pain and or having your head smashed in. There is actually some social sniping that occurs even in orc society. Most orcs live together, rely and thrive upon this cooperative, albeit somewhat grating symbiosis. Orcs, Gretchen, Snots, Squigs, it's all by design, yet some exist on the periphery of orc society. And this can be optional, like orc commandos and to a lesser extent flyboys and speed freaks. Basically anything that's outside the realms of good hard fighting may be shunned, and while orcs who flaunt their violence and strength of smashiness to other orcs are celebrated and an integral part of orc culture, in order for a war boss to carry out a campaign, he may wish to acquire more tech and firepower.
Look at how unbelievably brutal and simultaneously stupid this machine looks at the same time. It looks so dumb, but also capable of incredible destruction. And I think that is kind of orcs in a nutshell.
One source of this is the orc subculture of freebooters, essentially pirates and merchants who care a lot more about shiny things and wealth accumulation.
Oh god, yeah, orc pirates, why not? Well, why not, mate? Let's just make them even worse.
Orcs like freebooters who love to show off their accumulated wealth and general swagger are not appreciated by most orcs. And this by no means is to say that all freebooters are showy posers who want to rub their accumulated wealth in the face of a clan. Some are fairly business-orientated merchants and straight-up pirates. Some, though, definitely enjoy nothing more than telling their fellow clanmates that they are considerably richer than you, and this general swaggering arrogance will be thinly tolerated by fellow orcs, and persistently shoving their wealth and success in the face of others will likely result in them being quite quickly kicked out of the clan on their arses.
That is quite interesting, because I do forget at times there actually is a sort of diversity with orcs when it comes to their intelligence and personalities. Like, it's very un-orc-like to kind of care about money at all, but these ones do. Or again, it's very un-orc-like to be specced into intelligence or stealth, but they exist, and they all do kind of have a function in their society. I guess they had to because, you know, you got to make this a complete culture if you're playing the tabletop game and fighting against other armies like, say, I don't know, like the Eldar or the Necrons. Like, they'll just have everything. So, yeah. I agree with you, Underwater. Them being specced in intelligence feels weird. I guess with Warcraft, it's not that they're intelligent. Well, the shamans are more like just being in touch with nature and the elements. It's not necessarily them being super smart or anything. Looks badass, you're damn straight it does. Alright, let's keep going.
More than likely by the war boss themselves who couldn't quickly kicked out of the clan on their arses. More than likely by the war boss themselves who couldn't tolerate the thought of some lowly knob having weapons or tech bigger and more impressive than himself. The humiliation of being booted out there will be fleeting for most flash gits, who are probably still too blinded by their superior wealth to care and will undoubtedly end up signing aboard the local freebooters, desperate to find as quickly as possible a new source of teeth.
Just look at that jaw. Absolute Giga Chad right there. And it's funny that they're called flash gits just because they're just heaps flashy. At least that's what I think. They just look so incredibly antisocial. They look so unreasonable. Like, again, look at a Warcraft orc, like, say, Thrall, or I think Sourfang, or something. There's a sense of, you know, nobility. They can be reasonable, intelligent. They may seem brutish and savage somewhat, but, you know, strength and honor. Zug zug. There's none of that here. There is absolutely none of that in this face at all. This guy is just bad news.
To find as quickly as possible a new source of teeth. While these flashy gits, as with most orcs, care little for the disdain and opinion of others, it's still pretty damning to be out on your arse for behaving like a flashy git.
Look at this face, man. It's so antisocial. Oh, God. Imagine trying to live with this thing.
Snots definitely get the rough end of the stick in basically
Joro, you're the goat, Sebi. Oh, you get out of here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Looks like LeChuck from Monkey Island. I still haven't played that, but I know it's legendary, that game. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Snots definitely get the rough end of the stick in basically everything they're designated to do. But as always with orc kind, they don't seem to be too fussed about it. They are the lesser form of orc, smaller than a Gretchen, and they're usually only about half a meter in height. Their general weakness and ineffectiveness at any combat means they occupy the lowest levels of orc society.
Yeah, being a snot is just complete shit. It sucks.
Snotlings will have the lowliest of tasks like fungus growing and of course livestock management. Livestocks for the orcs means squigs, a wholly unpleasant creature crammed with teeth and generally featuring a behaviour of biting whatever is nearest at all times. Snotlings have something for an affinity for working with...
I forgot about these things. These things are such fucking gronks. Yeah, squig is basically a gigantic mouth with 2 legs and a heaps fat body and a terrible temper. All right, these things are real assholes. But I gotta say, there is something cute about them from a horrific Warhammer orc perspective. Anyway, let's see what they have to say about this.
Biting whatever is nearest at all times. Snotlings have something for an affinity for working with squigs, again likely by design, and so not too many of them end up being bitten in half by the squigs that they manage. Nonetheless, it's hardly a task one would opt for out of choice. Squigs being hazardous to handle, some are bred as a food source, cooked...
Who the fuck put all these sticks of dynamite in this squig's mouth? Again, one might think that maybe this is for a purpose. Maybe it's like a, you know, kamikaze squig. But at the same time, knowing orcs, they could have just put them in there for fun. They were probably just bored and had no fighting. It's like, oh, what if we like put the boomstick in like the squig mouth? See what happens. You know, like knowing orcs, they would do something this stupid just because they're bored.
For out of choice. Squigs being hazardous to handle, some are bred as a food source, cooked or raw, and others are ammunition. Some might be strapped up as mobile IEDs, and some aptly titled face eaters are a heavily toothed variety which are used for orc entertainment in the always hilarious who can rip whose face off first contest. So you may imagine that for a snotling, handling these and other like the flesh eater squigs is somewhat of a hostile work environment. Each day might be your last, and you may find yourself writhing around on the floor without a face, likely to the amusement of supervising run-turd orcs.
That's the thing. If you get your face ripped off in the orc world, all the other orcs are just going to think it's funny. They're just going to be like, oh, he got no face anymore. You know, they're just fucking gronks. As you say, Torsten, because it's funny. All right.
A thankless task, your lot in life, the bottom of the pile, but part of the orc ecosystem and an essential one. Yet snotlings can also take on a more proactive role. While individually in battle they may be quite literally useless, as with much that is orc, strength in numbers is the name of the game. Snotlings can either spread through an area like a green wave, suffocating anything that falls beneath its sweeping tide, or they may even deliberately sacrifice themselves by crawling into enemy weapons and machinery to literally clog them with the dead.
Oh my god! And yet I'm not surprised at all. That is something they would do, and they wouldn't think twice about it. Because, you know, it's something to do, and it's funny.
Only Tyranids have been seen to also exhibit this kind of behaviour to silence Imperial batteries. They can also be used as quite literal fodder, wasting enemy ammunition or just as a distraction. And finally,
I still wonder who would win in a fight, like a fair fight, orcs or Tyranids. Because Tyranids are kind of unfair. They have, like, stupidly huge numbers. Tyranids have so many numbers that they are a threat to literally all other races in the 40k galaxy combined. Tyranids have, let me put it this way. The Tyranids that are in the galaxy are already a massive threat and a problem, but it's theorized that all the Tyranids there are one tendril from a scouting... How do I say it? It's theorized that all the Tyranids forces combined are one tendril of a finger of a scouting party. That's how many there are. And it's also theorized that they may actually be fleeing from something even worse than them. At which point I think that the writers may have painted themselves into a corner at that point, because what could be scarier than that? But yeah, no, the Tyranids have overwhelming numbers like absolutely nothing else. But let's say in a fair fight, I feel like the Orcs would not do too badly. I think the Tyranids might still win because they are nuts. They are like, they're the stuff of nightmares, basically. But hey, Orcs have comedy physics on their side, all right? Orcs are like the gag race, and that gives them a level of unpredictability that could surprise you. So I don't know. Tyranids will eventually consume everything but the Necrons. And I think the Necrons are very strong as well, because they're basically like space Terminators combined with like ancient Egyptians in space, and they're undead. Yeah. Necron. Well, the thing is, I guess Tyranids can't eat Necrons. So Necrons could beat them. They're like a hard counter in that regard. But anything who's alive, Tyranids are kind of gonna eat you to pieces. So Orcs and Tyranids are primarily engaged in a conflict on the planet Octarius. This planet is a central battleground in the ongoing Octarius War, where both factions are vying for dominance. The Orcs are growing larger and tougher during their constant fighting, while the Tyranids are evolving by consuming Orc biomass and adapting to their tactics. That's true, yeah. I think there is actually like a war that's just going on non-stop. And the thing is, the more Orcs fight, they just get bigger. But Tyranids are eating the Orcs and evolving. I actually think, well, here's the scariest thing that Tyranids can do. If you outsmart them or outmaneuver them with a battle tactic, that tactic will never work on them ever again. Like, they kind of figure out why they lost, and then they evolve a counter strategy to that forever. So you can outsmart them, but you can only outsmart them once with each tactic, which is really insane. That's like terrifying. They're like AI in that regard. I think they'll beat the Orcs as much as I love Orcs. I think the only way Orcs can win is if they actually just believe they're stronger. In which case, they just will be. But again, like, the Tyranids are so ridiculous that they could have some weird counter to that as well. So I don't know.
Be used as quite literal fodder, wasting enemy ammunition, or just as a distraction. And finally, Snotlings can even be used themselves as an especially unpleasant living ammunition. Shock attack guns use a narrow beam or force field to essentially teleport matter through the warp over very short distances, usually invisible range. And Snotlings are the only Orc creatures not to be smart enough to understand the consequences of this. In the process, they are driven into mindless rages of being propelled through even a short space of the Immaterium with no protection. They then will be ported either inside an enemy vehicle, or worse, inside a target's armor, or even inside the living creature's own body.
Yes. Well, yes. Snotlings don't understand that if you're in the warp, even for like, I think a few seconds, that will literally just nuke your brain and make you go completely nuts. So yes, why not? Orcs can just shoot Snotlings through your armor or just teleport them inside your own body. Why not? It's a free country.
Materialize in a frenzy even inside the living creature's own body. They'll materialize in a frenzy, immediately ripping and tearing and generally lashing out at whatever until they are either killed or die from ripping their own limbs and bodies apart in a mindless tantrum. Not to mention, snots being fired through this nightmare weapon is said to materialize defecating uncontrollably. Such a terrifying process, they are quite literally shitting themselves. So
oh god, they just teleport inside your body, thrashing around, ripping apart everything, including themselves, and just shitting everywhere. These things suck ass. Yes, this would be a horrible battlefield to find yourself in.
Such a terrifying process, they are quite literally shitting themselves. So for anybody looking at you, guardsmen, unlucky enough to have a raging snotling ported inside of them, the consequences are going to be traumatizing.
I don't know. I don't know. Just end it all there at that point in Minecraft. I think like there's no recovering from that. Hang on, I want to read this. So this is some authentic. Hang on. This is some authentic Orcish we have right here in chat, and it goes something like this.
we've been writing red, 'cause red makes you go faster, so our boss said. Oi, maybe it'll make your gits learn faster. So, we wrote in red, and now we're smarter. And we almost started fighting to contemplate life, but he got a barbog all depressed, and he crumped himself. So nowadays, the boss said we can't read no more.
That's basically how orcs talk, and it's one of the most beautiful and poetic languages I've ever heard in my entire life.
Traumatizing. Mech boys, or mechs, are orcs who have a natural affinity for engineering, inventing, and generally building orc machinery. This, as with orc surgical operations, have a somewhat if not fully improvised nature about them. While some mech creations are somehow fairly standard issue, for other things it often ends up being a matter of using whatever is to hand, and not significantly more complicated than just bolting X onto Y and willing it to work. Very much
bolting X onto Y and willing it to work. That is orc technology in a nutshell. In fact, their powers of belief are so strong that it's theorized that orcs are unintentionally making the God Emperor of mankind even stronger. Why? Because they think he's strong. Like, orcs don't understand who the God Emperor of mankind is, but they do know that all the Astartes, all the Imperium, all humans think he's the strongest human ever. So the orcs are like, well, he must be strong then. He must be really strong. He must be the strongest Umi ever. And because all the orcs think that the God Emperor of mankind is that strong, the God Emperor becomes stronger. He has this massive power boost from the orcs, completely unintentionally. And I don't think even the Imperium is aware of this. But also, that's not to the orcs' disadvantage either. They're probably happy that the humans are worshipping someone strong. Otherwise, the humans just don't make sense. It's just brilliant. It's what I love about 40K so much, is that yeah, it's all cool that you have, like, you know, these big mechs, these powerful war machines and weird races, but I love the lore explanations. I think it's an incredible feat of imagination, and the writers have just gone to town with how funny and interesting they can make everything. I just think that, what am I trying to say here? I think Warhammer 40K is this brilliant exercise in creativity, and just seeing how ridiculous you can make things and have explanations for all of it. So, the fact that it's believable is what's so funny.
Significantly more complicated than just bolting X onto Y and willing it to work.
They set up a weird series of rules, and then they see how far they can push the world within those rules. It's just fantastic.
Very much like the surgical experimentations some orcs end up being subjected to, a mech's technological experimentations may often end up being more deadly to those that they're operating on than they were to their actual intended targets. And this could involve some kind of extreme energy overload, as a mech had bigger ideas than his machine was actually capable of tolerating, leading to horrific burns, or just its operator being fried alive, some overtly complicated machine with gears and just a general over-the-top sense of sharp mechanisms could easily lead to limbs being torn off of bodies or pulled in and mashed through, just honest-to-goodness segmentation by energy fields or attempted clumsy warp utilization. Then
how dope are their chins on their helmets as well? Just this massive, gigantic, spiky underbite. It's like, oh, such a statement. Orcs, also, we were talking about them getting their faces ripped off. I don't think they'd actually be too bothered by that, because orcs are not really concerned with his appearances at all, as far as I know. There's no orc women, you know. The orcs are not like looks maxing or anything. They're not worried about how attractive they are. In fact, the concept of attraction is probably a foreign idea to them. They probably don't even know what it means. I mean, them getting their face ripped off would probably hurt for a bit, but then it just scars over and it's like, all right, boys, back in the fight. So I don't think it would be as traumatizing for them as it would be for us.
So yeah, segmentation by energy fields or attempted clumsy warp utilization. Then again, the mech's odd creation of tech could prove too successful and become uncontrollable and become a literal loose cannon firing on anything, as its operator loses the ability to keep it directed toward the enemy with any moderate sense of accuracy. As with most things, it's really hard to consider if an orc would be happy or unhappy about being obliterated by the creativity of their own kind, but you could pretty easily speculate that they wouldn't be best pleased of being robbed of the opportunity to gun down their foes with the excessively powerful and destructive mechanisms that the mech promise would be a sure thing. It can be one of those things which, again, it could be a positive outcome for you, or it could be very, very negative. While much of studied orcs has shown them to enjoy surface dwelling to that of space or the skies, there are always those who buck the trend to take on specialised roles, and these are guys like the Flyboys, a subcategory of orc speed freaks, and they go beyond that of the surface speed addicts. The Flyboys need even further speed-fueled gratification, and this speed addiction only drives them to demand more and more exhilaration and more extreme behaviour. While orcs do not have specifically designated kamikaze pilots, which you might assume easily that they would, the nearest thing to this is the Blitzer bomber, basically a dive-bombing aircraft where pulling out of their dive at the last moment is generally the employed approach. This ends often with less than effective results, where the pilot instead plows straight into the ground, clouded by their addiction to go faster.
So basically, they're not intentionally kamikaze pilots, but they result in that most of the time because it's fun to see how close they can get to their target before pulling up, and because they're such shit pilots, they basically just crash into you half the time. It's just amazing. It's like the entire orc race is like just a bunch of like rowdy boys just doing the stupidest shit possible. And somehow getting away with it. It just somehow works. It's so
funny. The result of this
funny.
is often unintended kamikaze-like effects. However, orc bombers do contain a Gretchen-based suicidal delivery system known as the Grot bomb. These can be launched from a fighter bomber or also from ground-based mobile systems. Unlike a standard dumb bomb, the Grot bomb is more of a smart weapon, although the use of the word smart is not necessarily the best description. The Grot bombs are basically a rocket aircraft with a warhead attached, and they have sensors to assist the Gretchen pilot to guide the bomb to their target.
It's so sick. It sort of looks like, you know, in Mario, where they shoot that giant, like, huge black bomb thing at you, or like a missile at you, and it's got like a face painted onto it. This looks like the adult version of that, the unsafe version of that. Like the Mario one, yeah, whatever, you get game over. This thing will just fucking blow your arms and legs off. Joro, thank you very much for the Subaru. Some newbie Battlefield players testing the plane options. Something like that, Mateus, yeah. Monkey D. Adam, the war. Damn straight. Is there a link to this video? You missed some of it, Tommy Lee. I'll give you the video right now. I'll just put it in Twitch chat. But yeah, this is Lutin09. This guy, I think, is one of the best YouTubers, period. Like, I have binged his content. The way he talks about Warhammer 40K, it sounds like he's talking about real history. And his use of imagery, atmosphere, like ambient sounds, it creates this immersive type of Warhammer 40K video that I don't really see from any other channel. I think he's brilliant. I think he's incredibly creative, and his videos are just... These are some of the most accessible ones, I would say. These are a good window into his content, you know? Top 10 best worst orc jobs, and also the Imperium's 10 worst jobs. From there, I've just gone into all this other stuff, like history of the Tau, the Dark Eldar, the birth of the Chaos Gods. There's a lot of stuff about the God Emperor of mankind. It's fascinating. Imperium of Man, Necrons, Tyranids. Yeah. His content saved you during the COVID lockdown. It's funny you say that, Cyrus, because I think that's when I was listening to it as well. It's like, you couldn't go outside. Oh, well, may as well put my mind into this horrific and fascinating universe while I brush my teeth or just, like, hang out in my house. I think he's fantastic, man. I think he's brilliant. And depending on how well this stuff does on YouTube, maybe I'll do more. Fuck it. Who knows? Maybe it'll get like 1 view. But I also did want to give it a go. I wanted to try doing like a different kind of content. And I love Warhammer. I find this stuff fascinating. I think Warhammer is kind of the end journey for many people's nerd. What do I say? It's kind of like Warhammer is often like the end of many people's nerd journey, or it's the end point. It's where we all end up, because there's almost nothing that's like nerdier and cooler and better than this. Apart from Stacy Chuan! Thank you, Stacy RPG, for that massive raid. Welcome in, guys. Please chuck a follow to the lovely Stacy RPG. God, I've known her for... I think I've probably known you like 5 years now. My God. And it was by pure coincidence that she raided into my stream while we both happened to be streaming Resident Evil 2 Remake. We just happened to be doing that same week. So thank you so much, Stacey. I appreciate that. She does a lot of fantastic YouTube, like music reactions, watch parties, talks about a lot of movies, gets yelled at by people because she doesn't know the same bands or the same movies that they've seen or listened to. Don't worry, Stacey, I get that all the time. But yeah, did you know there's people in this world who haven't seen all the same movies as you? Yeah, well, Stacey runs into that problem all the time. So, yeah. Honestly think that will be... Ahmad, you honestly think that we'll get only one more Final Fantasy game that's turn-based, but it will miss everything else like Rebirth or 16 in terms of story and pacing? The thing is, Ahmad, if they make FF7 turn-based, that alone is actually not enough to save it. If its writing sucks, if it's bad, if it's poorly paced, if its characters suck, if its story sucks, which Vegas odds it will. Like, at best, it'll be a mixed bag in all those departments. It's not going to work. And I think if FF7 is turn-based but sucks in every other aspect, a lot of people on Twitter are going to yell at me. And I'm going to have to be like, it was never only just that. It was everything. It was the full package. So, but yeah. Also, Raiders, I am doing a reaction video and discussion video of
Warhammer 40K, the top 10 best orc jobs. And we're going to get further into that later on.
How long does this guy stream, Lightbringer? A long, long time. Once I start, I don't stop. If I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I don't see any reason to stop. There's a point where, like, I think around the 8-hour mark, or the 8, 9, 10-hour mark, I think my body goes into, like, ketosis, and I start fasting, and then I become extremely lucid and chill. And I think that's where I'm at right now. So there was a part of this stream where I was actually getting kind of tired, and now I think I'm past that part. So yeah. Anyway, which is good because I want to react to these videos. I want to have some new long form stuff on my YouTube channel. Chris Quarters, I'm dedicated. You're damn straight I am, brother. Welcome back. Gotta feed Billy. Billy's all right. He'll be all right. So guys, please chuck a follow to Stacy. Raiders, I'm going to continue with this Warhammer 40k video.
The top 10 best orc jobs, or worst, depending on your perspective.
All right, let's do this.
The end result usually being more accurately assist the Gretchen pilot to guide the bomb to their target. The end result usually being more accurately delivered devastation. The Gretchen are then inevitably vaporized on impact, and despite the surety of death, there never seems to be any shortage of volunteers for the role of being a grot pilot.
Well, they know that there's a high chance of them dying, but it's probably like so fun for them to fly a plane that they don't care. Like, they might die, but it'll be really fun.
While being referred to by some as orc slavers for their enslavement and subjugation of non-orc life forms, they are more regularly the equivalent of orc cat herders. These are the runt herds. Herein lies the subjective misery of their task, but again the positive duality of their role lies in the financial benefits for taking on this position few orcs would wish for, benefits that are fairly substantial. The self-explanatory title of Runt Herder tells you everything you need to know. They are basically the overseers of Gretchen and Snotlings. An endlessly irritating and thankless task, and most annoyingly, a herder will likely spend more time whipping Gretchen and kicking snotlings to get to their big gun positions than they will fighting themselves. As with all orcs though, these individuals play a critical role in orc society, because where most orcs have little patience for lesser forms, the runt herds somehow exhibit the rarest of orc traits: patience. This is rare among their own kind, but even less to have patience for the lower runt-like forms of the grots and snots. If it were not for this abnormal level of patience though, orcs would be continually slowing and inhibiting their own societal growth by too regularly casually ending those whose sole lot in life is to serve and provide the expansion for orc society. Still, patience as a description for runt herd is again not patience as we would envisage. It simply means that they're not going to rip off a Gretchen's head or break them in half just because they happen to do something slightly displeasing.
Yes, orc patience is slightly different from patience as we know it. It just means they're slightly less unreasonable than everyone else.
Even more unusually, a herder will actually explain their duties to the lower forms and actively incentivize them. While the Gretchen and Snotlings live to serve, they...
Now that's very unusual for an orc, to actually explain what they're doing and why they do it. That's very unusual.
...forms and actively incentivize them. While the Gretchen and Snotlings live to serve, they still have opinions on their treatment and will only take so much abuse. Gretchen have been known to rebel and form exiled clans of their own when they felt that they were getting too raw of a deal in orc townships. With all that said, a runt-herd will with no qualms beat, batter and generally violently abuse the runts who disobey without a second thought. The best motivation is, after all, a proper good kick-in. Well-trained grots can be sold up to orcs.
I know they do say that pain is the best teacher, but I feel like you're going to get a lot more pain at the hands of an orc than you will of a reasonable human tutor.
After all, a proper good kick-in. Well-trained grots can be sold up to orcs, giving herders a regular and pretty substantial income of teeth in orc terms. Some runt-herds have even been known to train up snotlings to play a role similar to that of orc commandos. Just how this could be possible is one of the examples that almost anything is possible in orc culture. Some legendary runt masters have even created super grots and snots who have enhanced abilities through breeding and considerable patience in training.
Rebel grots.
And so finally we come to the Rebel Gretchen. It's one thing to be the runts of orc society, but at least you know your place. You know to keep in your lane. Yet some Gretchen have been known to buck this fairly established system, much to the disgust of all. It's not a common occurrence to be sure, but where it can happen once, it can happen again, and rebellion is a filthy, filthy word in the ranks of orcs. Reactionary grots formed a committee to object to their systematic exclusion from joining a warg. Being forced to work their fingers to the bone but not participate in the big warg, this was too much, and many grots had had enough.
Before we continue, there's that term they're using called a warg, and we may as well look up what it means exactly. Warhammer 40K orc, define warg. All right. In Warhammer 40K, a war is the collective term for an orc army, their deafening battle cry, and the apocalyptic galaxy-spanning crusades they embark upon. It represents a massive psychic field of pure aggressive energy that orcs generate, which binds them together, fuels their morale, and even makes their cobbled-together, physically non-functional technology work. A warg acts on multiple levels within the universe and the tabletop game. In the lore, a warg is a massive cultural migration and military campaign. When orc populations reach a critical mass, a powerful war boss unites millions of scattered greenskins. This causes their psychic energy to swell, making the orcs physically larger, smarter, and incredibly violent as they roll across the galaxy to fight. It's so fucking sick. And if you're playing Warhammer, if you're playing Total War Warhammer and you're playing as the orcs, they have like a warg mechanic. And I think it works something like this. I haven't played in like 7 years, but if you're not fighting enough, your orcs get bored and they actually start attacking each other. So your army's health overall goes down because all your soldiers are punching each other in the face. But the more you fight and the more battles you win, the more cities you conquer, it builds up this crazy WAG meter, and then like more armies on your side just spawn out of nowhere. You just now have a 20 stack of like new armies, and it's like, oh shit, all right boys, let's get to fighting. And the more you keep fighting, the more armies you just spawn out of nowhere, and you just roll around like this green tide just crushing everything. It's so fucking sick. At least to my memory, that's how it works. They may have patched it or changed some of the mechanics, because they do that now and again. But that kind of in a nutshell is how it works. The psychic field. Because orcs subconsciously believe that their weapons and ramshackle vehicles should function, the psychic warg energy bends reality to make it true. For example, if an orc genuinely believes that painting a vehicle red makes it go faster, the psychic field actually makes it go faster. There you go. There you go, chat. That is Orc Science 101. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So, the bigger the WAG, the stronger the magic they have in the area. And that's how one group... Let me just read this. The bigger the WAG, the stronger the magic they have in their area. That's how one group turned an entire moon into a flying ship. Orcs, ladies and gentlemen. They just thought they could turn the moon into a ship, and so they did. Why? Because they thought they could, and therefore they could. Like, that's literally how their magic works. It's so dumb. I should do a review like this for Skaven as well. Hodge, I would love to. I would love to. Unfortunately, I don't know if Lutain has done much Warhammer Fantasy stuff. If he's done a Skaven video, I'd fucking love to do it. Then again, there's definitely other YouTubers who've done good Skaven videos, because that shit, Skaven rules. Skaven, in my opinion, are one of the greatest like fantasy races ever conceived of. They are fucking awesome. They're brilliant. They're so sick. Yeah, I love Skaven. I haven't really properly learned how to use them in Total War Warhammer. But I think the way that you use Skaven is you make entire armies of Skaven slaves, expendable troops. You send them into the against your opponents, so they just tie them up. They just like hold them down, and then you blow apart everything with Skaven artillery from long range, including your own slaves. That apparently is the winning strat when it comes to these fucking idiots. These absolutely stupid races. Anyway, let's get going.
Participate in the big WAG? This was too much, and many grots had had enough. When Gretchen revolt in numbers, filling their mech town streets with diminutive green skins, they marched to meet orc leaders, who would, on careful consideration as to what to do with these rebelling grots, decided the best course of action was, unsurprisingly, to beat the living snot out of the grots, punching and beating them with fist, rifle butts, and many a head kicking. This was a fairly poorly but quite obviously chosen option for the orcs, who now set off a chain reaction of raging grot retaliation. Shops and slops were entered and smashed up, but the orcs, only briefly stunned by such an outlandishly rare uprising, were more than happy to get in the mix and bang their bloody heads together, and much smashing, crushing, ripping and bleeding would follow. Some of the Gretchen would eventually surrender, but others instead chose a self-imposed exile to become rebel grots. Leaving the mech town, they'd walk for days to find a new home, and many would perish, and this only further embittered them to their former orc masters. Eventually, having found a new home and setting themselves up, these rebel grots are seen as some of the most despised by the orcs of a mech town. The rebel grots regularly will launch new raids to steal scrap, engage in sabotage, and generally sow discord. Their existence and ideology will usually bring new Gretchen recruits who are disillusioned by their orc masters. The rebel Gretchen are fanatical about their campaign against the masters that they feel gave them the right royal screwjob. The rebel grots can also include snotlings who are either captured before...
Just look at these faces, man. Just look at the character in this guy's face. Like, he is so happy that he's about to shoot your head off. Like whatever he's about to do is horrible, and there's nothing he'd rather be doing. This is the best thing in the world to him. He's just loving it.
Or they know what's what, or who just similarly run away. Any grots who rebel in this manner are fairly unusual and a totally counterproductive force, and they have to surely be considered as one of the worst positions to occupy in Orc society wherever they may occur. Their tactics of sabotage, theft, and even having been known to use captives as bargaining chips for ransoms or trades, they're surely a much hated and lowly faction of Orc culture.
The Orcs plagued the galaxy.
Oh wait, hang on, no. We should read this in Imperium voice. Xanthius, the High Lord of Terror. How do Imperium guys speak again? They say stuff like,
"Your tale amuses me, brother, but it does not persuade me."
But then again, this is probably spoken by some, like, I don't know, a more refined Imperium member.
The Orcs plague the galaxy. I pray with all my faith that some great catastrophe will annihilate them, but I fear, ultimately, that it is they, not we, who shall rule the galaxy.
I think the Orcs are kind of unkillable. You can't get rid of them. They're kind of a bit of a plague in that regard. Yeah.
Xanthius, the High Lord, and the sound of a Robert Crump in tank armor. Set maybe the screaming that comes out of the burning wrecks. War Boss Dreadtooth.
So awesome. That's so sick. As I say, the Warhammer 40K universe is a miserable place to be, but if you had to choose to be anyone there, choose Orc.
They're the only ones having a fun time. Let's go.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Orcs top 10 or best or works. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Orcs 10 best/worst jobs from Warhammer 40K by Luton09. As I say, this guy is fantastic. Absolutely brilliant content creator. And believe it or not, T10 Nat. Yes, her, T10 Nat, voice acts in one of his videos. I think she reads some codexes in an Astartes or an Imperium video, believe it or not. So yes, somehow they know each other. Small world after all. Guys, here's the link to that video in chat. This is a wonderful window into the world of Luton09's content. His longer form stuff, it's just fascinating. But this is kind of like the fun little entry point. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed Sebi Webbs doing some Warhammer 40K content. Good night, good luck. Oh wait, hang on. Let me do that out. Let me retake that outro. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed a bit of Sebi Webb's Warhammer 40K content. Let me know if you want to see more. Like, subscribe, and catch me live on Twitch. And get out of here. Anyway, that's it, boys. The video's over. Now scram. Right, I think that's a good little outro for the YouTube video. Let's timestamp that at 11:02. How you feeling, chat? How you guys feeling? I've been streaming 11 hours, and I think I'm at the point where I'm past the point of being tired, and I'm just weirdly lucid. And I think my body is just fasting. And I feel extremely serene and at peace. And I'd be more than happy to do another one of these videos. So yeah. How you guys feeling? How you feeling? Because I had a bit of a good time. Anyway. And it's funny because many of you guys, you only really know... many of you guys know me from my Final Fantasy and my Expedition 33 content, but I believe it or not, I actually know about a lot of things outside of that. I actually know a thing or two about Warhammer, and that is actually one of my favorite things. In fact, one of my regrets is that I have not binged more Warhammer. You know, I'm sad that I have not played more Warhammer Total War, because I haven't even been able to play as any of the Chaos Gods yet. I haven't had time to play as Khorne, Zench, Slanesh, or who else is there? Nurgle. Daddy Nurgle. I want to play as all of them. They all sound... In fact, on my off days, I sometimes look at it, I'm like, I don't even know which to start with. Because I know that it's going to take a while to learn how each of their unique mechanics work, and I just don't have enough time or energy for that. But I want to do that, so... Kilth! Thank you very much for the 1,000 bits! You want to cheer you, man? All your content is great. Hey, you know what, Kilth? Thank you. You all right. Thank you for that 1,000 bits, Kilth. Absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Popper Nurgle Redline. Damn straight. Yeah, I feel like I could make a couple shorts out of Total War content. Because in a way, I bet I can make a short out of each of the legendary lords, because whenever you click on any of them, it shows a little intro video, and then it's got like the lore on why they are the way they are. The Slaanesh lords are amazing. They are so awesomely gay. They're just like, hello, darling. Whenever I'm trying to negotiate with them on the map, they're always just like, so happy to see you. And whenever you see them fight, Slaanesh has some type of demon, and my friend was using it, and we were like, what is that? Because this demon is absolutely fabulous. It strides into battle, you know, with all four arms out, like preening and prancing, and then deliciously slices its enemies apart. Like, yeah, no, I was like, man, that thing is absolutely terrifying. But my god, he's fabulous. Because that's Slaanesh. I mean, Slaanesh is extremely erotic, fantastically gay, and in fact, you can't even tell really what gender they are half the time, because there's a legendary lord who have like one fabulous boob and then like a male peck on the other side. They're just like both at once. Slaanesh is sick. And it's interesting that Slaanesh is the youngest of all the Chaos Gods, because I think like the ideas of like eroticism and stuff, they require intelligence. Whereas Nurgle, on the other hand, he's the oldest one, because Nurgle is just disease, viruses, and pestilence. And that predates emotions and intelligent thought. In a way, I mean, like Khorne is just basically anger and rage, but anger and rage is still an emotion. Nurgle existed before emotions existed. It's so cool, man. It's such a fucking cool world, Warhammer. It's endlessly fascinating. So, this isn't Big Bear. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. The Halo franchise has some really fun lore you wouldn't expect it to have, but 90% of it is only found in the books and other external media. Oh, well, that makes me sad. The thing is, though, Halo has, like, more good games than Warhammer 40K, you could argue. Like, Warhammer struggles when it comes to games because how exactly do you turn this into a game half the time? And I think the most successful, I think the best Warhammer games that I've ever played, as I say, Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3. Vermintide 2 is awesome. Vermintide 2 is so fun. It's just, you know, you're out there, you know, you got your sword, you got your shield, or your halberd, or whatever, and you're just getting swarmed by hideous rat men endlessly. And it's a great game to play with your friends, just carving a path through all this. And I've heard, what's the other one? Darktide. I heard Darktide is really fun. Dawn of War is supposed to be really good. I've never played Dawn of War, but I've heard it's fucking sick. I heard it's really fun. And a lot of you guys are repping Rogue Trader as well. You know what? I take back everything I said. There's actually a lot of great Warhammer games, but they kind of all came out somewhat recently. You know, I mean, Darktide is recent, Rogue Trader is recent, Space Marine 2 is recent, and Total War Warhammer 3 only came out like 4 or 5 years ago. I kind of forget. But there was a while where they kind of struggled. I know there's some... I've played some bad 40k games. But I think they're figuring it out, finally. The Dark Eldar birth Slaanesh. Yeah, that's because they're a fucking bunch of degenerates, alright? Do you know how Slaanesh was born in the Warhammer 40k world, ladies and gentlemen? Basically, the Eldar, who are space elves, were such fucking degenerates. They went into such, like, levels of depravity with whatever they were doing to chase pleasure. I don't know whether it was drugs or torture or S&M or whatever, that they birthed an entire chaos god, Slaanesh. And Slaanesh has basically fucked them, all of them, because before Slaanesh, I think when Eldar die, their souls just basically go back to something and they get reborn or whatever, they're eternal or something. But now, because these assholes birthed Slaanesh through their endless degeneracy and their OnlyFans, alright? Now when they die, their souls just get eaten by Slaanesh. Or something like that. Yeah. So, Basically, the Dark Eldar gooned too hard, all right? They gooned so much, they birthed an entire Chaos God that is now like a major universal threat. Basically, when gooning goes wrong, all right, there are a bunch of gronks. So, yeah, I can't imagine the things that the Eldar did to somehow do, to basically spawn a god of S&M and lust. Like, they're fucked, man. They're fucked. So, I think you're right, Torsten. I think you're right. I realize, like, how kind of dated my statement is. Because when I sit down and think about it, I can list probably like 5 or 6 great Warhammer games off the top of my head. But they are kind of recent developments. In the 90s and early 2000s, it wasn't like that. So, All right. I think it might be time. It might be time for me to say arigato to Voodoo Panda for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you for that 5-pack.
Absolutely fucking huge. And I appreciate it. So.
You're loving the Lizardmen in Total Warhammer 2? Well, why don't I give you a little taste, chat, of what I'm talking about here. This is Total War Warhammer 2. This game is fucking sick. This game is a reason to get a strong PC. So good. This game, once you get into it, it will suck away minimum 3 months of your life, and your workplace and your relationships will all fall apart. But it doesn't matter, because it's that fun. You know why it doesn't matter? Because you are a legendary lord commanding an army of T-Rexes and Triceratops. That's why. The High Elves. Women, am I right? Sorry. They're brutal. They're dangerous. Oh. Oh. Malekith. Yes, so these are the Dark Elves. This guy is basically Darth Vader of their world. He is very fucking scary. This guy, I forget his name, but no one cares. Well, I mean, you may care. I am only drawn to the most evil and monstrous races. I don't know really anything about the good guys or the humans or the elves at all. The more horrific, the more I'm into them. This is Teclis. No, this is Tyrion. Or Teclis? Tyrion or Teclis? I thought this is Tyrion. Ah, close enough. Teclis is the mage, Tyrion is the warrior. Okay. Lizardmen. Oh, it's so sick. What a fat piece of shit. That's a Slan, which is a giant toad mage. And don't underestimate it. Just because he's a big fat frog does not mean he's weak. These things have immense magical power. Basically on par with the elves Maybe even better. Whoa, just look at that. It's crazy. I don't normally care about elves, but they found a way to make them look cool with the dark elves. This game is a great way to nuke your social life and your social skills and have absolutely no regrets. It's that fun.
Defend your world. Destroy theirs. Total War. Warhammer 2. The Skaven. Run, flee, flee!
These things are also fucking nuts. These things are intense as fuck. Silent Observer, thank you very much for the $6.67. You always play the dwarf helicopter armies, kill everything, then run away. You're a fucking gronk for doing that. I fucking hate fighting dwarves. I fucking hate fighting them. Well, dwarves win auto battles just because they have such intense armor, but dwarves are slow. You can outmaneuver them very easily. Dwarves are no pushover. They are very dangerous. They are very intense. They're very hard to fight. So, yeah. Lizards are one of the few factions to survive. I thought the lizard men all died in whatever phase of fantasy they are, which is sad. But yeah, there's some very cool dude, the voice acting in Warhammer and Total War is amazing. It's fucking top tier. Like, these guys, Norskins, they're not even that impressive. They're kind of like whatever. But just listen to the voice acting in this. You know the wildlings in Game of Thrones? These are the real wildlings.
We seek the monsters that you fear the most. We chase the nightmares that haunt your cowardly dreams.
How's that for VA? How is that for voice acting?
The deadlier the prey, the more we exult in the hunt, the more we honor our gods. This harsh land breeds the savage, and we revel in it. The old world calls. Ripe for our taking. We fought monsters. And we became them.
Oh, that's so sick, man. Oh, that's so brutal. They're not even that good. I've played these guys. They're not even that good. But the voice acting is absolute cinema. Do you see why, chat? Like, I'm not... When I am very harsh on, say, the English dubs in JRPGs, that's not me trying to be mean. That's really not me trying to not enjoy them. It's that I know that the bar is so much higher. I know that it could be so much better. Like that, this one trailer alone basically wipes the floor with 99% of the English dubs of JRPGs. Destroys it. It fucking destroys it, man. It's not even a conversation. It's not even a debate. And then that's something I would like to see more of. It's why I had such high praise for Claire Obscure Expedition 33, because they did not phone it in. They didn't get amateurs. They got fucking Andy Serkis. They got Kirsty Ryder. They got Charla Nix. They got Ben fucking Starr. You know, they got Charlie Cox. Dubs were rough for a long time. It's not good enough, though. Like, we know how to do good English dubs of anime, but we just don't do it for the most part. So FF12 should have taken VA lessons from this. Yeah, I mean, like, listen to this trailer. Let's see. Oh, what's it called? I think it's Horus Heresy. Listen to the voice acting in this. This voice acting is brutal, man. This is like, this is so intense. Apothecary, you reckon you're pretty tough, don't you? A lot of voice directors don't know how to direct, which makes it worse. Yeah, and look, admittedly, the JRPGs aren't like this horrific, like, grimdark world, but they can be better. It's not me being mean. It's me wishing that it was better. Anyway, listen to this. Listen to this guy, this barrel of laughs.
I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash my legions. Together we banished the ignorance of old night. But you betrayed me. You betrayed us all. You stole power from the gods and lied to your sons. Mankind has only one chance to prosper. If you will not seize it, then I will! So let it be war. From the skies of terror to the galactic rim. Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once more.
Oh my God!
I cannot save it from your failure, Father. Then let the galaxy burn.
How good are those lines as well? They're so simple but effective. Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. Like, it's very simple language, but you remember it. It moves you. You can't forget it. Like, just, that is what I'm talking about. This is why, like, this trailer alone is more hype than some entire games. You know what I mean? It's fucking so sick. It's so cool. God, I fucking love the series. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to let the seas boil. Let the sky fall. No, I'm going to refill my whiskey and I'm going to do this one video. And then that might be it for the stream. Oh God, I haven't done anything. I haven't even done these tier lists. I haven't even ranked all Bahamut's or ranked all Blue Mages. I'll do it another stream. It's too hard. I'll do another stream. I can handle just reacting to one video, but I'm sorry, chat. I can't be fucked to jump to like 500 tabs right now and just do that. Oh, fuck! Do you know why this happened? It's because of that fucking Gongaga video. Alright? I didn't realize that Gongaga in FF7 Rebirth was that bloated. A fucking 10 to 15 minute segment in the original game got stretched into 3 hours. God damn it! Me? Gongaga. And you know the funny thing is, chat, I wasn't even sure that I was going to do that Gongaga video today. I was like, will people really want to see this? Have I done too much FF7R content? I'm sure some people will say yes, but many people will say no. So, I'm glad I did it though. It's out of the way. It's done. We've needed another big shot by shot. It's been a while, and I'll still do the short ones, but that big one, it had to be done. It had to be done. So, it stonks! Thank you very much for the Subaru on Sebuwebs TV. Me? Gongaga? Yeah. It's only 11 hours. I've gone longer since that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of you guys who are new to the stream, you don't know that I used to do 16 to 18 hour streams, normally. That was a very Baldur's Gate 3 thing to do. I fucking love that game, and I just get hammered and stream it for like 16 to 18 hours. So in a way, this is totally doable. In a way, you know, this is rather child's play, essentially. I could go a lot longer than that. So one of my FF9 VODs was 12 hours. That's, well, the voice acting streams, they tend to be a few hours shorter because that takes a lot out of me. Those can be very mentally and emotionally draining. Like, I've streamed OG FF7 3 times since I became a streamer in 2020, and after each OG FF7 stream, I have to take a week off. Like, because streaming is the hardest job in the world. No, because OG FF7 is so immensely emotionally draining to voice act. Like, every scene, there's so many scenes that just, like, are devastating and harrowing and take everything out of you. So, high five! Thank you very much for the prime. You all right. Devil May Cry streams went for 12 hours. Yeah, those are so fun. Elden Ring was peak drunk Sebi. Max, well, I mean, there's a reason I can't put those Elden Ring streams on my VODs channel. That was too drunk. All right, that was too drunk. So, Stonks, take care of yourself. It's been a while. Got to do a run. Been a while. You put everything into your VA and it shows. Oh, you get out of here. Monkey, those were so dope. That was so fun. Which way? Don't give me the sad face, all right? Just be happy the Elden Ring drunk streams happened at all. Because I can't put them online. They were too unhinged. They were too ridiculous. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I'll pour one more whiskey and then I'll do this video. Because I really wanted this one to be done, at least. I do want these 2 Warhammer videos to get done. Maybe they'll do well on the main channel, maybe they won't. But regardless, it's nice to just break things up. I'll do this next stream. I'll do this next stream. I'll do these next stream. I think that's going to be plenty, because these are like over an hour each. And there's going to be... oh god, these will end up being like 2-hour videos because of my pausing and discussions. That's going to be a tough one. Alright, never mind. I'll be right back. Enjoy the sights and sounds of Osaka. The Elden Ring streams why I slowed down my drinking. No, you're right, Eben. You're right, because I streamed Chrono Trigger after that. And I tried to drink less during the Chrono Trigger streams because I was getting too hammered on Elden Ring. Here's the thing though, chat. Here's the thing. Playing Souls with an audience, like streaming Souls, it goes extremely well with alcohol. It's just fun. It's just a fucking... It's like a party, man. It's like a fun time. Except when I die to Margit too many times. Anyway, enough fucking about. I'll be right back, boys and girls. I'm going to refill my whiskey. I'll be right back. This will be the last one. All right. Not fucking about. Are you guys just all talking to my chair? You silly geese. Chat. And I appreciate it. My chair appreciates it. You just randomly got booted off the stream silent? Not sure. Well, I can still read you here. I know that YouTube will end the oh, no, it won't end the stream after 12 hours. But it won't save a VOD over 12 hours. That makes sense? So, yeah. Anyway. Alright, guys. Cheers. I appreciate y'all being here. The chair needs an emote. Not actually a bad idea. If you guys like spam chair emotes while I was like having a bathroom break, that could be kind of funny. Also, I think this is actually a decent... I think this is a decent away screen. Like these sort of, you know, Night City drives in 4K while just Jazz Hop is playing. Because it's just, you know... Hang on. Where's my... Hang on. Hey! Where's my music playlist? Why is it doing Jazz Hop? Give me this. It shouldn't even be doing this. It should be doing this instead. There we go. Get out of here. There. Much better. What's the next game you'll play, Most Famous? It's going to be a toss-up between FF2, FF3. I'll do those in order. Devil May Cry Reboot. Once those are done, either FF13 or OG FF7. And then maybe Metaphor. I don't know. Metaphor will come back, but I'm sorry guys, it's not a priority. There's too many other things I gotta do first. And DMC Reboot is bot. I hear it's bad, but I do want to make a long-form video where I rank all Devil May Cry games, because I was really impressed with Devil May Cry, and I really want to do a video where I talk about what I thought was good about all of those. Because 5 was fucking amazing. I fucking love 5 so much. I want to bring back 5. I want to beat Dante Must Die with Virgil, which will probably be easy because it's fucking Virgil and he's the most overpowered thing ever created. I'm not that good with Dante, but I think I'm okay with Nero. I don't know. Honestly, I just want to slice things up with Virgil while listening to Bury the Light Deep Within. I just want to do that, man. That's all I want to do, chat. You know, every time I have a shower, I play Bury the Light, the 10-minute version. I can't stop listening to it. It's so good. It's so good, man. Forsaken, I am awakened. It's so good. It's such a fucking sick song. It's like the best, it's like the most appropriate theme song for a character ever. Like, it just wouldn't work with anyone else. It's Virgil or no one else. It can't be anyone else, man. It's so sick. All right, okay, all right, charts. It's time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last YouTube video I record. You know what? If I'm weirdly lucid enough, maybe I'll try one of these. But it depends how I feel at the end of this, because this is gonna be a while. So, oh god, have I really been streaming 11.5 hours? Fuck me. Okay. It has to be done, chat. I've been absolutely determined. One of my life goals right now in the short term is to fucking make more long-term videos that have nothing to do with FF7R, and plenty that do. But I do want to do some stuff like this. This is really fun. This is interesting. And it's a change of pace from what, you know, we normally do. All right, chat. It's time. How am I going to start this YouTube video? Like this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Imperium's top 10 worst jobs in Warhammer 40K. Begin. Luton 09. Cheers. You all right? In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. When people forget their duty, they are no longer human. They become something less than beasts.
They have no place in the bosom of humanity, nor in the heart of the Emperor. Let them die. Nor in the heart of the Emperor. Actually, let me just try and get this before it fades out. Nor in the heart of the Emperor. Let them die and be quickly forgotten. Holy Synod of the Adeptus Ministorum, I think, something like that.
When we look at the lives of those serving the Imperium, we must also understand that it is assumed that all of their service is at the behest and honour of serving the Emperor of Man.
Look how awesome this artwork is. We'll come back to what he's saying, but just it's like a bloody Renaissance painting or something. The effort and the artistry in a lot of Warhammer art is just amazing. You know, it's super impressive. It's really detailed, but it's also, it's not just like, you know, some landscape or a bowl of fruit. It's this. It's like some hive world or something. It's so cool.
And all of their service is at the behest and honour of serving the Emperor of Man and the Imperium itself. Now, while the official line from the Administratum would be that to give yourself in whatever means are required for the betterment of the Imperium is a noble cause, just and above all else a required task, it's worth remembering that these people are still humans serving in the Imperium, not...
Look at that! I mean, it's sort of like Abe's Odyssey times 10,000. Anyway, let's keep going.
Remembering that these people are still humans serving in the Imperium, not superhuman Astartes or fanatical religious zealots, not cultish machine worshippers or drug-crazed hive gang members, just your average person trying to stay alive and do the best that they can. Now, while undoubtedly citizens of the Imperium know that they give to a greater cause and are indoctrinated from birth into the Imperial truth, at the same time you can't escape the harsh realities of some of the worst jobs imaginable for those poor saps who end up designated with such a plight in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Also, I think a short disclaimer is in order. By our standards, most jobs in the Imperium are often not really what you would quantify as jobs. You might simply be compelled by your seniors toward a role that then becomes your lot in life. There's really no true unified or standardized currency system within the Imperium itself either. To do so would be challenging, if not impossible, given the distant scale and general instability of the Imperium as a whole. While hive cities, for example, may use credits within them, or other planets operate on a more basic bartering system, some even using coinage, there's also the Throne Gelt, which is likely as close to being a universal payment as exists, and this is often used by, say, rogue traders and inquisitors who are travelling between systems.
Look at the artwork for the hive city. So you have, you know, in the Imperium, or for those of you who knew, like, in Warhammer 40K, humans basically span about like 1 million planets or 1 million worlds. And these hive cities have like an absurd number of people. Let me see. What is the population of a hive city, sorry, a hive world, Imperium 40K? The population of a standard hive world in Warhammer 40K ranges between 100 billion and 500 billion people. It's fucked. It's terrible. Our planet is like less. Not that. We're not there on Earth. Because planetary surfaces are largely reduced to toxic ash wastes, these populations are heavily compacted into vertical megastructures called hive cities, each holding anywhere from millions to billions of citizens. Like millions, man, billions of people should not be living in one city, but they do. Here. So, well, that's wonderful. Well, that's great. Wow, that sucks.
There's also the Throne Gelt, which is likely as close to being a universal payment as exists, and this is often used by, say, rogue traders and inquisitors who are travelling between systems.
But something very kind of unique that humans are able to do in Warhammer 40k is actually use the weight of numbers, like crush their enemies with weight of numbers. That's not really a thing I see most human races do in all these, like, you know, worlds or games or whatever with a million races, you know, there's always like the Zerg or something who massively outnumber you, say in StarCraft and so on and so forth. But the fact that humans have this option, there's so many of them that they can crush, the humans can actually Zerg rush you, that's quite interesting. That's quite unique.
Overall, though, there's no unified economic system. It's all based on tithes and requirements for the Imperium's needs. It's all fairly inconsistent. While some jobs are paid and unpaid, it's often unlikely that you're going to have a literal choice in what your assigned lot in life is. People aren't going to be going out to school and then choosing a vocation, although obviously for some jobs, some roles, some level of moderate education is required so that you can best interact with the materials and data slates that you're having to handle. But you as an individual are an unimportant speck in the grand scheme of the Imperium, and you will do what is required of you, because that is your reality. Moreover, most of the Imperium trades in commodities. This can be raw materials, military hardware, and very often humans. So more than likely you are an asset and will be utilised however the Imperium sees it. The best way to visualise currency in the Imperium is that it's all system specific for the most part, and within a hive, for one, you are likely never going to leave, and so its credit system would be very specific to that location. There's no need for it to exist outside of that. Think of it like...
Again, just look at this artwork. Like, this is such a feat of imagination. You're like, you just look at the detail. Like, it almost feels like a real place, even though this is just the product of someone's imagination. And I think it's why Warhammer 40K is so endlessly fascinating to people, is because it's just so huge. I can't really think of anything that's kind of bigger or deeper than this. You know, in like the Imperium is only one race in the 40K galaxy, but the Imperium alone is like this endless rabbit hole of knowledge and lore and just all this interesting stuff. And then outside of that, you got like the Eldar, the Tyranids, the Orcs, the Necrons, the Tau, whatever the hell they are, you know, and so on and so forth. It's just, I've said this before, but I think that Warhammer 40K is kind of like the end point for many nerds' journeys. We all kind of end up here eventually because there's nothing else quite like it. I can't think of anything else that really rivals 40K in terms of scope and span and depth. It's and another great thing about it is that it just doesn't... Another great thing about 40K is it comes from that time period when you were allowed to be as cool as possible. You know, we all know how modern things are, you know, we gotta do this and that, and you know, oh, it can't be that cool, we can't do anything like this and that. Warhammer 40K doesn't give a fuck. This was born out of like the 80s, I think, and they just went as hard as fucking possible in all the ways that you're not allowed to do today. And that's why we love it. Also, Voodoo Panda! Thank you very much for the gifted Subarus on SebiWebs TV. Wolf, thank you for the word. Out of all the races, the Tau... Yeah, the Tau are the youngest race. They're something like only 6,000 years old. But they're interesting. They're basically like... Yeah, I guess... space communists with Gundam mechs and stuff, and the Tau will tell you that they are united by their philosophy. Come on, mate, we all know that's not true. What's actually happening is there's like a race at the top of the Tau who just mind control everyone. Basically, that's how it all works and is held together. But the Tau are interesting because they're not one race. It is true they are united by a philosophy in the sense they kind of will have races from all over the galaxy, I think. They're kind of like a multi-species force. Yeah. I don't know how strong they are. I don't know how the Tau would compare against, in a fight, say, against like the Tyranids or the Necrons or something. But I'm glad they're there. They're okay. They're interesting. Separath, you just wanted to learn about raptors and salamanders. Now you're 5 years deep. Dude, Separath, when I was playing Warhammer, like when I was playing Total War, as I would go to bed, I would just get on my phone, I would just look up all the units I was using. I was like, what are these fucking things? These beastmen, these lizard men, why are they like this? What do they do? And the more I'd learn, I'm like, oh, it's like, oh my God, this is endlessly interesting. This is endlessly fascinating. The benefits of the Tau. The Chaos Gods can't touch them. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Humans are the weakest faction? Are they? I thought the Imperium's pretty strong. But then again, I mean, what can they do against Tyranids? No one can do anything against that. Orcs just kind of make their own rules. Orcs don't even care if they're losing. They just do it anyway. Corona Wolf, what's up, big homie? How are ya? I think the Eldar should be the strongest. I think the Eldar actually did rule the galaxy in 30K, like 10 years ago. Sorry, 10,000 years ago. But they are severely weakened now because they're such fucking degenerates that they birthed Slaanesh. All right? The Eldar basically indulged too deep in OnlyFans, and they birthed a chaos god of eroticism, like a bunch of assholes. So they're fucked. The Dark Eldar, I don't know if they're that strong, but you don't want to be captured by the Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar are the worst race to be captured by. You're better off being captured by the Tyranids or something, because the Dark Eldar will just, like, I don't know, turn you into, like, living paste that can't die but can endlessly suffer, and then just, like, put you in, like, a picture portrait and then hang you on their wall, just endlessly suffering forever. All right, they're fucked. The Dark Eldar are terrible, awful people. So, all right, let's keep going.
Would be very specific to that location. There's no need for it to exist outside of that. Think of it like company money. You get paid by the person you're working for, who then also happens to simultaneously produce all of your other requirements. So you then are being paid by and paying back into that same company. It's a good way to basically regulate what the citizenry are using and ensure that everybody gets their fair or perhaps basic requirement share of things. Now you think you've got a worse 40k job in mind? Well, throw it down in the comments and maybe I'll include it in part 2 of this if I do a follow-up. And if you guys enjoy this and we open it up to even some more loose speculation for different parameters and different aspects of Warhammer 40,000, this could become an ongoing accompanying series.
The funny thing is, he actually did make part 2 of this. Because the Imperium alone is so deep that one video of the top 10 worst jobs is not enough. This is not a good place to live. Humanity is not doing well right now, even though they're exceptionally powerful.
So now, in no actual order of horror, to begin with, servitors. Now, for reasons we won't get into here,
this I think is absolutely the worst job. Period. I think we just started with the worst one right off the bat. Servitors. Swage bloody sound! Thank you very much for the 50 months, you fucking dog. I love you, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know what, Swage? There's some Johnny Walker double black. You all right. Everyone, follow my man Swage. Awesome Final Fantasy 14 DJ. Absolute bloody legend in real life. Check the man out. 510, the only reason orcs haven't taken over the galaxy is because if they won, they wouldn't have anyone to fight anymore. I don't think they could beat the Tyranids, though. I don't think anyone can. But, I mean, the Tyranids are cheating. But I do fucking love the orcs. They're so fun. Gaz, thank you for the fucking cheers. Musin, humanity is on the decline despite their massive number of worlds and individuals. Yeah, so humanity's really strong right now, but they're still fucked. Anyway, chat, let's learn what a servitor is.
Within the Imperium, any advanced state of artificial intelligence is aggressively outlawed. So instead, the ever-ingenious humanity of the future...
I think the reason AI is... Okay, I could be wrong here, but I think the reason AI is outlawed in the Imperium is because I think it just gets taken over by chaos immediately. Or they had like an AI war a long time ago, and they don't even quite know the full details of it because it was that bad. But I think AI in the Imperium going rogue basically fucked them up so badly that humanity nearly went extinct. It was like it was like one of the most insane wars in human history. And the result is that the Imperium's like, that's it, no more AI. It's fucked. We don't even fuck with that. We don't even think about it. So they come up with a horrific solution, and it is the servitors.
Intelligence is aggressively outlawed. So instead, the ever-ingenious humanity of the future has found a fantastic solution to get around this problem, because we are, after all, always such great problem solvers. The solution? while as is always the case, there is a plentiful supply of human plebs, criminals, and general undesirables. So how about we part lobotomize them, hopefully they get the gift of being mind-wiped, and then fuse what's left of their still living but now eviscerated carcasses into a somewhat functional cyborg. It's not really AI and it's not really human. Problem solved, everybody's happy. Except likely—
No! This is horrible! It's a horrible solution! Like, you know, I know Red 13 and FF7 Rebirth said, ha! Everyone's a winner, but not in this case, alright? This is fucked! This is not a good future for humanity. But anyway, let's keep going with this.
Not really AI and it's not really human. Problem solved, everybody's happy. Except likely the unwilling participants of becoming a servitor. Servitors are a vital part of the Imperium, carrying out tasks too dangerous or too enduring for humans to want to take on the role. Although if no servitor were available and push comes to shove, you know that somebody's going to have to install that hyper-dangerous fuel system, and it's not going to be any officer types. While servitors are questionably necessary, they are a sad and incredibly depressing portrait of the dark future. And it's very questionable, given the fairly immoral state of humanity in the 41st millennium, just how well lobotomized these individuals are if they're not mind-wiped. Servitors, while carrying out their
Basically, they're RoboCops. They're RoboCops, but it's not cool. And even RoboCop is fucked. So yeah, it's just even worse than that.
These individuals are if they're not mind-wiped. Servitors, while carrying out their instructed functions if left to their own devices, have been seen to become confused and disorientated, sometimes found in a lost corner of a starship or missing in the maze of a hive city, babbling to themselves with a sea of incomprehensible speech, with perhaps some scant details of their former selves and former lives.
Yes, I forgot to mention, sometimes they're not always lobotomized correctly or completely. So they are somewhat aware that they have lost a huge part of themselves, but they don't know how to reclaim it. And so they just sit there just repeating whatever remnants of their memories are still there. But you can't I mean, if a huge chunk of your brain has been removed, you can't really reclaim it. So yeah, this is humanity is not looking too good, mate.
Speech with perhaps some scant details of their former selves and former lives, perhaps trying to formulate some cognition or sense of who they were before. Worse still, we hear stories of people who undergo surgery appearing to be under anesthetic, but are in fact just paralyzed and fully conscious. So it broaches the possibility that some or even many servitors are actually fully aware of the lives they are living, and with full awareness and memory of even their former lives.
Oh, come on, it's horrible! Oh, this is horrible! Who thought of this? This is horrific, man. But the nice thing is that at least this isn't real. You know what I mean? You think your life's bad? Just have a look at 40K for like 1 second and you'll be like, oh wow, I'm glad it's not that.
The lives they're living, and with full awareness and memory of even their former lives, but who then simply lack the ability to speak or even control their own bodies, trapped in a silent, monotonous and potentially unending agony in the prisons they have been physically melded into. One of probably the most common and unpleasant tasks to partake in within the Imperium would be working in its vast factories. Now, planets with hive cities will usually be spattered with important resources, and their factories will then churn out any number of processed materials necessary for the functioning of their hive and or required by order of the Imperium off-world. The administrators and governors will not care how these orders are fulfilled, only that they are completed on time as required. This subsequently means the conditions for workers are just about as awful as you could imagine. Toxic, acrid air, long 20-hour shifts, token pay, and squalid, cramped living conditions. Still, for most people at this level of society, it's probably the best they could hope for. Upward mobility is not a thing, and the only other options being to slip into vagrancy and an underhive of horrors. Even then, this is a class of citizen who no one will blink an eye if somebody goes missing for whatever horrible reason, and still—
what's even the point? At this point with humanity, what are we even defending at this point? You know, yeah, fuck it, just let the chaos gods come in, just put us out of our misery. This is just dreadful. This is awful. Jack Daniel, thank you very much for the $1.40. Luton09 is such a pillar in the 40K community. You be Hang on, sorry, I missed that chat. You be lost in the lore without him? Oh, Luden's fantastic. I mean, as I say, this guy was, during COVID, this was like some of the best content ever. It was just so fascinating. You can't leave your house, but at least you can listen to this.